Goodbye Pass.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Despite their closer leaving the game in the ninth inning with elbow tightness and giving up 4 runs with 2 outs in the same inning, the Diamondbacks walked it off last night thanks to a Josh Naylor grand slam in the bottom of the 11th to beat the Mariners 8-4 last night.
The pitch, swing, high fly ball, deep right field, can zone back, this is gone! Walk it off! A grand slam for Naylor!
Justin Martinez did leave last night's game with that elbow tightness, and he will receive imaging today as the concern level for manager Tory Lavello is pretty high.
It hurts me personally because I love him. It means so much to this organization, and to hear the crowd gasp and the teammates inside the dugout screaming no, it's just not a good conclusion.
Brandon Pfaadt will go for the Snakes tonight. Logan Evans for the Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, as the Diamondbacks will look to make it 2 straight tonight. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Desert Institute for Spine Care is the best in the valley for 14 years and counting. If you need your neck or spine looked at, go with the best online at sciatica.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta.
Vinny.
Jared Carlin.
Jared gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jared is going to win the Daytona 500.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, Valley sports fans. It is Tuesday, isn't it, Vinny?
I believe
Just checking. Just checking. Want to make sure.
My sources say.
Want to make sure I have my facts straight right from the get-go today.
It's always a good policy.
Man, I don't want to begin on a downer. I really don't. And I really want to believe that the Cardinals might be the team that delivers us, but I'm not sure I have ever been less optimistic about Arizona sports than I am right now.
Just watching what unfolded last night.
Yes.
I hate, me, it's impossible to not use the curse word.
Mm-hmm.
Don't use a curse word, please.
Watching that game last night with everything that unfolded, you have to feel almost like it's in effect.
Again, when was the last time? Now, Arizona State football is the exception, but if you took them out of the mix, we really have been something that sounds like Lit City, but isn't Lit City. Something that rhymes with Lit City, but isn't Lit City.
Since the Diamondbacks World Series run, the state of, at the time, the 4 professional teams, the path after that has been
brutal.
Brutal.
Absolutely brutal. And we've been through a lot of valleys in this sports market over the span of nearly 3 decades, but man, it has been a while since we've really had some celebration, some really great stuff.
It's fitting that we live in the valley.
How about it?
They don't call this place the Peak.
Yeah, right? Tell you, man. All right, so we're going to try to have some fun today. So what we're going to try to do. Start the show, Jared.
We're going to try.
We're going to try.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash. The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
You reminded me of the immortal words of one of my mentors who said, do or do not. There is no try.
Oh.
I don't remember his name.
One of your mentors.
One of my mentors. Yeah.
But you don't remember his name? Some mentor.
Not without the accent.
A little short guy, wrinkly, or a cloak. D-backs win a wild series opener against the Seattle Mariners. 8-4 in 11 innings. In truly one of the weirdest games ever. Josh Naylor connected on a grand slam off of Carlos Vargas in the 11th to send everyone home. But this was another game that nearly got away from the Snakes. They led 4-0. Justin Martinez in to close the game out in the 9th. He struck out Jorge Polanco and Randy Arozarena to start the inning. While pitching to Dylan Moore, Martinez signaled to the dugout, immediately left the game. He'd be replaced by actually it was Donovan Solano was the hitter. He'd be replaced by Jeff Brigham, who allowed a walk, then RBI singles to Solano and Cole Young, then a monster 2-run home run to former D-back Dominic Canzone.
I couldn't believe what I was watching. When that ball that ball was scalded.
That was, yeah. You can't hit a baseball much harder than that.
I was...
Juan Murillo came in to get the final out of the inning, and the D-backs would win it in 11. Game 2 of that series tonight. We don't know if the Diamondbacks are going to have any pitchers available tonight. But Tory Lavello going with Brandon Pfaadt, who's coming off his 2 worst starts of the year against Washington and Atlanta. Seattle going with right-hander Brian Wu, who is, I believe, the favorite pitcher of wrestling icon Ric Flair.
Oh, of course
Brian,
he is.
Woo! Woo! First pitch, 6:40. I'm trying to have fun, Vic.
Yeah. No, good.
Pre-game coverage gets the ball rolling here at Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app at 6 o'clock. A lot on that game. By the way, Tory Lavello said after the game that Martinez will have imaging today for right elbow tightness. Reliever Christian Montes de Oca also will have an MRI for right elbow discomfort.
You got to be joking.
Montes de Oca was just recalled yesterday after the D-backs put reliever Kendall Graveman on the 15-day injured list with a right hip impingement.
And Christian Mena also has shoulder issues.
Yes. Lavello added the concern for both pitchers at this point is high. Graveman, by the way, second stint on the injured list, started there with a back injury, was activated May 12th. Pitched just 8 1/3 innings out of the Diamondbacks bullpen and posted an 8.64 ERA and a 2.28 whip. Is that good? I don't think that's good. The Phoenix Suns will introduce their new head coach, Jordan Ott, at a press conference today.
Ott?
Oh, no, we got a new thing?
Oh, boy.
The 40-year-old Cleveland assistant made it through the gauntlet of more than 15 candidates to land the job, which will be his first head coaching position in the NBA. We will carry the press conference live today at 3 o'clock here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. So we're going to get into this today, but we kind of touched on it yesterday. It's really an opportunity to learn about this guy.
Yeah, it kind of is.
One of the things that struck me in the whole process was just how little information there actually is about Jordan Ott out there. NBA Finals resume tomorrow night in Indianapolis. Pacers hosting the Oklahoma City Thunder in a series knotted up at 1-1. Cardinals back on the field for 3 days of mandatory minicamp at their training facility in Tempe starting today. Wolf and Luke will be out there starting at 10. We'll be broadcasting live from the Cardinals facility tomorrow, 6 to 10 a.m. Elsewhere around the league, the Texans officially have signed running back Nick Chubb, and the Cincinnati Bengals reportedly releasing veteran linebacker Jermaine Pratt, who spent his entire 6-year career with the Bengals. Pratt racked up a career-high 143 tackles for the Bengals in 2024. I'm really curious about the Bengals' defensive strategies at this point.
Yeah.
Their leading tackler, their leading sack guy. Mm-hmm. Their defense looked kind of like the Diamondbacks bullpen. Who is this thing on? Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final belongs to the Florida Panthers. They destroyed the Edmonton Oilers 6-1 in a game that featured 35 combined penalties, 140 penalty minutes. 6 different Panthers scored in the game. Goalie Sergei Bobrovsky stopped 32 of the 33 Edmonton shots he faced. Panthers lead that series 2-1. Game 4 slated for a Thursday night. in Florida. That was a wild game. It was, obviously.
Classic Florida Panthers game. They're a team that can get under your skin if you let them, and boy, did the Oilers take the bait last night.
They took the bait and then some.
And then some.
It didn't matter if it was a gibbler or
right.
a worm or a fly. They
took it all.
The bait.
They took it all.
And to see a Stanley Cup final game with that much fighting, that's pretty rare.
Yeah. Well, it's because it was out of control.
Yeah.
But to have 85 penalty minutes, if you're the Oilers, that's insane.
But even before it got out of hand, the first period, there was 8 combined penalties.
I know.
Not for fighting. It was just hockey penalties
just
at
hockey
that point.
Stuff.
And then the Oilers lost their ever-loving minds.
Yes, they did.
There you go. There is your splash for this Tuesday. It is Tuesday, June 10th. Coming up next, what do we want to hear from new Suns head coach Jordan Knott today? We'll tell you. Here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You think back a couple of seasons, right? Tory Lavello was good enough to take an inferior roster and get to the World Series. He was good enough then. Nobody said a word about Tory Lavello. Oh, so what do you think now? You think, Tory's lost it. Just doesn't know how to manage these guys. Is that what you think? No. Now you've got a hyper-talented roster that is underachieving, and now you're going to point to Tory Lavello.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? I do too. I go to a lot of concerts and obviously even more sporting events. Why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. Makes a lot of sense, so learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors. Makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one, and you get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Credit Builder Secured Visa Credit Card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A., members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Arizona sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
I think the overlaying thought and the overlaying anxiety from everyone is the Michigan State tie and just how much of this was a factor. And it's not so much, I honestly don't think it's much about Michigan State anymore. And what I mean by that is the concern shouldn't be that it's Michigan State specifically. The concern should be that this a concerning trend of like-minded individuals who are going to be agreeable, and there isn't going to be much diversification in terms of the thought process over there. And if there isn't, this is a recipe for disaster because you need to disagree. You need to have different opinions. And again, these are things that we don't know for sure are things that are happening. For all we know, like Gregory and Ott could be completely different in terms of their opinions on basketball between the two of them, but it's something that has to come up with this trend now, and it's like it's following the meme at this point. It's kind of ridiculous, honestly.
That is Kellen Olson, our very own Kellen Olson, on with Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports last week after the announcement came out, the reporting that Jordan Ott is the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns. They made it official on Friday with the press release. They'll make it doubly official today with the press conference introducing Jordan Ott as the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns. And there was Kellen kind of hitting on something that is going to be impossible to ignore in this introductory press conference.
Yeah.
The Michigan State
connection. State thing. It's going to be a thing until it's not a thing.
Yes.
And there's a couple things that I want to come out of today feeling. Number one, I want to feel competence coming off Jordan Ott. I want to see a guy that has been in the NBA a pretty good chunk of time and has a lot of experience to show for it. And I want that experience to be conveyed, and I think it will be. I heard the afternoon guys talk yesterday about his coaching staff. Mm-hmm. If the Suns start appointing assistants for him or making him keep a David Fizdale, that's the kind of thing that would make my skin crawl, to be quite honest with you. Mm-hmm. Because that, again, if you're going to get into the meddlesome archetype, that's the kind of thing that happens. You hire an unproven head coach, and hey, you probably don't have a lot of contacts. I do. And we're going to give you a couple guys to help you out, okay? Okay, great.
I don't know if that's going to be – I don't think this is similar to the Cliff Kingsbury situation where he came in and didn't have the NFL contacts, so relied on Steve Keim to put together a staff for him. Mm-hmm. And we saw what the results were, especially early on that. I mean, Jordan Ott has been in the NBA in some capacity since 2013. He's worked with a lot of different coaches, and these guys jump around. But your point on Fizdale is an interesting one. And I think David Fizdale's place in recent Phoenix Suns history is an interesting one.
So do I.
Because he was a candidate for this job, for the head coaching job. He did not get the job ultimately. He survived the coaching switchover from Frank Vogel to Mike Budenholzer. Dwayne Rankin on AZ Central recently had a piece suggesting like who could be on this staff, and Fizdale's name was on that list again. And everybody that talks about Fizdale, it's all positive. And I'm not saying these things aren't true, but they will lean on, wow, he's got great relationships with the players, and he's a real bridge between the coaching staff and the roster. Well, why didn't any of that bear fruit in 2 years?
How about it? Exactly.
And again, one of the things that I will remain, especially if Fizdale remains on the staff, is why he didn't get a crack at an interim head coaching position. If you are recognizing those strengths in David Fizdale in a dark time in Suns history where there's not a whole lot of connection between the coaching staff and the players, tap into that and see what you got. And they didn't do it.
Yeah,
they wrote out the string. And I don't know why that happened.
Same. Exactly, especially if things were as bad as they have let on with Mike Budenholzer. I'm really, really stunned that they didn't try that and they didn't pull that trigger much sooner. Here's my main point about it, though. The reason why I don't want this to be a Cliff Kingsbury situation is because if Jordan Ott is truly a serious NBA head coaching candidate, a viable head coach in waiting, he will have a list. Because that's what young head coaches in waiting do. Mm-hmm. They plan for the day they get their interview, and when they get their interview, they come with a list of people that they're going to hire. And if he doesn't have that, then he doesn't see himself as a head coach. It's really just, it's more psychological to me at this point, but there are things that go along with an up-and-coming head coach, and one of them is he will insist on that level of autonomy, and he will have plenty of names of people he has already discussed and thought of in his head that if I ever get the job, this is who's coming with me. Mm-hmm. And he's going to need that. He's going to need people that get him, that he deeply trusts, and he's going to need it just for his own perception. Because if players walk in and they're of the mind that, okay, we're going to give this guy a shot, if they see the team having to fill out his coaching staff for him 1 through 6, then it will be real demoralizing.
It's also going to make him feel like even more of just a figurehead.
Well, and that's the thing you've got to avoid. And I think that if we're in this credibility crisis, which the Phoenix Suns most assuredly are, the way out of it begins today. And it begins with Jordan Ott presenting himself as a very well-prepared head coach in waiting that has gotten his shot.
There's head coaching experience on a very limited basis. Ott has coached the summer league teams of Brooklyn, L.A. Last year was the head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers summer league team, and actually talked about it last year during the summer league about how that experience helps him.
Just getting the reps. Those reps are tough to get. In the NBA, I didn't take the G League route. My path came a different way, and having the opportunity, this is a rep. The rep to be in front of the team, think like a head coach is a different way of thinking. So you hope that those reps then help me be a better assistant for Kenny. And I also think it's a different way of looking. I get to watch a little bit. Instead of being in the drills, I get to watch a little bit, see what I like, see how I talk to players in between, drill to drill, practice to practice. Even though I'm an assistant coach, when I become the head coach of the Summer League, my words are different to players, and realizing what it means to move over to that seat. So these reps are great.
Another little bit of head coaching experience, and very little, came during All-Star Weekend. Jordan Ott was the head coach of Candace Parker's team of young stars.
Oh, okay.
That featured Suns forward Ryan Dunn.
Wow,
and then
who knew?
And then everybody complained
Apparently you did.
that those young players shouldn't have even been on the court on that Sunday.
Yeah, right.
And I think the NBA agreed because they're revamping their all-star format again.
Uh-huh.
But that's, I think the staff construction is obviously something that's going to come up today, and I don't expect there to be much news shared at this point because, there is the delicate process too. If you're moving on, because Mike Budenholzer was let go. The entire coaching staff was still intact when they made this Jordan Ott hire. Don't know if he's going to retain anybody. That's something that'll be talked about today. But I can tell you what fans don't want to hear a lot about today. They don't want to hear a lot about the Michigan State connection, although I think it will come up. And they certainly don't want to hear the leaning on the word alignment, which became kind of the running joke and the butt of the joke from the Brian Gregory press conference.
Yeah, that's exactly right, because it comes off as cartoonish and clownish a little bit. We're all rallying around this new word, and this buzzword is our guiding light, and it's amateur hour is what it is. And some of it just goes with the territory, because you're giving people jobs they've never had before. Now, keep in mind, the Jordan Ott presentation today, it's remarkable how much like Jonathan Gannon this happens to be. In terms of the Cardinals were the last team to hire a head coach by a mile, and they landed on a guy that nobody really knew about. So there's that comp. The difference, of course, is Jonathan Gannon as a defensive coordinator in a very storied NFL franchise had some real tangible experience. The Jordan Knott thing, this is a leap of faith. There's people who speak highly of him. He's wearing the Michigan State thing, which makes a lot of the fan base suspicious. I hope it all gets off to a good start today.
Yeah, from everything that I have learned about Jordan Knott, and the reports were during the process that he was standing out in that whole group of candidates. I'm optimistic because I think today kind of represents, and I'm not saying we'll feel this way tomorrow, but to me, today represents kind of the first opportunity to feel optimistic about things with the Suns.
Yeah.
I know it's going to be tough, and I know this is likely not a playoff team, and the roster is going to look completely different.
Mm-hmm.
And Jordan Knott and Brian Gregory have unbelievably difficult tasks ahead of them.
No doubt.
But at least this box is checked, and it can start moving forward.
Now, one of the things that I'm thinking about is when you talk about him getting rave reviews during the interview process, could that be conducted without bias? If Brian Gregory, the man doing the interview, is so locked into the Michigan State ethos, can you conduct it without bias? It's a good question.
I made a joke that when it came down to the final two and they were doing the in-person interviews, that he was going to show up, head to toe wearing green and white, like waving a thing.
Uh-huh.
But you're right. Like,
If you, as the job interviewer, if you think of Michigan State as a cut above everything, and Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia do, how do you not have bias when you're interviewing the guy from Michigan State?
And if you're Jordan Knott and you want the job, you'd be stupid not to bring up Michigan State.
Not to lean into it.
Right.
I will say this, though. There was another coach with Michigan State ties in that candidate pool, Steve Hetzel. He didn't move on to the finalists.
Imagine what a loser that guy must be. Holy moly.
That's a good point. That's fair.
Yeah. Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club tomorrow. D-backs taking on the Seattle Mariners. Hey, if you show up, you might get to pitch, too. Just text the word half to 620, and we'll send you a link to be able to buy lower-level tickets for just $9.87. That's half to 620. Coming up next, when does a dramatic win feel like a painful loss? And we'll go down that road in D-backs Daily next. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Bases still loaded. A run wins it for the D-backs. Swing, high fly ball, deep right field, can zone back. This is gone! Walk it off! A grand slam for Naylor. A game saver. And the Diamondbacks prevail, and they win it 8-4.
D-backs versus Mariners at Chase Field. Game 2 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and residents of Arizona's know the deal. You know how the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've lived here a while like I have, chances are you need your windows replaced just like I do, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned, locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They're co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They've got a factory here in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products also running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, you'll get $2,500 off. That's right, a $2,500 discount on a purchase of 10 or more windows. So do what I'm doing. Call today and beat the summer rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tory Lavello.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Tori. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future, so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Golf fans, join Bunker to Bunker the Golf Show this Saturday live 7 to 9 a.m. from Trophy Bar in downtown Ocotillo, Chandler for the U.S. Open and Father's Day weekend. Score Shady Ray sunglasses, gift cards, and epic swag while enjoying great food and drink specials. Bring Dad to catch every swing of the U.S. Open on a massive 16-foot video wall. Trophy Bar, your Father's Day headquarters, and Bunker to Bunkers hang for every PGA major this season. Powered by Santan Ford.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Despite their closer leaving the game in the 9th inning with elbow tightness and giving up 4 runs with 2 outs in the same inning, the Diamondbacks walked it off thanks to a Josh Naylor grand slam in the bottom of the 11th to beat the Mariners last night. Justin Martinez, however, did leave last night's game with that elbow tightness, and he will be receiving imaging today, as the concern level from Tory Lavello is high.
It hurts me personally because I love him. It means so much to this organization, and to hear the crowd gasp and the teammates inside the dugout screaming no, it's just not a good conclusion.
Brandon Pfaadt will go for the Snakes tonight. Logan Evans for the Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app as the Diamondbacks will look to make it 2 straight wins tonight. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Major estate tax increases are coming. Don't regret not planning ahead. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help you maximize what you leave behind to your loved ones. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs home trying to wash off the stink of a 3-game sweep in Cincinnati as they open a 3-game series against the Seattle Mariners at Chase Field. Merrill Kelly on the mound for Arizona against Seattle right-hander Emerson Hancock. And the D-backs literally, and I am using that word, I don't like that word, but I'm using the word, they literally could not have gotten on the board faster in the bottom of the first inning. Corbin Carroll leading off and really liked the first pitch he saw from Hancock.
And the first pitch, Carroll swings, sends a high fly ball towards the left field corner. Long runner, Rosarena to the bullpen. It is off the wall. It is gone. A wall scraper into the Diamondback bullpen. It's a first pitch leadoff home run for Carroll. That is number 19 on the season, and it's 1-0 D-backs.
Yeah, barely cleared the fence, barely cleared the reach of a Rosarena. Chris Garagiola on the call. Counts the same, 1-0 Diamondbacks. Merrill Kelly would get out of a spot of trouble in the second inning when Jorge Polanco and Randy Arozarena led off with singles, but Kelly would get Rowdy Tellez to bounce into a 6-4-3 double play, and then he struck out Miles Mastrobuoni to end the threat. The score would not change until the 5th. Hancock still on the mound for Seattle. Alec Thomas led off with a base hit to left. He got moved up 90 feet on a sac bunt from Jose Herrera. After Corbin Carroll fouled out to the catcher, Ketel Marte was the hitter.
1-0 Diamondbacks, 2 outs in the 5th. And the 1-2. There's a swing, line drive center field. That's going to get down for a hit. Rodriguez has a good arm. Comes up firing to the plate. The throw, not in time. Head first dive by Thomas. He's in there safely. Marte gets to second on the throw. The D-backs have a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, the lead, too, but a chance to tack on because Hancock then walked Geraldo Perdomo and Josh Naylor. Bases loaded for the former Mariner, Gino Suarez.
Bags packed full of snakes. The 1-2. Strike 3 called. Middle third of the plate. Fastball. Suarez let it go by. And the D-backs score 1, but they leave him loaded.
Yeah, Hancock minimizes the damage, held the Arizona lead at 2-0. Kelly tested again in the 6th. Ben Williamson singled leading off. Then Kelly walked J.P. Crawford. And once again, the Diamondbacks right-hander settled down. He got Julio Rodriguez, Cal Raleigh, and Polanco in order to end the inning and keep the shutout intact. D-backs had the bases loaded again in the bottom of the 6th. But with 2 outs, Ketel Marte flied out to right field. They would get some more offense in the 7th, the D-backs would, against reliever Casey Legumina. Perdomo led off with a walk. That brought up Josh Naylor.
A 1-1. There's a line drive towards the left field line. That's going to be a fair ball. He beats the shift. It rolls into the corner. Perdomo flying around third. He's going to run through the stop sign and score. And that is going to make it a 3-0 Diamondback lead.
I'm so glad that the highlight involved
run through the stop sign.
Why the hell was there a stop sign up?
That's swell.
There was not a play even close to being made on that. And Perdomo had a full head of steam. We've had some fun with, Sean Larkin at the third base, sending guys and getting them gunned out at home. If that was Suarez or Pavin Smith or Josh Naylor, he probably would have sent them. But he puts the stop sign up against Perdomo, who could have crawled home. I didn't get it.
Yeah, no, me neither. I mean, what are we up to? 13 runners thrown out at home so far this year?
I think that's the number.
I think that's the number.
3-0
I noticed that, and I thought that was fairly absurd.
I was incredulous at that. 3-0 Arizona. Legumina would then strike out Suarez, and that brought up Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
Legumina's pitch. Swung on. There's a line shot into right center. That's down for a hit. Naylor will come home and score. And Gurriel, with his second hit of the night, makes it 4-0 Diamondbacks.
Yeah, 4-run lead. Things looking good. Shelby Miller pitching the 8th for Arizona. 1 out and a runner on and facing the dangerous Cal Raleigh.
Is 0-1. Raleigh lines it to first. It's caught by Naylor. They're going to double up Rodriguez, and the inning comes to an end. Miller with a flawless 8th inning for the Diamondbacks, and the misery for the Mariners continue.
Yeah, to the 9th, Justin Martinez on to close it out. He would strike out Polanco. Then he fanned a Rosarena. 1 strike away from a victory, but Martinez would end up issuing a walk to Moore. Then facing Donovan Solano, Moore took second on defensive indifference. 2 pitches into the Solano at bat. More bad news for the D-backs.
A 1-0. Swing and a miss. Sinker that time to make it 1-1, and Martinez calls, I believe, for the trainer. Just immediately pointed to the dugout and called for the trainer. Something is not right with Justin Martinez.
Just another gut punch.
Unbelievable.
Immediately leaves the game.
Unbelievable.
Tory Lavello calls on Jeff Brigham from the bullpen. He would take over a 1-1 count on Solano, but
the pitch. Line to right center, a base hit. There goes the shutout. Moore will round third and score. And this one not quite done yet, as Solano's RBI single makes it 4-1.
Yep, 4-1 at that point. Cole Young, the hitter. Solano would take second on defensive indifference again, moving him into scoring position.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Brigham, he fires. And it's a little liner. That's into right field, a base hit. Solano going to round third and score. Back-to-back 2-out singles cuts this lead in half. And the Mariners will bring the tying run to the plate in Canzone here with 2 outs in the 9th inning.
Yeah, Dominic Canzone!
Oh!
Right up from the minor leagues that day. He made his presence felt.
The 3-2 swung on and crushed. Right field in deep, and the Mariners have tied it up at 4. It's a meltdown for the Diamondbacks here in this 9th inning. A no-doubter by Canzone, who was recalled today. And we got ourselves a brand new ball game.
Yeah, an absolute laser beam home run, 450 feet. And despite being down to their last strike on 4 different occasions, the Mariners had tied the game. Juan Murillo would be summoned from the bullpen to get out of the 9th. He would stay on for a scoreless 10th. Mariners went with their closer, Carlos Vargas, in the 10th. Runners on the corners, 1 out for Alek Thomas.
The 1-0. Swinging a grounder, diving the second baseman. Young has it, throws it wide, avoiding the Tad Vargas, but they're going to say he's out of the baseline and is ruled out. I don't know why Vargas stopped running. He got about 3/4 of the way down the line and then stopped almost as a gentleman to not run into Raleigh, who was making the catch on an errant throw. But he is ruled out, and we are still tied at 4.
It's a weird play.
It really was a weird play.
Jose Herrera would then strike out looking to end the inning. Jalen Beeks came in. He threw a 1-2-3 11th frame. Vargas still on for the 11th for Seattle. After he struck out Carroll, he had intentionally walked Marte, then issued a free pass to Perdomo to load the bases for Josh Naylor, who finally said, you know what, enough is enough.
Still 1-2. Bases still loaded. A run wins it for the D-backs. The pitch, swing, high fly ball, deep right field, Canzone back, this is gone! Walk it off! A grand slam for Naylor, a game saver! And the Diamondbacks prevail, and they win it 8-4.
Yeah, that was just a weird one, and a victory in the column, and that's what the Diamondbacks need, but you can't walk away feeling good about that at all for any reason.
No. Talk about a gut punch. What happened to Justin Martinez last night, and to hear Tory Lavello say you could hear the crowd gasp and players in the dugout screaming, no! Mm-hmm. It tells you pretty much everything you need to know about what that potentially means to this team. Because the minute, and Jeff Brigham, wow.
How about Brigham to the airport so we can catch a flight to Reno?
Wow. Did you see that? There were a lot of still photos going around on social media of him after Canzone's home run, and it was just like deer in the headlights. Literally, two outs in the 9th inning, 4-0 lead. At that point in time, it was a 99.9% chance of the Diamondbacks winning.
Even after they scored that first run when you were playing the highlight, you could tell Chris Garagiola wasn't like that. Oh, well, it's not going to be a shutout, I guess.
The
this game will go in a
Diamondbacks
little.
allowed 2 runners to move into scoring position on defensive indifference. The game was over. It should have been over.
Yeah.
But again, we see this team.
Right.
That would have been
the all-timer.
The all-timer.
The all-timer.
And we've had 5 of those types of losses this year that we've all sat through.
Yep.
That would have taken the cake.
Yeah, it really would have. And so the fact that they rebound, Josh Naylor had himself a night, I'll tell you that much, defensively, offensively. So props to Josh Naylor for having that kind of game. And that ball didn't have to leave the yard. Diamondbacks were going to win as soon as he got that ball elevated, but still. When you look at the consequences potentially of Justin Martinez, and this doesn't sound good at all. I mean, this kid has obviously got some issues in there. He's had Tommy John surgery before. I wonder. It's unbelievable that this team, with all good intentions, can spend so much money on elite pitching and then lock up a young arm like Justin Martinez and have it all blow up in their face.
Yeah, and right now they're facing a situation. The reality of the situation right now is they do not have their best starting pitcher.
Nope.
And they don't have their 2 best relief pitchers.
That's right.
And there's a lot of other arms that are not in great shape either. And we'll get into that later on. It's a win, but man, that's a like I said, a tough win to get excited about. Coming up next, we spent a lot of time talking about whether the Knicks would trade for Kevin Durant, but could their biggest offseason move be a trade for a coach? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson.
This is linebacker Matt Wilson Sr.
This is Darius Robinson.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
The way I would describe this is there's mutual intrigue on both sides. And also, I know there's this whole thing about asking for permission. You don't ask for permission to hire another team's coach. When you ask, you're going to hire them. So essentially, when the Knicks express interest, the ball will be in the Mavericks' court. And they have three options as I see it. One, they can just say, no, thank you very much. Jason, we'll see you in the fall. Look forward to the season. Look forward to Cooper Flagg. They can try to make Jason Kidd have zero interest in the Knicks, possibly with the new contract. They did just give him an extension last year. Or they can negotiate a trade. And we have seen a handful of trades of coaches over the last 15 to 18 years, including Jason Kidd being traded from the Brooklyn Nets to the Milwaukee Bucks for 2 second-round picks 11 years ago. So it's not like Jason Kidd hasn't been in this situation before.
There'd be an answer to a trivia question. A coach traded twice in his coaching career?
That's very, very odd. The fact that this isn't Jason Kidd's first rodeo at this. Yeah. It's very odd.
It's almost like
listen, I think Jason Kidd is a good coach. I don't think he's that good.
That's what I was saying.
I think he's sorry, Jared, go ahead.
No,
what I was going to say is
you think he's that good? You think he's top 5 NBA good? Trade players to get him kind of good?
Twice?
Well, players, 2 second-round picks for Jason Kidd, I'd sign up for that.
Huh.
If you're, the Suns, the draft capital is weak here, but if they were like 2 second-round picks for Jason Kidd, I go, yeah, I'll take Jason Kidd.
Okay.
I was going to say, he feels like a coach who is more appealing on another team than on once you actually have him. Like everybody desires him, but then once you get him, they're like, okay, we'll trade him.
He is a good coach. He's better as being a head coach than I thought he was going to be.
Me too. I'll say that.
But I don't think he is. I don't think he cracks the upper echelon. The Rick Carlisle, Ime Udoka, Mark Daigneault.
See, I agree with you in that. I don't think he's in that upper echelon, but I think he's knocking on the door.
Okay.
Suns fans obviously in the ill-fated series against the Mavericks. I thought Jason Kidd did a great job coaching in that series. Took a Mavericks team to the finals a year ago.
Okay.
I think there's so many levels of intrigue here. Obviously, it starts, as Brian Windhorst said, with mutual interest. And is the mutual interest from Jason Kidd because he's dissatisfied with what the Dallas Mavericks did at the trade deadline? Go back to that weird press conference that Nico Harrison had after the trade to sending Luka to LA went down. Jason Kidd, people were focusing on Jason Kidd's body language and his facial expressions or lack thereof. It looked like he was being held hostage to be sitting next to Nico Harrison. And the Mavericks, look, they got Anthony Davis. We saw what happened at the end of the season. They have a chance to rebound nicely with the number 1 overall pick and getting Cooper Flagg. But, that to me would be an exciting prospect for a head coach. But I think maybe Kidd just wants out. And from the New York side, I understand their interest. He's a proven NBA coach. We talked about when Thibodeau got let go and the Suns had yet to make their hire, were they going to swoop in and take Johnny Bryant away from the Suns? Johnny Bryant's going to be a head coach at some point in the NBA, but I don't think that particular team is the situation for a first-year head coach. And we saw it with the Suns in 2 straight off seasons.
Right.
When Monty Williams was let go, there was no way the Suns could hand the reins to a first-year head coach. They didn't. Then they let go of Frank Vogel. They were still in that same place. They couldn't hand it to a newcomer. The Knicks are there because they are an Eastern Conference finalist team. They got a lot of talent and a lot of expectations and a really rabid, hungry fan base. There's no way they could hand it to Johnny Bryant, even though he's got a connection.
Well,
there.
Listen, what we said earlier about Johnny Bryant is true. There is a faction of that administration in New York, and there's a faction of the players that absolutely love the guy. But I think you're absolutely right. I think the realization is we've got a team that we think is on the doorstep of winning a championship, and we believe Tom Thibodeau is an obstruction to that. Now, again, there's a lot of people I respect in New York who think it's patently absurd that the New York Knicks are a basketball team that went 0-10 against the Cavaliers, the Celtics, and the Thunder this past year. So you can make a strong case that they overachieved in the postseason, not underachieved. But you know what? In the NBA, Tom Thibodeau is one of those guys. He requires an awful lot of you defensively, and clearly some guys on the Knicks ain't vibing with that. So, the idea of Jason Kidd, though, leaving Dallas, when you look at the fact that Cooper Flagg is incoming, that Daniel Gafford, Derek Lively, Anthony Davis, they're all there. Kyrie Irving coming back from injury. There's a lot of good pieces there. This has to be a reflection of Patrick Dumont, right? The new owner who wanted to trade Luka so badly.
Maybe.
It's got to be. Why would you want to eject yourself from a situation where you're about to get the number 1 pick in the draft?
You can go potentially coach maybe not finals winning, but I think the Knicks have hopes of getting to the finals next year, especially with Tatum out.
Yeah, I mean...
So does Dallas, though.
No. No.
They wouldn't have made that trade for Anthony Davis if they didn't think that was what would make them a finals championship
they're
team.
also facing a situation where...
they're going to get Cooper Flagg.
They're not going to have Kyrie Irving for more than half the year.
That's true, too.
I forget what I was going to say now.
No, again, it's the ownership piece in Dallas must be, because the reporting that I did on this, and again, just a source of mine in Dallas laid out what he believes went down. Jason Kidd was blindsided by this.
There was some subsequent reporting that indicated that he knew, but...
No, he did know. Of course he knew.
But he wasn't consulted on it.
No. No, I mean, he knew in advance because Nico Harrison came to him with the, oh, my God, you're not going to believe what we have to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even, I don't, you saw it over the weekend, Don Nelson got the Chuck Daly Lifetime Achievement Award. They lured him away from Hawaii, and he was at Game 2 in Oklahoma City, and he got the award and did all the press availability. Even Don Nelson was like, what a massive mistake the Mavericks made trading Luka Doncic.
Yeah, right. Wow.
Meanwhile, I have not seen any off-season pictures of Luka Doncic anywhere.
I saw one.
Oh, I have, yeah.
Have you?
Looks good.
He looks good. Maybe it's just the shirt he was in, but he does, and he looks a little slimmer in the face. I don't know, but
yeah, the story was the Lakers were hiring a strength and conditioning coach at a position that was paying $250,000.
They put an ad out for it. Yeah, it was crazy. So listen, if Luka doesn't do it this offseason, he never will do it, and I think he is going to do it. I think he's a very proud, ambitious player who's got, bad habits. He likes to eat and drink beer.
Yeah, but
who doesn't, right?
Those things are so good.
So good.
Right.
Those are two of the best things.
Right. Right.
The best things.
Being great at basketball,
eating and drinking,
burritos and beer.
And he can do both. He has the luxury.
And beer. Is there anything better in the world than that combination?
It's Father's Day. Hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now at arizonasports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the D-backs take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball gear and great memories. Coming up after watching one thing after another go wrong for the D-backs. Are you feeling comfortable saying this season just feels cursed? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. When I visited New Life Dental Implant Center's facility in Scottsdale, I could not believe how many people were in their facility getting fitted with a new smile, brand new life, and that is because New Life Dental Implant Center is revolutionizing the industry, making it easier, faster, and more affordable than ever. At New Life Dental Implant Center, you get everything done in one location from start to finish. No bouncing around to different offices. Everything you need, including surgery, lab work, follow-up, is right there in one place under one roof. New Life Dental Implant Center also committed to being the best and most affordable option out there, up to 40% less than the nearest competitor. They even have their own in-house laboratory, which means faster turnarounds, higher quality control. You're not waiting weeks for some outsourced lab to finish your new teeth. It is all happening in real time. Now, if you're thinking, how can I afford this? New Life has third-party financing right in-house to help it make it work for you. They truly have thought of everything when it comes to their pricing. At New Life Dental Implant Center, that new smile, one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Hot dogs and baseball. Name a better duo. Doghouse Downtown Phoenix brings the ultimate game day flavors 24/7. Savor all beef house dogs on King's Hawaiian rolls or dig into their new Big Belly burgers. Score big with happy hour Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. and all day Sunday. Plus, check out their lineup of craft brews. Find them at Central and Washington or order right now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads. Great for you, and so easy you can put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage? Weird, but still a salad. One radish and a couple of green beans? Also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Despite their closer leaving the game in the ninth inning with elbow tightness and giving up 4 runs with 2 outs in the same inning, the D-backs walked it off last night thanks to a Josh Naylor grand slam in the bottom of the 11th to beat the Mariners 8-4 last night.
The pitch, swing, high fly ball, deep right field, can zone back, this is gone! Walk it off! A grand slam for Naylor!
Justin Martinez did leave last night's game with that elbow tightness, and he will be receiving imaging today. As for the concern level, Tory Lavello says it's high.
It hurts me personally because I love him. It means so much to this organization, and to hear the crowd gasp and the teammates inside of the dugout screaming no, it's just not a good conclusion.
Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes tonight. Logan Evans for the Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Wolf. Did Merrill Kelly stop the bleeding and lead the D-backs to a win over the Mariners? We'll be talking D-backs Mariners at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Sinker that time to make it 1-1, and Martinez calls, I believe, for the trainer. Just immediately pointed to the dugout and called for the trainer. Something is not right with Justin Martinez. That came out at 97 as well, a significant decrease in velocity. It's just been one after another for the Diamondbacks. Injury after injury, blow to blow.
His status with the right elbow tightness, it will be determined tomorrow. He's going to get some imaging tomorrow. We're going to hope for the best there.
Yeah, walking away from an 8-4. You get a walk-off win in the 11th inning on a grand slam home run, which doesn't happen very often, but nobody's really talking about that or thinking about that. They're thinking about the Justin Martinez injury, and you could hear kind of the disgust and frustration in Chris Garagiola's voice on the play-by-play call, just one after another with the injuries to the pitching staff. And this was eerily similar from a reaction standpoint to what we just saw happen with Corbin Burns a couple weeks ago. This is a total bummer.
Yeah, well, listen, it wasn't even a couple of weeks ago. Corbin Burns went down on June 1st.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
That's 8 days ago.
9 days ago.
Yeah, so I mean, we're talking about bang, bang, bang. These are a lot of body shots and haymakers this baseball team is absorbing, and if these awful sucker punch losses weren't enough to demoralize a team, this is even worse.
The rare sucker punch win.
This is even yeah, exactly. This is even worse because, again, to hear Tory Lavello describe what was going on in the dugout, that tells you everything you need to know about this team's ability psychologically to absorb another huge injury. When we talked to Todd Walsh, and Todd relayed the anecdote of players pleading with Tory, don't go to the bullpen. Keep them in here. We don't trust those guys back there. That was before Justin Martinez returned. This is now the state of the bullpen. Shelby Miller has been really good. They've had moments from other players, people, but how is this bullpen going to survive the loss of A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez?
That's a very, very heavy question. Here was Justin Martinez after the game.
I feel bad right now, but it is what it is.
What were you feeling out there?
Nah, just my elbow was getting tight in the last few pitches, and decided to call the trainer, so, figured out what was going on.
And has he ever felt something like that before on the mound?
Felt something like that before?
When I had my first TJ, I feel something kind of, but not the same, because when the TJ happened, you just feel like a pop.
Yeah.
But no, I was feeling more like it was getting tight in the last few pitches, and then I started to feel a little, and then that happened.
So you asked the question, how does this team withstand the losses now of Martinez and Puck? And look, this might be absolute pie in the sky. But we've been asking the question recently, especially coming off the weekend series in Cincinnati, who needs to step up? The Arizona Diamondbacks absolutely have to lean on Shelby Miller, and he's been fantastic. And he's the one guy you can really say has been fantastic in the bullpen this year from start to finish. There's a lot of importance now on Ryan Thompson's role. He's got to get back to Ryan Thompson.
No doubt.
And I'll even look down to Reno, Nevada. Kevin Ginkel needs to return as Kevin Ginkel. And if you can stay afloat until mid-July or whenever it is that A.J. Puck comes back, maybe you can piece this thing together. I know there's a ton of ifs, an absolute ton of ifs.
Well, they're going to need Kyle Backus to be able to fill a role, right? And he was okay last night, left some traffic in around him.
Look, they're going to need their offense to be the best offense in baseball again, like it was last year, probably.
It's so true.
When it carried a bad, bullpen last year.
Everything I've been reading this morning of what the Diamondbacks can do, deadline stuff, it's score runs, because they're not going to be able to keep other teams from scoring.
That's
many
another.
runs.
Maybe this is just an anomaly, but when you look at their injury list or movement, transaction movement this year, they've only had 2 position players on the injured list since spring training started.
Yeah.
And one of them is Blaze Alexander, who hasn't played a day in the major leagues. Ketel Marte was the other one. Kendall Graveman's on for the second time. Ginkel, Martinez on for the second time, we assume. Eduardo Rodriguez, A.J. Puck, Christian Mena, Kendall Graveman, Blake Walston, Jordan Montgomery, Corbin Burns. Everybody that's getting hurt is a pitcher.
I know. Yeah, no, listen. And wasn't their new pitching coach hired because he was that hybrid of baseball plus the physical side of it? This is just maddening.
And then Montes de Oca, also, they called him up yesterday. I wasn't even aware that he got sent back down, but he gets called back up to take Graveman's place, and now he's going to have imaging without throwing.
Yeah.
Nobody gets called up and sent down more anonymously than him.
And again, Christian Mena came back for a minute.
Except for Andre Bocelli of the Cardinals.
Right, there you go. That's right. That's right. He's the guy. So this is just absurd what has happened to this pitching staff. And it really, it's frustrating because not only the optimism that we all had, that was all fueled by dramatic financial investment into this team during the offseason to the levels where people were like, what? We signed Corbin Burns? What? So it's a cruel twist for very well-intentioned acquisitions.
Yeah.
It's really, really deflating.
To go from 99.9% win probability last night to see the game slip away, tied, felt like they were going to lose it on a couple of occasions. They do come back and get the win. Tory Lavello did beam about that a little bit.
I don't even know where to start. We'll talk about, summarize anything that happened today, but I'm just really proud of these guys. That's what I'll say. A win is a win. It's hard to win a Major League Baseball game. We've talked about that before. But the way it happened today and the things that happened in a short amount of time, the way we were able to rebound and center ourselves and get back in the ring, duke it out, and win a baseball game is really, really impressive. We continue to build innings after a big haymaker was landed on us, and we finally got the right guy in the right spot. Hits a walk-off grand slam. It's magical. It's what you dream of. It was great to watch these guys celebrate after so many different hardships. But I can't really recall what happened inside of the game right now. My mind is kind of raw, but there was a lot of really good moments. We played good defense, key moments, and we got some big outs with some really big pitches at the right time.
Merrill Kelly was awesome last night in his
fantastic.
start. He left with a lead, 6 shutout innings, gave up 4 hits, 7 strikeouts. Unfortunately, his pitch count was up at 92 after the 6 innings. Otherwise, he might have been able to go 7. Ryan Thompson did a decent job. Juan Murillo came in a tough spot, kind of mopping up the mess that Jeff Brigham left. Jalen Beeks was good. You mentioned Josh Naylor's night. But we're talking about the subject of does it feel cursed? And look, I can say that. You can say that. The fans can certainly feel it. They were all over social media last night after Martinez left the game. But as long as the team doesn't believe it, they could still make this interesting.
Yeah,
as soon as they believe it, it's over.
Well, I think at some point in time, it's hard not to believe it. Not necessarily that you're cursed, but man, we can't survive this. We've been hanging on by our fingernails, and now we've lost a closer. And again, Justin Martinez, he hadn't pitched since June 4th, I believe, was his previous outing. And for this elbow thing to come back again, I know when you take an MRI, you can't go, oh, wow, that elbow looks like it's about to go. I don't think you can read varying degrees of that kind of stuff. It's either clean or it's not. And clearly that elbow has got some issues. And this Justin Martinez has already had Tommy John surgery.
Yeah.
So he might be. I'm sorry, I'm getting way ahead of myself here, but it's hard not to kind of draw the conclusions. We know how these stories work. They very rarely turn out happy.
Yeah, when you get the terminology of tightness and elbow.
Pitcher pulling himself out of the game.
Yeah, they usually know.
They know.
And Corbin Burns' first reaction that day against Washington was
right on the money.
Was right on the money.
Yeah.
What a bummer. That series continues tonight, but the D-backs did break their losing streak. Mariners and Diamondbacks tonight. The game gets started at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app. Coming up, how much influence should Kevin Durant really have on where he goes next? We'll tackle that issue straight ahead. Bickley and Mariners mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Base is still loaded. A run wins it for the D-backs. Swing, high fly ball, deep right field, can zone back. This is gone! Walk it off! A grand slam for Naylor, a game saver, and the Diamondbacks prevail and they win it 8-4.
D-backs versus Mariners at Chase Field. Game 2 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, another real-life story courtesy of Life Changer Loan. One of our listeners is a fireman. His wife's in education. They had a 3% rate on their 30-year fixed-rate mortgage. They had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. But on a Life Changer Loan, they're now going to pay off that mortgage, that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. Proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any trepidation, because you always have access to your equity. That's what you get from Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity. It does a lot of great things, because when you pay off your home in a matter of years, you get now extensive periods of time to build personal wealth, and that is how you get ahead. Now, if you think it sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. Like they say, it's not magic, it's just math, but you got to have the right credentials. You got to be a good fit. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what estate is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they can give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morristrust.com. That's morristrust.com.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Linux dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona sports.
I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
I think it was going to happen, and then Kevin Durant found out about it and said, I don't want to go there. And so the key is going to be, as we go into this trade situation for the next couple of weeks, how much of a role is Kevin Durant going to have as he deals with the Suns and potentially other teams on where he might go? And the reason he might have a say, not only because the Suns want to respect him, but also because he's got 1 year left on his contract. And if a team wants him for more than just 1 year, they may have to talk to him about a contract extension. So Kevin is on the record as saying he wants to control the last phase of his career. That's the spot we're in right now, and that did not include the Warriors.
That is Brian Windhorst, NBA Today on ESPN yesterday, talking about a little bit of recent history. We know what happened at the trade deadline. Very close to a deal going down with the Golden State Warriors. Kevin Durant did not have interest in going there, so the teams pulled the plug. Golden State pivoted. They got Jimmy Butler. Kevin Durant stayed here. It looks like a couple weeks ago, Bick, I was maybe a little bit concerned that Kevin Durant would be back with the Phoenix Suns. That and in conjunction with others being back as well, it looked like, hey, the possibility of running it back might be there. I don't think that's the case anymore. But the question then becomes, and Brian Windhorst kind of hit on it, Kevin Durant is a respected superstar player in this league with a list of accolades that is very, very long and impressive. It hasn't worked out to the Suns' benefit at this point. But do these sides have to work together? Should Kevin Durant have a lot of influence on where he goes? I don't have any problem answering yes to that question. I mean, it would be a really bad maneuver, in my opinion, if the Suns said, you know what, Kevin, it didn't work out. We're going to take the best deal we can get for you, even if you don't want to play to the city we're trading you to.
You're not going to get the best deal if the team that acquires Kevin Durant is uncertain whether or not Kevin Durant wants to be there. You just won't.
Yeah, and I think that narrows the list of potential teams down considerably.
Yeah, no, yes, it does. And that's the unfortunate thing, because we talk a lot about Bradley Beal's no trade clause. A lot of superstars have no trade clauses, and they don't even know about it. You know? And that's the kind of power. To Kevin Durant's credit, he's been very professional about this. I'm not the first to say this. I think Brian Windhorst has said this repeatedly. He's kind of stayed away from the fray. He, by most reporting, he was either somewhere between annoyed and upset by the team's desire to trade him at the trade deadline, which caught him off guard.
And I remember our discussions in real time. He was right to feel that way.
Yeah, exactly. Because then he was put in the very awkward situation of having to tell teams, sorry, I'm not interested. Nah, I'm sorry, man. And that's not something you should expose a guy like that to without him knowing about it first.
No, absolutely.
And I think they learned that lesson. I think that was a rookie mistake. But it also spoke to how badly they wanted Jimmy Butler. And I don't blame him for that, because I do believe Jimmy Butler has the intangibles this team so sorely needs. So, okay, if you're dealing, once again, so if the Spurs are Kevin Durant's team of choice, and I'm starting to believe, because, for the longest time, I really believe the way Anthony Edwards was talking after that loss in the playoffs, that he knows he's got help coming. Maybe I was way off about that. And if so, that makes me really question where Anthony Edwards' mind is.
Maybe he just doesn't care then.
Maybe he just doesn't care anymore. And again, so we've talked about Devin Vassell. We've talked about, who were the other cats in that trade?
Jeremy Sohan.
Sohan.
Pick your poison between Harrison Barnes and Keldon Johnson.
And the cat was in the other trade. That was the Knicks trade.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
The other cat.
And we're talking the 14th overall pick in the NBA draft.
Should and would be.
You'd have to get that. You're not going to get their 3.
The 2.
They're 2. I'm sorry. You're not going to get their 2 overall.
You know what? But you can
ask.
I heard Burns and Gambo talking about this yesterday, and Gambo's absolutely right. That's where it starts. It starts with, hey, Stephon Castle and the number 2 pick. That's what we want. Let's move from there. Obviously, the Spurs would say no. But you got to ask.
Well, here's the thing, though. Let's say that Giannis doesn't get traded. If any of these teams want to truly make a big upgrade with a superstar, there's not that many options. So you can sort of try to play hardball with them, can't you? Like if they turn down that offer, then the Spurs aren't going to get somebody.
Yes, you can, but what comes back to work against the Suns in that, even asking for the moon, is that number 36, which is going to be a number 37 pretty soon, and the age. That's going to be a huge factor in all of this. Brian Windhorst has talked about the contract future too. Also a huge factor. Now, the San Antonio possibility is out there. Gambo's kind of been sniffing around that one a little bit, saying, hey, KD would be okay going to San Antonio. I want to play this again for you. This is from the Bill Simmons podcast from the weekend. Just a feeling that Bill Simmons has. And I have to say this. You may be a fan of Bill Simmons, you may not be. But when he gets a feeling about things, a lot of times it comes true.
I wouldn't be surprised if KD to the Spurs is done already, and they just haven't announced it. Like it's basically they've agreed on specifics, and they'll just announce it the week of the draft. Don't aggregate that. I have no inside info. It just feels goes back to the Giannis thing. I think they're just going to trade for KD, and it'll cost a lot less. They'll be able to be really competitive and maybe even go a couple rounds in the playoffs, but they're also going to keep the number 2 pick and do it that way, would be my prediction.
Pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, and you're right about Bill Simmons and his intuitions. He has been right before, and as we've discussed multiple times, what San Antonio would offer Kevin Durant would be pretty appealing to Kevin Durant. And I think you said it best, that you're not going to a place, if you're Kevin Durant, with immediate championship expectations. And that's a big deal, because there comes a lot of pressure with that, because now you're labeling Kevin Durant as the guy that's going to get you over the top.
Yeah, and hey, if it works out, lightning in a bottle, everything is in perfect alignment, and the Spurs do compete and win a championship early on, that's a feather in Kevin Durant's cap that he hasn't had before in his career. I want to play one more soundbite from you from NBA Today. We played the Brian Windhorst sound, but this is Kendrick Perkins on the, hey, do the Suns need to respect Kevin Durant's wishes in this whole process?
Well, if I'm the Suns, I don't have to respect his wishes.
You do not.
Because I'm at the point where I need to do what's best for the organization. I done already tried this, where I done traded Kevin Durant and traded away draft picks and assets and all type of stuff, and now I'm stuck not only with Kevin Durant trying to get rid of his contract, but I'm stuck with Bradley Beal as well because I tried the big three. So at this point, since they didn't clean house, they don't have to respect his wishes.
Okay, but the ideal,
they get the best for the organization.
Yeah.
I completely disagree. You have to think about future business. And if you disrespect Kevin Durant, who are you not going to disrespect?
That's a good point.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a good point. But if you did have a Karl Anthony Towns for Kevin Durant trade on the table, it's something I guess you could talk about. Now, Gambo has said they don't want Karl Anthony Towns. Okay, no. I don't blame him for that.
That they would much rather prefer a Mikal Bridges or OG Anunoby from the Knicks if a trade went down with them.
Mikal and Josh Hart works money-wise, but I don't see the Knicks. The Knicks aren't going to do that. Again, if the Knicks are pivoting and saying, we just need a different head coach, we've got the right group here, I don't think they're going to get even they're going to not voluntarily give up a couple of pieces just to get Kevin Durant. Because now you're dealing with an even bigger depth issue.
But, again, that carrot of Jason Tatum probably missing all of next year.
Yeah, that's true.
Making the East that much more winnable.
Okay.
Might be
Would you prefer
trigger.
Would you prefer that package from San Antonio or Karl Anthony Towns?
San Antonio. I'm personally...
Is it the 14th pick from San Antonio?
It is.
Yeah. And then just straight up for Towns? With no...
Yeah, it would be straight up. It would be probably just Towns, or the Suns can maybe get cute and ask for Tyler Kolek, their backup guard for Marquette.
I heard he can't read.
Yeah.
That was the rumor anyway.
No. It's going to be interesting because, it's the 14th pick in the NBA draft. That's pretty close to where they got Devin Booker. He was at 13.
Yeah, and you got to get some young talent in here. Probably the San Antonio package, honestly.
Okay.
I would prefer that one. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Tuesday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. Bickley and Marotta mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The trade deadline, and whether it's the Mariners or somebody else, trade deadline, the Diamondbacks are going to be, depending on what happens in the next 5 weeks, maybe the team to watch in Major League Baseball because of Gallen, because of Kelly, because of Naylor, because of Suarez, because of Shelby Miller. Yep. They've got a plethora of things that people would want. The Diamondbacks, they need to play well enough in the next month so that we don't even have to have the seller conversation.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've seen the billboards. You've seen his face on Valley buses. You've seen him on television commercials. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand. But when you are hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy-hitting firm you need when dealing with the insurance company. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials in their back pocket, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got their own full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, which means they not only win 98% of the time, they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in Arizona. Remember, having the right attorney can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. That is what you're going to get for Sweet James. Don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner, and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Despite Justin Martinez leaving the game in the 9th inning with elbow tightness and then giving up 4 runs with 2 outs in the same inning, The Diamondbacks walked it off thanks to a Josh Naylor grand slam in the bottom of the 11th to beat the Mariners 8-4 last night.
The pitch, swing, high fly ball, deep right field, can zone back, this is gone! Walk it off! A grand slam for Naylor!
And Justin Martinez, like I said, did leave last night's game with elbow tightness. He will receive imaging today. As for the concern level from manager Tory Lavello, it's high.
It hurts me personally because I love him. It means so much to this organization, and to hear the crowd gasp and the teammates inside of the dugout screaming no, it's just not a good conclusion.
Tonight, Brandon Pfaadt will go for the Snakes. Logan Evans for the Mariners' first pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, as the D-backs will look to make it 2 straight tonight. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Milano mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:33. It's time for the Rush Hour Reboot. And my first question is, have you guys ever had elbow tightness or like a tennis elbow?
My elbows are in terrible shape.
Really?
Oh yeah. My
Doesn't
right
feel
elbow.
good?
My right elbow doesn't have much left in it. It's a baseball injury from back in the day.
Okay.
Yeah, my elbows are in terrible shape.
My elbows, I think, are the only part of my body that doesn't hurt.
Interesting, because you grew up playing tennis, right?
Yeah.
So you never had tennis elbow anything?
I remember it like being, when I was playing a ton, it would get sore, but
I remember back
I didn't tap out of the game. I didn't get imaging. I played through it.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But before we really get into it, this is what Tory Lavello started his some of his questions with last night.
I don't even know where to start. We'll talk about, summarize anything that happened today.
So we won that game, and he's saying all this, rightly so. Justin Martinez, it looks like he's going to get imaging on that elbow tightness today. But it has truly been a weird year. And so if someone asked you to describe this season, this Diamondbacks team, not knowing what's gone on or transpired on the field, how would you describe it to someone?
I mean, I hate to go totally pessimistic, but it's kind of if something can go wrong, it will go wrong kind of experience.
Sort of a Murphy's Law kind of feel to this team. The hits just will not stop.
Except for several innings in a row, then the hits stop.
Yeah, right.
That's one of the things that they've dealt with this year too.
Do you think that with all that being said, their record is better than it should be or worse? Like, is it commendable, or is that about what it is with all the cursed nature of this?
I was thinking about it, and if they get worst case scenario news on Justin Martinez, and that's on the back end of the Corbin Burns bad news, it will be very convenient if this season continues down this road for people to say, they got bit by the injury bug. That was not the case for most of the time. Yeah. Yes, every team goes through injuries, and they're going through it big time right now. But to this point, I don't think they could use injuries as an excuse for their lackluster play.
No, I also agree. Mike Hazen and Zach Gallen both talked about maybe the state of what this roster might look like in the next months or couple months. Mike Hazen said, I'm hopeful this is going to turn around and we put ourselves in the conversation to be buying. I hope the players put us in a conversation to be buying in a month from now or a month and a half, but we've got to get it going. Zach Gallen, on the other hand, had this to say.
When we kind of met as a team a couple weeks ago, just put in this perspective that we keep not playing well and up to our standards. A lot of this clubhouse could not be here come August.
So we've talked about the deadline a little bit and how we're definitely feels like we're not going to be buying or getting new players, but how important for fans is it that this team shows some signs of figuring it out and not becoming, quote, sellers at the deadline?
I think it's huge because faced with the prospect of I know we've talked about it in football, zombie football, zombie basketball.
Yeah.
Zombie baseball might be the most grueling thing ever.
It is.
Because it's an everyday proposition.
Right.
So I shudder to think what the mentality or lack of morale would feel like today had they lost last night. That would have been maybe insurmountable. But to come back and get that win in the fashion that they did, keep looking for a spark. Is it the spark? I don't know, but the prospect of June until September, just playing out the string, is not attractive to anybody.
Well, listen, the fact remains there might be guys who are in their last seasons as members of the Arizona Diamondbacks. It would be very, very tempting if this team doesn't look like it's got what it needs to make a playoff run, to get something for those guys before you lose them.
Yeah.
So I think there's going to be a real temptation from a business standpoint to maybe look into trading Zach Gallen to the St. Louis Cardinals, to look into trading others. Maybe, I don't know what they think about Josh Naylor and what their plans are for first base next year, but that's smart business. So that's what I'm fearful of. I'm fearful that all these injuries are going to doom this team to being sub 500 at the deadline for all their intentions and for all their try-hards, and then it's going to give way to cold, hard business.
Yep.
I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, me too, honestly. So we've got Jordan Ott. And Fought on the mound tonight. But Jordan Ott will speak to the media today. What would be some quick green flags from the presser, and on the flip side, some red flags?
Are there green flags?
There are green flags. It's a thing.
Is it a thing?
Yeah.
A green flag would be if he comes out and with a real cohesive plan, and there's a lot of autonomy that comes off him. If he looks like I described earlier, like a head coach in waiting, somebody who's gotten all the training he needs, that I would feel real good about.
Yeah.
What I wouldn't feel good about is if there's more buzzwords and gobbledygook, to quote Gambo.
Gobbledygook.
And like I said before, if he doesn't have the autonomy or the wherewithal to kind of assemble his own staff, that's a red flag to me.
Gobbledygook.
To me, the green flag would be alignment's going to come up.
Sure.
But it can't be a vagary anymore. It's got to be more concrete, at least verbally concrete, on what it means from the head coaching position. That would be a green flag. If we get a better idea of what this culture and identity that the Suns are going for is actually going to look like. Hard to say without players, I get it, but to be able to verbalize that, I think, would be a strong thing. If it's just a leaning on buzzwords again, that's the red flag for me.
Yeah. I think to sum it up for me is, like, I want Jordan Ott to come out and show us that he's his own guy. Mm-hmm. He's his own man. Yeah. He's not kind of a puppet on strings, to put it lightly, from ownership and management. I want him to be Jordan Ott. Like, who are you? What makes you tick? What makes you go? So hopefully we get that today. But you guys have been rebooted, and my elbow is not sore yet, so we're good.
Diamondbacks might need you, Sammy.
Hey, man, I don't know. My shoulder. I got shoulder surgery a long time ago.
Okay.
So
all right.
I'm out.
Sammy, take the day off.
Thanks, guys.
You got to keep you fresh for down the stretch.
Yes. See you guys.
That's the Rush Hour Reboot. You can join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club tomorrow as the D-backs take on the Mariners in that series finale. Text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to buy lower-level tickets for just $9.87. That is half to 620-620. Coming up next, the sports world has produced a lot of instant classics lately, including one in the tennis world on Sunday. What is the greatest sporting event we've ever experienced? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Buda Baker.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and summertime is when people in Arizona love to get up and get out to travel and see the world, but not if you're stuck inside dealing with that awful joint pain in your knees and your shoulders and your hips or your back. Dan Bickley here, and you don't have to suffer any longer. My friends at QC Kinetics can give you your life back. They are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. These are treatments that harness your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. They do it without surgery, without drugs, and there is zero downtime. The patient satisfaction reports are through the roof. They've helped tens of thousands of people all across America. One of them, Emmitt Smith, former Cowboys running back, NFL great, raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him deal with his joint pain, and they can help you walk and run and hike and play golf and move again pain-free. QC Kinetics has got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get a free consultation. See how these cutting-edge treatments can work for you. Call 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know the Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. 1 minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on June 30th for a 4-game series to take on the D-backs. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What can mandatory minicamp do for the Arizona Cardinals? We'll be asking players starting at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
The song has one of the catchiest bass lines in the history of music. It's going to be in my head all day now. It's the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, taking you up until 10 o'clock. Dan Bickley, Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin, Sammy Sabolka with you. We reacted a little bit yesterday to something we don't talk about a lot, even though it's a sport near and dear to our hearts, tennis. The men's French Open final in Paris was considered by a lot of tennis experts maybe to be the best match ever played. 5.5 hours, 5 hours, 29 minutes. Carlos Alcaraz comes back from 2 sets down, fights off 3 championship points and completes the comeback and wins in spectacular fashion with the amount of energy and reserve still for those guys playing at the end of a 2-week tournament and then almost a 6-hour match to cap it off. Just tremendous theater. But it also got us to thinking, all right, outside of tennis, there was a lot of comparisons to the 2008 Wimbledon final between Nadal and Federer, one of the great all-time matches. I remember a great Jimmy Connors match at the U.S. Open where he was under the weather.
There was was that the Aaron Krickstein match you're referring?
Yes.
Yeah, there was an infamous Bjorn Borg-John McEnroe triumph that was legendary before that was Bjorn Borg's last stand at greatness. So it certainly is in the top 5 of tennis history.
Yeah.
It was that good.
But we started to branch out to other sports. The greatest sporting events, maybe the ones that you hold in high esteem. And I will say this, from a local standpoint, you can make the argument, I don't know how strong the argument is, but you can make the argument that the Arizona Diamondbacks have played in the greatest baseball game ever played. That the Arizona Cardinals played in one of the greatest Super Bowls ever played. Maybe not the greatest football game ever played. And that the Phoenix Suns have played in the greatest basketball game ever played. The triple overtime loss to the Celtics in 76.
Now,
I don't know how strong that argument is.
Well, the question let's drill down on that, because I would suggest if you're just talking quality of game, the Diamondbacks' playoff win over the Rockies was a better game from an entertainment standpoint than Game 7 of the World Series.
Yes,
but when you're talking about consequences and implications, that's where the line gets a little blurred here. What's the difference between just a great game from start to finish and a great ending with incredible stakes?
I know. The World Series game, if they would have lost, you're devastated, crushed, worst thing ever. A great game, I can lose. If my team loses, I can still leave that game being like, I watched a damn good game.
Yeah.
Did you feel that way after the Super Bowl?
I felt that way after the Peach Bowl this past January.
So did I.
Like, I was upset that ASU lost the game, especially after the blitz play call.
I will say that
was just a tremendous football game.
The way a game ends impacts unbelievably how you feel about that whole game. You often don't even remember that if it was a semi-boring or uneventful game leading up to it.
Yeah, but that's why I think the Cardinals-Steelers Super Bowl gets underrated, because Jarrett's right. People remember the endings. That was a great game all the way through. You had the biggest momentum-changing play in the history of the Super Bowl right before halftime. You'll never see that ever again. You can play Super Bowls from now until the year 3000. You won't see a momentum change like that ever again.
Yeah, that was insane.
It was a painful defeat. But also, if you remove the fandom from it, the greatest single sporting event I've ever watched, 1981 season, but into 1982, the divisional playoff round, AFC, the Miami Dolphins and the San Diego Chargers, a game that went to overtime, almost through a full overtime. The Chargers blew a 24-0 lead in that game. They won it 41-38. There were 5 100-yard receivers in the game. There was
Dolphins pulled off a hook and lateral for a touchdown on the last play of the first half.
I still think that's my favorite play call in the history of the NFL.
Yeah, it was a great moment.
The Kellen Winslow game, he was a man possessed, but he also left the game because of fatigue and exhaustion several times. He blocked a field goal in that game. He had over 100 yards receiving. The game ended on a field goal by a guy who went on to host Wheel of Fortune and Rolf Benershka. That game had everything back.
It did. I think I gravitate to the Villanova-Georgetown game back in the day because I was very young and it had everything. It checked every box for me. I don't think I've ever seen a better representation of David versus Goliath in sports. That Georgetown team was like the evil empire. They were tough. They were mean-looking. They were intimidating. Yeah. Villanova was just this nice little team that played the perfect game and still barely beat them. They shot, almost 80% from the field for the game?
Yeah. The only thing that gives me, and I remember I watched that game live, and it was an amazing basketball game, but the slow-down pace that they played at to kind of even the playing field.
Yeah,
kind of turned. It knocks it down a couple of pegs for me. But Still great. You're right about the David. Even though it was two teams from the same
That's what
conference.
I never understood, because this was before my fandom. How could it be two teams from the Big East be that big of a difference in, perception?
Well, because
Georgetown was a dynastic.
I guess it would be like Alabama Vanderbilt or something in football.
Yeah, that's a good comp.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
That's a real good comp.
But that's a great one.
I think the Patriots Eagles Super Bowl, the Nick Foles, that was tremendously entertaining. The Patriots come back from 28-3. That game, I adored the first half of the game because the Falcons were just piling on the Patriots, and that comeback just blew my mind.
See, that one's tough, though, because at halftime, I didn't watch the third quarter because I was like, this game's over. This is a dumb Super Bowl. And it lost my viewing interest. And then I kind of kept walking out of my room every now and again. I'd be like, oh, okay, 28-10. So to the point of it, it was a great game, but I lost interest for a whole quarter of
Really?
it. Yeah.
I remember that day vividly. The Suns played a day game, and I was leaving the arena and breakneck speed to try to get back to watch the game. And I felt the same way Sammy did at halftime. Since I had to work, there was no social functions going on. It was just me sitting in my place by myself watching this game. And I'm like, this is awesome to see the Patriots get handled like this. But it's also not very entertaining. I
thought it was. I was very entertained.
And
then I was horrified in the second half. And there was any number of just individual plays that had Tom Brady not made, they would have lost all those fourth down conversions, all those 2-point conversions.
The Edelman catch.
It was insane. The Edelman catch was nuts.
Unbelievable.
The first game I thought of was the Boise State Fiesta Bowl game.
That's a great game.
Because, when I was thinking of games where I really didn't care who won or have any personal impact, just because that was a David and Goliath, and it involved Boise. It felt like they had to do everything in their playbook to win that game, one after another, trick play after trick play, to sort of prove everybody wrong and get that upset. So that was very, very entertaining, I remember.
For me, there's two that came to mind. Was the AFC Championship game, the Chiefs-Bills game, when Mahomes scored with 13 seconds left.
Oh, that was great, too, yeah.
After Josh Allen scored with less than a minute left.
Yep.
That one was scenes. And then the 2016 Game 7 finals, that was maybe one of the best. Although the viewing experience was tough because it was a ragged game, it was.
Who was it?
LeBron, the block by James.
Yeah, the knock or the chase down block by LeBron,
and then the Kyrie step back.
Oh yeah, that's right.
In Game 7 to complete a 3-1 finals, it was more of that's the peak of the expectation of the game, the consequence of the game. The game itself was kind of hard to watch.
Yeah.
But the last 6 minutes of the game was some of the best basketball you'll watch.
It's interesting because I guarantee you if you did a Google search on greatest games in history, I guarantee you the Miracle on Ice is probably top 5 on everyone's list. And that is the difference between a great game and a great outcome. The Miracle on Ice, that was a great outcome. The game itself, nah. But
I don't know.
But you're watching it from the prism of, wow, I can't believe we're hanging in. I can't believe we're hanging in. So, like I said, there's nuance in all of this.
There is. It's interesting that you view it that way because I always go back to the exhibition loss.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was 10-0 a couple weeks before the Olympics when those two teams played, and the Americans didn't belong on the same ice with that team. I have memories of watching that game too on tape delay. It wasn't even shown live that night.
No, I remember watching it in a state of high anxiety, but in terms of just being, I think more of games like that Chargers-Dolphins game with just tons of back and forth scoring and it all just culminates into a wild, crazy ending.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's good stuff.
Yeah, on the flip side of it too, I think we can all agree the worst game ever played in any sport. Jets 7, Cardinals 6.
I thought you were going to say
Greg McElroy's only victory as an NFL quarterback.
The 3-3 tie.
Well, with the
or 6 was it 6-6 or 3-3 Seattle?
6-6 tie.
That by opposite. That was a tremendous.
It was an incredible football
spectacle.
game.
Yeah, it was one of the most grueling NFL regular season games I ever watched.
7 dudes got injured in that game. It was bodies strewn on the field.
Yeah.
multiple players injured on individual plays.
It's the only tie game I'll ever say that about.
Yeah, I agree.
I hate tie games.
I agree with you.
Coming up next, we hit the second half of the Tuesday edition with the Bickley Blast.
Fire!
Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lavello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
It was a normal day. I loaded up my twins in the stroller 6 a.m. and we walked to the park. Odin loved the swings. After that, we went home, and a family member of mine had recently moved to Arizona, so I asked if she would mind watching the boys while my husband and I went out for dinner. I said goodbye and we left. Not long after that, I got a call from my neighbor who said Odin had been found in our backyard pool. We rushed to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Hi, Shane O'Grady here with Life Changer Loan, and we've all heard that time is money. That's why your 30-year mortgage is killing you financially regardless of the rate you have. On a Life Changer Loan, you're able to do your banking inside your mortgage so you can pay off in just a few years without changing a dime of spending habit, all while keeping 24/7 access to your equity. Finally, a financial tool for those with great credit. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Matt from Ready Services came to my house first thing on Saturday morning to take care of a floor drain that was blocked and was on the verge of flooding. He was friendly and provided excellent service.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Despite their closer leaving the game in the ninth inning with elbow tightness and giving up 4 runs with 2 outs in the same ninth inning, the Diamondbacks walked it off thanks to a Josh Naylor grand slam in the bottom of the 11th to beat the Mariners 8-4 last night.
The pitch, swing, high fly ball, deep right field, can zone back, this is gone! Walk it off! A grand slam for Naylor!
Justin Martinez did leave last night's game with that elbow tightness, and he'll receive some imaging today. Tonight, Brandon Pfaadt will go for the Snakes. Logan Evans for the Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Monday night at the ballpark featured the happiest of endings, a wild celebration at home plate, Josh Naylor showered with love and bubblegum, a walk-off grand slam to lift a sagging baseball club. And yet we all left the stadium or the couch feeling a bit conflicted. I felt like a death row inmate asked to enjoy his final meal. And that is because Justin Martinez pulled himself out of the game with elbow tightness in the ninth inning, just like Corbin Burns pulled himself out of the game 8 days earlier, and now another critical member of the pitching staff might be done for the season, a team now without its best starting pitcher and its 2 best relief pitchers. Once again, this season is feeling cursed, this team feels cursed, and you gotta feel really bad for owner Ken Kendrick because his financial investments had this team in the top 5 of most preseason power rankings, and now they're going to have a hellacious time getting back to 500, especially now that their already erratic bullpen is severely understaffed. I mean, how much more of this can we endure? Now they say what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. We're going to find out how much pulse the Diamondbacks have left. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I feel bad. So, I want to be healthy to help the team to win, and I feel bad for that because, everybody wants to be available to go out there and give the 100% that you have, but like I say, it is what it is. We just have to figure it out and then come back stronger.
Are you concerned that it could be worst case?
No. I mean, worst case can be TJ, Ben, and I already got Tommy John surgery and I came back stronger. So we'll figure it out tomorrow. I'll be all right.
Justin Martinez, I'll be all right. Not thinking about the worst case scenario, which would be Tommy John surgery.
Yeah. Well, listen, and part of his attitude has to be that $18 million extension they gave him, and which
was a bargain at the time that they did it.
Yeah, projecting when you married his stuff with this, and it's a shame for a guy that's already had Tommy John surgery once. And you talk about that wipeout pitch of his, just how taxing it must be on his arm. It's the darndest thing about baseball, Vinny. You can't win without great pitching, and great pitching is so fragile.
It makes me just scratch my head in disbelief still at guys like Nolan Ryan, who never really had a serious injury, would throw 200 pitches routinely, would throw 250-plus innings routinely, pitched until he was in his late 40s.
Yeah.
Just one of those things. Mechanically, again, it just doesn't make sense scientifically to be able to throw a ball that hard and not have damage to your arm. But
especially with all the emphasis on spin in the current game, the modern game.
Even the pitch that Martinez left the game with was at 97 miles per hour. Chris Garagiola said it on the radio call. severe drop in velocity right there. That's how hard he's throwing, where 97 is a severe drop in velocity.
That's insane.
Yeah. Tory Lavello was kind of torn apart after the game and says, talked about adjustments that need to be made.
Yeah, it's moving pretty quick. The front office makes the moves. They were sitting down waiting for me in my office when I walked in there, so they'd already had things lined up, talked about different things. They've been in communication with the trainers during the game. It's just, that's the protocol. They're just trying to get ahead of it. So at the end of it, walked in, they said, this is A, B, and C, A, B, and C. Be ready for this. Do you feel good about it? And at that point, yeah, I said, we need some arms here. So there's going to be a new set of arms coming here tomorrow. Who they are is yet to be determined, but it's wired pretty tight here. So it's very fast moving, and everybody's involved. The pitching coaches are all in there, the trainers are all in there, and the entire front office is in there. And front office is running point on this, and we're just feeding them information.
That's interesting. A new set of arms coming here. Who they are, we don't know. Is that? I mean, the trade deadline is not for another. This is not going to be a big name reliever that's coming in here to help the Arizona Diamondbacks, but I wonder if they're going to explore trades, because they've dipped into the Reno pool several times, and I would say that the results have not been very positive.
They haven't
so far.
been. Well, there's a reason why these kids are in the minors.
Yeah,
and some of them are developmental, but those are the facts. But
even last night, I mean, a guy that Jeff Brigham comes in, he's a guy with major league experience, and I mean that was hard to watch. That was a meltdown of all meltdowns.
Yeah. Yes.
I think there are like two, maybe two guys left you could see if they have it.
Ament.
Yeah, Ament and Yilbert Diaz, who's pitched in the majors before, mostly as a starter in Reno, but he's shown he has good stuff. It's kind of like a maturity thing at that point. He's another really young kid. And Andrew Saalfrank, he just got off the ineligible list. He's kind of working his way back. Not to say he's going to be the savior, but he'll
be an arm.
That's not an immediate. I mean, he
has to work his way.
He's been at the Arizona Complex League for like 3 days.
Yeah.
He's not ready.
Right.
But a guy who's pitched in a World Series.
Yeah.
Before.
Yeah. No, and he when he's ready, he'll be a functioning piece. But I think the big piece is getting Kevin Ginkel back here doing Kevin Ginkel kind of things.
Yeah. I mean, good Kevin Ginkel things.
Right, exactly.
Where he gets the gink and not the stink from Jared.
So if Kevin Ginkel can get right and get back and be the 8th inning guy, and Ryan Thompson can get right and be the 7th inning guy, and if Shelby Miller can endure as the closer, maybe you keep your fingers crossed. I mean, there are no other options. They've got to play these baseball games.
Look, they have recently caught lightning in a bottle when it comes to bullpen success.
Mm-hmm.
They need to catch it again. But I totally agree with you. Brought it up earlier in the show. Thompson and Ginkel are, even though Ginkel's not even here right now, and he hasn't pitched well in Reno this year either, by the way, there's got to be a light bulb that goes on, and he's got to be able to recapture what he had. If he can't, this season might be slipping away.
Well, yes, and that's the thing you got to worry about, because this to me feels like the month that they've got to declare themselves, and now it just got that much harder with yet another injury, and it's. I struggle with baseball for this, because as velocity has gone through the roof, there used to be a time, and not to go way in the way back machine, but not that long ago, if you had a guy who threw over 95 miles per hour, you were like, wow, we got one. You know, now it's just, every team has got 6 guys who go above 95.
I remember just being jealous of, because the Diamondbacks didn't have that ingredient in their pitching staff for the longest time. And it's only, I mean, Justin Martinez kind of represents the elevation of that.
Yeah.
But they did not have power throwers at all. And this is one of the downsides.
Yeah,
of it.
Exactly. That's exactly right. When you go and you get guys who can miss bats, generally they're doing it with velocity and absurd spin rates. And those are the things that clearly take a toll on your arm.
But last night's game, it looked like just a formality. That 9th inning looked like a formality after Martinez struck out the first 2 batters.
I know.
I was ready to
and then
be
it
like,
just
man.
I
was like, Justin Martinez looked good. Bullpen's good. 4-0. Shutout Merrill's dealing. Like, this team's got some momentum, and then it just downhill.
Yeah, and it's got people talking about the word curse. Is there a curse in place? I know Arizona sports fans, like to lean on that, but they might have reason to today. We're going to open up the phone lines.
What if this MRI comes back clean?
Then
so
we'll
good.
Then we'll we'll delete this next segment from the podcast.
No, but what would that say about Justin Martinez?
I don't know. He
missed. No way.
He missed 3 weeks the last time the MRI came back clean. So
yeah, this
doesn't mean anything.
That's true.
Yeah.
We can hope for the best. He said he's hoping for the best, but Corbin Burns said
tightness,
the same thing
elbow
as well.
tightness. It's never good.
Yeah.
Do you believe that this season is cursed for the Diamondbacks? We're going to open up the phone lines. Get your thoughts next. 602-260-9870 is the phone number. And later on in the 8 o'clock hour, 8:30, we're going to be joined by the one and only, the Hall of Famer, Charles Barkley. But your call's next here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. There's still no live contact, but minicamp is more intense.
More intensity.
With longer practices, and it's mandatory.
Be there or be square.
Players get fined for missing minicamp, so everyone is expected in Tempe this week.
Hey, I'm here so I won't get fined, boss.
Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches and bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. We are wherever you are. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what estate is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they could give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morristrust.com. That's morristrust.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
You know our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, stay cool in your own swimming pool. And right now, get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep. Don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A, AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. We react to last night's Diamondbacks game against the Mariners and look at what stood out on the first day of Cardinals minicamp. Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6, here on Arizona Sports.
What's kind of your concern level with those two?
High. Fairly high.
That's Tory Lavello on the concern level for Justin Martinez and Christian Montes de Oca, who's also going to have imaging today. The MRI people are going to be busy.
Oh, yeah, they've been busy.
Diamondbacks keeping them in business. Opened up the phone lines to get your thoughts on what was a weird night at Chase Field. They get the win, but nobody's feeling great about things right now. Do you feel like this season is just cursed? 602-260-9870 is the phone number. Let's start out in Tempe and talk to our buddy George up first here on Arizona Sports. What's going on, George?
Hey, guys. Before we start, I just have to say 25 years ago today, I stood across from the most amazing woman in the world, and she was dumb enough to say yes and I do to me, and I've been the happiest person ever since then.
Congratulations, man.
Just a shout out to Mary Ellen. Now, on to less pleasant subjects. This is absolutely, I mean, maybe we do need to change the name from the Diamondbacks to something else because we are absolutely snake bit. So it's incredible. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this with this many injuries. We might actually have 4 people down with Tommy John surgery by next week, which is insane. And I don't know whether we can do anything else. To about that, but up until this point, Tory hasn't been making the best decisions. He's been doing a lot of really silly stuff, and I've lost confidence in him a little bit. I love him, but I mean, he's really got to make some changes with the way he manages teams, especially at the end. But at this point, I don't know what we're going to do. And I've never understood the idea of selling at the deadline. But this year, it's going to make sense with all the guys we have on 1-year contracts and Merrill Kelly getting older and Zach Gallen. We're going to have to get something out of him. So I suspect we're going to look really, really different come August, September.
Thanks,
Thanks
George.
for the call. Yeah, listen,
Appreciate
it's going to be a dilemma because you do have to populate this pitching staff for next year in case you're not re-signing Zach Allen and Merrill Kelly.
Yeah, and Corbin Burns would be Ryan Nelson.
But I hate
Brandon Pfaadt.
I hate to say it with George saying could be 4 guys down with Tommy John. It could be 5.
Oof.
Depending on what happens with the imaging today.
Yeah.
Because Burns, Montgomery, and Walston
that's right. I forgot about Blake Walston.
I've already had the surgery.
That's right.
And look, Tory is ripe for criticism. There's people trying to connect this injury to Justin Martinez to Tory Lavello as well. I mean, I don't know how anybody could feel comfortable doing that.
No, listen, I think clearly Justin Martinez is, if this MRI comes back bad, and I suspect it will, this is clearly an issue that's been building.
Yeah. And it's not the first time it popped up this year,
no,
as Jarrett pointed out earlier. Up next, we go to Jonesy in Gilbert, who's on Arizona Sports. What's going on, Jonesy?
What's going on?
Hey, guys. I know. I'm back. Here we are again. My wife and kids are convinced at this point that Tommy John is one of our starting pitchers on this team. That's the state of the Diamondbacks, and I don't feel like it's just we're cursed this season. It's a never-ending gut punch with this team and with this city. I don't know where you go from here. You've dipped so many times into that Reno well, and it's coming up dry every time. It feels like you're right about a week or 2 away from becoming ultimate sellers on this team.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly seems that way. And to go back to Tory Lavello's comments, and we appreciate the call, Jonesy, about, new arms are on the way. I think there's only so far you can dip into the Reno pool at this point. They've dipped, both feet in at this point. They haven't had a lot of success there. This help might have to come from the outside. You might have to be giving up some prospects at this point to get an experienced MLB reliever in at this point. But again, you can look at it one of two ways, and I'm certainly leaning towards the, oh, here we go again feeling last night. I actually was the one who tweeted out the word cursed, ?
Yeah.
After Justin Martinez left that game. But then you look at another team, the defending champion Los Angeles Dodgers, and what they're dealing with from a pitching standpoint for the second straight year. This is who they have on the injured list right now. Roki Sasaki, Tony Gonsolin, Emmett Sheehan, Gavin Stone, Bruce Gratterall, Blake Snell, Blake Trine, and Tyler Glasnow, Evan Phillips.
That's unbelievable.
And that's not even the whole list.
And so we don't have any right to whine. The Dodgers have way more issues.
Yeah, but it just seems like we went from feeling in spring training, oh, this surplus of arms that the Diamondbacks have, this is just downright disgusting how much depth they have.
Yeah.
And here we are, and it's June 10th.
Look, Mike Hazen and Tory Lavello and Derek Hall all tried to tell us, trust us, it will not be a problem once the season starts. Having too many arms will not be a problem. And unfortunately, we're right.
They were prophetic. 602-260-9870, the phone number. Robbie is in Tempe. He's up next here on Arizona Sports. Hey, Robbie.
Hey, guys. I think if the Suns have taught me one thing, it's to trust my eyes. And I don't think we can continue to say, let's wait and see what happens. This team is consistently inconsistent. The defense just looks awful. Like, I don't even know the team that I'm watching, to be honest with you. I think it's time to go with the youth movement. Jordan Lawler needs to play every day. Time to get rid of, Eugenio Suarez. Other comment is, has one of our big free agent pitcher signings worked out? I literally can't think of one that's worked out.
Hey, listen, Zach Greinke worked, but not to the level that people hoped he would.
No, I mean, when
he was coming off an absolute dominant season in Los Angeles. Historic.
Year. Yeah. ZRA was under 2 that year. The Greinke, I would side with that was a pretty good signing, but they played 3 playoff games with Zach Greinke on the roster. I think they're accounting for a little bit more.
A little more than that.
Not like he didn't do his job. The rest of it just didn't come together.
Yeah, and look, Madison Bumgarner was washed.
Randy Johnson worked out pretty
a long time ago.
Yeah.
And Corbin Burns was working out. He was having a really good year, and he got hurt. I mean, that's just bad luck. It's not a bad move. It was just bad luck.
Let's close out this segment of callers with Rowdy in Santan. What is going on, Rowdy? Rowdy, you're on.
No. Sorry, guys. No, I'm really. We're snake bitten. We're snake bitten. It's just we. It's really frustrating. I know normally I'm very upbeat and positive, but it's hard to be upbeat and positive with everything going on, guys.
All right, thank you, Rowdy. Appreciate it.
That was more like depressy than Rowdy.
Gloomy.
Wow.
Gloomy, yeah.
Downright gloomy. Thanks for the phone calls. We'll see what the Diamondbacks do. Tory Lavello said some changes are coming quick. It's got to move fast at this point because they are just running out of arms in that bullpen. Coming up next, we will talk Suns, their completed coaching search, their future, the NBA Finals, and we'll do it all with the Hall of Famer, Charles Barkley, joining us next here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The ability to rush 4 with the likes of a Josh Sweat and a Dalvin Tomlinson and a Calais Campbell and a Walter Nolan. It's in Darius Robinson. And, B.J. Ojolari. I'm going to throw him in there. I'm going to throw him in there because I think a healthy B.J. Ojolari could be impactful. I think the Cardinals are going to have the ability to rush 4 and drop 7 and get pressure on the opposing quarterback.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here with a real-life story of why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And when I'm talking about real life, I'm talking about my real life. So not that long ago, while I was asleep, my son busts into my room. Hey, Dad, the toilet downstairs is leaking. Sure enough, I had a small leak in my downstairs bathroom, but I had to get to work, so I called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning, and a real person answered the phone. I couldn't believe that. By 8 o'clock, when I was delivering the Bickley Blast, they were already at my home fixing my issue. By the time I got home from radio, they were long gone and my problem had been solved. That to me was beyond impressive, but that's what Parker & Sons does. They will come to your rescue in your time of need. Remember, Parker & Sons has been serving the Valley for 50 years. They're reputable and highly decorated. They're fast and reliable. They're trustworthy and credible. They've got an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, the most awarded business in Arizona. And after my plumbing emergency, I can see why better than ever. So call Parker & Sons. They'll help you stay cool in the scorching hot summer, and they'll help you when you need them the most. 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures and there is no cold calling. Wide Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Secret Clinical Dominating Extra Stinky Stress Sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
A blown call at the plate?
Safe.
Frustrating. Spilling your nachos in the stands?
Ah, man.
Disappointing. Finding a scorpion in your home?
Honey, I need a little help in here.
Unnecessary. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control, the official service provider of the Arizona Diamondbacks and Chase Field. While we can't do anything about the nachos, we can definitely take care of the scorpions. Call 602 Blue Sky today and get big league pest protection for your home. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Oh, it is hot in the valley and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Despite their closer leaving the game in the 9th inning with elbow tightness and giving up 4 runs with 2 outs in the same 9th inning, the D-backs walked it off last night thanks to a Josh Naylor grand slam in the bottom of the 11th to beat the Mariners 8-4 last night. Justin Martinez did leave that game with elbow tightness, and he will undergo imaging today. Tonight, Brandon Pfaadt will go for the Snakes. Logan Evans for the Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, as the Diamondbacks will look to make it 2 wins in a row. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Bickley and Mariners mornings here on Arizona Sports. Always a pleasure to be joined by our next guest.
Absolutely.
The Hall of Famer, the one and only Sir Charles. Charles Barkley joins us here on Bickley and Mariners mornings. Charles, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us today.
Oh, appreciate it, brothers. How y'all doing?
We are doing good. It's weird because you've been so kind enough, to us to come on the show for years, and every time we introduce you, it's always from NBA on TNT. We can't say that anymore, Charles, and it's weird.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I just signed off on the deal last week because I wasn't sure if I was going to take it. But I'm like, you know what? I don't want to screw Ernie, Kenny, and Shaq. We're mainly the people behind the scenes. So I'm going to take a chance with ESPN, and hopefully it'll work out perfect.
It always does wherever you go, Chuck. You know that. All right, so let's get into the what's going on with the Phoenix Suns. We're talking about a first-time general manager, a first-time head coach in Jordan Knott, who's going to be unveiled today at a press conference. A lot of unhappiness in the fan base because of all these Michigan State ties to this new regime. What is the short-term prognosis for the Phoenix Suns, in your opinion? How do they get out of this mess?
Well, they're screwed right now. So you make the best deal for Kevin. That's the first thing. You make the best deal. I hear they're like working with him and whatever. I'm like, no, you don't work with him. You make the best deal for the team. So you make the best deal for the team because you got to start your rebuild. Because you only got one. Listen, let's be honest. If you know what you're doing, you only got one decision, the Devin Booker decision. You make the best deal for KD. No matter, don't worry about his feelings. You make the best deal for yourself. Because, some people going to take a chance with him, some people not. He only got 1 year left on his deal, and he's 37 years old. So you make the best deal for the Phoenix Suns. You're probably stuck with Bradley Beal because he won't waive his no trade. So the only decision, you got to go to Devin Booker and says, we're going to suck for the next couple of years. You can stay here because we love you, but can we make a deal to start our rebuild and make you happy? And if I'm Devin Booker, I say, you know what? Let's do this. That's really the only decision. Kevin Durant's easy. You make the best deal where you can get the most assets. Probably not going to get a lot, but somebody might be stupid and give you a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like I say, you're stuck with Bradley Beal because of the no trade. But the decision you got to make, it's only one decision. Okay, Devin. You're still a hell of a player. We're not going to be any good for the next 2 to 3 years. We need to start our rebuild. What can we do? What situation can we put you in where you can compete for a championship in your prime, and we start our rebuild? Mm-hmm. That's really the only decision. Has nothing to do with who's the general manager, all these other things. That's the only decision the Suns got to make this summer. You got to do the Durant deal, but the decision is really all about Devin.
Yeah.
Because he's the only valuable asset you got.
Truth.
So that's the decision.
On KD's future, Chuck, it's interesting, and there's a difference. And you said, hey, you don't have to work with him. You do what's best for your team. I wonder how that would affect future free agency dealings. But just in terms of Kevin Durant's fit with the team, I think there's only going to be a certain number of teams that are interested in getting him anyway. What do you think of his fit on a championship caliber team right now? It didn't work in Brooklyn, obviously, with a big three. It didn't work in Phoenix. It hasn't
worked anywhere but Golden State.
True.
Yeah, I mean those are just facts out there.
But can it work?
Would have to be the perfect situation. He can't be your leader because you need leadership. He's proven that when he has to be the leader, he said, I don't want to be the leader. I just want to play basketball. Well, it doesn't work like that when you're the best player. It doesn't work like that. You have to be a leader. Unless you got somebody like Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond.
Yep.
Like Yeah, so it's going to be interesting, but you can't even worry about that. Like, yo, we got to do what's best for the Phoenix Suns. I mean, because I heard, I laugh when I hear, well, we're going to work with KD and his people. Like, screw that. You got to do what's best for the Phoenix Suns. Yeah, it's like
so true.
You guys gave up all that stuff to get him. Now you got to worry about him too. Like, no, let's do the best for the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah,
period.
And you're so right about that leadership component because we lived it in Phoenix with you in '93. A basketball team is a reflection of your best player, and there's no arguing that Devin Booker has gone backwards since Kevin Durant has arrived. Do you think that Book by himself with a different crew, if KD goes elsewhere, that we'll get a better Devin Booker next year?
I think you will, but the problem is the team's not going to be any good. The Suns aren't even. I mean, the Suns are an afterthought. I mean, think about this. Okay, obviously you got to get rid of KD because of the contract situation, but Devin Booker and Bradley Beal, you're a play-in team at best. At best. So, Devin's a hell of a player, great kid. And, when we had to, it's so crazy. We had this conversation. I'm like, he got to step up and be the leader. But because we had this conversation about KD. KD didn't want to be the leader. Okay, that's fine. But somebody else has to be the leader. And Devin, I don't know if he has the personality to lead. You can't just be a great player. You got to, because players, you have to take all the responsibility for the press. Like, it's like me. When I get all the credit and all the blame for my team's success. Like, no, and I hate saying this because it don't sound great. Nobody says Ceballos didn't win the championship.
You're right.
Yeah, nobody says Mark West didn't win the championship. Like, Charles Barkley didn't win the championship. Is that fair? No, 100% not fair. But that's just the way it is. There goes with being the leader and the man on the team.
Yep.
You can get mad about it. You can whine and bitch about it. But those are the rules of engagement. When you're a great player, you get all the credit, but you get all the blame. And KD does not want that responsibility, which is fine. Devin, I would feel bad for him if he stayed in Phoenix. I think they got to make the trade because that's the only way they can start to rebuild because they have no draft pick for the next 4 years or more. So he's a valuable player. He could be on a championship contending team. So at some point, you got to start to rebuild. I mean, you can keep him and be mediocre in his prime for the next 3 or 4 years, but that makes zero sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
You're right.
The great Charles Barkley, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Morning. Shifting focus, Charles, to the NBA Finals. Tied up at 1. Bick and I were talking about it, even with Indiana stealing Game 1. Oklahoma City has dominated this series. They have that swarming defense. Do you think Indiana can make this a series?
Yeah, because the coach at OKC did that stupid-ass thing, changing starting lineup.
Wondered about that.
Well, because Game 2 doesn't matter. Only Game 1 mattered. They got the split. If you go back and look at Indiana, when they get the split, they're content. Like, when they got up 3-1, they went back to New York and like, yeah, we'll let y'all have this game, and then we're going to finish y'all off in Game 6. So people talking about Game 2. Game 2 didn't matter. Once Indiana got their split, they were good. And let me tell you something. This reminds me, I was having dinner with some NBA people last night, and I said, they're asking me, I said, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen because it's actually happened before. About, I can't remember, probably 20 years ago, the Dallas Mavericks had the #1 team in the NBA. And Avery Johnson, who I like, did the stupidest thing I've ever seen. He was playing against Don Nelson's team. And he's got the best record in the NBA. And Nelly played small ball. Avery Johnson changed his starting lineup with the best record. The Mavs had the best record in the NBA. He changed his lineup, and they lost as the #1 seed to the 8th seed Golden State Warriors. And I remember saying on TV that night, I was like, that's the dumbest thing I've seen. If you're the #1 seed and you got the best record, why would you change your starting lineup? And I'm not sure what he was doing, Coach Daniel, for Game 1. Now he's stuck. because he did the same stupid thing in Game 2 and they won.
Yeah.
But Game 2 didn't matter to Indiana. They packed it in against the Knicks. Now the series really starts tomorrow, to be honest with you. And I think the Pacers are in great shape because coach, all these coaches, they do this analytical BS where they want to be the smartest person in the room. And no, dude, you got the best record in the NBA. Why are you changing?
Yeah.
Why the hell are you changing? So I think Indiana's in the driver's seat right now. I picked OKC to win this series. I didn't think anybody could beat them. But the coaching out here trying to be Red Auerbach, we're going to see if it come back to bite him in the ass.
You've been so on the money in calling out ESPN over the years when they just fixate on LeBron and the Lakers when they're not even a good team. And then people wonder why no one knows or wants to watch a guy like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or Tyrese Halliburton. What do you think the NBA needs to get right about marketing all its teams and all its star players to get away from all these ratings discussions?
Dan, that's a great question because first of all, there's only in my basketball career, there's a lot of great players, but Magic, Bird, and Michael are King Kong. They're supernovas.
Yep.
Then you got Kobe and LeBron. That's probably it during my lifetime. It's kind of like golf. I said you had Gary Player, Jack Nicklaus, and Arnold Palmer. Then you had Tiger. Those are the only four guys that were like, oh, yeah, whatever they're doing, I'm going to be watching. Scottie Scheffler, Jordan Spieth, Justin Thomas. Phil Mickelson is almost on that level with Tiger. He's right below Tiger. But that's it.
Yep.
And the NBA, we got the Joker. We got Giannis. We got Luka. We got Shea. We got a lot of great players who are just great. ESPN had this stupid discussion who's going to be the face of the NBA. They were like, Al Neville's going to be the face of the NBA. I said, well, it doesn't kind of work like that. You don't give it away.
Right.
You don't give it away. You have to take it.
Yeah.
But there are very few players that like that. But concentrate on the great players we got. They got mad at me a couple months ago. I said, the Lakers stink and the Warriors stink. I don't care because they both went up when they made the trade, which anybody know when you made a trade. It's kind of like when you fire a coach, your team going to go on a run, but then they're going to realize that we really suck. We just got a new coach, and we realize that we got to play harder because they realize that we got our coach fired. We got our coach fired. So the players pick it up for 2 weeks, then they realize they suck, and they go backwards. So I was like, yo, man, why do y'all, I did a rant. I said, why do y'all talk about the Warriors and the Lakers like they're contenders? The Warriors and the Lakers both stink. They got Luka. They had a little run. They got Jimmy Butler, had a little run. But they both really stink. They're not contenders. Just talk about the greatness. Shai Gilgeous is amazing. Jalen Williams, Halliburton, Siakam. I think Siakam's probably the most underrated player in the NBA.
Yep.
But they try to make it about stars and big markets. Man, we got a lot of great players in the NBA. Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum are great. I mean, we got a bunch of good players. Devin Booker's a great player. So just concentrate. Instead of just worrying about the big market and the stars, talk about the greatness of the players.
Yeah.
All right, lastly, before we let you go, I got to ask you a golf question. Have you ever played Oakmont? Are you stoked for the Open this week?
I am stoked. No, first of all, no. I got to give a shout out. I got to Peyton Manning. So, Dan, Peyton Manning, who's a great dude, called me a few months back. He said, hey, man, what are you doing on this day? I said, I'm not doing anything. What do you want to do? He said, I want to take you to Augusta for 2 days. We're going to stay on the property. I'm like, holy shit. Okay. So Dan, he takes me and Dwayne Wade and Grant Hill to Augusta for 2 days. And we stay on the property.
Oh.
Listen, if I had to die the next day, I'm like, I'm good. I'm good.
How'd you play?
I played great. I'm playing great right now. I'm probably down to an 6 to 8 right now. I'm playing wonderful. But, man, it was 2 of the best days of my life. And we stayed up there. We stayed on the property. and it was flat out two of the best days of my life.
Oh, that's great.
You know, but I have not played Oakmont. You know, I was talking to Colt Nost, who's amazing, does a great job on television. He's like, if you give me even par right now, or 1 or 2 over, I might take it right now before the week start.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, what? He's like, man, you give me even par, 1 or 2 over to start the week, and says, I can finish that Sunday night at 6 o'clock. I think you're going to win the golf tournament or you're going to be close to a playoff. And I was like, damn. So I cannot wait to watch. The U.S. Open is amazing. I love the Father's Day tie-in.
Yep.
So I can't wait.
Right.
But I've never played Oakmont.
But you just made Bick real jealous.
Yeah,
with
those
that,
2
with that
days at Augusta
story.
National, man. Keep living the dream, Chuck.
And Chuck, congrats on the ESPN deal. We look forward to watching you guys in the future, man.
Hey, Vince, thank you, brother. Hey, you guys, y'all take care of yourself. I know it's hot as hell in the desert. I'll see y'all in October.
Sounds good.
See you, Chuck.
Charles
Be
Barkley,
well, brother.
The Hall of Famer, joining us here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. We got a lot.
Augusta.
Yeah, are you going to be okay for the rest of the
No,
show?
I'm not gonna
We got a lot to react to from Charles Barkley, including his take on the NBA Finals. We'll get into all of it next. Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Bases still loaded. A run wins it for the D-backs. Swing, high fly ball, deep right field, can zone back. This is gone! Walk it off! A grand slam for Naylor, a game saver, and the Diamondbacks prevail and they win it 8-4.
D-backs versus Mariners at Chase Field. Game 2 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1776 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with 1519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Gambo. What first impression will Jordan Ott make on the Valley Faithful? The new head coach of the Suns will join us today at 4:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Thanks again to the great Charles Barkley for joining us via video link. A lot to react to from Charles. I want to remind you, too, coming up at 9:30.
Yeah.
With, Mark Creger, author of a new book that is out on Mike Tyson, Baddest Man, The Making of Mike Tyson. Mark Creger is going to join us to talk about the new book coming up at 9:30. I want to start not necessarily with what Chuck said about the Suns moving forward. I think his take on the NBA Finals was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like the Mark Daigneault, making an adjustment
before the series begins,
using a wrinkle before a series begins.
I don't know what that was.
And I don't know
about.
if that necessarily was the reason that Game 1 backfired on them. I think there was other issues involved, obviously. I just look at it now that has been played and we saw game 2. I mean, the level of defense that Oklahoma City can dial up, and that travels with you. I still think it's going to be really difficult for Indiana to climb back in. I'm very curious to see what happens tomorrow night and what kind of boost they get from that home crowd. But I thought that was an interesting take from Charles.
There are other people who are being very critical of Rick Carlisle for waving the white flag so early in Game 2, given the fact that the whole story of the Indiana Pacers is dramatic fourth-quarter comebacks. It's led some people to speculate that Tyrese Halliburton might be hurt. There are people who saw Tyrese Halliburton in the tunnel and he was looking injured.
He also did look gassed at the end of that game.
Yeah.
They've been on a run.
Yeah, they have.
And the energy needed, you need to expend to have a comeback like that, like they did in Game 1, is pretty intense. And I don't think you obviously can't rely on that. And Tyrese Halliburton, hurt or not, has acknowledged, hey, I got to take care of this first half issue I'm having, because he was absent for the first 3 quarters of that game. And even in the first half of the fourth quarter, when he did play, he was much more effective, much more aggressive. So maybe it was just getting his footing, his pacing right for Game 3. I don't know.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We're going to find out. But I do agree with Chuck about that. I don't understand it as a head coach, and Mark Daignault gets flowers from all over the NBA for things he does and the program they've built. But when going into Game 1 and you're the best team, you make them adjust to you. That's just it. It is a nonsensical move, and whether or not there was a cause and effect, the Thunder, they weren't themselves in Game 1.
No, I mean,
so
not at the end of it.
No. So
and they did make life difficult for much of the game on Halliburton with the wrinkle and putting Case and Wallace in the starting lineup. Chuck's thoughts on the Suns? I don't think there's anything earth-shattering there.
No,
I mean, except for the fact that he is on board with the you gotta trade Devin Booker.
Also, they get the best deal for Durant and don't worry so much about what he wants to do, which is easier said than done.
Easier said than done. Again, I think the fact that it's Kevin Durant at his age with his contract status, not every team is going to be calling Brian Gregory on the availability of Kevin Durant. I think we've identified the teams that are interested. I would be kind of surprised if anybody comes from the outside of that group to inquire about Kevin Durant, but stranger things have happened. I think, the conditions of Kevin Durant kind of sets the market for you.
Yes, because in the case of the New York Knicks, Brian Windhorst, who doesn't usually report things unless they're worth reporting, claims the Knicks are going to poke around and see if there's mutual interest.
Again, but that's a team in the group. That we've already identified.
Yeah. So, but here's what I do think is interesting about this, and this is something that I'm having a hard time dealing with, honestly. But he's right. To the national media, the Suns are irrelevant now. We have gone all the way back down to that place.
I mean, certainly when the Durant deal happens, that their image changes. And, we had a 4-year stretch in Phoenix where the Suns were at least one of the preseason darlings of the NBA 4 years in a row, getting rewarded with Christmas Day games, getting rewarded with a lot of primetime games. Those are going to go away. That takes a lot of pressure off an organization, too, when you can operate in the shadows a little bit more. Because the spotlight was on them last year, and it was hard to watch. But irrelevant is not, I don't think it's too strong a word to describe it.
No, and that's
afterthought, too.
Well, and again, it's just kind of a reminder here that it's going to take great luck, which is something we don't have a lot of as a sports town, for this team to be good in the next few years. And that is really why you have to weigh the Devin Booker component right here and now, because these next few years will be Devin Booker's prime. And if there's no point, then you, the way he put it out, I think is exactly how you have to operate. You have to go to Devin Booker and say, look, you can stay if you want, but this is what it's going to look like.
I agree, but also, we've wondered out loud how much this regime considers optics of things. The optics of trading Devin Booker this offseason, I don't know if they would be able to overcome that. Because on top of everything that Matt Ishbia gets accused of by a lot, and maybe it's true, and maybe some of it's true, but breaking up the core of a team that was close to a championship to pursue Kevin Durant, to pursue Bradley Beal, if on his ledger that he's the guy that quote unquote chased Devin Booker out of town.
I know that, but if you don't care about optics when it comes to the green and white thing, then why would you care about optics when it comes to the long-term viability of your franchise?
True.
Because what you're doing conceivably is you are going to be mediocre for the next few years, and then Devin Booker's prime's going to be gone. Then you're just putting off a hard rebuild. You got to take phone calls. You at the very least, you have to see what the market is willing to bear.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens.
I believe that.
And again, Jordan Knott's introductory press conference as head coach of the Suns today. 3 o'clock, you can hear it here on Arizona Sports. Coming up next, we head into the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Home is where we gather, celebrate, create lasting memories. From cooking a meal to enjoying a hot shower after a big game, and Southwest Gas brings warmth and comfort to everyday life. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. When it comes to cooking, natural gas is preferred by chefs and home cooks alike. Natural gas gives you precise temperature control and exceptional flavor. Whether you're prepping game day snacks, firing up the backyard barbecue, or getting cozy by the fire. But natural gas provides more than just comfort. It supports Arizona's economy, attracting business growth and keeping energy costs affordable. In fact, a typical new home in the Valley can save nearly $900 a year in energy cost with natural gas. And at Southwest Gas, their commitment goes beyond energy. Southwest Gas supports our communities, fueling growth and giving back through partnerships and programs that make a difference. You can learn about Southwest Gas and their prestigious recognitions from Newsweek and Time, and discover how Southwest Gas is powering Arizona's homes, business, and future at swgas.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
If you're hurt in an accident, it's important that you get medical treatment right away and then call the attorneys at Sweet James. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. So often people get hurt and their busy lives prevent them from getting checked out even though they're in pain. It's critical you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with your medical care, your car, and getting the most money for your injuries. Don't pay until they win your case. Sweet James, 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million, or online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what a state is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they can give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morristrust.com. That's morristrust.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a football player that suffered a lot of damage, Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to their normal life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. DISC's catchphrase is "enjoy life again" or "get back to living. Wouldn't that be nice?" DISC website is www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice? You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi? Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake.
Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace.
Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. Why didn't I just get the free inspection?
Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it.
And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now.
We need some tax and tariff relief, right?
Just mention Calvisi.
Or Gatos.
Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR. You save 12%.
Tax and tariff relief. No wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century.
A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
ROC number 186438CR42.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Despite their closer leaving the game in the 9th inning with elbow tightness and giving up 4 runs with 2 outs in the same 9th inning, the D-backs walked it off thanks to a Josh Naylor grand slam in the bottom of the 11th inning to beat the Mariners 8-4 last night.
The pitch, swing, high fly ball, deep right field, can zone back, this is gone! Walk it off! A grand slam for Naylor!
Justin Martinez did, however, leave last night's game with that elbow tightness, and he'll receive imaging today. Brandon Pfaadt will go for the Snakes tonight, as first pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
We are in the 9 o'clock hour. It's time for some social studies with Sammy Cebulka. What do you got for us today, Sammy?
Yeah, good morning. First and foremost, follow us on X at Bickley_Marotta if you want to respond to our daily questions. We're on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook at Bickley and Marotta, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. And before we start, I would never doubt the great Charles Barkley, but a 6 handicap? Do we believe that?
Listen, he plays every day, and he's a really good golfer who got a bad case of the yips with his swing.
Okay.
So some of the Charles Barkley stuff you might have seen, you'd never believe he's a good player, but he got that worked out.
Okay.
And he plays every day.
Okay. See, because I had seen the clips, and I'm like, I don't know how you ever get back from that, but if you play every day, gets rid of the yips. Okay, cool. I just wanted to.
Yeah, it's fair. It's
wanted
fair
to ask that. I would never doubt the man, but we start our
Not to
social
his
studies.
face.
No, never. I wanted to be like Charles, 6 really, but you guys were vibing. Diamondback fans, what are your expectations for the D-backs going forward this season, and why?
My expectation is that all of this injury and all of this misfortune galvanizes them inside the clubhouse and gets them to a different level of compete where they show some defiance to all of the adversity that has been cast upon them. That's what I expect. That's what I want from them.
Unfortunately, my expectations are kind of what we've seen. A little up, a little down. A lot more gut punch losses.
Yeah.
I want to see something sustained for more than we've seen it. And when you have this many arms down, it just doesn't really fill me with much hope.
Yeah. Eric said he expects Chase Field will be renamed to Imaging Park. JJ says expectation is the father of disappointment. Justin Prestigard said, I fully expect Vince Marotta to break the curse by doing the only thing that will work, going to Hawaii to find Peter Brady.
Brady,
my bad.
To break the curse of the taboo idol. Remember that Brady Bunch episode, Vic?
Oh, I do. Yeah.
So
listen, every year, post offices in Hawaii receive shipments of lava rocks that people have taken from the island, and then encountered bad luck and say, that's why I should have never taken that off the island.
Is that true?
It is true.
Wow.
It is true.
Do one of us need to give back the lava rock?
I'll go to Hawaii.
Okay, there you go. You volunteer?
Yeah.
Nice. All right, our next question, Jordan Ott will be holding his introductory press conference. So we asked Suns fans, what is the one thing you want/need to hear from the new head coach, Jordan Ott, during his introductory press conference, and why? I know we've touched on it a little bit.
Yeah.
But if to refresh the listeners.
Yeah, I would like to hear just words come out of his mouth that are confident and well prepared and poised, that make it look like, oh, okay, he was hired because he is really a star coach in waiting, not just because he's a Michigan State Spartan. That's what I want.
Yeah, I just want to hear something about a more concrete plan, less of the abstract, more of the concrete, and I don't care where it comes from at this point. Jordan Ott has got the opportunity on the podium today. I'm pretty sure we'll probably hear from Brian Gregory today too. Give a little bit of illumination on the process that landed on Jordan Ott, but I just want to hear something about what this identity is going to look like and what are the cornerstones of what he wants the Phoenix Suns to look like.
Sure. Do we get a Matt Ishbia sighting today?
I doubt it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I doubt it too.
Okay. Some of the responses, Brian T. Prescott says he wants to know how he will utilize Bradley Beal since we're probably stuck with him. And he says hopefully he doesn't have forearm tightness too. Jesus Gutierrez says that he wasn't just hired because he went to Michigan State, that he was hired because he is good at his job and has a plan that will get us back to playoff/championship expectations. I don't want to hear the word alignment at all. It's a hefty response there, but yeah, alignment will come up. I just want to let you know. Our last question/prompt was, today's been a tough day for Diamondback fans, so we asked, cheer us up by telling us your favorite clean joke. Do you guys have any jokes?
Not clean. This is Jarrett's territory.
Jarrett, you
can tell one of your favorite dad jokes, Jarrett.
Jarrett's locked in on something, so I can go to the responses.
True. Okay, do that. Do you have a favorite clean joke?
No, I don't think so.
Not at
the top of my head.
Yeah.
No. Stephen Ruiz says, knock, knock.
Who's there?
Britney Spears.
Britney Spears who?
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Oops, I did it again. That's a good one. I like that one. Let's see. This is a good one. Chalk Riley says, I don't want to accuse LeBron James of being on the juice, but if he were a golfer, he'd be Roy D. McIlroy, he'd be Body Scheffler, and he'd be Colin the Doctor Morikawa. That's pretty good.
That's really good.
Mr.
Stole a page from the Sports Kebab there.
Yeah, that is pretty good. Tony Height says 9 mistakes were made ahead of me, said Josh Rosen, and I will make sure over the next decade or so that they will know that they made a mistake. And then this one from Seabacker44 to wrap it up. I took some days off from drinking, and I thought I was ready, so I went to the bar, ordered 3 beers and 3 shots to get back up to speed. During my second shot, my elbow hurt. Bottom line, I need Tommy John surgery, but I might get a second opinion.
Here's a good Stephen Wright joke from Justin to close it out. I installed brick wallpaper in my house over my brick walls. Then I would tell my guest, touch it feels real.
Or Mr. B's didn't really cheer anybody up, but 3 D-backs pitchers walk into a bar and simultaneously yell, "Ow, my arm!"
Yeah, I saw that one.
What do The Sixth Sense and Titanic, the movies The Sixth Sense and Titanic, have in common?
I don't know. What do they have in common?
I see dead people.
Wow.
I see.
I get it. That's actually very good.
Way to go, Andy.
Yeah. Bordertown Kid said, this is a Bickley joke. I just flew in from Chicago, and boy, are my wings tired. So, some laughs on social studies this morning.
Thank you, Sammy.
Yep.
You could join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club this Wednesday as the D-backs take on the Seattle Mariners. Just text the word half to 620. 620 will send you a link to grab lower level tickets for just $9.87. That's half, H-A-L-F. 620. We continue the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you are a homeowner in Arizona like I am, chances are really good you've had a really bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. Happens to all of us. This is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, from fire pits to barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas. If you've always wanted a sparkling lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. All of their turfs are of the highest quality. If you're a golfer, they can build you a beautiful state-of-the-art customized putting green. What could be better than practicing your short game in the comfort of your own home? And their putting greens are incredible. In fact, they built the putting course at Dobson Ranch. You can go check that out. But more than anything, this is a company that does what they say they're going to do. They believe in professionalism, staying on schedule, sending a devoted crew to your home. They believe in your happiness with the finished product and will do anything to make that happen. Go to their website, check them out, turfmonstersaz.com, or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide.
based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Oh, tasty high note. Oh, hi, don't mind me. I'm practicing my new baritone sax. I just heard PayPal's paying for people's stuff every day for 100 days, and there's $10 million up for grabs. All you have to do is use PayPal checkout online. So there's never been a better time to buy a few things off the old wish list. Like this leaf blower! PayPal can pay for your purchase. The Great PayPal Checkout.
No purchase necessary ends July 18th. See official rules at paypal.com/thegreatpaypalcheckout/terms. Participating merchants only must use PayPal checkout online. Coverage of up to $100 and eligible purchases per card.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports.
Drafting is going to be critical. The free agency is always critical as well.
Suns, a new horizon. Shaping the Suns' future this offseason. With Bickley and Marotta.
Well, they're screwed right now. So you make the best deal for Kevin. That's the first thing. You make the best deal. I hear they're like working with him and whatever. I'm like, no, you don't work with him. You make the best deal for the team. So you make the best deal for the team because you got to start your rebuild. You make the best deal for KD. No matter, don't worry about his feelings. You make the best deal for yourself because, you know, some people going to take a chance with him, some people not. 'Cause he only got 1 year left on his deal, and he's 37 years old. Probably not going to get a lot, but somebody might be stupid and give you a lot. Mm-hmm. So you make the best deal for the Phoenix Suns.
It's Charles Barkley, who joined us earlier today here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. His thoughts on what the Suns need to do with Kevin Durant. Got some reaction from that, and I am in the opposite camp. I just think from a perception standpoint, working with Kevin Durant is going to pay dividends in the future.
All right,
but when you
I respect that point.
When you look at it logistically, if you got a deal on the table with a team that's blowing you away, but it also involves a team that Kevin Durant doesn't want to play for and won't sign a contract extension, doesn't that blow up your best deal anyway? I mean, the contract extension portion of this on the back end for wherever Kevin Durant ends up is maybe the biggest factor in all of it.
Well, listen, yes, but in theory, I will agree with Charles about this. If your best deal does come from trading Kevin Durant somewhere without a contract extension, you do that. I just don't Can I finish? I just don't think that the best deal is going to come under those parameters.
I don't think it would either.
Yeah.
The famous example is Kawhi Leonard with the Raptors. They traded him to the Raptors. He didn't want to be there. He didn't want to stay there, but they won a championship with him, and then he left.
I'm glad you brought up Kawhi Leonard because I tagged a little anecdote that I had found out about the Suns and Kawhi Leonard that absolutely blew my mind. I don't know if you knew about this, Vinny, or if you've heard this story.
Does it have to do with perspiration?
It does. So you've heard this story.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So apparently, was this the Lance Blanks era?
Yes.
Okay, so apparently when Kawhi Leonard came out of, was he San Diego State?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The Suns interviewed him and red flagged him because he was sweating profusely during the interview.
He violated the rule. Never let him see you sweat. And
Come on, Suns.
You noticed, too, that Kawhi Leonard's had a lot of success in the NBA.
Yeah,
he
has
has never landed a deodorant endorsement.
No.
Or an antiperspirant.
Good, that's good scouting right there, guys.
Isn't that unbelievable scouting? Wow, that guy, he couldn't handle the interview. He was sweating. Did you see him sweating? We got to red flag that dude.
Unbelievable. They do not like bodily fluids coming out of you. You know, Luka was crying on the bench. Don't draft him. Kawhi was sweating. Don't draft him.
If you were leaking in any way, your future is not.
Yeah.
Quickly on the Durant point of trying to find a suitable team that he wants to go to, if the deal is out there and he said he's not going to sign an extension, isn't that other team's problem? at that point. And I understand you want to conduct good business as a franchise. You want free agents to come here and whatnot, but your hands are so tied right now.
Yeah. I don't think there's any way to make even a satisfactory deal without working with Kevin Durant. And look, let's go back a few months because people are talking about that Golden State possibility again. Brian Windhorst was talking about it. The Suns have already shown their cards. They acquiesced to the requests of Kevin Durant. They didn't make that trade. They didn't have to run that by him. They did.
That's true.
And they pulled the deal off the table to their own detriment, probably because they wanted to appease Kevin Durant. So, I look. Charles has his thoughts on it. I've got my thoughts on it.
But again, I would say in the rare event that a team if your best offer comes from the New York Knicks and Kevin Durant doesn't want to go to the New York Knicks, I'm not indulging Kevin Durant at that point in time. I understand fully what you're saying about long-term image, but at the same time, the Suns are in dire straits right now.
They are in dire straits. They're in dire straits of their own creation, and I do think about that. If Kevin Durant's different. When you're dealing with players and working with them, and some organizations get reputations that they won't work with players, some do, but he's at a different level. He is so highly respected around the game of basketball and put on a pedestal, and rightfully so for a lot of reasons. If the Suns were going to draw the line in the sand on him, of all people, I mean, that cannot reverberate well with agents and representatives and free agents themselves. It can't.
Because look, in the same interview, Barkley said that with Devin Booker, they should go to him and say, we need to rebuild. We're not going to be good. Do you want to stick it out, or should we, move on from you and get some pieces and put you in a better situation?
I kind of understand that point on Booker just because of his longevity, his importance to the fan base. He is the Phoenix Suns right now, and I agree with Charles on that. But I don't think that's the Suns' mindset at all. I don't think they have any inkling or 1 ounce of desire, honestly, to trade Devin Booker.
I agree with that, and I think that if they just shut the book and don't take phone calls, that would be derelict. To me, it would be not recognizing the situation you're in.
And then Charles also went down the road with Devin Booker on the leadership, component and how that needs to improve if Booker's going to be here.
Devin's a hell of a player, great kid, and when we had to, it's so crazy. We had this conversation. I'm like, he got to step up and be the leader because we had this conversation about KD. KD didn't want to be the leader. Okay, that's fine, but somebody else has to be the leader. And Devin, I don't know if he has the personality to lead. You can't just be a great player. You got to, because players, you have to take all the responsibility for the press. It's like me. When I get all the credit and all the blame for my team's success. And I hate saying this because it don't sound great. Nobody says Ceballos didn't win the championship.
You're right.
Yeah, nobody says Mark West didn't win the championship. Like Charles Barkley didn't win the championship. Is that fair? No, 100% not fair. But that's just the way it is. Doug goes with being the leader and the man on the team.
All right, I got maybe an interesting viewpoint on Devin Booker and leadership.
Okay.
You got to go back to the bubble year, 2019, 2020, before the arrival of Chris Paul.
Okay.
Obviously, before the arrival of Kevin Durant. Was Devin Booker the leader of the bubble Suns? I think he was.
That's
unequivocally.
Okay.
You could say Kelly Oubre helped.
Kelly Oubre was more of I think a vibe player.
Okay.
I think he definitely provided energy that franchise needed at the time that he got there. But I think that was the last time that there wasn't any question on who the leader of the Suns was. Now, nobody paid attention to it because the Suns were really bad for the first 4 years of Devin Booker's career. And that was the first elevation that they saw, especially the 8 games that they played at Disney.
Yeah. The shot that he made over Kawhi and the Clippers.
And then Chris Paul, you throw him into the mix. Chris Paul's been the undoubted leader of every team he's ever been on.
Yep.
And I think Devin Booker took a back seat, probably rightfully so, but that paid dividends. That worked out.
But
And I think he was just in that mindset to take the back seat to these all-time greats, and it worked once, and it didn't work
That's
once.
exactly it. He took the back seat, and he never got in the front seat again when KD got here.
Yes.
And KD wasn't the right guy to let drive.
Right.
Yeah. There was two guys riding shotgun in a Waymo.
That's it. That's a great analogy. Yeah. Devin Booker deferred to Kevin Durant because he sees Kevin Durant as an NBA legend, and he's not going to place himself above Kevin Durant under any circumstances, which I think helped create the leadership vacuum that we all saw the last couple of years.
I totally buy into that.
Yeah. So that's really what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping with Devin Booker, with all due respect to KD, that there's some addition by subtraction. Not that the Suns are going to get better because they're getting rid of a malcontent, but because of the net effect it has on Devin Booker.
Yep.
That's it.
This Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now at arizonasports.com for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the D-backs take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball gear and great memories. Is it a bad sign if you're playing the Padres on Father's Day? There's a new book out, Baddest Man, The Making of Mike Tyson, the man who wrote that book. Mark Creger will join us next here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Cardinals center Yelda Froholt. This is Michael Wilson.
It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and arizonasports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with 3 great reasons why you should head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance and let them upgrade your fandom. Reason number 1, expertise. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They've got an incredibly knowledgeable staff. They will give you the insight and the wisdom you'll never get from the big box stores. Reason number 2, selection. All the major name brands you were looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. You can check that out in their theater room. Great selection of outdoor televisions. They have everything you're looking for. And reason number 3, you would think with all that selection and expertise, you'd pay a premium, but you don't. The pricing at Walt's as competitive as the big box stores, and to prove it, if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to Walt's. They'll beat it. They'll also give you same-day delivery 7 days a week and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. When you're at Walt's, remember to drop my name. You get some extra sugar, 10% off installation labor, or a 3-year warranty for free just by dropping my name. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Oh, it's heating up, Basinonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Despite their closer leaving the game in the ninth inning with elbow tightness and giving up 4 runs with 2 outs in the same ninth inning, the Diamondbacks walked it off thanks to a Josh Naylor grand slam in the bottom of the 11th inning to beat the Mariners 8-4 last night. Justin Martinez did leave last night's game with that elbow tightness. He will receive imaging today. Tonight, Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes. Logan Evans for the Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can listen right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, as the Diamondbacks will look to make it 2 straight wins tonight. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Hey, it's Wolf. Did Merrill Kelly stop the bleeding and lead the D-backs to a win over the Mariners? We'll be talking D-backs Mariners at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
We continue here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings on this Tuesday. New book is out. It is called Baddest Man, The Making of Mike Tyson, the author of that book. Mark Creger, kind enough to join us this morning here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings via video. Mark, good morning.
Mark.
Thanks for joining the program.
What's up, fellas? What's up, Danny?
Great to see you again, brother.
Nice to see you too, man.
You have written a book, as you know, Mark, about, in my opinion, my lifetime, Mike Tyson is the most fascinating athlete for a number of reasons. You know, the arrival, the reign, the violence, sometimes the childlike wonder, his appreciation of the sport of boxing from a historical standpoint. And I know you covered his whole career, but in the process of writing this book, was there something that popped up to the forefront that fascinated you more than anything else about what you learned about Mike Tyson?
Yeah, when I started, I mean, I wasn't crazy about doing the book, and I had to figure out a way to rethink Mike Tyson, just to see if I could do the book. And what surprises me the most, I think, is what surprises him the most, is that he's alive. You know, at any juncture in Tyson's career, if you're considering his mortality, the smart bet was the under. Mm-hmm. And I think that's one thing that united like his haters, and I'm sure Dan remembers when I was fully among their ranks, or his acolytes, or even Tyson himself, that he wasn't long for this world.
This book, here's what it looks like, folks. If you don't know, it is absolutely incredible. When I heard Mark was writing this book, I couldn't wait for it to come out, and it does not disappoint. This is fantastic. The book even looks like Mike Tyson, Vinny. It's menacing, it's thick, right?
And minimalist.
Right, and minimalist. So much good stuff in here. You've got a great line that Tyson was our monster and his own. For the young people in our audience, and we have a lot of them, describe what that monster once meant to American sports and the American psyche.
Well, it didn't start with The Hangover, you know.
Right.
I think that I'm of the opinion, like, you don't have to be like a fan of professional wrestling, but I do think that if you can understand wrestling, you do have some insight into American culture. And he was supposed to be like a good guy, the babyface, but he became like the greatest heel ever. And he comes from a a trainer, a kind of eccentric old guy, and whether he's brilliant or nuts, you're left to wonder. Perhaps he's both. But Customato, who pulled him out, who got him out of juvenile detention, had a beautiful, almost theological sense of fear and how you stand up to a bully, right? The difference with Tyson is that Tyson became the great bully, not just in boxing, but in sort of American culture. And what he did, and it was a sort of genius to this, was how he directed his fear, his own and whatever was around him, onto the opponent. I mean, I have stories in here of fighters, professional fighters, and like the idea that they were all tomato cans on the way up is complete nonsense. They were well-trained, many of them, American heavyweights that you do not see today. It's like today, the only American heavyweights you have are, washed out after football or basketball. But you had guys who had to get pushed out of their locker rooms to come in and fight him. And what he did with that fear, how intense the experience was and how intensely he directed the fear onto his opponents was really what created the role. There's another element, and when he came up, it was really the first generation that used videotape. So his knockouts were extraordinary, probably unlike anything before. But they would compile his knockouts, his handlers. So when Trevor Berbick loses his title to Tyson in 1986, he falls in all four corners of the ring, and it's something to see, and it's something that's not so easily like removed from your head. But when you compile all these early knockouts, and you put them on like what was then a novelty, a VCR tape, a video cassette tape, and you send them to every local sports director and sports editor around the country. When you actually had, Danny, you may remember, something called newspapers and sports sections. When the effect was extraordinary. You combine that with, again, what in wrestling you call the promo. You stick the mic in front of his face, and it's not just what he says, which sometimes is wacky, sometimes is incredibly insightful, and sometimes is out and out hilarious, or you think it's hilarious, but the quality of the voice. So you're trying to reconcile like the destruction you've just seen with this high-pitched lisp, and you're definitely going to stop, and you're definitely going to remember it. So I think that it's an awfully long answer to a really good question, but I think that's the genesis of why we're addicted to him. And then you layer in, when I started covering him, I was covering cops in courts. I was a general assignment reporter. The absolute insanity of his personal life, and I remember covering, before I was covering boxing, before I was covering sports, covering this absolutely nutty marriage to Robin Gibbons, and how everything was exposed and out there in a matter of debate. And I remember the Barbara Walters interview playing in a loop in the newsroom. And to me, that's the genesis of what we call tabloid culture. I mean, it was voyeuristic, it was intense, it was nuts, and you couldn't get enough of it. So all those things combined to produce this guy that we're, to this day, addicted to.
Now, the book opens with a surreal scene, Mike Tyson watching his daughter playing tennis in Orange County. I don't think any of us thought he would end up doing that. In fact, you and I covered the rape trial in Indianapolis, and one of the scenes that were so poignant was him in handcuffs, showing the handcuffs and smiling. Yeah. How did he manage to get this redemptive arc to his story, to become likable?
I don't know. It's not like you can do it and as a prescriptive, like, here's the way you do it.
Right.
I mean, there are a series of accidents, but I couldn't stand the guy to the extent that I knew him. But I do think, I don't think I'm alone in this, but I'm thinking about, why the hell do I want to do a Tyson book? What's there to say about another Tyson book? how can you unwrite or come to terms with all the crap I wrote as a kid? You know, some of it was wrong. Some of it was right, but lacked nuance. Some of it was right on, but either way, and after you grow up enough and you get your ass kicked enough times, you're less of a genius in your own mind, and I think it's better to judge him, and I think people do judge him by what he's survived. And we talked about him being like a heel or a villain before. Nobody loves, like, the villain is more loved than the good guy, especially if he can do it with a kind of wink, which is what, he began to pull off.
Yeah.
In The Hangover, even though I think it was pretty rough time in his life. But if you look at what Tyson has survived, and I put a roster of what he has in that chapter you're referring to, like booze, coke, molestation, incarceration, an intense degree of violence, boxing itself, which, I mean, if you look at boxing, typically the tragedy comes in the third act after the boxer's finished boxing. He finds out, oh my God, I'm a mummy and I'm broke.
Yeah.
This was upside down. The death of a child. All of these things, I think, come together, and you have to, even if you're a detractor, admit, hey, guy's tougher than I thought, and there's some virtue in that.
Yeah.
In just having survived. I mean, his mother was really broken early on. The dad wasn't there. I'm not making excuses for him, but I do think when you look at the anatomy of his standing today, I think there's some recognition of that. I mean, we're addicted to him, and he still makes money, just in a different way than he did. But I'd submit that, like Jake Paul, whatever you thought of that thing with Jake Paul, it drew 108 million live streams or hits or whatever the kids call it. Danny, you probably know.
He doesn't know.
I don't.
But Jake Paul's a really smart guy. He could have only done that number with Mike Tyson. And Mike Tyson's 58 years old. Yeah. So, like, he's broken all the rules. I mean, he's doing... Netflix wanted Tyson and Paul wanted Tyson for the same reason that HBO wanted him. Oh, they were doing like $5 million a month in new subscriptions due directly to Tyson, I think in '87. That's like $16 million a month today. It's an extraordinary number, and it juiced up the whole network. I mean, he performs the same function for HBO and their subscribers that Tony Soprano does a decade later, which is essentially seduce the 18 to 49-year-old male demographic, which is very just like you guys are doing in Arizona.
Absolutely. Mark, the book is fantastic. I can't wait for the sequel. We really appreciate your time. I'll never get over the line of you calling him the lisping soprano. It is a great line. Take care of yourself, brother. We'll reconnect down the road.
Take care, fellas. Thanks. You so much.
Mark Creger, Baddest Man, The Making of Mike Tyson. It's available now, and you just from that short interview, you can tell
it's fantastic.
It's a fascinating read. Thanks to Mark for joining us. Some final thoughts next on this Tuesday. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
When Zach Gallen gives them a quality start, he's not necessarily 5-0, but they're 5-0. When he doesn't achieve a quality start, they're 0-9. It's literally the defining delineation between success and failure. When he has a quality start, they win. When he doesn't, they don't. Wow. And it's crazy
stat
that it would be that simple. And I don't think it'll be that simple all year long, but up until this point, it has been that simple.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Buyer beware is great advice, especially when buying a new car, as in beware the high price of mediocrity. It is everywhere in the automotive world. You will not find mediocrity at my friends at Chapman BMW, home of the ultimate driving machine. Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business for nearly 6 decades. Everything they do, from Ted Chapman all the way down, first class all the way. They also have 2 great locations, which guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. And And do not forget, you have got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. A lot of our listeners have taken advantage of this. Highly recommend you do as well. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. Great dude, personal friend of mine. He guarantees you are going to get the best deal you are going to find in the state of Arizona. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with 0 risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 5-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Phrase that came up several times on today's show when talking about the Arizona Diamondbacks is the title of this song. Mike Ness, Social Distortion, Bad Luck.
Yeah. We need our luck to turn. Come on, let's go, Diamondbacks!
Should I have played a good luck song then?
No, it's appropriate.
Fun fact from my youth. The band Social Distortion was the genesis of a summer romance I had.
Oh,
yeah.
Really?
I had started a new job where there was a training class involved.
Okay.
Really cute girl sitting next to me.
Uh-huh.
The first week or so of training class.
Uh-huh.
Week 2, I come in, and I had just been listening to Social Distortion in the car, whistling, I forget what song. I think it was Ring of Fire. She's like, oh, I love that song. Boom.
Oh, boy.
Instant magic.
Wow.
Maybe she was a Johnny Cash fan.
No, it turns out she was a Social Distortion fan. Yeah, Bad Luck, Social Distortion. Exorcism.
Have you tried that move again since?
I whistle that song everywhere I go, and it's never worked.
That's funny.
That's today's song of the day.
Bickley and Marotta going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
According to our own John Gambadoro, we had heard from Tory Lavello the sound from last night where he said, we got to make some moves pretty quick. There's new arms coming. Well, D-backs are calling up reliever Bryce Jarvis from AAA Reno, according to Gambo, and Jeff Brigham will be optioned back to AAA Reno. So my joke about Brigham to the airport was right.
Yeah.
It's not my best.
No, it's you're accurate.
No word on the imaging yet on Justin Martinez or Christian Montes de Oca. So much fun to say.
It just rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, and again, how much can the Diamondbacks continue to rely on the arms in their system now? It's an opportunity for Bryce Jarvis. Still waiting for Kevin Ginkel to get right. Because him being right would go a long way into improving the overall bullpen.
So you said Kevin Ginkel is still struggling in Reno, huh?
He's not pitched great.
Oh, boy.
But when they did send him down there, they were very forthright, and he's got some stuff to work on. So I guess maybe it's one of those situations where you can't look at the number because he's working on things.
It's like
kind
spring
of
training.
like spring training.
Yeah, I got you.
Got a high ERA.
I got
They don't care.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
But we'll see. It is telling, though, that they didn't call Kevin Ginkel up. And Bryce Jarvis is the guy. I've been meaning to talk about this for a couple days. The 30th anniversary of the movie Tommy Boy is upon us. Can you believe it? 1995.
Wow.
The city of Sandusky, Ohio, to celebrate from August 7th through the 9th of this year, is having Tommy Boy Fest. The article I'm reading, Holy Shnikes, an entire weekend party celebrating the 30th anniversary of the classic Sandusky-based comedy Tommy Boy is coming to the city of Sandusky. Put on your best Tommy Boy look because activities will include character look-alike contest, outdoor screenings of the movie on a giant screen, and a Tommy Want Wingy throwdown.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
I don't know how I landed on it
They couldn't even, no David Spade? No Rob Lowe?
Maybe they're still in negotiations to appear. It's one of my favorites. That's one of those movies, if I'm flipping through, I will watch it, even if it's just beginning. And then the kind of cosmic sequel to that, Black Sheep. What a horrible piece of crap movie.
Oh, come on. Has its moments.
Does it?
When he falls down the hill for like 30 seconds.
I was flipping
I
through.
have no idea what you guys are talking about.
You never saw Black Sheep?
No.
Have you seen Tommy Boy?
No.
You've never seen Tommy Boy?
No, I knew it because he's. Chris Farley has appeared in Mustache, Not a Mustache for Dan a couple times, and he didn't get it right away.
Idea.
So, yeah,
Yep.
Not his wheelhouse.
Speaking of Mustache, Not a Mustache, I've been growing this thing out for 2 weeks.
I noticed, yeah. That's 2 weeks ago.
I haven't noticed.
No, I haven't either.
It's so bad.
They'll keep it going. I love it.
No, it's got to go soon. But I was hoping we could
just wait till you go see your girlfriend in San Diego. She's going to be, get that off your face.
That thing will be gone as soon as I see her. Yeah.
Have you ever had facial hair of any time before?
No, this is the longest any facial hair run that I've been on right now.
I still want to see Bick with facial hair.
Me too.
It's ridiculous. Listen, I'm not against doing it. I'm not against doing it, but it looks ridiculous on me. It'll take me forever.
This November.
I'm just like Sammy.
All of us this November will all grow beards. Or mustaches.
Why does it have to be November?
That's because that's the month. No shave November.
So what does me growing facial hair in the month of November have to do with anybody else? What does it actually do for anybody unless you have a fundraiser behind
prostate cancer has not been cured yet because of that reason.
I haven't grown a beard?
Yeah, right. It's all your fault, Vinny.
Sorry to everybody who's got prostate cancer. My bad. Thanks to Charles Barkley for joining us.
Yep.
Thanks to Mark Creger as well. Good show today. We're back tomorrow morning live from Cardinals HQ. Wolf and Luke are up next.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. D-backs closer Justin Martinez exits with the right elbow tightness. Josh Naylor hits a walk-off grand slam as D-backs survive Mariners' comeback. And NBA draft prospects the Suns would be lucky to have available. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Despite their closer leaving the game in the ninth inning with elbow tightness and giving up 4 runs with 2 outs in the same ninth inning, the D-backs walked it off last night thanks to a Josh Naylor grand slam in the bottom of the 11th to beat the Mariners 8-4.
The pitch, swing, high fly ball, deep right field, can zone back, this is gone! Walk it off! A grand slam for Naylor!
Justin Martinez, like I said, did leave last night's game with that elbow tightness. He will undergo imaging today. Tonight, Brandon Pfaadt will go for the Snakes. Logan Evans for the Mariners. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app as the Diamondbacks look to make it 2 straight wins tonight. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
This is Cardinals center Yelda Froholt.
This is Michael Wilson. It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton.
Live from Cardinals minicamp.
Arizona Sports presents Wolf and Luke.
Yeah, we are live from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center for mandatory minicamp here today. It is Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning. Wolf, what's up?
Man, I'm ready to broadcast, Luke. That's what's up right now. All jacked up and fired up, as you would imagine, especially coming off what happened last night. Are you kidding? It was so... Oh, my goodness. It could have been so much worse. Could it have not?
It could have, but it still wasn't good. We're going to talk to Drew Petzing. We're going to talk to Michael Wilson. We're going to talk to Kelvin Beachum. They're all going to join us in the next couple hours here because, again, we're out here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center, so it makes sense to talk to some of the players. And in Drew Petzing's case, one of the coaches.
We got a 3-day mini camp.
We do.
In front of us right now.
But you're right. We have to start with the Diamondbacks.
Of course.
And, man, Wolf, it felt like just a nice, clean win last night. Then you realize that's not the way it works for the Diamondbacks this season. And I would say last night, through no fault of their own, right? I mean, you're just going to your closer. You're up by 4. You should be going to Justin Martinez. Hasn't pitched in a while. And he's pitching like Justin Martinez, where he's going through hitters that have no chance, but he's also throwing a few to the backstop because he's Justin Martinez. And then he leaves with elbow tightness.
Yes.
I don't know what you're supposed to do with
elbow tightness. Let's hope it's not elbow issues such as Tommy John. And at the same time, I think that's where we're all looking at right now and wondering about. No word has come down on that base underneath as far as I've heard. Luke, have you heard anything on that? I haven't heard
Tory
anything.
After the game, it wasn't official, but they asked him his concern level, and he was very concerned.
Yeah, very concerned right there. Of course, I think we all are right now. It could have been so much worse, honestly, and I'm not trying to stiff-arm J-Mart right now. I'm not trying to. That's a big injury and a big loss. But, man, to lose that game last night, if they would have lost that game after having a 4-0 lead going into the 9th inning and 2 outs, and suddenly, J-Mart, it was indicative of everything that has happened to the Arizona Diamondbacks this year in the summer of 2025. It really is. You've got a guy like J-Mart. Would you say J-Mart is an integral part of what the Arizona Diamondbacks are trying to do? Yes. He's a very, very talented player as well. A closer. Has that been an issue for the Diamondbacks? Yes. Now all of a sudden you got a 4-run lead. You got 2 outs. He strikes the first 2 guys out. And what happens? He gets hurt. He gets hurt. A big name, another huge position, gets hurt for the Diamondbacks. And then what happens? You almost lose the game because of the bullpen.
It did feel like if they lost that game, you can't say that would have been it because there's still 96 games left or whatever. So I'm not saying they would have been limited.
I know.
But it felt like that would have been it. It felt like a breaking point. I mean, because we looked at this with the Suns this past season. I know it's a different sport and a different team and different personalities, but there was a moment, there's probably a couple moments where the Suns broke last year and they never recovered. And depending who you talk to, you'll get answers that there was 50 games left in the season or 40 or 30, whatever. There was still plenty of season left, but they were never the same. The Diamondbacks are going to have a hard time being the same anyway if they don't have their closer. I I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. I don't know what you do about these injuries. I get that it's more than a Diamondbacks problem. It's a baseball problem. But, man, you watch your number one starter go down. He's pitching great, and all of a sudden he makes a pitch, motions to the trainer, and then we just don't see him for a year plus in Corbin Burns. And 8 days later, Justin Martinez has a similar reaction.
It's incredible.
Like, how are you supposed to run a baseball team if at any time, non-contact injuries, guys, your best pitchers are just dropping once every few days?
Yes, it's such a huge problem, obviously. And it's not just, as you said, with the Arizona Diamondbacks. It also is league-wide. You have to wonder what is going on. Something is going on, whether it's a training mechanism that they're all using, whatever it is, maybe a supplement, maybe the complement, maybe the combination of both of those things, whatever it is. I kid you not, man. This is something that happened, of course, in the NFL as well. Steroids were an issue, and steroids were really wreaking havoc on a lot of guys and on their tendons and their joints. And a lot of them had to go under surgery because of that. So, once again, it was a situation. I don't know what they're doing. I have no idea what is going on. But it seems like this is commonplace now in Major League Baseball to have Tommy John surgery.
It's too commonplace. I mean, I'm sure you get this too. Every time you talk about the Diamondbacks injuries, I get a string of texts or tweets or DMs. Oh, the Dodgers have injuries too. Well, first of all, yeah, the Dodgers do have injuries. They do. The Dodgers and Diamondbacks have probably been screwed over by the injuries more than almost anybody in baseball this season. But the difference with the Dodgers is they have $1 billion they can go spend to replace guys.
Yeah.
And the Dodgers do have significant injuries. But, man, the Diamondbacks have lost both their closers and their number one starter, among other players. So it's one thing, not that it would be, great to lose your number 4 starter or whatever, but when you're losing the guys that the Diamondbacks are losing, and then to your point, if they had lost the game after that too, it would have just felt like, okay, this is not your year.
Yeah.
Because you already know Justin Martinez and Shelby Miller have been like the only 2 consistently reliable bullpen arms. J Mart goes down and the next guy comes in and just gives up 4 runs. It looked like it was just going to end in the 9th, honestly.
Yeah, and again, it's a situation where injuries happen, but this is getting to a point right now where it's a reason why the Arizona Diamondbacks are struggling.
Yeah, now we're getting
reason. It's not an excuse, Basinonians. It is a reason why the Arizona Diamondbacks are struggling. And there's a big difference between an excuse and a reason why things are happening right now. Now, having said that, this does not dismiss the fact that they also have some players that have underachieved. They have some guys who are big names, guys that are counting on to actually step up and produce for them, and they have not done that. Zach Gallen comes to mind first and foremost. Now, Zach Gallen, the thing I love and appreciate about the guy is the fact that he's the first one to say that. He's the first one to say, you know what, I've got to do better. This is not going to stand in the Zach Gallen home, so to speak. He's going to do everything he can to try to get it right. Why this is happening, I don't know. But I do know that they have some players they're counting on that have underperformed and underachieved, especially, I would say, with the pitching staff.
Yeah. The pitching was supposed to be such a strength of this team, and you have some guys that have delivered, but one of them that was delivering was Corbin Burns, and now he's out for the year. The bullpen, I think, is always a question mark unless it's like just a truly elite bullpen, but there were parts of this bullpen that you would expect at the start of the year would at least be solid, and the guys that have delivered are all hurt now, except Shelby Miller, I guess. Everybody's hurt. So I'm with you. It's getting to the point now where it goes from every team has injuries. Like, you lose Ketel Marte for a month or whatever. Okay, every team has those injuries.
Yeah.
And every team has to deal with Tommy John now. I mean, again, this is a problem much bigger than the Diamondbacks. I get that. But when you when it's just like every other day you're losing a key guy and you're not losing them for a week, you're losing them for the season. We don't know that about Justin Martinez yet. He's not even the only Diamondbacks pitcher that's going in for imaging on his elbow today. I mean, so it's like, oh yeah, we lost another 2. Like, I don't remember seeing anything quite like this. This is Merrill Kelly, who is one of the guys that stepped up this season. Didn't get the win last night, but he didn't give up a run. He should have gotten the win. He talked after the game about how it was one of the crazier games he's ever been a part of.
Yeah, that was probably one of the more crazy games I've been a part of. Just the amount of storylines that you guys can write about this game is probably more storylines than I think I've ever been a part of as a professional baseball player. This one was wild. Obviously, I'm glad that we ended up on the winning side of this one.
Yeah, you know what, I was as well for Merrill Kelly. Yeah. I mean, honestly, to go out there, even though he didn't get the win, he didn't get the decision, to go out there and pitch the way that he did was fantastic.
I heard him say that after the game, and I was like, yeah, that was a crazy game. Like, it felt like 2 or 3 games. Then don't you have the same thought that I had of that's all of their games this year? Every game feels like it's like 2 or 3 games. Like, there are very rarely just, hey, the Diamondbacks jumped out to a 4-0 lead, and the final score was 4-0. It's like, no, Diamondbacks jumped out to a 4-0 lead. They lost 2 pitchers to serious injury, potentially. They blew the lead in the 9th. They came back. They did win it with their 3rd walk-off grand slam in franchise history. Like, that's just a Monday night this season.
It's the way this entire season has gone for the most part. But tell me you were not just pacing in the compound as you watched that 9th inning unfold the way that it did. Yeah. I tell me you were just not screaming at the television, Mike Hazen. Were you on the ground? Were you on the ground? Were you face down on your living room floor? I ask you that, Mike, because I was screaming at the television.
Yeah, there. And then Canzone comes up, and you're like, how about just don't hang anything inside? Don't hang anything inside. That ball landed in Queen Creek.
That ball was out of line.
When we come back, we're out here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center for mandatory minicamp. So which positions on the Cardinals will benefit the most from minicamp? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Bases still loaded. A run wins it for the D-backs. Swing, high fly ball, deep right field. Canzone back. This is gone! Walk it off! A grand slam for Naylor. A game saver. And the Diamondbacks prevail, and they win it 8-4.
D-backs versus Mariners at Chase Field. Game 2 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfliger from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Right now, listen, Arizona is heating up. We all know this, and it's only getting hotter. Ron Wolfley reporting. If you've been dreaming about a backyard pool, now's the time to act, Basinonians. At Presidential Pools and Spas, they're building super fast, which means you can still be swimming this summer. Think about that. You still have time to actually get that pool in your backyard before the end of the summer. Don't wait till you're sweating through another scorcher. Let's turn up the cool in your backyard. What you have to do is visit presidentialpools.com. Free interior finish upgrade for Pebble Essence, an enhanced pebble sheen finish with smooth glass beads for extra color radiance. Free landscape lighting packages with path lights and uplights while supplies last. Go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet? RV wins! Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach? RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp. Now.
All right, we are back out here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center as the Cardinals are having a mandatory minicamp. Wolf, I know.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I know you love this time of year.
Yes. Well, you know, it's a mandatory minicamp is not an OTA, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley reporting, and it is the truth. There is a big difference.
My sources.
The intensity level goes up. It jacks up for a 3-day minicamp where you know this is it until training camp. Now listen, Basinonians, after they have this 3-day minicamp, rookies hang around. There's no doubt about it. They do. But as a team, you're gone. You're gone until training camp. This is when coaches go ahead, and if they're going to go ahead and take a vacation, this is when they're going to take a vacation with their families. This is when a lot of players as well start ramping up their training. They'll go somewhere, maybe go to a small town where there's only 1,100 people and go to the local high school and suddenly start doing gassers out on the field by themselves at night, whatever it might be. This is where a professional athlete, a professional football player starts ramping it up from this point. After the 3-day minicamp, you know what's coming. And it's one of the reasons why the coaches start yelling and elevating their voices, because they want you to know the 3-day minicamp is not OTA. It's not. It's different. And oh, by the way, get ready, because when we go to training camp, the intensity level will be kicked up again.
Yeah, I can't even imagine taking a vacation as a coach, like how you can separate yourself from it at this point. I mean, they obviously have to be able to do it. Here's Jonathan Gannon from just a few minutes ago, actually, out here talking about what he is able to evaluate when you don't have the pads on yet.
Yeah, you can evaluate a lot. You know what I mean? Like, you know, first of all, two things that go in our mode of play is our effort, you know, our motor. You can evaluate that on high days, you know what I mean? But from a standpoint of alignment, assignment, key technique, you know, are they doing the right things with what calls to be done by scheme? Are they executing at a high level? They got their eyes in the right place? Are they playing with the right technique? You can do all those things, you know what I mean? So, you know, you just don't have the to push it over the edge of legitimate contact in pads, you know what I mean? But everybody's doing the same thing that we are, so everyone's kind of, you know, in the same bucket as there as far as contact. But I think our guys have definitely made a jump, you know, but they also know there's another big jump to take.
You know, I used to believe that you could not get better as a player unless you had pads on. I used to believe that, Basinonians. And if you couldn't play football under the conditions of damage and taking damage, how could you get better? Mm-hmm. How could you possibly get better? And then Basinonian Steve Breston came along. Steve Breston, Here's a guy that his entire career changed when he was paired up with Kurt Warner in an offseason where Steve Breston actually got better as a wide receiver, got better, and all of a sudden built a little bit of chemistry and trust with Kurt Warner, old graybeard, and suddenly the Arizona Cardinals had Larry Fitzgerald, they had Anquan Bolden, and Steve Breston.
That was a pretty good trio.
That was a pretty good
nice.
trio right there. So you can get better. I would say this, my brothers. The further you get away from the ball, the more opportunity you have to get better.
You did also believe you couldn't do a radio show without a mouth guard, and that was last week. And you might actually still believe it.
It's true.
No, look, I'm with you. You said that you said a version of that at some point last year, and it really makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you're right there, if most of what you do hinges on how hard you're hitting the guy in front of you, then yeah, it's a little limiting what you can get out of this. Although I think JG did point out that you can still kind of gauge a player's football IQ or how locked in they are, or how much of it is instinct to them, like stopping and thinking. But yeah, I mean, a huge component if you're on the line of scrimmage is missing, because most of the line of scrimmage is physicality. But if you're a receiver, yeah, if you're a quarterback, some of these guy corners, like, yeah, you can and hopefully will get a lot out of this week.
But think about it right now, and I know there aren't a lot of metaphorical decapitations in the game of football anymore, where you used to have DBs just taking the heads off of wide receivers, but you'll still get a big hit from time to time. You will, and when a wide receiver is playing under those conditions, it changes the entire paradigm. It does. It changes the context. You know, I'm big on the context and actually having context in everything. Give me the context of something inside that paradigm, and then I'll go out and I'll figure what the variables are, and then I'll do my best. Well, it's the same way in the game of football right now. The context of saying, I could get my face knocked off here. Well, no, you can't, because we don't have the pads on. You're not going to get hit. It changes the way you think, period. Now, again, some of these offensive linemen, defensive linemen, even without pads, they get pretty physical. They go after it. You know, the butt guts, of course, and the big nasties, they're going to go after it from time to time. But it doesn't. It has nothing to do with the big butts right there. You can get better without pads. You can. But you can't get better as a football player without pads. Does that make sense? You can get better as a player. You're not going to get better as a football player because you're not playing football.
There is an element of, it's a huge part of it. I mean, your point with the receivers, like, I'm a lot less hesitant to jump up in the air going over the middle to make a catch if I know nobody's going to hit me and I'm just going up against my teammates in practice.
Arms up over your head, exposing yourself to everybody.
Yeah, as opposed to if some safety's going to line me up and crack 3 of my ribs if I go up there and make that catch. Like, it's
with his shoulder, of course, and not his helmet.
No, never would he hit you with his helmet. Here's Zay Jones. He was on the show with us last week, and he talked about how the skill position players can get better.
Yeah, I think a lot of the skilled people are moving at high speeds, which we normally would do, except for, our quote-unquote low days. And so it's that timing that you're working with quarterbacks, and coach does a great job of taking care of us where we need to compete and not to compete, where it's just learning maybe. So, there's a lot of aspects that we can grow and learn and get better, especially in the skill position.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the further you get from the ball for the most part, I think you have a better chance of actually getting better as a football player. Okay, not just a player, but getting better as a football player. I think, again, wide receiver, it's one of those positions right there because of Steve Breston where you can go out and you can actually work on your craft and get better. There is no press coverage. Thank you, NFLPA. You can't actually have press coverage and practices, which is just, it blows my mind. It blows my mind. You've got to be kidding me. Are you playing football if you can't have press cover? Of course you are, according to the NFLPA today, but it blows my mind you can't do that. But cornerbacks, wide receivers, safeties, I would throw the tight end in as well when he's actually in a route combination. Inside linebackers from time to time, I think they can get better with their drops and reading route combinations in a zone room, doing a better job with that. They can get better as players. I just don't believe you can get better as a football player unless you're only playing football.
I just think it sort of signifies the start of football season. I know there's a huge break coming up in July, but it signifies, like you said, if the players view this as kind of like the start. Yeah, we may go on vacation, but would you say you might be running gassers in a field at 10 o'clock at night when nobody's paying attention on your vacation to get ready? If this is when guys are truly ramping up for the start of things, then. And we need that here, man. We need that because there's so many question marks with the Suns, and I'm still holding out hope for the D-backs, but they just now can't catch a break, in addition to there's been times they haven't been able to get out of their own way either. So we need football season around here. All right, when we come back, what's it feel like to hit a walk-off grand slam in extra innings? We're going to ask the last guy to do it for the D-backs before Josh Naylor last night. Ryan Roberts is going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson.
This is linebacker Matt Wilson Sr.
This is Darius Robinson.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfleger from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com. The Basin is heating up, and if you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, man, it's time for you to call All Pro Shade Concepts. Their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. Cooler patios, no glare, and total privacy, man. We've experienced that at the compound. As a matter of fact, they came out to the compound and they advised us on our shading needs, where and what our options were, and I can tell you it's one of the best things we ever did, Basinonians, for our family. They are the experts in their industry, and I want to tell you this, now through November, think about this, for every shade you order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. Yeah, Shoes for Soldiers. So cool down your patio and support your heroes. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. Or you can go ahead and text SHOES to 620-620. That's SHOES to 620-620.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey, it's Gambo. Is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? The heat is brutal, and with monsoons just around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure your roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They are an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, and insured with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today. Call 602-ROOFING for a free estimate on your roof. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602-ROOFING or visit jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com. Don't wait. Prepare your roof for the monsoon season. JLC Roofing, professional roof repair and replacement for over 30 years.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Seattle Mariners 8-4 last night, and what a wild win it was. After blowing a 4-0 lead in the bottom of the ninth, Josh Naylor did this in the bottom of the 11th.
The pitch, swing, high fly ball, deep right field, can zone, back, this is gone! Walk it off! A grand slam for Naylor!
D-backs are back on the field tonight, going for a series win at Chase Field with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Over to the Arizona Cardinals, they have signed first-round pick Walter Nolan III to a 4-year contract. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, the deal is worth $19.3 million and has a $10.7 million signing bonus. A new Phoenix Suns head coach, Jordan Ott, will have his introductory press conference today at 3. We will carry it live on 98.7 and the app. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Desert Institute for Spine Care is the best in the Valley for 14 years and counting. If you need your neck or spine looked at, go with the best online at sciatica.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. What first impression will Jordan Ott make on the Valley faithful? The new head coach of the Suns will join us today at 4:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Well, it felt like for a minute last night the season might be slipping away. I don't even know if that's really hyperbole with another injury and another meltdown by the bullpen after the injury. But Josh Naylor got the Diamondbacks the win with the walk-off grand slam, Wolf, and the last Diamondback to do that before Josh Naylor last night was Ryan Roberts, who's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Ryan, thank you for the time. How's it going?
Hey, what's up, family? Oh, it's going good, man. It's going good.
So, Ryan, does anyone call you the Tap Man still? Do people call you the Tap Man?
Hey, I've had a couple of people say that, but not too many. No, not too many.
Well, the game last night was a roller coaster for the Diamondbacks, and there was a lot of mixed emotions when it was over. But aside from everything else, as somebody who has hit a walk-off grand slam in a major league game, what is that? I mean, you see, Naylor's just trying to get the ball in the outfield. All of a sudden, it's over the fence. Can you just kind of take us through what that was like for you?
Oh man, yeah, I love recapping this story because I like to point out how it all got there. And Cole Gillespie was the one who kind of got us going. And whenever he made that 2-out push and beat the ball out that he hit the first base, it kind of jump-started and ignited everything else. A couple of errors later, a couple of base hits, a couple of walks, and then now I find myself up to bat. And really, to be honest, I'm not sure how bro was feeling last night, but for me, I just didn't want to make the last out. I just wanted to try to keep the train moving. If I could draw a walk or if I get a base hit, whatever I could to just keep the train moving to not kill the momentum was what I was trying to do, and ended up just trying to keep it simple and hitting the ball at the middle, ended up resulting in a homer, which turned out great for me, I guess.
So, Ryan, I want to ask you about the clubhouse. I played 10 years in the National Football League. I know how an NFL locker room actually works. I know how that works. But when you're talking about baseball, because it's such a dichotomous sport from the game of football, man, I always wonder about, Ryan, what is it like inside the clubhouse? What is it like when you basically live with these guys? You see them every day and you travel with them. And, how important is accountability inside a clubhouse? And I'm not talking about accountability player-coach. or manager coach.
Right.
I'm talking about accountability between players.
Yeah. Yeah, no, man, it depends. It varies. I think what each team tries to do is find a clubhouse culture and a vibe, and that clubhouse is going to represent each individual person, but also umbrellaed under a team, which means you give the freedom for guys to have their own personalities and bring their own backgrounds and their own things that they do each day, but also we're all under the same mindset that we're out here doing it together. And I think something in 2011 for us that really helped was that we would die on that field for each other, man. If Ian Kennedy was on the mound and he made a good pitch and I had to try to make a diving play or go into the stands to catch it, it was not for me to make, the web gems. It was for my guy on the mound to not throw any more pitches because it could cost us a series, or it could cost us later on in the playoffs or later on in the regular season. Try to save guys innings, try to put runs on the board for our pitchers. And I heard a little bit about the bullpen mishaps. It's just collectively as a group, you got to come together. You got to really be there for one another. So you think a little bit outside your own stats or your own game, and you try to get motivated by your friends and doing it for something other than yourself.
We're talking to Ryan Roberts. Ryan, just the idea of 162 games, and for the Diamondbacks this season, we're just past the 60. We're coming up on 70 games, and it's just been a huge roller coaster up to this point. Just from your experience playing in the league, how do guys go about navigating the ups and downs over 162 games?
Yeah, it's a long season, like you said, and I think if you try to just take series by series. You want to try to take 2 out of 3 at home for sure. Try to win at least 1, 2 on the road, and then when you can sweep, you go for the sweep. But I think just a smaller picture, taking a divisional series game is a better way to concentrate on things than a bigger picture, just because the course of the year is so long. I mean, whenever I've been on multiple teams, and I know being in AAA and being a guy called up to a guy in the big leagues and seeing these guys come up in AAA, man, everybody plays a role. And I think if we look outside of a 25-man roster, we'll see that more like a 30, 35-man roster is really what's going to get you all the way there. So, again, it's the guys who come up. Are they going to come up, and are they going to hop into this culture and be willing to lay it on the line for everybody, or are they nervous and trying to find their way? I mean, there's a lot of factors that come in, but it's definitely over the course of a year, it's going to take everybody in AAA. It's going to take everybody in the big leagues, and it's going to take even maybe some moves and some trades along the way if there's injury or whatnot. But yeah, it's really a bigger than a 25-man roster effort I feel like to go to the playoffs and even go all the way to the end.
So, Ryan, in the NFL, and again, forgive me for talking about it, but I'm fascinated with this. In the NFL, if you aren't giving the requisite effort that it takes to actually play in the NFL and win a game, there are going to be guys that will walk up and square you up in the locker room and ask you what is going on. Are there guys who do that in a major league clubhouse, and how important is that? Yeah. So to answer and to speak on that right now, man, all I can say is I hope so. I don't know how the dynamic is and culture is nowadays in clubhouses, but yeah, it was a must, man. It was a must. I had so many guys speaking into me whenever I was older. Kind of one of my main mentors back in the day was Tony Clark. And, if I would throw a fit on the field or if I would do something out of line, he would always bring me over and in his deep voice tell me, hey, we can't be doing that out here. You're representing something bigger than yourself. So laying down your ego and laying down those kind of enticing things to do when you're upset on the field and stepping aside of that, thinking you're in a bigger picture. There's more people watching, you're representing a little bit more. I think you definitely need guys in the clubhouse to keep that in line because, it's an emotional game, man. Everybody's fighting for jobs. You're out there, it seems fun as a spectator watching it, but you're out there fighting. This is your job, man. You don't want to lose it. You don't want to get traded. There's all types of things that are going through your mind if you're a bubble guy. So being able to have guys kind of help you along the way makes it more like a family atmosphere. An older uncle or older brother that you respect, and they kind of groom you into that way in which you can represent yourself and even, in my opinion, even get better. It kind of, once you start pushing all that stuff to the side and those egos go away, now you can really be part of a team because you're going to accept your role.
So I hope, again, to answer your question, I hope it's going on right now. I hope guys aren't just in there doing whatever they want. I hope those veteran guys are in there, kind of guiding and helping shape that culture so it lasts, right? So it lasts that long season.
Well, Ryan, it was great catching up with you, man. Thank you so much for the time.
Man.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thanks. I always love Arizona, man. I love everybody out there. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you, bro.
That's Ryan Roberts joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Of course, prior to last night, it was the last Diamondback to hit the walk-off grand slam. And it's funny when they said that about Naylor last night. It's like, okay, there's how many more things happened last night that were like the first time they've ever done it? Or
Arizona
rare.
Sports.
Oh, no. What do we got, Rick?
All right, guys. So this is from Gambo. He says, I expect Justin Martinez to go on the 15-day IL.
Okay. 15-day IL. That doesn't mean he doesn't have Tommy John or need Tommy John.
I'm not shocked by that, right? That was kind of, no matter what, that was going to be the next step. There's still a chance.
This is the way that it happened with Corbin Burnes.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I feel like we're just having deja vu here going through this again. He was definitely going to go on the injured list, so I'm not going to take that as the worst news because there was no way he was just going to go out there and pitch, tonight or whatever. But it also doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet either, obviously.
So weird about it, too. The broadcast did a great job with that. They did an incredible job showing the pitch before his 19th pitch, which was the pitch where he was done in emotion. Before that, the left ankle. I thought maybe it was the left ankle.
I've never hoped somebody's ankle was hurt so much.
Exactly.
It's like, it's just his ankle. We're fine.
That was not the case.
No, and we can get back into this, but I thought also did a great job on the broadcast showing his teammates' reaction.
Yeah.
And it was when the score was still 4-0. It's not like Seattle had come back. So those reactions you saw were not, the bullpen blew a game. It was the reactions as they were waiting for Brigham to warm up and get his pitches in because he obviously hadn't been warming up in the bullpen because why would he? It's not like he was supposed to pitch. I thought they did a good job of just kind of showing like Josh Naylor and Gino, and they showed Ketel Marte, and they showed Alek Thomas. Alek Thomas had the best. His look just summed it up for me. It was just like, here we go again. Like, really? We're doing this again? All right, when the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. When we come back, Jordan Ott's introductory press conference is this afternoon, so what's the one thing you don't want to hear him say? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We get around July 4th, July 9th, a month from now, and we're still here in the standings. It's not going to happen. Then you can sit up and say, hey, they're 6 games back. They've got 4 teams in front of them. It ain't going to happen. Yeah. But that's still a month. It's just, what are they going to do in the month before they get there?
6 games back with 4 teams to fall apart? Like, you got to play better than 4 teams? And all those teams have an advantage on you? Like, that becomes very, very difficult. So that's where I start to worry about their ability to get ahead of this thing.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away without waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds like the perfect way to do it, right? Well, it is if you can do it, and that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You're going to be able to buy your new home now and then sell the old one later. It is much less stressful if you can do it that way, so here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of those extra stressors in the middle of everything else that's already going on with this big life moment. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy, move into your new home first, and then still sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation, figure out what you're working with here. That's Orchard.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Arizona sports.
Devin Booker, the Suns franchise cornerstone, was involved late in this process for the hire, and I'm told Jordan Ott was his top choice.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, thanks to Ryan Roberts for joining us last segment. Into basketball now, Wolf, because Jordan Ott's introductory press conference is this afternoon.
Here we go.
So we're about, I guess it hasn't even been a week, really, since they officially announced it was going to be him. How are people wrapping their heads around this now? Now we're a few days into this. I can tell you where I am, okay?
Yeah, okay, good.
Part of the frustrating part for me last week, and this is just my opinion, although it's an opinion shared by a lot of people, is it felt like Jordan Ott was always going to be the guy. So it felt like our intelligence was being insulted of the, hey, look at all these guys we interviewed, and we just happened to come up with the guy who used to coach for Cleveland, who we're taking him away from the Cavs, and he's a Michigan State guy. It just, when they put out the first list of 9 players, it felt like, oh, so that's the guy they already want. They're just going to talk to these other guys. Maybe it's that way, maybe it's not, but that's the way it felt. Now that we're a week into this, I am pulling for Jordan Ott.
Yeah.
He's not the one of the front office, coaching staff, whatever, that I'm most concerned about. I am pulling for him. There's a chance this works. They're just not really playing the percentages.
You know what's so funny about just listening to you talk about this and revisit the name Jordan Ott, and you thought Jordan Ott was going to get the job. That's what you're saying. You thought he was going to get the job? Because I did not think he was going to get the job.
Well,
even when it came down to Johnny Bryant and Jordan Ott, when it came down to it, I literally thought This is great. You know what they're doing? They're elevating Jordan Ott and his status.
Yeah.
The fact that
I was hoping that's what they were doing.
The fact that they were saying he's a finalist. Look
Yeah.
at League, NBA, did you know? Look at this guy. He was a finalist, and rightfully so. He was a finalist. But I also thought they were doing it just so they could hire Johnny Bryant and say, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
All you guys out there are talking about the Michigan State thing and the Michigan State thing. Are you knock it off,
Yeah.
Sparty?
Yeah.
Right?
We'd all feel a lot better right now. It doesn't mean they would have been the right hire,
We're
but we'd all
not
feel a
going
lot
to do
better.
that. I thought they actually put him there as a finalist just so they could actually emphasize that.
Yeah.
Once again, that was not the case.
I'm not going to say when they had 9 names, I was like, oh, it's definitely him. Now, when they had 2, I feel like you're the only person who thought maybe they weren't going to.
No.
Once it got to 2, it was like, oh, this was the plan all along. Again, whether it was or not, that's the way it looked. But when they had 9 and we all looked and we're like, well, these 2 guys are coaching in Cleveland currently, so they kind of stand out because there were no like huge standout names. It's not like you were looking at like Michael Malone and Taylor Jenkins and whoever. Tom Thibodeau, like those names weren't ever going to be on the list. They want to go with a newer guy that he can grow with the team.
Yeah.
So when the list, the first 9 came out, it was just like, okay, who jumps out? Like which characteristics jump out? Well, the 2 guys that coached at Cleveland, and there were actually 2 guys on the list at the time who had ties to Michigan State, but the only one who coached at Cleveland and had ties to Michigan State was Jordan Ott. So it felt like he was at least going to be around for a while. Now he's the guy. Like I said, I don't feel like they're playing the percentages. But they would tell you that Michigan State has nothing to do with it, and this was the best guy for the job. So if that's the case, like I said, I'm pulling for him. Even if they did do this just because he's a Michigan State guy, there's still a chance it could work because he was on his way up in this league. But, man, talk about a press conference that's going to be scrutinized. You got a hungry/angry fan base right now, or frustrated fan base. Every word Jordan Ott says is going to be scrutinized today.
Yeah. You know what is interesting to me about this as well, Basinonians, and this is just me, and please, you know me. I am the grassy knoll. I will read into everything. And I know that Devin Booker, of course, through a third party, he has endorsed Jordan Ott and said he was the guy that he was hoping was going to get the job right there. But can I just say this, Luke, that I'm a little disappointed we haven't heard from Book. I'm a little disappointed we haven't looked at a tweet from Book. We haven't looked at any type of social media from Book. We haven't heard anything from Book about that. I was hoping maybe that Book would step up and actually say something about that. Now, I know that, once again, the story has been released through a third party that Devin Booker is all on board with it. But I was hoping more that we would hear from Book about this.
There's some fairness to that. I'm not necessarily disappointed that like Devin Booker's not taking time out of his vacation to talk about this, but I will say this. I'm taking it with a grain of salt until I hear it from Devin Booker. If you want to tell me, hey, Devin Booker was part of the process and he signed off on Jordan Ott, okay, I believe that. If you're going to tell me that he was his first choice all along, I got to hear that from Devin Booker. I do. Because Jordan Ott, of the guys on that list, was a relative unknown. Now, KD knows a bunch of guys. I'm sure that he had some not input on their decision, but maybe if Book doesn't know Jordan Ott, Kevin Durant did from his time in Brooklyn. Who knows? But yeah, I'm not going to sit here and be like, this was Devin Booker's pick until I hear Devin Booker say it was his pick.
Luke Lipinski, what would you like to hear from Jordan Ott today? What is the burning question that you have?
Okay, so this is the exact opposite of what you asked, but I have what I don't want to hear.
Oh, okay.
Can I answer it that way?
Okay, what you don't want to hear.
I don't want to hear him sound like he's reading from a script. Like, I don't think we need to hear aligned. I don't think we need to hear the word aligned from. I really don't. I mean, when Matt Ishbia said it the first time, it made sense. It was like, yeah, this team needs to be more aligned in the coaching staff and the front office. It's true. But when Brian Gregory goes out there and says it 15 times in his press conference, it feels like, okay, I can just go back and listen to Ishbia's press conference, which, by the way, I was on board with when Ishbia said it. But I don't need to hear it from Gregory and now Jordan Ott. Like, I want to hear, I want to learn about Jordan Ott today, to be honest. So whatever he says that sounds like that, I want to know what his vision is for this team, and I want to know how much he prioritizes defense.
Yeah, I would agree with those assessments right there. Can I also say that, to me, I want to hear how much he believes Devin Booker has to be the leader of this team. That's not going to surprise
Are we going to send Jamal down there
for
to
me
ask
right
that
now.
question?
Honestly, somebody, please. I believe that is going to be asked. Do you not? Somebody is going to say that.
Somebody's driving in right now, and they're like, I better ask this just for Wolf.
No, I'm just saying right now, somebody's going to say, hey, Jordan, how important is it that Devin Booker lead this team? Somebody's going to ask that.
There's
right?
definitely going to be Booker questions, so it would be easy to if that's not the initial question, it would be easy for either him to take it there or a follow-up question to take it there. Yes.
Yes, Jordan, would you say you're the leader of the team, or are you just the coach? Yes, I'm both. I'm a leader and a coach. There's no denying that, but being a coach is not being the leader of the team. Being the leader of the team can only come from one place, to me, and that's a player who leads the team.
Well, it's very clear who that has to be at this point.
Just saying.
The only guy that we know for sure is on the team.
A coach, the head coach, yes, of course, he's the leader of the team. Schematically, that's what he is. Yeah, theoretically, he is the leader of the team. I understand all that. But, man, in fact, no. A leader has got to come from the players. It has to come from them, or you're kind of like what we saw. That's what you are.
Yeah, and I tell you, we probably won't get a clear answer on this, but I would like to know what he's looking for as far as assistant coaches, and I wouldn't mind knowing more about his background of developing players at the NBA level, because that is a legitimate skill of his. Now, again, to me, that's a skill that you could have as an assistant coach. Johnny Bryant could have been the head coach. Jordan Ott could have been the assistant. He could have developed the players, but that's not the case. He's the head coach now. So I want to know how he feels that has gone in the past and how that could potentially help him. Now, really, I want to know about the assistant coaches.
Yeah, and I also want to know, what is your relationship with KD? What is your relationship with KD? And number two, how would you use Bradley Beal? Okay, great.
I think if his reaction was Bradley Beal still here.
So, guys, according to Gambo, one of the assistants, I believe it'll be the number 3 assistant, is going to be Damari Carroll. He's a recently retired player.
Okay. I want to thank you for that, Rick. I want to kind of get Ott's a sense of what Ott is like looking for in his assistants and what he wants from this team. I
describe the type of players you want to coach.
There you go.
There you go.
I don't really want to hear a ton about Michigan State or alignment, because
ask it, Jamal. Ask it.
Yeah, Jamal, leave. He actually doesn't have to leave because the press conference isn't until 3. Jamal can do the show and then just work on his free time too.
Ask it.
All right, we come back. When we come back, we'll get back into baseball and the Diamondbacks after what happened last night. What do they have to do to still be in the conversation, to even be buyers at the deadline? The deadline feels like it's like years away. It's a month and a half away, and that feels like years this season. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Join me tonight. It's finally here, Basinonians. Join me tonight at Desert Ridge AMC at 5 p.m., June 10th at 5 p.m., that is today, for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. That's right, Retirement on the Brink, the eye-opening documentary everyone nearing retirement needs to see. You can reserve your VIP seat right now. There's still room, Basinonians, right now at Retirement on the Brink. You need to sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for a complimentary popcorn and drink. That's tonight, once again. Now, listen, I wouldn't call it a starring role in the documentary, but I do make an appearance in Retirement on the Brink. Join me tonight at 5 p.m. at Desert Ridge AMC. Go to TrajanWealth.com, Basinonians. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Trane, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Chain Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Chain Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our own John Gambadoro, he expects Arizona Diamondbacks reliever Justin Martinez to go on the 15-day injured list. Martinez left last night's win over the Mariners with elbow tightness. Gambo is also reporting that reliever Bryce Jarvis will be called up from AAA Reno and reliever Jeff Brigham is being sent down. The D-backs go for the series win tonight at Chase Field with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Over to the Arizona Cardinals, they have signed first-round pick Walter Nolan III to a 4-year contract. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, the deal is worth $19.3 million and has a $10.7 million signing bonus. And new Phoenix Suns head coach Jordan Ott will have his introductory press conference today at 3. We will carry it live on 98.7 and the app. Speaking of the Suns, Gambo reports that Damari Carroll will be the Suns' number 3 assistant. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
God knows.
I am reincarnated. I was stargazing.
Hey everybody, Dan
Life
Bickley
goes
here.
on,
Can the
honey, all my
Diamondbacks get their
babies.
sinking season back on track? It's getting late. Tick-tock, tick-tock. We'll discuss tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Well, the Major League Baseball trade deadline is July 31st, Wolf, so we're nowhere near it. We really are not even close to it. I said this at the start of the season. I was setting myself up for potential disappointment with this team, probably more than any other local team in recent memory, because I really did believe this is a playoff team that's going to take some teams out in the playoffs. Now, this is what I felt in March and April.
Yeah.
I don't think I was alone in that, but I definitely felt it. I said it then. I was like, and if they don't, it's gonna be quite the fall for me.
I think it was a little bit more tempered than you, was I not? I believe
Maybe.
that, as memory serves. My expectation is they were going to be a playoff team. There's no doubt about that.
I remember
I am
you-
willing to say that. Yet at the same time, I think I was a little bit more tempered than you.
I think you were running around the concourse at Salt River Field saying, I love a parade, and here we go, and the World Series starts in 6 short months.
I could not wait for that. That is the truth. And I did believe they had an incredibly talented roster, which they did.
Now, even if you were a pessimist, I think everybody thought they would still be in it on July 31st and be in a position to buy, right? I'm looking at a story from Steve Gilbert on MLB.com right now talking about how Mike Hazen still wants to be in position to buy, but they need to start going. They got to start winning games to be in that position. If you look at where they are in the standings right now, the Dodgers are becoming they're off in the distance. You can barely see them now.
7.5,
yeah.
right?
Which is, again, even before the season, I didn't expect the Diamondbacks to win the division. But the problem is you're 6 back of the Giants. Did not expect that.
Yeah.
5.5 back of the Padres.
Padres?
The Padres. Mike Hazen's right. They got to get going.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it, Luke. They have to. You know, for me, it's not just the what, too. It's not just the what when July 31st comes around. It really isn't. I think it's also how you're playing. I think the what and the how is really going to be important for the Arizona Diamondbacks to be buyers at the trade deadline. It's not just the what. Maybe for whatever reason they're hanging around 500, like they are right now, Luke. Like they are right now, hanging around 500. I don't know. With the names on the rosters hanging around 500, I don't know if that necessarily means that they're going to be buyers. I think it also has to be, you have to show me something. You have to show Mike Hazen something to get behind, something to say, you know what? Hey, I know we're hanging around 500 or maybe just a little bit over 500, but we're playing so much better baseball than what we were a month ago.
Yeah.
I think it's not just the what. I think it's the what and the how for the Diamondbacks as well that's going to matter.
You know, a lot of times in baseball now with the additional playoff teams, everybody's kind of in it unless you're like the Rockies and maybe 1 or 2 other teams. Typically, you get to the trade deadline and you could make a case for most teams in the National League or the American League to still be in it. Maybe you're not buying, but you're not selling because it's like, yeah, things aren't going great, but we're right around 500, which means we're only 2.5 games back of that third wild card spot or whatever. But the National League's really top-heavy this year.
Yeah.
And so the Padres right now are actually the number 3 wild card. So if you do
Which
the
is
math,
why I believe it's the what and the how as well.
Yeah.
Because of just how jacked the National League is.
They're 5.5 back of a wild card spot right now, the Diamondbacks are. And to get in, they would have to jump the Reds, Brewers, Cardinals, and Padres right now just to get in.
Wow.
That's
an eye-opener right there.
Got to start winning.
Yes. Yeah, no, they have to, but they have to start playing better. And I think in all phases, it's not just the lack of consistency that we see at the plate where it's an all-or-nothing feel. It's not just about that. It's also being more consistent in the field. This is something that I never thought we were going to see.
Yeah.
Yet the Diamondbacks are below average. They are below average defensively right now. They're in the bottom half of Major League Baseball in errors committed. Think about that for a minute. They have 32 errors right now. They committed 62 errors all of last year. They still have 90-something games that are left out there. Ron Wolfley doing math live on the air.
Ron Wolfley doing vague math.
So it's just it's difficult, as you could imagine. But again, 32 errors already this season. That is my biggest disappointment, and you know that. Because for me, I took so much pride in the fact that, man, we field our position here in Arizona. This is what we do. Not only do we score runs, but we field our position here. Taste it. And yet, we're the one barfing it up.
After 32, 60, they're on pace for like close to 80 errors this year. I mean, that's... So I'm going to read you a couple cuts from the story. One of them was towards the top. Mike Hazen said, "I'm hopeful this is going to turn around and we put ourselves in the conversation to be buying." And then he went on, this is we got to start winning. But to your point of what you were just talking about, here's a quote from later in the story. This is, again, from Mike Hazen. "Defensively, we just haven't played well this year, and that's an area that is still costing us, but we're also putting so many runners on base in those situations, so when the mistakes do happen, it's costing us a lot of runs. So everyone's involved, but it's frustrating that we haven't really gotten going defensively, especially in those critical moments," unquote. I mean, that's exactly what you're talking about, Wolf. And honestly, as we talk this out, that might be, other than record, the biggest thing Mike Hazen looks at when you get to July 15th.
Why do you say that?
Because that's the eye test, right? Let's say they start picking up some wins, and they are 2 games out of a wild card spot at that point. If they look better defensively, which was supposed to be part of their identity, then I think it's going to be easier for Mike Hazen to make the case that it's worth investing in a team that might not have their number one starter or either of their closers at that point. But if they're still bobbling the ball all over the place, and let's say they're 2.5 games out of a wild card spot, but it's just because the Padres fell apart or something, or the Giants fell apart, then I think there might be some hesitation, because that was supposed to be a staple of this team, and it's been the opposite.
For me, fielding your position is so important in the game of baseball, because I think it's an indicator as to how your intensity level is overall. I think sometimes, because you play 162 games a year, I think sometimes guys' minds drift a little bit. They do. It's something that Major League Baseball players have talked about. You've got to be intense. You've got to be focused on what it is that you are doing. And I think a lot of times you get lazy. You just get lazy and lax. And I think we have actually seen that from the Diamondbacks so far.
Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club this Wednesday. It's tomorrow, actually. As the Diamondbacks take on the Seattle Mariners in the series finale there. Text half to 620-620. We're going to send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87. Again, that's half to 620-620. Again, text half to 620-620. We come back to basketball. How does Charles Barkley think the Suns should navigate a Kevin Durant trade? You're going to hear what he had to say about it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Buda Baker.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. I am Santan Ford. I love saying that, Basinonians. We just kind of shout that out around the compound every now and then. I got 2 things I want to talk to you about right now. Number 1 is employee pricing. That's right, employee pricing. What Ford employees pay for their brand new Ford, you're going to pay for your Ford right now, because it has been extended at Santan Ford. And the second thing is the selection that Santan Ford has going right now. Think about this. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground, on the lot right now. Can you imagine that? 1,400, all the models, all the trim levels, different options, and every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but
Okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. D-backs closer Justin Martinez exits with the right elbow tightness. Josh Naylor hits a walk-off grand slam as D-backs survived Mariners' comeback. And NBA draft prospects the Suns would be lucky to have available. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Back here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center, it is Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning out here for the beginning of mandatory minicamp all week, Wolf. Well, we're going to talk basketball right now, actually. We're going to talk football in a few minutes because Drew Petzing is going to walk into the studio, and we'll talk football with him.
That's going to be cool.
Yeah, I was going to say,
no.
Twist your arm for that one, right? Charles Barkley was on with Bickley and Murata this morning. And they asked him about a lot of things, but one of the main things was the Kevin Durant trade that seems inevitable, that kind of hangs over not only this team right now, but the league in general, because it's such a big name. This is what Barkley said as far as what the Suns need to get out of a trade.
Well, they're screwed right now. So you make the best deal for Kevin. That's the first thing. You make the best deal. I hear they're working with him and whatever. I'm like, no, you don't work with him. You make the best deal for the team. So you make the best deal for the team because you got to start your rebuild. You make the best deal for KD. No matter, don't worry about his feelings. You make the best deal for yourself because, some people going to take a chance with him, some people not. 'Cause he only got 1 year left on his deal, and he's 37 years old. Probably not going to get a lot, but somebody might be stupid and give you a lot. Mm-hmm. So you make the best deal for the Phoenix Suns.
Wow, that didn't make me feel any better, Chuck. I gotta be honest, I feel a lot worse now.
You know what? Okay, can I just say that I'm with him on that one right there? You make the best deal for the Phoenix Suns. Okay, that's good. Yeah, make the best deal. Problem is, what is the best deal? What will be the best deal for Kevin Durant right now? For me, I've lowered my standard. I have really done this. I have brought it down, my expectation right now. What am I hoping for? I'm hoping for Mikal Bridges. I told you this.
Yeah.
Honestly. Mikal Bridges and some change. That's what I'm hoping for right now. Do I think that's going to happen? I don't. I don't think it's going to happen.
Why don't you think it's going to happen? Because when you say it, I'm starting to get conditioned to what everybody is now, pumping out there too of like, well, how could you ask for Mikal Bridges back for Kevin Durant? Well, I don't know. Mikal Bridges is only signed for one more year. The Knicks can't necessarily afford him. And it's Kevin Durant. I should at least be able to ask for it. It's not like I'm trying to trade off some second-round free agent whatever that nobody wanted. I'm talking about one of the best players in NBA history.
Yeah, he's got 1 year left on his contract. He's 37 years old. So, again, you're going to have to sign Kevin Durant. You're going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to acquire Kevin Durant, of course, you're going to sign him or try to sign him, I would imagine, to a long-term contract again. That'll take him into his 40s.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I'm just wondering at some point in time, does somebody go, what are we doing?
Well,
what are we doing?
If you're in win now mode now, though, I mean, you may be able to, 2 years on top of this? It's a 37, 38, 39. So, yeah he'd be, I don't know. I mean, the part that
I wonder if Cassandra's going to add Chuck, too. I wonder if that's going to happen.
The part, you're just constantly on social media. I don't even know what language you're speaking over there now. The part that is that Chuck says there that I agree with in theory, but it's just not how this is going to work now is he basically says, forget about what KD wants, make the trade that's best for you, right? Okay, well, yeah, in a vacuum, that would be brilliant. But they already tried that at the trade deadline. It doesn't work in the NBA. If you have a truly elite player and they don't want to go where you're going to trade them, they don't go.
Yeah.
And then the other team's not going to want to give you anything because they know that guy doesn't want to be there. It's the only part of the Luka trade, which is a complete joke of a trade, but it's the only part that makes a little sense is that they didn't want a bunch of people knowing because they didn't want Luka to know because Luka would have been like, I'm not going there. And then the trade's off.
Yeah.
Except in that case, it was so lopsided, the Lakers would have still been, we'll just take him anyway because you're giving us a generational player. Either way, that's separate. But I just don't think you can force Durant to someplace he doesn't want to go or the trade won't happen.
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that. Somehow, some way, they're going to get confirmation from Kevin Durant. Do you want to be traded here? Will you be traded here? Are you happy? Exactly. Are you happy being traded here? Of course. That's going to happen. So I'm with you on that one. You have to work with Kevin Durant as to where he's going to go. It's just a cold, hard fact.
That's Andy's star player in the NBA.
Say?
Well, I'm going to play this last one where he really didn't make me feel better listening to this interview. He said the Suns are an afterthought now.
Problem is the team's not going to be any good. The Suns aren't even – the Suns are an afterthought. Think about this. Okay, obviously you got to get rid of KD because of the contract situation, but Devin Booker and Bradley Beal, you're a play-in team at best.
I would love to play in. I would absolutely love that. Thanks,
Chuck said that like that was going to be a bad thing. You're a play-in team at best.
Didn't expect to hear that word ever for the next 4 years.
Man, honestly, I don't see that. I don't see that happening under any circumstance right now. I don't see Kevin Durant being a Phoenix Sun. That's not going to shock anybody. I don't see Bradley Beal as well being a Phoenix Sun. There are some people out there talking about Devin Booker, and even Chuck was talking about Devin Booker, and you're going to have to trade Devin Booker. I disagree with that. I do. There's no way I want to trade Book. Yet at the same time, I'm not going to say that if you think that based on earnings that you're a mad person.
You know what this moment is right now, if you want to boil it down to this whole offseason or the end of last season or whatever specific moment you want to point to, if you just want to say the whole offseason, this is the exact opposite of Devin Booker hitting that shot in the bubble against the Clippers. That's exactly it. This is that being not undone.
You know what? I forgot about that. Let me just revel in that for a minute.
It was a great moment, right?
Yeah. Did he not lay on the ground?
He did.
Yeah. He just kind of, he laid there on his back. That was very, very cool.
And I know they didn't get into the postseason that year. That was the bubble, obviously.
Yes.
But you knew at that moment, you're like, okay, they're going to be back. They've figured it out. So for that to bring them back to being relevant, and now, as Chuck just said, they're going to probably be irrelevant on the national stage for a while. All right, when we come back, let's talk to Drew Petzing. Wolf, he's going to join us right here. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The trade deadline, and whether it's the Mariners or somebody else, the trade deadline, the Diamondbacks are going to be, depending on what happens in the next 5 weeks, maybe the team to watch in Major League Baseball because of Gallen, because of Kelly, because of Naylor, because of Suarez, because of Shelby Miller. Yep. They've got a plethora of things that people would want. The Diamondbacks, they need to play well enough in the next month so that we don't even have to have the seller conversation.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. If you need to go to DISC, ladies and gentlemen, you know what? You're probably having back or spine issues right now, and they are the best in the world. I kid you not. People from all over the world come right here to the Basin because of Desert Institute for Spine Care. I can tell you, they have helped me in the past. I give them my highest recommendation for you if you are battling spine or back issues. Disc surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery. The Disc founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now their surgeons train other surgeons in the United States and worldwide in endoscopic and minimally invasive spine surgery. Hey, enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner, and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the Valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our own John Gambadoro, he expects Arizona Diamondbacks reliever Justin Martinez to go on the 15-day injured list. Martinez left last night's win over the Mariners with elbow tightness. The D-backs go for the series win tonight at Chase Field with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And today is the first day of Arizona Cardinals mandatory minicamp. Joining Wolf and Luke next is Arizona Cardinals offensive coordinator Drew Petzing. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. The proof is in their reviews. If you have any AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at ReadyServices.com. Proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp. Now.
Welcome back to the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. We're out here for mandatory minicamp, and I want to remind you that a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. Drew Petzing is joining us out here. Drew, thanks for the time, man. How's it going?
Good, really good. Thanks a lot for having me, guys.
Drew, where are you going to start? When you start talking about your offense coming up in 2025, where are you going to start on that? Where does your mind go?
I think you always kind of pick up, the pieces of where you left off, right? What you were good at, what you weren't good at. I mean, that's one of the first things you do in the offseason is kind of go back and break it down and watch it in detail and try to figure out, what your players did well, what the scheme, really did well, what people tried to do to you defensively. So I think that's kind of the starting point, and then it kind of changes and tweaks as you watch things around the league. You watch a lot of college tape throughout the evaluation process, but you certainly pick up scheme there. So my offense, our offense, whatever we want to call it, I think it's always evolving, and I think that's always got to be the case.
The defense added so many pieces, and we've talked to a few offensive guys already this offseason. Paris Johnson Jr., Greg Dortch, guys that sat in that chair, and they were like, well, one of the things we like about the offense is we all know each other. Like, there's accountability. It's quick. Like, we don't have to kind of get to know the guy next to us. How much does that make your job easier?
In a major way. I think, as they said, not only not having to know the guy, but there's a lot of nonverbal communication that can happen throughout a football game, throughout, in and out of the huddle on the sideline. And so when you get guys that you really understand where they're at, what they're thinking, what they're doing, I think it allows guys to play together at a high level.
So, Drew, are we going to be more physical or less physical?
Always more physical. We'll put
more
that on
physical.
Always.
Okay, so you're not
always.
backing away from 12 personnel. You're not going to do that. 13 personnel as well. You're not going to do. We're still going to go out there and try to bash your face in.
Six
right?
fullbacks, everything.
I think, and people think of that and think, oh, you have to run the ball to be physical. And I don't view it that way in any way, shape, or form. I mean, run actions, keep like everything we do, the way we run with the ball in our hand. James Conner's just as violent when he catches it as when he runs. We hand it to him. I think it's an attitude and a mentality of a team, not necessarily the way that I call it or the way that we run the offense.
I think the offensive line would disagree with you. I think the offensive line would say, we want to come off the ball and we want to bash somebody's face in.
But they like putting a little bit of indecision in that defensive lineman's mind on whether or not they're defending the run or the pass.
Yeah, that's true. That's going to help them in pass protection.
We're talking to Drew Petzing. Drew, you're probably really the guy to ask this question that I've heard brought up so many times in the last 8-9 months. Marvin Harrison Jr. as a rookie, he comes in with these absurd expectations. People look and you're like, okay, well, he wasn't the greatest receiver in the history of the game in his first year. But then you look at his numbers; he had pretty good numbers by the end of the year. So when you look at what he did last year and what you're hoping to get from him this year, what jumps out to you?
I think you hit on the first thing. Like I was very pleased with the year he had. I mean, almost 900 yards, 8 touchdowns. He had a big impact on our offense. I thought he picked it up really well. The transition to the NFL game was strong. And then I think it's kind of the message that we sell to every player in that room is we need to get better. I need to call better plays. He needs to improve at some things. We want to have those conversations. Our goal is for all of us to hit our ceilings in whatever our roles are. So I think he's embraced that, just the way he works and the way he thinks and learns the game. So that's good. That's the next step. It's, hey, you did a really good job. Let's see how we can get better, how I can use you better in the offense, how you can improve in terms of certain situations. That's kind of been the focus this offseason.
So when I look at Marvin Harrison Jr., this is just me, Drew, looking at him from the outside in as a fullback. Okay,
I didn't know you played fullback.
No, of course, exactly. As a fullback, Drew, me looking at him. But I would like to see him attack the ball when it's in the air more. I would like to see him adopt an attitude that says, that ball is mine. Now, again, a lot of people talking about contested catches and everything else. I'm talking about high pointing the ball and going back, using his height to his advantage, going back and attacking the ball more. Would you agree with that? Would you like to see him do that?
Absolutely. I think we asked that of everybody in that room. I think, we have some big players, not just him, but we have some bigger receivers in that room that size is a major advantage. There's not a lot of 6'2", 215-pound DBs out there. So using your body, attacking the football, using your length, and some of your physical size in the passing game, I think is going to be a big emphasis for that group in general.
We're talking to Drew Petzing. Trey McBride, I know you just said you want everybody to hit their ceiling and whatever the job is. And I'm not saying he hasn't hit his ceiling yet, or that I'm not saying he has, but like how does he get better? When you look at Trey McBride in the season he had, I mean, it's not just the receiving; he's a good blocker too. Where do you look at a guy like that and say, okay, this is where you need to improve?
I think there's always going to be little things where you could point out, like, hey, did you play perfectly? No, we're never going to. So there's certainly that area. And then I think one of the things that I heard him hit on early in the offseason is consistency.
Yeah.
Is the greats do it for an extended period of time. There's a number of guys that come in the league that have a big year, a big 2 years. The guys that wear gold jackets do it for a decade or more, that's what's really hard, because it's not like a defense doesn't know Trey McBride's a huge part of this offense. He obviously put himself on the map in a major way throughout the last 3 seasons, but I think that's kind of the thing that's the key now, is like you have to do it consistently when the looks are harder and people are cluing in on it. You still got to make those plays and create some of that offensive production. So I think that's a big focus.
Drew, are there any trends right now on the defensive side of the ball? Defensive trends in the National Football League that you're seeing be amplified? Are you seeing any of these trends?
I think the two things that, and this has probably been over the last 5 years, you see a lot more personnel groupings on defense. You're seeing not necessarily like, hey, when we put 12 out there, we're getting base defense. When we put 11, we're getting 4 down. You're getting all different variations of nickel. You're getting base to 11. You're getting nickel to 12 or 13. I think to try to create some different leverage and some different fronts and things like that. And then I think you saw, what offenses do, and we talked about this. We check plays at times off of coverage or leverage or different fronts. And I think you're starting to see that more and more from defenses as well, where they're going to check based on formation or motion or certain areas where they're trying to, you talk about the perfect play on offense. I think more people are trying to do that maybe on defense, depending on the system. I think every system's a little different.
Are we going to lead the league in 12 personnel? Are we going to lead the league in 12?
Well, we got to be close, I would think, right?
Gotta be.
I didn't look at the percentages around the league, but I would think
I don't think
we
we actually led the league, but we were definitely there. So, yeah, you're saying that is a real possibility.
There's no doubt that tight ends will have a big part in this offense. I don't think that is a secret at this point.
Let's go. Drew, let's line up and hammer
a leading question for sure. He's just leading him to an answer. We're talking to Drew Petzing. Drew, I want to ask you about Trey Benson, and just in a best case scenario, how do you see him and James Conner playing off each other?
It's so hard because they're both so talented. James has done it at such a high level for us the last 2 years and really throughout his career. But I think Trey has really learned a ton from him his rookie season, just in terms of how to be a pro, how to run with that violence and attitude that we talked about, how to make sure that you're doing the things, in between games to make sure your body's ready to go. So I think it's just continuing to take that process to the next level for Trey that's going to be really important.
Drew, what is your next step? What is the next step for Kyler Murray?
That's a great question. I think like a lot of those guys, the consistency piece is going to be really key. There were times on offense where we felt unstoppable, felt like he was playing at an extremely high level and everything was happening like almost in rhythm on time and really, not perfection, but, felt like we were really humming. And then there were other times where it just felt hard. And some of that's him, some of that's me, some of that's the guys around him. But I think that's really, for a guy of his caliber, it's like, all right, you did it for 8 games last year or 10 games or whatever we want to say it was. Can you up that to 15? You're not going to walk out of a season and say, hey, I had 17 great games very often.
Yes.
But can we push that number closer? I think that's going to be really important.
Now that you've had him for a full season, you had him the full season before. He wasn't playing the whole time. But now that you've been able to have him as your starting quarterback, how does that help you and him and just the offense, I guess, kind of try to hit another level this year?
I think it kind of talks to that piece we talked about, like unspoken conversations. Like I think I've gained a better understanding of when he's comfortable, what he likes to see at certain points of the game, where his eyes go, and what kind of keeps him in a rhythm. And then he feels more comfortable with me, maybe having some of those conversations and speaking up a little bit more as he's more comfortable in the offense. Whereas before, it's like, yeah, I'm not going to question that because I need to try it or I need to feel it or I need to do it. Now, like, hey, he's done most of what we do and what we want to be, so he starts to have more of an opinion on what fits with what defenses he likes it against, and little things like that.
Drew, where are you on the whole, you know what, you need to run the ball a little bit more. Now, again, I don't, this is just me, Drew. I don't like called runs for Kyler Murray. I don't like called runs. Do I like showing it from time to time to keep that defense a little bit honest? Yeah, absolutely. But to me, I'd like to see him pull the ball down a little bit more and run the ball because he's an excellent guy pulling it down and running it. I'd like to see that a little bit more. The ad lib, I guess, from Kyler Murray. Is this something you work with him? And do you agree with that?
To the point of him running more, I think some of that comes up naturally in the game. Some of it's called. I think that can always change. I think to your point, some of that off-schedule stuff is what we've focused on, not necessarily like, hey, I don't want you to throw to the open guy or I don't want to make the right progression, but I think we left plays out there late in the down. Like, I think he did extend some plays, or we had the opportunity to extend plays, and for one reason or another, we didn't hit. It didn't come up the way we needed it to. So we have spent some time this offseason. It's hard because it's off schedule, it's unstructured. You know, I always liken it to like fast break basketball. Like there's a system in place, but at the same time, guys are kind of out there free flowing and playing.
And it's got to be organic.
It has to be. And,
yes.
and you can't just go out there and be like, hey, scramble drill, let's go.
Right.
I mean, you do that here and there to build in the foundation. But I do think if you look throughout his career, he's done that at a really high level. And I felt like last year we left some plays out there.
Fullback in the flat.
Just sneak that in there like he doesn't understand your subtle jabs. Before we let you go, Drew, just with the additions on defense, I mean, obviously you guys are a team. Everything works off the other part. If the defense is as improved as it looks like it could be, what does that do for you guys on offense?
We have to score less points to win.
Yeah.
No, I joke, but like that, like people said that when throughout the free agency and the draft. At the end of the day, my only goal is to score more points than the other team. And if the other team's scoring less, my job got easier. Like that's a fact, and that's never going to change. And I think that mentality and that attitude has to be so ingrained in who you are as a team to get where we want to go collectively. I think that's really important.
Michael Wilson, what is the net? Where does he need to improve?
Yeah, it's a hard question because he plays at such a high level. He plays so hard. He's so reliable in so many different roles. And his role is multiple. You know, he does a lot of the dirty work in the receiver room. You know, he's still going to be called on in critical passing situations to make some big plays, as you saw him do numerous times. You know, I think that's going to be a big one. I know one thing for him is always the health thing of just trying to stay healthy for every game. I think it was just what he missed the last game of last year. That's always going to eat at him because he strives for perfection. And then I think the big thing for the receiver room in general is winning your one-on-ones. I think that's always going to be something that we focus on. Hey, when it's big zone, I know these guys can run routes and get at the right depth and go get the ball. But when it's press man and it's not always going to be clean, can we kind of have that mentality that we're going to win more than we lose in those situations?
Marvin Harrison Jr. has gotten much thicker and stronger. How's this going to help him on the field?
I think to the kind of the point we were talking earlier, the bigger, there's not a lot of DBs that have that type of size and that length, and being able to use that to his advantage, I think is going to be really important.
Drew, it's always great catching up with you, man. Thank you so much.
Likewise. Thanks a lot for having me, guys.
Right. That's Drew Petzing joining us right there as we carry on here at Cardinals minicamp. This Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now at ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball gear and great memories. When we come back, wolfing down your lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com right now. At Aria Dental Implant Center, they believe everyone deserves that smile, right? Oh, man, they're proud of it. Dr. Joe, of course, with over 20 years of dental implant expertise. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. I have had the all-on-4, and brothers, I've told you many, many times, It is a game changer. It is. Personally, I would say professionally, socially as well. How'd you like to smile when you're actually in a conversation with somebody? Well, in most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care you can trust. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, thanks to Drew Petzing for joining us last segment, and Michael Wilson's going to join us next segment. We're out here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center, so because of that, Wolf, we're going to do Wolfing Down Your Lunch a little bit early today, like right now. Rick?
The Arizona Diamondbacks blew a 4-0 lead in the 9th inning, but Josh Naylor hit a walk-off grand slam in the bottom of the 11th as the Snakes took down the Seattle Mariners 8-4 last night at Chase Field. Do you guys put that game in the positive or negative category?
Negative.
It's got to be the negative, just because of the injury.
That's the problem with this season with the Diamondbacks, and this is stuff that I do believe is out of their control. They'll win a game. Like, you get swept by Cincinnati, that's under your control. That sucks, and you kind of undid everything you did in the previous series.
Yeah.
But you do still have 100 games or whatever, 97 games at that point to try to fix it. But they have these games like the win where Corbin Burns got hurt, or the win last night where Justin Martinez gets hurt, and it's like, okay, you won this game, credit for the win. But the loss component of it is something that lasts 12 months, at least in the Corbin Burns case. And we're hoping that's not the case with Justin Martinez, but he's on the injured list now, so it's lasting at least 15 days. So, yeah, definitely a negative.
Yeah, again, when you think of your closer, Justin Martinez, to me, is the Diamondbacks closer and needs to be the closer going forward. And now all of a sudden we're thinking he could be done. He could be done like Corbin Burns is done. For a year, he could be done.
Just from the fan perspective, too, you're talking about two of the most entertaining players on the team. Like, it was just cool to see Corbin Burns pitch because there are games where he's just unhittable. And then J-Mart last night before he got the injury, it was like they're swinging, they're nowhere near it. And then also sometimes he's just hitting the backstop with a pitch because he's J-Mart.
Just, throw it over his head.
Yeah.
Wild thing.
But
I think that actually helps him every now and then. If you're a hitter up there, look out. Here it comes.
Good thing that was on the other side of the plate.
But having said that, how important to suffer another injury. It's a bummer big time.
It's just depressing if he's not going to pitch for a while because the ninth inning has not been must-see baseball for the D-backs a lot this season because of the bullpen overall. But when Justin Martinez is pitching, you have to stop what you're doing to watch.
13 blown saves now.
As you guys were talking about, D-backs relief pitcher Justin Martinez left the game yesterday with what he described as elbow tightness. Gambo says he expects Martinez to go on the 15-day injured list. Martinez's injury comes just a few days after we learned top offseason acquisition Corbin Burns will have Tommy John surgery. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now at ArizonaSports.com, which asks, which professional franchise in Arizona is the most cursed? The Cardinals, the D-backs, or the Suns?
Nobody's cursed.
Is Wolf going to hate this question?
Yes, nobody's cursed. That's my answer.
Well, the Diamondbacks have won a World Series. I mean, if you're talking about this season, this season, it doesn't feel like they're getting a whole lot of help from the baseball universe. So maybe that'll be my answer. I feel like a lot of what the Suns are going through right now is kind of self-inflicted, and I'm optimistic about the Cardinals right now. So if you're just talking about this season, I guess D-backs. But I mean, they've won a World Series before.
All right, I'm gonna vote Suns, and Suns is leading 76%. I think you got to factor in like all the way back to the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar draft pick and all that stuff.
If you're going all time, then because now like the Steve Nash where he gets hit and Amari Stoudemire stands up and they get thrown. It's the Suns. Never mind, I take it back.
Up 2-0 in the finals, and then Giannis just decides that he's Michael Jordan.
And he can hit free throws all of a sudden.
Yep, that too. The Arizona Cardinals have signed first-round pick Walter Nolan III to a 4-year contract. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, the deal is worth $19.3 million and has a $10.7 million signing bonus. How important is it that the Cardinals got this done now?
Well, I just think it's good to get any distraction out of the way. I mean, I didn't expect them to, like, hold out into the season or something. But so it's... Wolf, I'm going to put it in the positive category.
Yeah.
It's not the overwhelmingly positive, but it's positive.
Yeah, it's not like the old days. Holdouts don't happen really in the NFL anymore, and unless it's personal or something else. So, how big a deal is it? I really don't know. I'm just happy that Walter Nolan is an Arizona Cardinal, and watching him, some of the tapes they've released here on X, the Arizona Cardinals, they've X'd out a couple of drills he's been in. It's really cool to see him because he's got a lot of twitch to him. He does, and yet he's got a lot of strength. I can't wait to see this actually materialize once they start playing and practicing against other guys. I can't wait to see that when training camp opens.
Wolf, and I will say that there are some holdouts today. I don't know if you've seen him. Not J.J. Watt. T.J. Watt is not there. Trey Hendrickson, not there.
I'm talking
Terry
about
McLaurin.
Draft picks holding out.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay. New Phoenix Suns head coach Jordan Ott will be introduced today at 3, and you can listen to the press conference right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. What do you guys want to hear from Ott, and what do you guys not want to hear from Ott?
I would like to hear kind of what and maybe this is too vague, but like I just want to hear about Jordan Ott from Jordan Ott. Like he's kind of a mystery, right? Like what is your vision for this
Jordan,
team?
Can I talk to you?
Just stand up there and talk about yourself for a half hour. No, I would like to hear something individual, specific. You know what I mean? I understand the Suns got burned, it sounds like, by Budenholzer with the whole everybody not being on the same page. And I am fully in agreement that you got to get everybody on the same page. But I have zero doubt that Jordan Ott's going to be on the same page as them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten hired. So I don't need to hear him sit up there and talk about alignment and all that stuff. Because that's useless. It's a waste of time at this point. With Jordan Ott, like I actually want to hear about this guy because as much as the process of hiring him has been frustrating / confusing, that's not because of him. And he's the coach now, and he's obviously got some abilities. So let's hear about what it is.
You know, for the most part, Basinonians, the NBA is a players' league. It really is. All professional sports leagues, to some degree, are players' leagues, but not like the NBA. We all understand that for the most part, there are some players, a few select players, that actually run the organization. And because of that, I'd like to know if Jordan Ott considers himself to be the leader of the team, or is he the coach of the team? I'd like to hear him answer that question. Are you the coach of the team or the leader of the team? Because to me, it's got to be a player, especially in the NBA. Devin Booker is that player.
What do you not want to hear, Wolf?
What do I not want to hear? I don't know, Rick. I would say any comments about Kevin Durant or Bradley Beal I really don't want to hear him comment on those guys. And the reason why I say that is because I think we all know that they're gone anyways. And I don't want to hear comment on those because honestly, it puts him in a tough spot.
Yeah.
I'd like to see him just dismiss the question.
It would just be kind of filler almost.
Yeah.
Like, I'm really interested in this press conference, honestly. When they hired Brian Gregory, it just kind of felt like we're hiring Brian Gregory because he's going to say the exact same things that we're all saying, and that's great. But I want to hear about Jordan Ott from Jordan Ott. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, is Michael Wilson ready to be the Cardinals' clear-cut number 2 receiver in 2025? We'll ask him. He's going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lavello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out, right? Go out to a sporting event, concerts, get food, whatever. And when you're out, why not build up your credit while you're doing it? With the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card, you can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway. And this is important, you can avoid interest as you're doing it. It makes a lot of sense. So learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors for you. It makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one. You get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our own John Gambadoro, he expects Arizona Diamondbacks reliever Justin Martinez to go on the 15-day injured list. Martinez left last night's win over the Mariners with elbow tightness. Gambo also is reporting that reliever Bryce Jarvis will be called up from AAA Reno, and reliever Jeff Brigham is being sent down. The D-backs go for the series win tonight at Chase Field with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona Cardinals OTAs, or mandatory minicamp, started today. So joining Wolf and Luke next is wide receiver Michael Wilson. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp. Now.
Welcome back to the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. I want to remind you a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. Pleased to be joined out here right now in the studio by Michael Wilson. Michael, what's going on, man?
Not much. Thanks for having me on the show. Appreciate it.
I feel like we always get to catch up with you this time of year. And,
yeah.
And it was great last year because you were talking about, how much you're just looking forward going into year two at that point and just kind of know the routine. How much do you think that ultimately helped you out last year?
I think it helped me out a lot last year. I think the main success of individually for me is I was able to play most of the season. I played 16 games and then I ended up having a little hamstring issue on Thursday or Friday going into the last game of the season.
but definitely routine, confidence, all the above. It helped a lot. I think just the accumulation of years and just doing over again, you start to figure out what works, what doesn't, and then you can continue to build on your process and build on your plan.
So, Michael, are you a goal guy? You're going into year 3 right now. How does it feel? Where's your mind going into year 3 in the National Football League?
Yeah, it's crazy how fast the years stack up. I mean, it feels like during season, the days seem like they go by so slow. The Mondays, the Tuesdays, the Wednesdays, the Thursdays. But then when you look back at the end of the year from a bird's eye view, the years blink by.
Right.
And for me to be going into year 3 I'm extremely fortunate and in a privileged position because I know there's thousands and thousands of guys that would do anything to get have my job. And so my motto this year is, if I'm healthy and I have an opportunity to compete every day, then I got nothing to complain about.
In terms of getting better as a player, where are you focused?
Better as a player. I think I'm always constantly and consistently looking for ways to get better. I think for me, an emphasis is going to be yards after catch this year for me. Just looking at last year, I think that's where I'm going to be able to produce more. And I think the target situation is going to be what it is, but I think if I can be more dynamic with the ball in the hands, I think I can add a different element, a different gear to this offense.
I like that, and I agree with you too, man. That is, I could see you getting a lot better in terms of running after you caught the ball. Yes,
sir.
No doubt.
We're talking to Michael Wilson. Michael, we just had Drew Petzing in here 20 minutes ago, and he was talking about how it's nice to have bigger receivers like you and Marv out there to work with. What do you see, ideally your role in this offense being this season now going forward?
My role, I think that'll continue to get defined and carve itself out over these next 2 days, and then obviously camp and preseason games and the first couple games of the season. But idealistically, the way I envision myself is a guy that can do everything. I feel like I can play all 3 positions, X, F, Z, inside and outside. A guy that can be dynamic in the run game in terms of being at the point of attack as a blocker. Someone you can count on to be a possession receiver. And also, I know I don't have the time speed everybody loves, but I feel like in most situations when you throw me the ball downfield, it's going to be a catch. I think my freshman year, my rookie year, I averaged 15 yards a catch. And so I'd like to see that number. It took a dip last year, but I'd like to be in the 13 to 15 yard average per catch this year. And I think a lot of it is going to come what we talked about earlier about yards after catch.
Yeah, okay, that is really cool. We're talking to Michael Wilson here, wide receiver for the Arizona Cardinals on the Wolf and Luke show. Talk to me about this offense, and what do you see this offense, how do you see it developing in 2025?
Yeah, I think we got to be definitely an emphasis for us. Looking at the stats from last year, our 3rd and 11 plus was pretty bad. And then for, I guess, people out there who aren't educated on what 3rd and 11 plus, it means on 3rd down when you have 11 yards or more to go to get the first down, we were really bad in that range. And so I think we need to be better on that from an offensive standpoint. But to be less focused on the answer and give you sort of more of a broad picture, I think truthfully what it comes down to is Kyler. Like, I hate to say that, but when he's playing really well, like I don't see anyone that's better than him in the NFL, and he makes all of our jobs 80,000 times easier. And so when one is on it and playing really, really well, like, he's going to give us a chance to win games, not just win tight games. Like, we can blow teams out when he's playing, like when he's playing at the Rams level week 2 last year, or the Jets when we played them in week 10.
Yeah.
Like, when he's playing like that, I don't see any team being able to stop us.
We're talking to Michael Wilson. Michael, you got a full year of playing with Kyler now last year in actual games. Like you said, you were out there for 16 of the games. How does that help you guys going forward? Like, we talked to Paris Johnson Jr. a couple weeks ago, and he said accountability on the offense is at a high because everybody kind of knows each other, and you can kind of almost communicate quickly or non-verbally. Do you have that with Kyler and the other receivers?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Kyler, my first year, he was kind of in and out of the building dealing with ACL. Last year was my first year playing with a full season with him. So this year, I think our relationship off the field is a lot more genuine, and we know each other. We'll be able to build like a real authentic relationship. And so getting back to trust and accountability, like I think those two things kind of go hand in hand. The trust that I have in him and the trust that I believe he has in me is at an all-time high. And I saw he did an interview with Bo Brock and Johnny, and he was saying that he believes I'm a 1,000-yard receiver. And so, like, that means a lot to me, and that gives me a lot of confidence, because for him to stand on the table like that makes me want to prove him right and prove to him that I can be the receiver that he's kind of throwing me a bone, and now it's on me to sort of prove him right and sort of make the jump and elevate my game to be one of that type of caliber of player.
I don't feel like he's a guy that just says stuff either. Like if he doesn't believe it, it feels like if he's saying that, he believes it usually.
For sure. Absolutely.
Michael, you have, to me, I think you have matured and developed so much from year one to year two. Not like you were some crazy rookie or anything else. You were not. But I think it's a confidence level. It's just from year one to year two. How much do you think Marvin Harrison Jr. can actually get more confident going forward as well?
He can grow in a lot of confidence. I don't think there is a ceiling to confidence. I think the most confident players, the most confident people, the most confident receivers that's something I feel like can always improve.
Confidence is so important, isn't it?
It is. And confidence is not, it's not sort of like a linear thing. It goes up and down depending on, they say you're supposed to have confidence all the time regardless of circumstance, but if we're being real, circumstance does affect confidence a little bit. It does. And if you've had a couple games where you're playing really well, you're going to go into that next game feeling really confident when you've made some tough plays on the ball, when you've beat some good corners on one-on-one routes. Like you go into the next rep feeling really good. Conversely, on the other side, if you've dropped a couple balls, if you've lost some one-on-one reps, if you didn't make some plays, like we've all been in a situation. I think anyone can speak this in any career. This goes in any endeavor of life.
Yes.
We've all got knocked back down a little bit and sort of had to put on our bootstraps and then sort of double down our process and fight back. And so I think for Marvin, from his perspective, looking at last year, he probably would say that he wasn't comfortable with the yards that he had. And I know for him, like, he wants to be a guy that's in the top 10 in terms of catches, yards, touchdowns. Now, that always doesn't paint the picture from a receiver standpoint because a lot of that is out of your control. But knowing the type of competitor he is, like, I know there was a couple of plays last year that he wished he could have back. But even seeing him out on the field, these last 2-3 weeks OTAs, like, you could tell his confidence is elevated a lot from last year.
We're talking to Michael Wilson. Michael, I know it's early to get a read on the defense because there's so many new faces out there, but what's it going to be like going up against them in practice even all season in terms of, like, you make them better, they make you guys better, if they really are as elevated as they look like they will be?
Yeah, it's gonna be great. I think now, instead of, not saying that our defense was bad by any means last year, but we've definitely added a different caliber of, like, interior rush and defensive line.
Yeah.
And so not only are we going to have to beat our DBs, but we're also going to have to beat our edge guys off the line as well. And so, I'm excited. I think I loved where Monty and JG went with the draft and free agency, because if I was ever in sort of a GM or head coaching role, like, my 3 position groups that I would focus on are defensive line, and quarterback.
Yeah.
And I think they've invested heavily in all 3 positions. So especially from the defense line, I'm super excited to see the couple of the new guys that we got, because that room is probably one of the most competitive rooms on our, if not the most competitive room on our team.
Man, there's no doubt about it. Will Johnson is somebody that has got my attention right now. How about you? What are your thoughts on what you're seeing?
Yeah, he looks focused. Like, you can, when certain guys step in a locker room or step on the field, you can tell if someone's dead serious about football. And I think he's one of those guys that, like, lives, breathes, and dies football. And I think he's gonna be somebody that lives up to the hype of the pick where he was taken. Like, I think going into last year, I saw people were saying he should have been a top 10 pick or was projected to be a top 10 pick, and then had the injury, situation, whatever. I don't know. I'm not educated on all that, but I know he fell in the draft because of injury and stuff. So I think he's going to be a special player.
Michael, it's always great talking to you, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Appreciate your time.
That's Michael Wilson joining us right there. When we come back over to baseball, just how important was that hit by Josh Naylor in extra innings last night for the Diamondbacks season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Bases still loaded. A run wins it for the D-backs. swing, high fly ball, deep right field, can zone back. This is gone! Walk it off! A grand slam for Naylor, a game saver, and the Diamondbacks prevail and they win it 8-4.
D-backs versus Mariners at Chase Field. Game 2 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Join me tonight at Desert Ridge. That's right, tonight, Basinonians, at Desert Ridge AMC at 5 p.m. for the showing of Retirement on the Brink. Retirement on the Brink, the eye-opening documentary everyone nearing retirement needs to see. You can reserve your VIP seat now at retirementonthebrink.com. Now listen, Basinonians, I've told you about this for almost a month now. I wouldn't call it a starring role in this documentary, but I do make an appearance in Retirement on the Brink. Once again, you can join me tonight at 5 p.m. at Desert Ridge AMC. There's still time right now, brothers. You can sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. You show your VIP badge for a complimentary popcorn and drink. Join me tonight. I'll see you at 5 p.m. at Desert Ridge AMC. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Jared, and tomorrow we'll react to the new Suns head coach's introductory press conference, and hopefully Jordan will tell us why you ought to coach. Tune in at 6 a.m.
Well, just a treat for all of us when we get to hear Jarrett Carlin sing or whatever that was. He was singing or screeching, or I don't know what was going on there.
Yeah.
Thanks.
He's a very talented man.
But just not with the singing.
Yeah. Don't let it go to your head, Jared.
Oh, it already has, I'm sure.
Jared, who's Jared?
He was singing Alanis.
Yeah, didn't really sound like Alanis.
Yes, it is ironic.
It's like
Okay, that's enough out of you,
Rick
Alanis.
set you up to
sit
to
down.
have to sing that
Yes,
while we're out
thank
here
you.
at Cardinals. We're out here at the Dignity
My
Health
throat
Arizona
hurts already.
Cardinals Training Center.
That was very much on purpose.
Yeah, that was. It was not stealth, but it was funny. Michael Wilson and Drew Petzing have already joined us. Thanks to them. Kelvin Beachum is going to join us in about 15 minutes. So we're going to talk D-backs right now, Wolf, because with the injury last night to Justin Martinez and then the instant meltdown by the bullpen behind him, or I guess really just Jeff Brigham, because Murillo came in and actually kind of saved them. That felt like a permanent turning point in the season if you walked out of there with a loss in the game too. And then Josh Naylor hits a walk-off grand slam, and so I don't know if it's delaying the inevitable. I don't know if they salvaged that, the evening, if they saved their season, what, but that felt bigger than 1 out of 162 games once we got to extra innings last night.
At some point in time, this is the danger zone for me. My expectation was so high based on innings it was. I thought for sure the Diamondbacks were going to be a team that was over 500 at this point of the season. A team that was over 500 and a team that would make it eventually into the postseason, of course. And you and I have been talking about this, and you specifically have had this real belief. Are you kidding me? In a 5-game series to have the starting pitching that the Arizona Diamondbacks have, you've got a bona fide shot of beating anybody in a series. A postseason series with the arms that you have and the rotation. We all understand what has happened right now. I'm getting to a point where I'm looking at a team that has played over 60 games now, nearing 70 games that they have played, and I'm thinking to myself, maybe this is who they are. Maybe this just is who they are, and there are reasons why it's who they are. And the reasons, of course, deal with Corbin Burnes.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, here's Corbin Burnes, and, thank you very much for coming, but we're not going to see you until next year. And now we're looking at J-Mart as well, and we're looking at some of the other injuries that they've had. It's just been one after another, especially in the bullpen as well. And maybe this is just who they're going to be.
Yeah, I don't know, because the inconsistency is a big part of the frustration, but the inconsistency, it can't be totally explained away by the injuries, but it would be ridiculous to pretend the injuries aren't having any impact. You just, to your point, what I was thinking before the season was this is a playoff team, and they're going to take somebody out in the playoffs, and maybe a couple teams, but they're going to take somebody out. Well, part of the reason I thought they would take somebody out is because, you go into a 3-game series, best of 5 with the Diamondbacks, and you're facing Corbin Burnes, Zach Gallen, and Merrill Kelly.
Yeah.
Now, I understand Zach Gallen hasn't been as good as we all were expecting this season, but I would still take my chances in a playoff series if I can run Corbin Burnes, Zach Gallen, and Merrill Kelly out there, because on any given night, Zach Gallen might think he's facing the Mets, and he might be unhittable. And Corbin Burnes is basically unhittable, and Merrill Kelly continues to just give them 6 shutout innings, it feels like, every night. Some nights he tries to pitch the 7th and he gives up a few runs, but it feels like the first 5 innings of every game, he just doesn't give up runs. There's been 2 games this season where they've gotten to him in the first 5 innings.
He is the ace of this staff right now.
Now he is.
Kelly. Yeah, he is the ace of this staff. We like playing this little game, okay? Because of how talented their starters were in this rotation and how deep they were in this rotation, going 6 and 7 deep. It's not the case right now. We all know that, but to me, this was the strength of the team, and to see what has happened to it right now, it's discouraging. It is. There's no other way to parse it for me, because I understand injuries, they happen. It just, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
There's not much you can actually do about it. But overall, I think it's the underperforming that has been really consistent. If there was one thing about this team that has been consistent, it's been underperforming, underachieving with the talent that is actually out there. Not everybody, but just collectively as a team.
It was the part about the injuries that is rough is it's who they are too, and the fact that these might carry over into next season. You know, like that's when you know you're not. It's when you know you're not getting.
You
a
know,
whole lot
Corbin Burns is going to carry
over into next season.
And now J-Mart, it might.
It might as well. Yeah, it's been unbelievable in a bad way. Here's Tory Lavello after the game yesterday. Said, despite it all, he was proud to get that hard-fought win over Seattle.
I don't even know where to start. We'll talk about, summarize anything that happened today. But I'm just really proud of these guys. That's what I'll say. A win is a win. It's hard to win a Major League Baseball game. We've talked about that before. But the way it happened today and the things that happened in a short amount of time, the way we were able to rebound and center ourselves and get back in the ring, duke it out, and win a baseball game is really, really impressive. We continue to build innings after a big haymaker was landed on us. And we finally got the right guy in the right spot. Hits a walk-off grand slam. It's magical. It's what you dream of. It was great to watch these guys celebrate after so many different hardships. But I can't really recall what happened inside of the game right now. My mind is kind of raw, but there was a lot of really good moments. We played good defense, key moments, and we got some big outs with some really big pitches at the right time.
Yeah, he's talking Josh Naylor in there stepping up with the grand slam too, and that's a guy that's only signed through this year, Wolf, and this is kind of going off on a tangent, but it's just where my head is with this right now. You know, we played that cut from Charles Barkley earlier, and he's talking about how the Suns are basically going to disappear into irrelevance. And, you know, maybe that's extreme, but relative to the rest of the NBA, yeah, I don't think the Suns are going to be playing on Christmas next year. You know what I mean? They're not going to be in the spotlight the way they've been the last few years. This Diamondback season, when you consider the fact that they have spent money and that it's not their whole window, but it was supposed to be kind of the early stages of their championship window, that hit last night was huge, because if they lose that game and they lose Justin Martinez and it's a 4-game losing streak, you can see the season slipping away. Not that they're going to lose the next 96 games or whatever, but you can see the season slipping away the way the Suns season slipped away this past year. It's one hit, it's one win, but they're still fighting. Like, I do think we're going to learn a lot about them tonight and tomorrow, much like we did in the Atlanta series after Corbin Burns went down.
Yeah, for me, just the game last night was a microcosm, if you will, of the Diamondbacks and the season that they're having right now.
Yeah.
When you think of how that game went, to go out there and get it done to where you've got a 4-0 lead and you're going into the 9th inning. 4-0. You know, not a lot of teams going to lose when you're up 4-0. And suddenly to watch that lead disappear, and suddenly it's 4-4, and then you go into extras. And then you win it in the 11th with a walk-off grand slam. It's like you were saying earlier. I don't think anything is normal with the Arizona Diamondbacks. The 2025 Diamondbacks, nothing is normal. Everything is exceptional.
There have been very few just calm 6-2 wins this year.
Man.
You know what I mean? Like, that was just a win. Oh, was that just a Monday night game? No, it's never like that this year. Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club this Wednesday, tomorrow, as the Diamondbacks take on the Seattle Mariners. Just text HALF to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87. Again, that's HALF to 620-620. HALF to 620-620. When we come back, what is this Cardinals offense capable of in 2025? We're going to ask offensive lineman Kelvin Beachum. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Beach.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. There's still no live contact, but minicamp is more intense.
More intensity.
With longer practices, and it's mandatory.
Be there or be square.
Players get fined for missing minicamp, so everyone is expected in Tempe this week.
Hey, I'm here so I won't get fined, boss.
Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches and bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. We are wherever you are. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
All right, Basinonians, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, Rick? Let's go ahead and there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Man, I'm telling you, I could use some sleep right now. With our Brooklyn Sedona, we love it. The Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress at Brooklyn Bedding. It's heating up right now, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool, even though last night was a very difficult night. Thanks to our Brooklyn Bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology, that wasn't the reason why I was up. Our dog continued to shake his massive fur all over our bedroom. Don't get me started. There's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gambo, we're not like most other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air. Hi everyone, I'm Gina Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, the Valley's #1 ranked AC company.
Wait a minute, honey, that's my line.
Well, Eric, not anymore. And people don't know we truly are a family-owned business because you always do the commercials.
But I like it that way.
If your family needs quality AC or plumbing, call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona.
Well, can I at least tell them how to reach us?
Go ahead, Eric.
Call us today at 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our own John Gambadoro, he expects Arizona Diamondbacks reliever Justin Martinez to go on the 15-day injured list. Martinez left last night's win over the Mariners with elbow tightness. The D-backs go for the series win tonight at Chase Field with first pitch at 6:40 right here in Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Cardinals mandatory minicamp is getting going today. Joining Wolf and Luke next is Arizona Cardinals offensive lineman Kelvin Beachum. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp. now.
All right, we are back here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. I want to remind you a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, visit azcardinals.com/tickets. And Kelvin Beachum is joining us right here, right now. Beach, thank you for the time, man. What's going on?
Anytime, man. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. I feel like, Wolf, I feel like you have 9,000 questions for Kelvin Beachum.
Yeah, well,
I only have 8,000, so you can go first.
First of all, he's a dog, so you know I love
That's
him.
not a question.
He's an absolute dog, number one. Number two, it's a dog who's been in the league for 14 years. How are you feeling, Beach?
I'm feeling good today.
Okay.
But overall, man, I'm in a really good spot. You know, the organization, the trainers, the coaches, the strength coaches, everybody, they've done a phenomenal job of just taking care of me, allowing me to be away when I needed to be away, and when I'm here, I'm here.
Cool.
And they've respected that. We've had conversations about it. You know, we had conversations well before we signed the contract. So, you know, I can't say enough great things about this organization and just this coaching staff and just how they treat me and how they respect the process, which, you know, I'm a huge fan of.
You've been such a big part of the O-line here now for a while, and even last year you're kind of bouncing all over. You're doing everything. When you look at the offensive line going into this season, what do you see? Because you got some really young guys like Isaiah Adams. What do you see from that group?
You know, for one, I feel that we've been able to keep the core together, first and foremost, you know, which is amazing. You know, Paris, Evan, the Desert King, Yelda, and, you know, Isaiah's coming into his own. Jonah's coming back healthy, which is great. You know, I think we have, and there's going to be great competition, you know, for depth, which I think is a great thing. I think that not only pushes the starters, but also makes the guys behind them even hungrier and also makes them better. So I really feel that we have a really good unit. And I think, you know, Monty has done a phenomenal job of drafting young players who are able to push and provide that flexibility with that depth. So I think we're going into the season healthy, first and foremost. I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
And then secondly, how do we find ways to continue making each other better? And when you're together for some time, which we've been able to keep this core together for 2 or 3 years, how do you then make the defense better, which the defense is now starting to get better. So, especially the defensive front. So how do we, in the trenches, find ways to get better? Because at the end of the day, the game is still won and lost in the trenches, no matter what you want to say. You know,
Absolutely.
You got Marv posing, you know, yesterday. You know, he looks amazing, which is great. We got a quarterback that can, you know, throw the deep ball. You know, we got James that can run the ball, which is great. But at the end of the day, the game is still won between the offensive and defensive lines.
Yeah, I love that, as a matter of fact, man, because it's so true. The more and more the game changes, the more it stays the same.
Yeah.
So talk to me a little bit about you right now. On 14 years, what are your goals going into your 14th season?
Well, for one, it is to come to training camp healthy and in shape. That's you know,
You're
I keep
307 right now. You told me.
My range is 305 to 310. So
okay.
As long as I stay in that range, man.
So they gave you the number.
That's
they
my
want
range.
You at 305
to 310. That's my range. So as long as I'm in that range,
so you're good.
Right in the middle of the range.
I told you, Beach. As soon as I saw you, I said, "Man, you look good.
Yeah.
You look like you're in shape. You're ready to go."
I'm ready to go, man. I stay in that range. So whatever I do, it's in that range. So, you know, one, get into training camp where I need to be at, conditioning wise, physical conditioning precedes anything else. So making sure that is first and foremost the most important thing when I get to training camp. And then my thing is I'm a guy that's, when my number is called, I got to deliver, and I got to deliver in a big way. So for me, it's when my number is called, no matter if that's at left tackle, right tackle, guard, tight end, big tight end, what have you, making sure that when my number is called, I'm ready to go. And then, you know, at the end of the day, we understand, and I think this locker room really understands how important this year is on so many different levels. And I know many people don't want to talk about the elephant in the room. We got to get things done here this year. And that's just
right.
The nature of the NFL. This is a performance-based business. You know, this is year 3 of this regime. Playoffs are long overdue in some regards, and we got to find a way.
And you guys are talking about that, are you not, Beach? You guys have this conversation.
This is something that when, you know, we're hanging out and, you know, we're getting treatment together,
right.
Like, you know, we had dinner as a team last night, which was great and gratifying and had great fellowship. It gets to the point where we say this is what has to occur this year. This is. We as a team have to find.
That's really important.
It's important. You got to talk about it. You can't be like, oh, we don't have this piece. We don't have this piece. We lacking here. No, it's time out for all those things. What's important is putting ourselves in a position to clock a ticket to be in the dance and then see what happens from there. And that's just guys that have been around the league a little while, and we understand the business of the game. And you got to find a way to put yourself in positions to allow the business for you, not only professionally, but also this team and this organization and this regime.
Do you think you have the guys to get it done?
Without question.
Do you think
you cannot say we don't have the guys to get it done.
Okay.
I think Monty has done a superb job in that regard. You cannot say, well, you don't. What about the offensive line? Can you get that box is checked? Well, what about the quarterback? Box is checked. What about the running back? Box is checked. Receivers, box is checked. DBs,
defensive line,
DBs, box is checked. And then you spent a ton of money, on the defensive line, and you drafted defensive line, and you drafted, corners. So what are we talking about? You had young guys that were at the linebacker position last year. So I'm like, where do you say, well, that is a hole there, and what I can there? Like there is time out for those types of conversations and using those types of crutches as well. We don't have that yet. We don't have that yet. We don't got the deep ball. We don't have somebody who can take the top off. We don't have anybody in the short game. No. We got to find a way to get it done. We got to find a way to put ourselves in playoff contention.
We're talking to Kelvin Beachum. Beach, I feel like fans hearing that like to hear that. I hear you're saying it as like there's almost extra pressure, but as a fan, you drive around. So
I don't consider it pressure though. That's our job.
Yeah.
Like when you play this game, there is an obligation that comes with your role and what you're tasked with doing. Pressure either busts pipes or makes diamonds. That's one of the two.
Yeah.
Like I'm not one that succumbs to, hey, we got pressure.
Write that down.
He's going to use that later.
I'm not one that wants to succumb to, hey, we have pressure and we're putting pressure on ourselves. And I'm not making predictions. I'm just saying, as an Arizona Cardinal who's been in the National Football League for 14 years, there are things that are required for you to play this game and play this game at a high level. And if you want to be in a performance-based business, you have to perform. And that's not pressure. That's not external. That's not, somebody saying something outside of the norm. That's just what has to happen for you to play this game and be in this profession for a long time.
Okay, so number one, are you going to vote? Are you actually going to be a president? Are you going to run for president? Are you going to try to?
He's announcing he's not candidacy right now.
I mean, honestly, a third party, whatever it is, start your own party. A
football party. You can be in it.
That's right. So you're not going to do that. What are you going to do, Beach? What do you see yourself doing when you're done?
Man, I am somebody that loves to see how capital moves. So the way in which capital moves, especially within the private markets, everybody understands and has a good grasp on what's going on in the public markets. I love spending time in the private markets.
Okay.
So I've spent a lot of time at private equity firms. I've spent time at venture capital firms. I've spent time in corporate finance up and down Wall Street.
This is not shocking.
Yeah. So I mean, I love assets that are on the private side that accrue value. So whether that's investing in cash flowing companies, whether that's investing in early stage companies or growth stage companies, whether that's investing in art that has the opportunity to appreciate, land that has the opportunity to appreciate. I love appreciating assets, and most of those are done in either illiquid type assets or assets that will take some time to accrue value over time.
So no broadcasting. You're not going to. I mean, you would be an excellent broadcaster.
Wolf has a great career plan for you.
Oh my goodness.
Man, the thing is, I don't mind.
So
I don't mind piping in from time to time, but I've seen the work that you all put in. I see how you all travel with us all the time.
Bud.
I mean, y'all are in the fabric and in the DNA of the team. On the plane, on the buses. Like
you're being nice.
That's what it is. I mean, look at this. I mean, we're in minicamp and you're in minicamp.
No, football is hard. Everything else is not. For the most part.
That is true. But I would say, as I transition and whenever that time comes, I don't mind doing it from time to time. I just don't know if I don't find a lot of joy and I don't get as much passion from doing that on an everyday basis.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Beach, always great to talk to you, man. Thank you
Anytime.
so much.
Anytime.
That's Kelvin Beachum joining us right there. When we come back, Bleacher Report has a pretty wild Kevin Durant trade to the Knicks that they are proposing. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Mariners mornings.
It hinges on Kyler Murray, but I think if you're going to rank the Cardinals under the most pressure to be successful this year, Marvin Harrison Jr. is number 2. Now, his success is not all his responsibility.
Right.
It ties into the pressure on the quarterback, but that's what everybody around the league is looking at, in addition to locally.
Without a doubt, it's not just Marvin Harrison Jr., it is his connection with Kyler Murray. They have got to get on a much better page together.
Bickley and Mariners mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Right now, Arizona heat is here, Basinonians, and it's only going to get hotter. If you've been dreaming about a backyard pool, now is the time to act. At Presidential Pools and Spas that are building fast, which means you can still be swimming this summer. Don't wait till you're sweating through another scorcher. Let's turn up the cool in your backyard. Well, the way to do that is with a brand new pool from Presidential Pools. Visit presidentialpools.com or stop by Gilbert or Surprise. And right now, they have a free interior finish upgrade to Pebble Essence, an enhanced pebble sheen finish with smooth glass beads for extra color radiance. Free landscape lighting packages with path lights and uplights as well. While supplies last, it's time for you to get on over to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder. They came by the Wolfley compound, and I can tell you, it's one of the best things that we ever did. The Presidential Pools, they told us where to put that pool, and man, the amenities that we need. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, your service department moves fast.
What's up, Dave? We get it. Life moves fast. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and we'll have it for you ready for the next day. Plus, only at Liberty GMC all year round, buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
What?
Now that's service you can count on. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system, up to $2,500. Because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
On July 3rd and 4th, enjoy fireworks spectacular shows at Chase Field presented by Bar S. Secure your tickets to celebrate Independence Weekend at dbacks.com.
Arizona sports.
You know, I happen to believe that KD does not want to leave.
Suns, a new horizon.
You want players to not want to leave.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, thanks to Kelvin Beachum for joining us last segment. Wolf, you were unsuccessful in pushing him towards a career in broadcasting or presidency when his NFL career is over.
It's just so good. He really is. He's such an intelligent, smart human being. And not only that, This is a guy that will go out there and ball.
That's one of those. He's one of those people you talk to, and we hit the break, and I'm like, seriously, like I didn't even get to start going. You know what I mean? Actually, honestly, all the guys we've had today, Drew Petzing, Michael Wilson as well, all really good interviews. Regardless of I don't mean that as a compliment to us. Anybody could interview those guys because they're so good. But good to catch up with Kelvin Beachum. I wanna you had this in your pre-show email, Wolf, and I'm trying to make sense of it. Not your email, but the trade itself. Okay. Bleacher Report has a proposed 4-team blockbuster trade that lands Kevin Durant with New York.
Okay, I love this. Hey, can I set it up a little bit right here? Can I just say this based on needs right now? People love doing this, of course. The trade machine online, they love doing it, putting in names, figuring out what could happen. How could this possibly be? The speculation behind it is off the charts. For me, it just makes me laugh out loud. It makes me laugh out loud. This 4-team blockbuster trade to land Kevin Durant. Here's how it could happen. And they're just out there. They're throwing stuff in here just to see, hey, that kind of looks good. And by the way, it is the summer, and that means we can go ahead right now. As soon as the finals are over, we can go ahead and we can release it. Look, this is an ongoing thing. Kevin Durant, if Kevin Durant is involved in any news in the offseason, you're going with it.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see, we already are kind of seeing this more and more. Most of these stories are written from this perspective. How can we get Kevin Durant onto the Knicks? How can we get him into New York? You know what I mean? The stories aren't so much about the Suns anymore.
People care about this.
But they're not being written from the perspective of how would this help the Suns? I mean, this story goes through each of the 4 teams in it and why each team would do it. But for the most part now, I keep going back to that Charles Barkley cut earlier, from a national perspective, from the hype that the Suns received and the scrutiny over the last 4 years, 4.5 years, that's going to start to dissipate a little bit until they prove that they can win again. And now we're falling back into the Suns have a great player. How can we get him on L.A. or New York, basically? So do you want to read through this trade? Do you want me to read through
No, I want you to. Are you kidding me? I would butcher this trade. I would absolutely destroy this trade. But Base and Earnings, as you're listening to Luke go through this 4-team trade for Kevin Durant, okay, just try not to laugh in the middle part of it, okay?
Man.
Try not to laugh out loud.
Okay.
Be respectful, okay? We're talking about a guy.
That applies to you too, Wolf.
We're talking about people. We're talking about their lives changing. We're talking about them going to a new team, picking up their tent and moving to a new river. We're talking about all of this. So let's be respectful,
and
shall we?
We have the one name in this trade, too, that is the one name in the NBA I can never pronounce, and they have him going to the Suns, okay?
All right.
All right, so here, let me get the other teams out of the way. They have the Knicks getting Kevin Durant.
Okay.
They have New Orleans getting Karl Anthony Towns. They have the Wizards, who are somehow involved in this, getting P.J. Tucker and a first-round pick swap. Here's who they have the Suns getting, okay?
Wow.
DeJounte Murray, Kelly Olynyk. Is it Yves Missi?
Yves Missi.
Okay, all right.
Yves Missi.
Yves Missi. They have the Suns. I already hope this trade doesn't happen just so I don't have to pronounce his name. They have the Suns getting those 3 guys plus their own 2026 first-round pick via Washington swap rights. Indiana's 2026 first-round pick. Not even sure how that got in there. I think it's via New Orleans. New Orleans 2026 first-round pick, a 2028 first-round swap, and Toronto. Hey, Toronto, you throw in somebody. Their 2031 first-round swap, again, also via New Orleans. The takeaway here is New Orleans has some picks. And
yes.
that might be a team you want to get involved in a bigger trade like this if you're the Suns, because I don't think one-on-one team trades, I don't know that you're going to get anywhere close to fair value for Kevin Durant. To me, fair value and equal value are different. You're not going to get equal value to Kevin Durant. He's one of the greatest players of all time, and he's still great. But there's a level that you have to get fair value for him, and getting a team like New Orleans involved might be the way to do it because they have some assets they can sprinkle in.
Yes, and, because of what Luke just said, brothers, I am at the point right now knowing that you're not going to get equal value back. Knowing that you're not going to get equal value back, okay, great, we're not going to get equal value back, but somehow, some way, if that's going to be the case, Mikal Bridges has got to be in that deal. For me to be happy, Mikal Bridges has got to be in that. Mikal Bridges and some change. I'm not saying just trade Mikal Bridges for Kevin Durant. I'm not saying that. But somehow, some way, in the process, if there's any way the Phoenix Suns can actually work with the New York Knicks to get Mikal Bridges back here, because you've heard me say this, and you know it's the truth. Mikal Bridges, to me, represents everything this team wants to be.
Yeah.
Everything that they say this new culture is going to be, it's embodied in Mikal Bridges.
I don't think it's unreasonable, and especially because you're dealing with the New York market, too. And so there's always – I mean, they were a couple games away from going to the NBA Finals and then turned around and fired their head coach 2 days later. So that's a team you can put pressure on. And I don't mean ridiculous pressure, but I do mean in the sense of, hey, if you want Kevin Durant, we want Mikal Bridges. Let's figure out a trade around that. We're not taking your garbage for Kevin Durant. We're not taking a bunch of pieces you're not going to use for Kevin Durant. This is not – it doesn't have to work that way. Let's play this cut. This is Brian Windhorst from earlier today, who says, yeah, the Knicks are interested in Kevin Durant, but they have certain stipulations.
The Knicks are definitely a team that is going to have some interest in Kevin Durant. There are going to be a handful of them. He is still, even at age 37, an incredibly valuable player. But I'm just going to be straight with you, okay? The way the Knicks get this done is Karl Anthony Towns. And it has to do with the trade rules. It has to do with stuff like that. And the Knicks have to trade 3 rotation players otherwise. Just keep that in mind when you dream of your Knicks trades.
I don't know. I was having this conversation with somebody over the weekend. I don't know that it's the best thing for the NBA that they have such strict trade rules where, like, you can almost never just make even trades because the money's got to match, and the money doesn't even come into play if you're in the second apron. You can't even trade for multiple players. You can't aggregate a contract. Like, the NBA is so complicated with what they will even allow a trade to be that you still get trades, so I guess they don't care, but it's really tough to just make a fair trade. You know, just an even trade where everybody's happy. If he's saying Karl Anthony Towns has to be involved, I think you have to get a third team involved.
Okay, you definitely do. Well, that's okay. We have 4 here.
That's true.
We forget about 3, Luke. We have 4, and again, it's speculation, and I understand that speculation is a big part of our business, brothers. It just is. This is one of the hardest things I've had to accept, is the fact that people love to speculate about what could possibly happen that is out there. I don't like that. As an analyst, as somebody who has an analyst's brain in terms of experience, man, just tell me what has happened, and I'll analyze what has happened. I mean, that literally happens on every down up in the booth for the Cardinals.
So much easier when it's actually right there
Dave
in front of
Pash tells me what happens, and then I'll analyze what happens, right? You know, it's just, it drives me crazy. Yet at the same time, I realize it's part of our business and people love it. But what made me laugh out loud, this 4-team deal where all these moving pieces that are out there, and all I could think of was just tell me that Mikal Bridges is involved, and we get Mikal Bridges.
You feel like the only name
somehow,
not involved.
Exactly. Somehow, some way, we get Mikal Bridges.
Well, do we need to have a segment where Dave Pash comes on during football season and just tells you news and you react to it in the moment? Okay.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool.
Set that up. I have a cut here. We don't have time to play.
Kind of like yesterday. Paulie, did you see that? Paulie actually. Okay, don't get me started.
Don't get you started on Paulie.
His stance was horrible.
Well,
it was just brutal.
That's so I've heard. I have a cut here from Marcus Morris. We don't have time to play it, and that's fine because I don't need to play a Marcus Morris cut. But the gist of it is Knicks add Kevin Durant, they go to the NBA Finals. And you know what? I agree with him.
Yes.
You look at the Eastern Conference and the landscape of the Eastern Conference, that might be the most motivated team because Houston seems so intent on playing around and saying that they don't want Kevin Durant or even Devin Booker. They just like to hang out in the first round every year. The Eastern Conference is wide open for the Knicks.
I see you playing the psychological warfare.
I mean, if you can get a third team involved, the Knicks make a lot of sense. All right, when we come back, Kyler Murray spoke today, Wolf.
Oh, did he?
You and I don't know what he said because we're in this studio 10 feet away from where he was talking, but we couldn't hear it. So we're going to react to some of it next, all right?
Cool.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
When Zach Gallen gives them a quality start, he's not necessarily 5-0, but they're 5-0. When he doesn't achieve a quality start, they're 0-9. It's literally the defining delineation between success and failure. When he has a quality start, they win. When he doesn't, they don't. Wow. And it's crazy
stat
that it would be that simple. And I don't think it'll be that simple all year long, but up until this point, it has been that simple.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot. But you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive. Message and data rates may apply.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our own John Gambadoro, he expects Arizona Diamondbacks reliever Justin Martinez to go on the 15-day injured list. Martinez left last night's win over the Mariners with elbow tightness. Gambo also is reporting that reliever Bryce Jarvis will be called up from AAA Reno, and reliever Jeff Brigham is being sent down. The D-backs go for the series win tonight at Chase Field with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Over to the Arizona Cardinals, they have signed first-round pick Walter Nolan III to a 4-year contract. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, the deal is worth $19.3 million and has a $10.7 million signing bonus. And new Phoenix Suns head coach Jordan Ott will have his introductory press conference today at 3. We will carry it live right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of the Suns, Gambo reports that Damari Carroll will be the Suns' number 3 assistant. This report is brought to you by Why Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to whyrefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp. Now.
All right, welcome back. Final hour of the show. It is Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday afternoon. And Wolf, say this often, this is one of the best parts about having this time slot. When audio like this becomes available, we can play first. Kyler Murray just spoke to the media.
So cool.
So credit to Command and Control for turning this around quickly for us back at the studio. I'm going to start playing some of these cuts from Kyler Murray. And how about this one? We'll start with this one because you've brought this up a couple times. How about Kyler Murray on talking about getting out in space and running?
You get to the NFL, it's space feels limited, as far as my whole life, just playing from Pee Wee up to college. It's like, you always feel like you're in space and you always feel like you're able to make people miss and do the same. But you get to the NFL, there's just better athletes, guys are smarter, angles are different. So anytime I can get in space, on this level, I love it, So I think that's a, point of emphasis, not only for me, but for Drew, is to find ways to get me out in space, scramble drills and stuff like that. Like I said in an interview a while back, it's just we have to be better on off-schedule plays because obviously I have that ability to make, extend plays, and we have the guys that go do it off-schedule. So I believe that's an area we got to be better at.
Ding! There it is right there. No, honestly.
The ding.
This is something that, please. This is something that has got to happen with Kyler Murray. I want to see Kyler Murray run the ball more in unscheduled downs. I don't tell me about, we're gonna have Kyler Murray run the ball 12 times a game. We're gonna have him do that. We're gonna call runs for Kyler Murray. Listen, I love the idea of calling runs for Kyler Murray, especially if you're talking about in the first quarter. I love that. Show a defensive coordinator. We will do this. Oh yeah. You don't think we're going to run Kyler Murray? We're going to call his number. Watch this. I love that. I love setting that tone early on so a defense has to worry about that for the rest of the game. But the unscheduled runs, this is something that I want to see Kyler Murray get better at, taking advantage of an unscheduled call, an unscheduled run to actually move the chains. I think he'd be really, really good at that if he looked for it more. The problem is you don't want your quarterback to be a guy who's looking to run as opposed to looking to throw the ball.
That's one of the perfect examples, though, of pressure, additional pressure, whatever you want to call it, falling on Kyler Murray this season because you're so right. I mean, look at it from the defensive perspective. You've seen this watching the Cardinals multiple times when Kyler when it's unscheduled, but he needs 9 yards and you've got his receivers covered and he can get 10 and get out of bounds too. I mean, that's what's good about Kyler. He doesn't really take the hit very often. He can get out of bounds. So it's not as risky as it might be for some other quarterbacks in this league.
Yes.
But to your point, you don't want him only looking to do. You don't want to fall into that pattern of like, okay, I'm rolling out, working on a run.
Right.
He'll often get the yards, but you're not going to win games if that's all he's doing.
It's like the old saying says, you'll know it when you see it.
Yeah.
And that's what you want Kyler to do.
You got to trust his instincts.
Know it when he sees it. The instincts. Again, and what's amazing about this is the most demoralizing thing. What is the most demoralizing thing that can happen?
Bullpen that blows games?
No. It is demoralizing in the game of baseball. There's no doubt about
life.
that. And life for people who are talk show hosts in particular and have to talk about it all the time. What is the most demoralizing thing that can happen to a football team, Luke Lipinski?
But I've always believed it's when you're just getting run on over and over and over again.
The other team just lines up and says,
we're just going to run right through you.
Watch this. And we're not even going to attack the perimeter.
Yeah.
We're just going to run north, south, right over your face.
We don't even need the playbook. We'll just run
my
through
goodness.
You.
It demoralizes everybody on the team. I'm not just talking about the defense that is out on the field trying to stop it. I'm talking about the offense who's on the sideline watching their defense get hammered by the opposing team's ability to run the ball. It is a nightmare. It's the most demoralizing thing that can happen. The second most demoralizing thing that can happen to a football team is to not be able to contain a quarterback who can run the ball on 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10, and convert the chains. Move the chains by converting third downs with his legs. That is, can you imagine, look, you line up on first down, hammer the other team. Now it's 2nd and 10. You line up on second down. Oh, they're trying to run a screen. You bat the ball down. Now it's 3rd and 10. You've done everything right. This is where the game is going to turn. And suddenly, quarterback pulls the ball down. He gets pressure, escapes the pressure. Everyone's covered, nowhere to go with the ball, and he converts with his legs.
Now you got to do it all over again.
And now you got to it is demoralizing when that happens. And that's where I want to see Kyler Murray get his carries. That's where I want to see him, Basin Earnings, get his carries. More of his carries on unscheduled downs.
It seems like he is intent on that too, which I think is a great thing for this team, and not great for opposing defenses, because we've seen when he's at his best and other opposing defenses have struggled against him in the past, he was doing that. I want to play a couple more of these before we hit the break. How about Kyler talking about the game needing to slow down this season for Marvin Harrison Jr.?
That's something I was telling you all last year. Like, the game's got to slow down for him, and that's, I mean, he told you, obviously, that's things that, I'm not in his head. We're not in his head. Everybody watching the game from the TV or on the couch are not. They don't know what he's thinking. So only he understood how fast the game was moving, and each week, obviously, I hope it slowed down for him. But now he's at the point where he's definitely more comfortable, and I can see it out there on the field. And I think that'll only allow him to play faster, be the guy that we all know he can be.
Confidence is the currency of competition. Have you heard that before? Yes, indeed, you have. And it is. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be so much more confident, I think, this year. We were talking to Michael Wilson about this very thing.
I was going to say, how much did you love it when he started talking about confidence?
Oh, my goodness. It's just, it's so important. And, of course, everyone thinks immediately, well, if you're talking about Marvin Harrison Jr., you don't think he's got confidence out there? Yeah, of course. There's confidence, and then there's actually going out and doing to a point where you can do it. Over and over and over again. It's like anything you do. It's like anything you try, base earnings. It's like at work, or it's whether you're working around the house. If you can actually do it, if you can achieve a task, now all of a sudden it changes your mindset. The same thing applies to professional athletes because they're human beings. Confidence is so important. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be 10 times more confident this year than he was last year. What will that do for him? I don't know, but we're going to see.
Join us for another Arizona Sports Half-Day Club tomorrow as the Diamondbacks take on the Seattle Mariners in the finale of this 3-game series. Just text half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87. Again, that's half to 620-620. Text half to 620-620. When we come back, how much does Brandon Pfaadt need a bounce-back start for the Diamondbacks tonight against Seattle, even just on an individual level? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You gotta fight for your right to party!
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches
This is Cardinals center Yelda Froholt. This is Michael Wilson.
It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You don't want to move yourself, especially now with the triple digits that are out there. You don't want to do it. Let the professionals at Moving Team 6 handle your move right now. What can you expect when you hire Moving Team 6? Basically, perfection, Basinonians. They believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. That is why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. And what I love about Moving Team 6, they use a military-like approach. That's right. They're going to show up, be professional, efficient, on time, reliable. It's why they hire veterans. Yeah, they hire veterans. They look to hire veterans. They proudly support and hire veterans because it makes their move that much better. It will make your move that much better as well. Check out all their 5-star reviews from people just like you. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. We react to last night's Diamondbacks game against the Mariners and look at what stood out on the first day of Cardinals minicamp. Burns and Gambo, 2-6 here on Arizona Sports. Well, game 2 of this 3-game series between the Diamondbacks and Mariners is tonight. The D-backs did win last night. For anybody who went to bed early, you probably thought, hey, Diamondbacks, yeah, of course. What's he talking about? They won 4-0, right?
Yes.
Well,
Oh, I see, Luke. The bullpen blew it, and they won 4-2.
No, not. If only it were that simple, Wolf. The Justin Martinez got hurt.
Oh.
The bullpen blew it completely.
Oh, no.
And they had to come back and win 8-4 in 11 innings.
You know what, honestly, it was the fact, too, that J-Mart went out there in the 9th inning, struck out the first 2 hitters. There were 2 outs.
Yeah.
Now, look, it was full count. I mean, we all expect that. I mean, he threw one to the backstop.
Yeah. Did you see those 2 people back there behind you? Like, you don't expect the ball to be launched right at you. They're like, ah.
That was awesome at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
That was the other good thing about it. J-Mart actually tripped it out. Tripped the gun out at 100 miles an hour multiple times. Not 102, but 100.
You know, I was there last night, guys, and there was actually a couple times when he was, like, down at, like, 98 at his fastball, and I was like, this is a little low, and then he would go back to 100 and be like, okay, it's fine, whatever, and then he left. So I was a little bit concerned, actually, about the velocity last night.
Yeah, well, now we have much bigger concerns because he's getting an MRI on a tight right elbow. So now you have the game tonight. I would assume Shelby Miller's the closer. I don't know. I mean, at a certain point, it's really it's hard for me. You and I were talking about this off the air. It's hard for me to blame Tory Lavello for guys getting hurt.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Tory's been perfect this season, but it's hard for me to be like, it's Tory's fault. Justin Martinez got hurt. Like, is it? How is that his fault? It might not be anybody's fault. Ideally, it would be somebody's fault, so you could find that person and remove them from the equation. But I don't know, man. Some of this is just bad luck too.
Yeah, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, but it is the truth. Coming into this season, when you look at the roster, you felt really, really good about this roster. Mike Hazen, the freaky Mike Hazen, did an incredible job putting this roster
Freaky Mike
together.
Hazen,
wheeling and dealing. And he did an incredible job. The names were there. We all know the talent was there as well. There were a lot of people talking about the Arizona Diamondbacks. Yes, they might not win the NL West, of course, with the Dodgers, but maybe they could make some noise when they got into the postseason. That was the expectation that was out there, and we all know that has not happened right now. Of course, the manager is going to come under fire. The manager, any team that underachieves, when you've got players that are not doing what they should be doing, not producing to the level in which they should. When you have players doing that, more times than not, the manager gets blamed, and you'll start looking for all sorts of reasons to blame the manager for a guy's performance.
Well,
and to me, I'm just telling you, as a former player, that's offensive.
Yeah, and I don't think it would solve anything to move on from Tory Lavello today because Justin Martinez arm got hurt last night. You know what I mean? Now, I know if you, like you said, if you don't live up to expectations over the course of the season, then maybe it's different conversations and it's easier to blame one guy than 9 guys or 15 guys. I get that. I don't think we're there yet by any means. But to go back to Brandon Pfaadt for a second, Wolf, his ERA over the last 2 games for his last 2 starts is 42. And I understand that there's like a horrible start mixed in there and a not so good start. I mean, his start against Atlanta last week, give up 6 earned run over 3 innings. But if you want to go back further, his ERA over his last 5 starts is 11.57. So it's not just one bad game. They need to get him back on track here. In fact, if you go back all the way to the end of April, pretty much all of his starts have been rough except that great performance against the Dodgers on May 8th. So this is a guy that was a constant for you last year and especially early this season. They got to get Brandon Pfaadt back on track here.
Yeah, I think Brandon Pfaadt has got to get Brandon Pfaadt back on track.
Whoever wants to do it.
Exactly. Somebody step up and raise your hand and volunteer, please. And I think it would be Brandon Pfaadt, and I think he would be the first one to tell you that. I am a little concerned about Brandon Pfaadt. I am. I'm concerned, Basinonians, about the pitching staff overall for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Honestly, when you look at this, when you look at their starting rotation and what has happened with the starting rotation, and the injuries, of course, that have hit the starting rotation. And then when you look at the bullpen as well, this is just me. I start asking myself, how are they conditioning these guys?
Yeah.
How are they training these guys?
Something seems off.
I just, look, I'm not pointing a finger. I am not basing it. Sometimes it's just bad luck. But man, when you look at the bullpen, the rotation, the injuries and the underachieving, I mean, I do wonder, how are they preparing these guys? What are they doing? I asked the question because I don't know the answer.
It's which is always your first rule of radio to not do, right? Don't ask a question you don't know the answer. But I actually think that's where some of the best conversations come from, because for me, it's tough to sit here and be like, oh, it's the trainer's fault. Oh, it's the pitching coach's fault. I'm not a scientist. I don't know why. There's a very real possibility the Diamondbacks' injuries are really just bad luck. There's a very real possibility within the world of baseball where a lot of guys are getting Tommy John now. And we don't know Justin Martinez is getting that, but another elbow injury. But the second part of what you said, how many pitchers on the Diamondbacks this season have really gotten better than what they were? You know what I mean? We've had a lot of guys. I'm setting injuries aside, but we've most Diamondbacks pitchers, if anything, are having a down year. Other than Shelby Miller has gotten better.
Merrill Kelly.
But Merrill Kelly, I think, is where he always is,
okay.
right?
Yeah, okay. Merrill Kelly. So he hasn't gotten worse.
Yeah.
So I would offer Merrill Kelly in there. Shelby Miller.
Shelby Miller, I would say, has gotten better.
He's gotten better, yes. I'm trying to think after that.
But there's a lot of guys who...
Corbin Burns was getting better. He was way better. He looked like Corbin Burns, as a matter of fact. But I think a lot of that had to do with
He's
Corbin Burns.
Yeah, he just kind of is who he is. I don't know. You look at it, and if you could chart it all out, you would have Diamondbacks pitchers who have improved this year. I would say Shelby Miller. And I don't know necessarily who else. And you have Diamondbacks pitchers who were pitching well and have continued to pitch well. I would say Merrill Kelly, Corbin Burns before he got hurt. But most guys you would say have taken a step backwards, whether it's Erod or Zach Gallen or Kevin Ginkel or a lot of the bullpen, honestly. Brandon Pfaadt lately, I mean, he's got a 9.10 ERA since May 1st.
Yes.
I keep doing the math on Brandon Pfaadt's ERA because I keep going further and further back, so it's not just one game, and it's just making me more and more depressed.
Yes. And, once again, you have to wonder what kind of impact this is having inside the clubhouse. You know where my brain goes on this, Luke. This is, as a former professional athlete, man, the conversations you actually have. Maybe it's just you sitting around with one or two of your buddies. You're sitting there and you're trying to kill time because you got a meeting that is coming up and maybe you got 40 minutes and you're just going to sit there and kill some time with your buddy. Maybe that's what you're going to do. Conversations are going to happen, especially when you have human beings that are underachieving. Conversations are going to happen. Many times you'll have the underachieving human being bring up a conversation, and maybe the conversation is not a very positive conversation. And the reason why it's not a very positive conversation, because many times a human being that is underachieving will bring the conversation up to somehow justify his position.
Yeah.
You can understand the cancer that can grow in a clubhouse. This is one of the reasons why I asked Ryan Roberts, how important is it that you do have dudes in that clubhouse who will square up guys who aren't giving the effort?
I thought his answer was telling, too, because he's like, I don't know, but I hope they're there.
That is, yes.
And I got to say, well,
that was awesome.
I don't think that's something that'll ever totally go away. I know that a lot of people are looking like, well, this generation doesn't want to be held as accountable or whatever. You got to talk to them a certain way. I still don't think the interplay between teammates, holding their teammates accountable, I don't think that'll ever go away. I think in 50 years that'll still be a thing. I hope. I mean, I think that's part of sports, but doesn't mean it's part of sports for every team every year. And we'll see if the D-backs have that because they're up against it again. When we come back, Jordan Ott's introductory press conference is coming up in an hour and a half. What does his arrival mean for the direction of the Phoenix Suns? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We get around July 4th, July 9th, a month from now, and we're still here in the standings. It's not going to happen. Then you can sit up and say, hey, they're 6 games back. They've got 4 teams in front of them. It ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
But that's still a month. It's just, what are they going to do in the month before they get there?
6 games back with 4 teams to fall apart? Like, you got to play better than 4 teams? And all those teams have an advantage on you? Like, that becomes very, very difficult. So that's where I start to worry about their ability to get ahead of this thing.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? The heat is brutal, and with monsoons just around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure your roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They are an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, and insured with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today. Call 602 Roofing for a free estimate on your roof. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602 Roofing or visit jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com. Don't wait. Prepare your roof for the monsoon season. JLC Roofing, professional roof repair and replacement for over 30 years.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our own John Gambadoro, he expects Arizona Diamondbacks reliever Justin Martinez to go on the 15-day injured list. Martinez left last night's game game against the Mariners with elbow tightness. Gambo is also reporting that reliever Bryce Jarvis will be called up from AAA Reno and reliever Jeff Brigham is being sent down. The D-backs go for the series win tonight at Chase Field with first pitch at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Over to the Arizona Cardinals, they have signed first-round pick Walter Dolan III to a 4-year contract. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, the deal is worth $19.3 million and has a $10.7 million signing bonus. And new Suns head coach Jordan Ott will have his introductory press conference today at 3. We will carry it live right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, as well as the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of the Suns, Gambo reports that Damari Carroll will be the Suns' number 3 assistant. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports.
Devin Booker, the Suns franchise cornerstone, was involved late in this process for the hire, and I'm told Jordan Ott was his top choice.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back. It is Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday afternoon from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. Mandatory minicamp?
Yeah, mandatory minicamp. Just for the record, Basinonians, I came over and sat where Calvin Beecham was sitting.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to shrink the headset, just so you know. Okay?
It's good.
Just saying. It's very important.
For anybody that was wondering.
Yes, Beach's head is larger than mine.
We definitely had 3 guests in here today, Wolf, that are all significantly smarter than us. If you think about it. We had Kelvin Beecham, okay?
Yes.
Speaks for itself.
Oh, my goodness.
We had Michael Wilson, who went to Stanford, and sounds like
Stanford.
When you talk to him, it sounds like he went to Stanford. You had Drew Petzing, who's got 9 billion offensive plays rattling around in his head right now.
Yes.
Let's go back to basketball, though, because Jordan Ott's introductory press conference to the Phoenix Suns media and fan base is going to come up here in about an hour and a half. You can hear it live today right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Shameless plug right there.
Ding.
We were talking about this earlier. What do you want to... There we go. What do you want to...
Wait on that, Rick.
I love the delayed ding. What do you want to hear? What do you not want to hear? Like, what are you looking for from this? Where are people on this? I'm trying to enter the Jordan Ott era, Wolf, with as much of an open mind as I can have. Like, him specifically. I got to see it from the front office. Like, I have real worries that they're just going to constantly be bringing in Michigan State players, or that they're only watching like 20% of the league. Like, you have Sparta! such a inexperienced general manager. That one I'm going with a more like let's wait and see approach. And it's wait and see approach with Jordan Ott too.
Yeah.
But he was working towards this. So there is, in my mind, they're not really playing the percentages here with these hires, but I feel like there's a higher percentage Jordan Ott is a good NBA coach.
Okay.
But we just got to see how it plays out. And I really would like to hear from him today some stuff that makes him sound kind of individual from everything else we've heard.
Okay, that's very, very cool right there. So can I ask you something, Luke? If you were attending, you've attended many press conferences, yes, correct? Many, many press conferences. How would you ask the question? Based on your thought right there, how would you ask the question, Luke Lipinski? I ask you this. How would that thought be phrased as a question to Jordan Ott?
I think the very first
I love saying Ott.
You do like
by
to
the
say
way.
Ott.
Jordan Ott.
Ott. I think the very first one would just be something along the lines of why he feels like he's ready for this job right now. I know that sounds generic, but in this particular situation...
Is that how you'd answer? I mean, is that how you'd ask it? You know, you'd ask it with that voice?
Well, this is my voice.
See, like by way of example, if I were going to ask him a question, I would raise my hand, of course,
very
and hopefully I would be called upon.
Yeah.
And
you probably wouldn't be after this conversation.
I would stand up and I'd introduce myself.
Okay.
I'm Ron Wolfley. I'm with Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM. Hit the ding. Go ahead and do that right there. And yes. Does Devin Booker have to be your team leader?
I know what you're gonna.
That's how I would, and that's how I'd ask it.
Yeah.
Like, Tell me, Jordan Ott. Tell me, does he have to be the team leader? And I'd love to hear that response.
What if he didn't answer it the way you wanted? Would you just walk out and be like, good luck?
No, you're going to answer it the way you're going to answer it right there.
Yeah.
And, okay, you feel that way. Really? Okay, interesting. Who else are you going to bring in here? Who are you going to bring in that is going to be the de facto leader of this team then? Do you think Devin Booker is a leader? Does he have to be a leader? What are you going to do to put somebody around Devin Booker to actually lead this team? It's so important.
Yeah.
Look, I've been talking about this for 2 years. 2 years
Especially
with the
last
Phoenix
year.
Suns.
Yeah.
Especially last year because it all was coming to a head. They need leadership inside that locker room. They need Jimmy Butler. That's what they needed.
And I can't fault them for that because they tried to get Jimmy Butler.
Exactly.
So I really can't fault the Suns for that one.
Because they knew they needed him.
The reason I would ask him such an open-ended question is because I kind of want to see where he goes with his answer. And this is the stuff I'm going to be listening for today. It's almost, to me, not that it's irrelevant what the questions are, but it's less relevant than how he answers. Just because the Brian Gregory press conference was a lot of, well, we're going to be aligned here and we're going to do this and this and then. It sounded like he took... It sounded like when I had to do like a book report in elementary school and I hadn't read the book. And so I would go back.
You did that?
Once or twice.
Oh, my goodness.
And maybe even into high school. And so I would just like read either the notes or like the summary on the back and then kind of reword it. Like, hey, look at this amazing thing I came up with. It sounded like Brian Gregory was just kind of reading a different version of Matt Ishbia's press conference. And I liked Matt Ishbia's press conference at the end of the year, but I don't need to hear it from anybody other than Matt Ishbia. So if you ask Jordan Ott, hey, why are you ready for this now? What about this job? Is like, how are you a good fit? The player development question I think is a good one to ask him as well. If his answer goes into detail, I'm listening. If his answer is, well, we're all about alignment here and go Sparty, then I am going to leave the press conference. Like I want to hear something from Jordan Ott today. He can't win the fan base over today. I understand that. But I think he could take the first step towards, all right, let's buy into this guy.
Were you a good student?
It's somehow grade-wise
something really?
Yeah.
Well, because you were cheating.
Cheating. I was innovating.
You were not doing your work.
I was focused on other work.
I would like to know what his relationship is with KD. We hear about this all the time, that he was there. He was
true.
there, and he coached KD, of course, in Brooklyn. How would you use Bradley Beal as well? How would you use Bradley Beal? That would be a question. Maybe I would ask it like this. Jordan. No, I would never say that.
No,
to
you
him.
definitely say
I'd say coach.
Coach.
I'd say coach.
Coach.
What are your intentions with Bradley Beal? How do you see him fitting in with your team?
That's one of the toughest questions he's going to be asked because he may know he's not going to be here.
Right.
But at the same time, the Suns only control that up to a certain point. I mean, there is a scenario. I don't think it'll come to this, but there's a scenario where they can't trade Bradley Beal, which that might happen. And he doesn't want to get bought out. And then what are you going to do? Are you just going to Jay Crowder him?
Yeah.
Just sit him? He's here, but he's not here. Him. he's not really playing?
Describe the type of players you want to coach. Describe the type of players you want to coach. I honestly, I'd love that.
I would pull a
I'd
Wolf.
love to hear that.
I'd pull a Wolf where you say somebody's name and see how he reacts. And I would just say, I would just stand up and I'd be like, Draymond Green. just to see what he does.
Does he make the stink face or not?
Or if he's like, hey, how'd you know we're going after him? Then I'd be like, that's all I need to know.
Because he went to Michigan State, of course.
Well, yeah, that's kind of where I was going with it. All right, when we come back, final segment of the show. We'll get back into some of this Kyler Murray audio because we really only got to react to a little bit of it, and he just spoke. So we'll get you more of that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about right there. Basinonians gather on the transistor and press the ear. It's heating up. It's heating up, brothers and sisters, but the nights in the Wolfley compound They're always cool. That's right, thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. Our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress, we absolutely love it. We've been on it now some 4 or 5 years. I think it's been 5 years right now. There's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through June 17th. Think about that. Now, June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations. Maybe you could pick up the Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Bedding. That's what we use. I think you'd love it. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals minicamp now.
All right, we are out here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center for a mandatory minicamp. Wolf, are you going to run the 40 here? Is that why we're here?
No, as a matter of fact.
I just figured I would ask.
If that happened right there, sir, I would, my groin would like fly out my hamstring. It would.
I would get that checked out.
It would be. That would. Oh man.
You would need a trainer.
The pain and the suffering if I tried to run a 40 right now. Brutal.
All right, so you're not going to do that. Fine. But we are going to play this audio of Kyler Murray, who just spoke to the media a short time ago. Wolf, how about Kyler talking about Jacoby Brissett?
Yeah, he's a little different than what I thought he was going to be, just in a good way. loved having him around so far. Real personable dude. Been around the block a lot. Been around a lot of different guys. Offensive coordinator, seen a lot of different defenses. Obviously been around a lot of receivers and stuff like that. So it's easy to talk ball with him. You know, you can tell he loves it. And he's not just he's not in here just like trying to be backup. You know, that's one thing I respect. You know, he's definitely pushed me so far from what I've seen. You know, he comes to work every day as if he's a starter, and that's something that you respect, and you can feel that energy. You know, so that's good.
Kyler is saying all the right things. He really is. That is excellent. Just the fact that he can talk about the strengths of Jacoby Brissett and the fact that he's not here just to back me up, that he's here to actually compete, and he's pushing me. Kyler's doing a good job in regard to actually giving credit to where credit is due. Jacoby Brissett, too, I've heard this. I've heard this from coaches. Jacoby Brissett is doing a very, very good job right now, coming in and actually flexing a little bit in terms of what he knows about the game. They're very happy with Jacoby Brissett.
That's great to hear because you're talking about a guy that has played 87 NFL games. He's played in a lot of NFL games, Jacoby Brissett. So it's not like this is just a guy that's coming in here, oh, yeah, you know, I've got drafted a couple years ago and I got into a game or two. Like, this is a guy that he's not going to win the starting job over Kyler Murray. I mean, we all know that. But he can push him because he's seen a lot more in the NFL than anybody Kyler Murray has ever really had as his backup. I mean, Colt McCoy had seen a lot too, but other than that, that's pretty much it. So it'll be interesting to see how much having Jacoby Brissett around just helps Kyler evolve. We had him in here a week or two ago talking to him, and it was funny because you could tell he didn't want to.
That's when I was gone, right?
That's when you were gone.
I was gone.
Yeah. Paul was here, and Paul made it very abundantly clear that he was doing your job for you.
Oh, I see. Yes.
He may have even told Jacoby.
Right.
But Jacoby Brissett, it was interesting in that setting was he wasn't talking himself up, right? We were asking him questions, hey, you know this and that, and he's like, yeah, you know, but I'm just kind of, you know, I'm Jacoby Brissett. I'm just here trying to do my job too, but you know he's going to push Kyler, and he can tell him stuff that Kyler doesn't know, and he could tell it to him from that peer-to-peer level that you always talk about, too.
And not only that, too, but watching Kyler play and watching the coverages and hearing with the headset on as to what the coaches are calling and what is going on and what kind of coverage was being played. He can get confirmation just by listening to all of that. So it's going to be really interesting to see how much can he help Kyler Murray? How much can he help Kyler Murray? How many times when Kyler comes walking off, how many people talk to Kyler before Jacoby Brissett talks to him?
Yeah. Let's go more from Kyler Murray talking about the offense being more complex now.
Complex way the offense is moving?
Yeah, I think that's a graduation level. You know, when obviously it's being year 3, you know, Drew wants to start evolving the offense and what he wants it to be, trusting guys. Okay, can we handle this? Prove you can handle it. Boom, next level, you know, start to do more things. And I think that, yeah, we're definitely at that level where our younger guys, Mike Wilson, Marv, you know, Trey, Dortch, all those younger guys are now veteran type of guys in the system, even myself. So prove that we can handle it, go out there and execute.
Man, that is so big. I keep talking about it.
Tell by your reaction, he's saying all the things you want to hear.
No, he is. He's saying all the things, yet at the same time, they're so applicable. When you're talking about Marvin Harrison Jr. and how much better he can be. Just look at Trey McBride. Look at what Trey did, how much better he was from year 2 to year 3. Once again, under JG. I know he was here a rookie. His rookie year, he was here before JG showed up, yet at the same time, that rookie year was largely a waste, I think, for Trey McBride because he wasn't in the system he is now.
Yeah.
He's in the professional football system right now, the NFL. The offense he was in before that was not.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting conversation we can have almost even separately, too, because you look at what Trey McBride has become, and you think, wow, this guy, what, year 7, year 8? No, he's only going into year 4. Right? Am I wrong on Trey McBride? He's only going into year 4.
Yes.
And his first year was one of the worst years for the Cardinals in recent memory. And that he experienced all that as a rookie.
Yeah.
And he comes out of that. And yes, last year he was amazing, and now he's the highest paid tight end, even though now he's back down to second highest paid tight end in NFL history. But his second year was pretty good. Like, he started to take off even in his second year coming out of that mess of a rookie
that
year.
That was with Kyler.
It was with
Remember
Kyler.
that.
And it was with Drew Petzing, and it was with, absolutely.
That's with Kyler, man. He came back midway through the season, and that's when Trey McBride's arc went boom.
Yep, and it really hasn't stopped. More from Kyler Murray on what motions and pre-snap movement can do for an offense.
Yeah, it gives you reads, gives you tells of what the defense is doing, makes it tougher on them to pass things off, play leverages and all types of stuff. I think it just puts offense at an advantage. For us to go out there, obviously we know the play, they don't know the play, so they got to react, and that's where you want to be.
I would say look for more wide open receivers for the Arizona Cardinals. You see this from time to time. Defenses, especially defenses that haven't been together for years, but maybe has been pieced together in 1 year, maybe less than 2 years. There's still a lot of question marks. They have new faces back there. Look for some busted coverages because the Arizona Cardinals are going to be doing a lot more with shifting and motions, a lot more motions and shifting. And don't forget about the shifting because you shift basically before a lot of the motions as well. And that can change just by shifting. You can change calls on a defense. And what happens when you shift and you change the strength of an offense and then motion? So now the strength is no longer what you thought it was. And now you've got to check. It's fascinating to see this, but the evolution of this offense in terms of complexity is going to be something to watch as the season unfolds.
Trying to think back. I don't have their schedule memorized yet. I know they play New Orleans and Carolina the first 2 weeks, though, so those seem like a couple teams that maybe you could exploit.
Yes.
And doing exactly what you're saying. If the Cardinals come out locked in on that stuff, I mean, if they're putting new stuff in, maybe it takes them a little bit to get it up to full speed in an actual game situation. But if they hit the ground running, you got a couple defenses the first 2 weeks that you could potentially at least pick apart. Let's get one more here from Kyler Murray talking about, for anybody that missed it, Walter Nolan did sign his deal officially today. So Kyler talked about the Cardinals drafting Walter Nolan.
I mean, I go back to high school. He's the number one player. He was one of the best players coming out of high school. So knowing that, and he went to A&M, was familiar with that, and then obviously him transferring. So I keep up with just the lineage of all high school, college, NFL. And then just following his path, obviously, knowing his talent, what he brings to the table. It was, for me, it was, he was definitely a no-brainer type of guy. For him to fall to 16 is, I don't know how that happened, but.
So he sounds like he's in.
Yeah, he's all in on Walter Nolan. And aren't you? I mean, I feel really, really good about Walter Nolan coming in and making a serious contribution to that defense.
Yeah. I mean, if he does. We were even talking to Kelvin Beachum earlier, talking about the defensive line that he's going to be going up against in practice and what they've built up. And Walter Nolan's a huge part of it. I love what they did this offseason with that.
I will be super hyper disappointed if Will Johnson does not start coming out of training camp and make an impact in his rookie season, and Walter Nolan also does not make a huge impact.
This is a producer question that I'll probably ask you tomorrow because we're running out of time. But if I could guarantee you one of them has a monster rookie season, who would you want?
Will Johnson.
Yeah, that's me too. Because they have other defensive linemen now. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Aaron Maloney out here. Thanks to Rick and Jamal back at the studio. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So, how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back in action, hoping to keep the good times rolling after that walk-off home run last night. A couple of roster moves to be aware of. Our John Gambadoro is reporting that Justin Martinez is headed for the 15-day injured list. These moves have not been made official yet. Also sounds like that Bryce Jarvis is going to be called up from AAA Reno. Jeff Brigham will be sent down in his place. On the mound tonight, it's a Fought Tuesday. It's a Fought Rock Tuesday. It's a Please look better today. Brandon Pfaadt, you're on the mound tonight. He'll go against the young right-hander for Seattle, Logan Evans. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then coming up today at 3 o'clock, you can hear right here on these airwaves the introductory press conference for new Suns head coach Jordan Ott. Ott will then join Burns and Gambo at 4:30. So in case you missed the press conference where he's joining at 3, come back at 4:30 for an exclusive conversation, Burns and Gambo and the new head coach Ott. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Welcome back to the studio. Glad to have you here.
Yeah,
Take a look around. It's
yeah.
been a while since you've been here. Do you need to refamiliarize with yourself with people around here? It's been a while since we've seen you. Everything about the same?
Any new bobbleheads?
No.
Bobbleheads are all the same?
We keep maps at the trailhead of the doors in case you get lost.
Exactly.
I wasn't feeling good yesterday. I was a little under the weather, but I still worked.
Of course you did. I just hope
Still
you're
works.
still not under the
No,
weather
no, I'm
now
good.
when
I'm
you
good.
brought that
I feel
nasty
great.
stomach stuff in here with you.
No, I just had like some kind of food poisoning. Just like quick thing, was like just it did me in, but I'm good. Like I'm good now.
You're good. You're good. You're set. You're good. You're ready to roll.
My stomach was bothering me.
Seriously, that drop is so clean. Every time you play it, I think he's sitting next to me saying
I have to like crank the volume on it so that way you just know the difference.
Give it to me one more time. Fecta. Wait, one more time. Poop fecta. It's so perfect.
I don't even know what it is. It's a Bill Simmons thing?
Yes, it's a Bill Simmons thing.
All
Yeah.
right.
You said it a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I know, I know.
And Mitch just created such a clean, perfect audio file to it that when you say it, I think, did he just say that again? Yeah. Boy, easy transition. Speaking about poop fecta.
What do we think of the Diamondbacks bullpen in the ninth inning last night?
Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Boy, oh boy.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
The pitch, swing, high fly ball, deep right field, can zone back, this is gone! Walk it off! A grand slam for Naylor, a game saver! And the Diamondbacks prevail and they win it 8-4.
Yeah, but just
Thank God, though, they won.
I know.
That might have been, out of all the tough losses, that might be right near the top.
Yes.
That might be 4-0, 2 outs, 4-0, and you can't win the game.
Yeah.
That might have been number one on our list if they didn't get that done.
It probably would have. Somebody asked me about the list and whether I'm putting last night's game on the list, which list I would put it on. I'm like, no, I'm not putting it on any list because it canceled itself out. I mean, for a while, it was shaping up to be on one list, and then for a while, it was shaping up to be on the other. And it's the two things canceled out. It's not on the list. The phrase that I couldn't get out of my head watching last night's game when it was all said and done, winning the battle but losing the war. And last night felt like you won the battle and you're about to lose the war. You just the Justin Martinez, Gambo, the last 2 home games they've played in that building, Corbin Burns and Justin Martinez have walked off the field with a trainer by their side. It's disaster, brother. I mean, it really is just like, come on, what else can we possibly endure around here?
You know, when I think I tweeted something out like OMG last night. And there's a bunch of Suns fans like, Grok, what did he mean by OMG? And Grok, well, it might be something to do with Kevin Durant. I was just getting a kick out of people. I just typed OMG when he came off the field. I'm going like, and I have a lot of Suns fans that follow me, and they think that it's something to do with Kevin Durant. It was a baseball game. I was talking about that. I mean, it sucked. They blew a lead, and then Justin Martinez, about to close that thing out, strikeout. They're one strike away several times from closing out that game, giving Merrill Kelly a win, and they don't. His velocity went from like 100, 101 to like 97. He points to the trainer, comes out like, oh no, here we go again.
Tory Lavello hadn't even crossed the third base line, and Justin Martinez was already walking off the field. Like, they didn't even wait for Tory to get out there. They just started heading back, and Tory was like, oh, we're going back in the dugout? Okay, fine, let's turn around and go back. I would have gladly sacrificed last night's win in the name of knowing Justin Martinez was healthy and fine. I mean, like, you tell me they lost last night, but Justin Martinez is okay, fine. They lost last night and Justin Martinez is okay. It's one game. It's probably not going to define things one way or another, but you're going to tell me Justin Martinez, and you reported earlier today.
Yes.
He's on the 15-day IL.
Very likely he's going to be. I don't think they've announced it yet, right?
No, they
I'm hearing that he will most likely be on the 15-day IL. Bryce Jarvis will be coming up, and Jeff Brigham, who has options available, will be optioned to Reno. So Brigham, who had the disaster last night. I mean, poor guy, I felt bad for him, but you got to be able to get an out, but he couldn't get an out. And then Canzone, the former Diamondback, who got traded for Paul Sewald, hits the bomb of a home run.
That ball was just.
I mean,
that ball was obliterated. I mean, one of the hardest hit balls I've seen in the last couple of years. He obliterated that baseball.
That kid's got tremendous power.
My God.
Diamondbacks traded him as part of the Sewald trade. So Brigham going down Brigham going down. Martinez to the IL. I've got Bryce Jarvis coming up, but I think there's one other move. I think there's one other move coming.
Well, if Brigham's going down and Justin Martinez is going on the IL, then that's two slots that are available. So
yeah, Brigham's going to
there's
Reno.
Another one coming up.
Jarvis up, Martinez. So there's one more move.
But here's the thing. I mean, like if it's the 15-day IL for Justin Martinez, I mean, let's put this in perspective. That would be the best possible news if he's only out for 15 days. I think we're all bracing, just like we did with Corbin Burns, and just like we did with AJ Puck, we're bracing for the worst, right? Like 15-day is exactly what they did with Corbin Burns in the aftermath of his injury about a week ago. They put him on the 15-day IL because they knew he wasn't going to pitch anytime soon, and they started evaluating their options. This feels like exactly the same thing. Like he's on the AIL because that's just what you start with, but now you got to go through the tests and the MRI, and he's already had Tommy John once before. He had it back in 2021. He said he didn't feel a pop, but anybody who throws that hard and throws his breaking stuff that hard, I don't want to say it like it's inevitable, but in some ways, it does feel inevitable, right? Like a pitcher like that's just going to have elbow and shoulder problems because he just throws the ball so damn hard, but it leaves the Diamondbacks, Gambo, in an awful position. Just awful. Winning the battle, losing the war.
Yeah, and then Christian Montes de Oca, he's going to have an MRI done too, right?
Yes, he's gonna. Yeah. He was unavailable at the last minute before the game. They determined that he was having some elbow soreness. Tory Lavello.
There was nobody left to pitch.
No, they were out of guys.
If that game went another inning, I don't know what the hell they would have done.
Jalen Beeks was not supposed to pitch last night. He was emergency only, and yet there he was. Tory Lavello, was not masking his emotions last night when he was asked about his concern level for J. Mart and Christian Montes de Oca.
What's kind of your concern level with those two?
High. Fairly high.
High. Fairly high. Really painful to see this happen to Justin Martinez.
It hurts me personally because I love him. It means so much to this organization, and to hear the crowd gasp and the teammates inside the dugout screaming no, it's just not a good conclusion that you're watching, and it's painful. It's really painful. So we're going to keep our fingers crossed for him.
It's hard. I mean, you see the look on the guys' faces, Suarez and Naylor, and like when Martinez left the game, like, oh my God. And Alec Thomas after the home run. I mean, it's just, this team's taken a lot of lumps this year. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. This is incredible. MRI, the MRI guys making a lot of money off the Diamondbacks this year. Those things are expensive.
Sure, that's
man.
not funny. I shouldn't laugh.
Those things are expensive.
It's kind of funny. It's like the MRI company is like, yeah, sure, come on in, 24 hours a day, whatever you need.
Yeah,
pop on in.
They might as well just buy one of those machines and keep it down there.
It does. I mean, look, it does. I know they got the win last night, and poor Josh Naylor. You want to celebrate the moment with him. It was huge. It was only the third walk-off grand slam in the history of the organization.
Batman had one.
Yeah, Ryan Roberts was the last
Batman.
one. Damian Miller was the only other one. That's it. You want to celebrate that big moment. You want to celebrate Juan Murillo, who had a really nice outing and kept them scoreless in the 10th. Jalen Beeks in the 11th kept them scoreless, gave the Diamondbacks a chance to win that game. You really want to celebrate Merrill Kelly, who just had another outstanding performance last night.
Sign that man right now.
And seriously, sign that man right now.
Sign that man right now.
I was sitting next to our buddy Jack Summers from SI.com, and he's like, who do you think will be the opening day starter next year? And I pointed to Merrill Kelly.
Oh, you at the game last night?
I was at the game last night. I pointed to Merrill Kelly. I'm like, he is going to be the opening. He better be the opening day starter next year if Zach's not there.
So good.
This season, again, we're like, 94 games to go? Like, there's still so much season left, and you wonder how many more body blows a team can take before you just go,
eventually,
enough, you're out. You just don't have enough guys left to be able. You're out your ace. You're probably out your closer. We don't know for sure, but you might be out your closer. The only chance you have at this now, the way I see
Your
it.
other closer's been out half the
Your
season.
other closer's been out half the season. And when he comes back, you're going to want to be careful with him, right? Because of the elbow injury. You got to score. You got to score runs every single night in bunches if you're going to give yourself a chance. You've got to be one of the most prolific, and they are, but they've got to be even better.
I've never seen a team blow so many ninth inning leads, ninth inning leads. I mean, it's ridiculous. The amount of leads that they've had and they've blown games where, like, this game is one. You're 1 out away, and you're winning 4-0. You're 1 out away, and you have to go to extra innings to win the game. That's crazy.
Score as many runs as you can. I don't see any other path for the Diamondbacks to get where they want to go. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, we turn our attention to the Phoenix Suns. Kevin Durant, is he best suited to join the San Antonio Spurs this summer? That's next on Arizona Sports.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Bases still loaded. A run wins it for the D-backs. Swing, high fly ball, deep right field, can zone back. This is gone! Walk it off! A grand slam for Naylor, a game saver, and the Diamondbacks prevail, and they win it 8-4.
D-backs versus Mariners at Chase Field. Game 2 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. America's most awarded Ford dealership is Sanderson Ford. That's where I've been shopping ever since I moved to the Valley. Myself, Gonzo, Luis Gonzalez shops there. I know Rick Tockett does, the former Yotes coach. Employee pricing from America for America, extended through the 4th of July. Big savings right now, 4th of July, up through the 4th of July on all the great vehicles that Sanderson Ford has to offer. Whether you want an F-150 or you want an Escape or an Edge or a brand new Mustang or an Explorer, they've got a great selection right now. People love the Ford Bronco and the Bronco Sport. So head on over to Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. It is the dealership that service built. It is America's most awarded Ford dealership for customer service. That is a fact. So if you're looking for a new car, truck, SUV this summer, let's get you into Sanderson Ford. 51st Avenue in Glendale or online at sandersonford.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Are you dealing with a back issue and don't know what to do or who to call? Greg Schulte here, and I've got your answer. Call Desert Institute for Spine Care, a.k.a. DISC. DISC surgeons treat a variety of different spine conditions, such as herniated disc, sciatica, spinal stenosis, and degenerative disc disease. DISC is known for its minimally invasive surgical solutions, believing that using at least invasive yet most effective treatments is the best way for their patients to restore, revitalize, and rejuvenate their active lifestyles. And DISC is so good at taking extra time with patients to help understand their pain and how it's affecting their everyday life. Several years ago, DISC took care of my herniated disc issue, and I've been pain-free ever since. I trusted them, and I hope you'll place your trust in the disc surgeons to help you get through your back issue. Text SPINE to 620-620 or visit sciatica.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Kevin Durant, I'm like 98% sure he's not going to be a Sun next year. How it works out, though, I'm about 1% sure.
Arizona sports. Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, coming up at 3 o'clock today, we are going to be bringing you the live press conference. Jordan Ott being introduced as the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns. Stand by. Gambo's got some news, too, that we'll pass along throughout the show that he's also been tweeting out about some of the assistant coaches that might be hired under Jordan Ott. And then we'll have Coach Ott on with us one-on-one exclusively at 4:30. So we've got a couple of opportunities to hear from the new head coach today, either the live press conference or with Jordan Ott when he joins us at 4:30. So we've got that. In the meantime, the Kevin Durant, where is he going to end up conversation has really, it feels like, started to take kind of a fine-tuned focus onto the San Antonio Spurs as a place that he might end up. So much so that while KD continues to maintain radio silence across all social media channels about any suggestion he might go to San Antonio.
He is not denying any of it.
There's now stories coming out of San Antonio from their leading newspaper that you know, hey, what might it look like? And here's what it could be. And could Kevin Durant end up in San Antonio? It feels like, Gambo, this is starting to get some legs to it.
Yeah, Sam Amico, who I know pretty well from Amico Hoops, source, Kevin Durant prefers Suns trade him to Spurs. So this is really taken on a life of its own ever since we reported last week that someone I know that is close to Durant was told by Durant that he prefers to go to the Spurs, that the Spurs are a destination for him. Now, since that time, a lot of people are picking up on it. Amico Hoops now saying Durant prefers the Suns trade him to the Spurs. I was on the San Antonio paper yesterday. Let me just take a look. Let me just see if they're writing about this. And they've got a big story. Kevin Durant trade might be a fit for the Spurs if the price is right. And it says, you know, if the Spurs have a chance to name their Kevin Durant price, and if that price has come down as far as some believe, which I don't believe is true because I don't think that's the case, they talk about how the Spurs should do this. They should do it as long as they don't have to give up any of their main guys. If they could get Kevin Durant, they should do it. It guarantees them a playoffs. They'll probably win a round or two. So they're on board with this in San Antonio too. Now, I don't like their price compared to what I think the Suns should get, but that's a different story. That all has to be negotiated.
They're suggesting in the story the Spurs, in order to make the math work, would need to send out at least $40 million coming back to the Suns in salary, and that the simplest way to do it would be Devin Vassell and Harrison Barnes. On top of that, the number 14 pick in the draft, and bada bing. Like that would make the math work. That would make the numbers work. And even though they viewed Vassell as an important piece of their future, when you consider with lucrative extensions coming for De'Aaron Fox, Victor Wembanyama, Stephon Castle, those guys eventually are going to get paid. It might be best to move off of that salary because I think he's got 4 years left on his deal on an extension that he's just signed.
He's a good player.
Vassell?
He's
He's a good player.
He's a good basketball player.
Like you mentioned yesterday, there's a little bit of positional redundancy with him and Devin Booker, right? Like
he could play the 3, but he'd be undersized.
Be a small 3.
He'd be a small 3 if he plays that. But he's a good defensive player, and he could score, and he could shoot the 3. And, you need young talent, whatever works out. I mean, he may not be here forever, but you need to acquire younger talent, better players than what they have.
Look, anybody, okay, here's the thing and I just thought of this, and if you've brought this up before, I apologize. Here's the thing. If you're a Suns fan and you're going, yeah, but we got Devin Booker, do we really need another 2 guard? Was that not exactly the same argument against drafting Tyrese Halliburton in the draft a few years ago? Yeah, Tyrese Halliburton would be great, but we already got Chris Paul. I'm not really sure we need, right?
I thought he was a tweener.
Yeah, I mean, but and that was sort of the, what are you going to, we really need we don't really need a running back. We're sort of happy with, Edgerrin James with what we've got. We don't need to add another one in Adrian Peterson.
Like biggest mistakes are made when you do that.
Seriously. And
biggest mistakes are made.
The Tyrese Halliburton angst is in part kind of driven off of the idea that you thought at the time, it's kind of positional redundancy. I don't really know if we need a guy like that. You know what? Just go get young talent and figure out a way to make it work. And if that means flipping Vassell, or if that means one of these days Devin Booker's not on your... I mean, whatever the solution is, just acquire young talent for old talent and get rid of some salary in the process.
Now, I'll say, I think you can make a good trade with San Antonio. A winning trade, and we've said this, I don't know if the Suns have to win the trade. They just can't lose the trade. They got to bring back good pieces. To me, winning the trade is if you could get them to either give you the number 2 pick, which is likely going to be the Rutgers kid Dylan Harper, or you could get them to give you the Rookie of the Year Stephon Castle. So if you could get either one of those, I would be like, okay, you won this deal. That would be the steal for me. Do I like Socon? I like him. I like Vassell. Harrison Barnes is an older player. You could probably flip him for somebody, at the deadline to a contending team and maybe get a first-round draft pick back for him because he's a good player. He's just not a part of your future because of his age. I think the Spurs are definitely I think there will be many other teams. That's why I disagree with the Bill Simmons that a deal's already done. I know that a deal is not done. I know that there's not a deal done.
I know, but in fairness to Bill, he was speculating.
Yeah.
He wasn't really reporting that. Here's what Bill said about it yesterday.
Surprised if KD to the Spurs is done already and they just haven't announced it. It's basically they've agreed on specifics and they'll just announce it the week of the draft. Don't aggregate that. I have no inside info. It just feels goes back to the honest thing. I think they're just going to trade for KD and it'll cost a lot less. They'll be able to be really competitive and maybe even go a couple rounds in the playoffs, but they're also going to keep the number 2 pick and do it that way. Would be my prediction.
I think he's just using that as a splashy way of saying, I think this is going to happen. I think it just seems too logical, Kevin Durant going to the Spurs, for it not to happen. Bright Side of the Sun, our friends over at Brightside, even plugged it into the trade machine to figure out how it would work and how the numbers would work, and it kind of comes up with something similar. Look, if you could get number 2, great. If you could get Castle, great. I'd be shocked if one of those things happen. I really would be. I know you're saying to go for it, and I'm not disputing that. Go for it. But I'd be really shocked if you were able to extract the number 2 pick in the draft or Stephon Castle in a Kevin Durant trade. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not. But that, Vassell would be your second best player. So he'd be the second best player on this roster.
Right.
If Durant's gone, it's Devin Booker's your best player. He's your second best player. That's what you need to do. You need to start getting some younger talent, some better players. He's 24 years old. Now, if you could get the 14th pick in the draft, okay,
I think you can get that. Oh, you can get that.
14th pick in the draft.
I don't know if you can get 2, but I think you can get 14.
Then you've got 28, and then you've got a second rounder. You start to build some younger pieces in the system.
Charles Barkley was on Bickley and Mariners today and talked about the Suns needing to get the best deal for Kevin Durant, regardless of where they send him.
Well, they're screwed right now. So you make the best deal for Kevin. That's the first thing. You make the best deal. I hear they're working with him and whatever. I'm like, no, you don't work with him. You make the best deal for the team. So you make the best deal for the team because you got to start your rebuild. You make the best deal for KD. No matter, don't worry about his feelings. You make the best deal for yourself because, some people going to take a chance with him, some people not. He only got 1 year left on his deal, and he's 37 years old. Probably not going to get a lot, but somebody might be stupid and give you a lot. So you make the best deal for the Phoenix Suns.
I'm worried about this a little bit. If the Suns do make this deal with the San Antonio Spurs, you and I are really going to have to work on the pronunciation guide of some of these new guys coming over the Phoenix Suns.
Sohan,
and Vassell. Not Vassell.
I can do Barnes.
It's not Vassell and it's not Sohan.
Hey, can we just get guys we can pronounce? Can I get Barnes and Fox? I can pronounce Wembenyama.
Because if these are going to be the guys that we're talking about for years, I know you're talking about retiring in a year and a half or whatever it is, brother. But for on your way out the door, you got to get these names right. Vassell and Sohan. Vassell and Sohan. Yeah. Vassell and Castle they're not players with rhyming last names.
It's also pronounced 14th overall.
I could do that.
It's not pronounced second overall pick. It's not pronounced that.
14th. I could do that.
We'll have a lot more on this later. It was good to hear from Charles Barkley. We'll react to what he had to say. This Father's Day, hit it out of the park by heading to the contest page now at arizonasports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the D-backs and the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball, gear, and great memories. When we come back, our clubhouse call-in for the Arizona Diamondbacks, the newest member of the bullpen. Well, maybe not the newest member of the bullpen because we don't know who that is yet. But Kyle Backus is going to join us here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson. This is linebacker Matt Wilson Sr. This is Darius Robinson.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and arizonasports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage. Brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Back here to tell you about V's Barbershop, their brand new location, V's Barbershop, Cadence East Markets, right off Array Road near Ellsworth. They just opened one up on the west side. Now they're opening one up on the east side. V's Barbershop is always everywhere, and it is so easy to get in. Walk in today. Book online at vbarbershop.com. It's one of the great things about V's, and there's a lot of great things about V's. They've been around for 25 years. They've won the Best of Phoenix Award so many times, it's kind of hard to keep track of it. I think it's like 20 or 21 times. They're really, really good. Best barbers, not only in town, in the state, in the country in some cases, and an unbelievable old school throwback barbershop vibe, but with that modern twist and that modern amenity. Like if you want to walk in for an appointment, you can. But if you want to book online with a specific barber on a specific day, you can do that too. It just kind of blends all of it into one for an experience unlike anything you've ever had when it comes to getting your hair cut. It's way more than just getting your hair cut at V's Barbershop. So next time you need a haircut, go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hit a home run with bold flavors at Doghouse Downtown Phoenix, serving gourmet dogs, sausages, chicken, burgers, and more 24/7. Hosting a watch party, Doghouse Catering delivers with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and their legendary build-your-own dog bar. Load the bases with flavor and bring the heat to your lineup. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and let them deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks and Mariners back at it for Game 2 of the series tonight from Chase Field. Brandon Pfaadt on the mound making the start. He'll go against another young right-hander in Logan Evans for Seattle. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns will introduce head coach Jordan Ott to the Valley today. That press conference starts at 3. It will be carried live here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. But if you missed that, unable to attend, don't worry. Jordan Ott is going to join Burns and Gambo at 4:30 to share more on his plans in taking over the Valley's basketball team. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
Diamondbacks coming off a much-needed walk-off win last night as they beat the Mariners 8-4 on the walk-off grand slam by Josh Naylor. Joining us right now in our Clubhouse call-in, he was the first pitcher to appear in last night's game after Merrill Kelly made his Diamondbacks debut. His family was in the attendance last night as well. It's our pleasure to welcome to the Burns and Gambo show and to the Arizona Diamondbacks in general, Kyle Backus, the left-handed reliever who joins us here on Arizona Sports. Kyle, I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Welcome to Arizona. Welcome to the D-backs. And we appreciate your time today, man. How we doing?
Yes, sir. Thank you guys for having me call in. Doing well, settling in and finally got the jitters out a little bit and getting ready to play another game tonight.
From the 2016 Montgomery County Pitcher of the Year to Sam Houston to undrafted free agent to the major leagues. Tell me about the journey. You were undrafted. It's hard for undrafted free agents to make a Major League Baseball roster. What's it been like for you?
Yeah, for sure. You laid it out right there from going to from high school county pitcher of the year to undrafted to a major leaguer. It's a grind, it's everything I've wanted though. It's not impossible. I think I kind of showed that going from an undrafted free agent. It's been hard though. I've had a lot of people in my corner. One of my good friends from college, Colton Cowser, who's the outfielder with the Orioles, has given me a lot of advice in the past few days of, how to go about this game. And honestly, walking in on my debut, a lot of the guys in the bullpen kind of kept me sane. I walked out there and had my head held high, and, I was comfortable, honestly. There was no nerves. I was just really comfortable in doing what I do. And, it's been great, but the journey's been awesome. It's paid off for sure.
Yeah, 5 years at Sam Houston. I was reading about the Lubbock Regional. I was reading about you as a freshman against Florida State in the Super Regional. When you go undrafted and baseball's your dream, you've always dreamed about being in the major leagues. Is it 100% I'm still going to go for this? Was there any part of you that thought, okay, maybe I should just stop this dream and go do something else?
For sure. Honestly, there's a story that I told Tory and the guys when I first met them a few years ago in Big League camp. I was driving to the Frio River in South Texas, honestly, and the last 2 rounds of the draft were going. I didn't think I had a chance. Heard from a few teams, and I was in the river with some Boone's Farm, just getting after it, thinking I was going to go on about my everyday life. And D-backs called, offered me a plane ticket to get out, and I came to the facility and I told myself, I'll give it a try, and if I make something of it, I'll stick with it. And sure enough, just every year I've kind of got better and moved up the ranks, and here I am.
All right, I got to know, which flavor of Boone's Farm wine? Was it the orchid apple or the cherries? Which flavor of Boone's Farm?
I couldn't even tell you which flavor it was. I just got handed a bottle, and I was just having a good time with my family. And, it went on from there.
So wait a minute.
I'm surprised they still make Boone's Farm wine.
They called you while you were on the river and while you were drinking the Boone's Farm? Is that what I'm getting? Yeah?
Yes. My phone was hooked up to the speaker, and the speaker stopped. And, there was choice words as to why my speaker was stopped. And when I answered the phone and heard the D-backs were calling, I kind of had to give it a second. I went and grabbed me a water bottle and had to get to business.
It was like, sound sober, right?
Yeah,
like you're just telling, you're talking yourself down off it. Sound sober, Kyle. Come on, you can do this. You got this.
Sorry, let me put down this bottle of Blackberry Ridge. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Story behind it, though. But, yeah, that's where it started. And, ever since that day, I've been grateful that I got that call. And, I wouldn't want it any other way.
That's funny. Kyle Backus is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show, Boone's Farm and all. Lefty out of the Diamondbacks bullpen. Tell me, for you, the journey also included this I call it unique. We've seen it before. We see it on the team and Ryan Thompson from the other side. But how did you figure that kind of arm slot is the one that's going to work best for you? Because it's obviously part of what makes you, right?
Yeah. I've always kind of been the higher 3/4 slot, lower 3/4 slot in that area. Coming out of college, I was a 5th year. I had to become a starter that year. It was the year after COVID, so we had 4-game sets. And luckily, COVID saved my career, I think, because if we don't have 4-game sets, I think I'm sitting in the bullpen at Sam Houston with 10 appearances on the year. Turned myself into a starter, got to the Diamondbacks, and I had Barry Enright as my first pitching coach, actually. And, I still talk to him to this day, and I'm very grateful that I crossed paths with that guy. And from there, we just dropped the arm slot, and I felt like as a reliever, it was a great spot to become unique. And, if I'm only getting an inning or two in a game, why not make it harder on the hitter? And, I know I don't throw the hardest of all, but try to do something, that's a little different. And when I dropped my arm slot, I got results out of it quick, and, I just kind of adapted to that.
Were you just watching Chris Sale one day and you said, I can do that?
No, somebody was, I think it ran back to high school. People were saying, I was too skinny to pitch and whatnot, but I was a tall frame. And I just so happened to look up Chris Sale height and weight, and I was the same exact height and weight as he was. And so that's kind of where it started. And just watching him, be a sidewinder, lefty, and just carving dudes. That attracted me. And, I watched him forever. And any game I get a chance to watch him, I'll watch or catch up on the highlights and just admire his work. Because at the end of the day, that's what inspired me. He inspired me to be who I am.
I know Kyle Backus is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. I know you're new to the Bigs and new to the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's obviously a very weird time right now in the bullpen with the injuries and everything. Tell me about you and how you think you fit into the room and how you think the room is going to do with all the chaos that you've been handed now the last few days.
I think the room is actually it's a great group of guys. Performance doesn't say who these guys are off the field and even in the clubhouse and bullpen. And I know everybody wants us to do well for the D-backs and for the Arizona sports community. But No, these guys are great. I met a few of them back in camp a few years ago when I got my first big league invite, and they really helped me out in Cincinnati. I came off of 1.5 hours of sleep after getting my call, and I'm sitting down there, and Thompson's talking me through everything. Shelby's talking me through everything, and, just kind of keeping me at bay. And, they made me feel very welcomed in my debut, and I think that's kind of why I had the success I had. And then even last night, just having the trust of Tory and the guys to come in a 2-0 ball game after Merrill absolutely carved was special to me. Running out and knowing that I had a job to do and putting me in the fire like that was I got a lot of respect out of it, I think, for the staff and trusting me to do that. And, and with the pieces coming in and out, I think all the guys here mesh really well, and even the guys that just got to the D-backs off of waivers or whatever it might have been. It's a good core group, and a lot of the guys in AAA down there, we're a really tight-knit group. So whoever gets called up or go down, it's pretty tight-knit. There's no stragglers.
Your family was there last night. Were they also there in Cincinnati when you made your MLB debut?
No, unfortunately they weren't. Me and my wife just had our first kid, a 6-month-old boy, Jordan. They were back home for some doctor visits, and they were bummed they didn't get to go out. But it just, at the end of the day, it was kind of a hassle for a day game, and I had an early flight the morning of. It was kind of tough to get everybody out, and so we just kind of came to the conclusion to come to Arizona. And I know they hate that they missed me throwing, but I think they were more thrilled just to see me in a big league uniform on a big league field.
Sure.
And, at the end of the day, Arizona is the only team that gave me a chance. And ever since that chance, I just wanted to be an Arizona Diamondback, honestly.
Ellie De La Cruz, your first strikeout. What did you do with the ball? Who has it?
It's in my locker right now. I'm going to give it to my parents to fly back home with me. Honestly, I knew it was Ellie at bat because the stadium went wild when he got called, but I tried to keep my eyes down and not even worry about who was in the batter's box. And, when I got the 2 strikes, I just kind of smelled blood and went for it. And luckily it worked out, and I think that's pretty cool that I get to say he was my first strikeout. And, he's a great hitter, obviously on the cover of the show, and, a lot of young guys look up to him. But,
Sure.
very grateful for that moment.
All right, I'll leave you with this. As a major leaguer now, you could afford a better bottle of wine than the Boone's Farm Strawberry Hill that sells for $5.95. So, you know, you could probably get yourself a little bit better of a bottle next time.
Splurge.
Yeah. No, I think I'll probably be getting myself a better bottle of wine. But honestly, where it's at is Lone Star Beer. It's the beer of Texas. That's where I'm at.
Okay. I might drop a bottle of Strawberry Hill in your locker without you knowing one day. You'll know it's from us.
I appreciate it.
Kyle, we appreciate you coming on for a few minutes. Thanks for the time. Best of luck the rest of the season. I'm sure we'll talk again soon, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the time to let me call in.
You got it, Kyle. Thank you.
You got it. One of our YouTubers on the chat, Ben, just said, Boone's Farm, this dude just became my favorite pitcher.
Absolutely.
So congratulations, Ben. He's
it's what, like, you know, when I was a kid, I didn't drink, but I looked like I was older than everybody because I had a mustache when I was 12. So I used to go in and get the Boone's Farm wine.
Farm for everybody, yeah.
It was like $3 back then. It was cheap and everybody drank it. You know, before we went to the roller rink or something. I didn't, but I would go buy. I was the one that would go buy it because that was the cheap stuff. I need 3 bottles of Boone's Farm wine. How old are you? 18. Okay, you're good. I was like 15. Yeah.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, day 1 of minicamp for the Cardinals is in the books. What are the biggest takeaways? What did Kyler Murray have to say about the size of Marvin Harrison Jr.'s arms? You'll hear next on Burns and Gambo.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In, brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Charles Barkley joins us here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
So let's get into the what's going on with the Phoenix Suns.
Well, they're screwed right now. So you make the best deal for Kevin. I mean, the Suns are an afterthought. I mean, think about this. Okay, obviously you got to get rid of KD because of the contract situation, but Devin Booker and Bradley Beal, you're a play-in team at best.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. Kicking off summer in style. You want to take the family to the beach. You want to take the family to the mountains. You want to haul the stuff all over the place. You do want to drive into summer in style with limited time offers on the full lineup at Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC, and that includes all month long, saving $12,500 off on a new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $7,000 off a new 2025 GMC Sierra HD. Those HD, I should say. Those deals are unbelievable. They're great when it comes to summertime travel around the state, going to the beach, wherever it is that you're heading, and you'll find the best deals at Liberty GMC. In Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
My technician let me know everything he was doing and finally found the problem. He took his time and he made sure everything was working perfectly before he left. Thank you, Ready Services.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with $18.87 and 4.75% with $17.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and no one plans for an accident, and if it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix run by world-class attorneys who are part of our community. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time. And remember, when you're hurt and you are counting on someone to deliver, winning big is everything, and that's why you call Sweet James. 809-million, 809-million, sweetjames.com, awarded Best Attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Lauren has our poll question of the day. It's a bit of a downer.
And along comes a woman.
Boy, you're still on that.
There's a change in the way
Still on that.
that we're feeling tonight. That's all I'm going to sing it until she starts putting the song in there.
We got a lot of suggestions, by the way, in the YouTube chat yesterday about what my walk-up song is.
They don't get to choose. They don't work here.
I get to choose. I'm Gambo.
Yeah.
I'm in charge.
He's the decision maker.
Chicago.
Yeah. I am in charge. It's up to me.
Or else I'll sing it every day.
Well, you're going to sing it every day, even without that.
I know, like if we play it, you're going to sing it.
You're feeling tonight.
All right, we're on a tight clock here because we've got Jordan Ott's press conference coming up in about 10 minutes. Lauren, what is our poll question? You see how that shut him up,
Yeah,
by the way?
you're like-
That was very effective.
Listen, we'll make
we're on a
call.
tight clock here. Let's go.
We'll have the press conference pushed back 10 minutes.
Lauren, what's our poll question today?
Also, you said today's poll question's a downer. If you want to blame anybody, blame Burnsy.
I came up with it.
Because he came up with this one, which is who will lead the Diamondbacks in saves come season's end? Is it J Mart? Is it AJ Puck? Is it Shelby Miller? Or is it someone else?
Someone else.
Shelby Miller.
You two have the top two answers. Shelby Miller is leading the way with 63% of the vote. Someone else getting 21% of the vote, and 8% going with both AJ Puck and Justin Martinez.
Can he get enough saves before they trade him?
I mean, whoever comes in is going to have, if they trade somebody at the deadline, it's 2 months.
Yeah.
If they can get 6-7 saves a month, that'd be like 12, 14 saves.
For the
If
record,
everybody keeps getting injured, you're going
Who's
to have a
got
lot
the
of
most-
opportunities.
Who's got the most right now?
It's
J-Mart's only got like 2.
Shelby's got 6, Justin's got 5, AJ's got 4. So Shelby Miller does. He leads right now. He's got 6.
J-Mart has 5?
J-Mart has
Okay.
5. AJ has 4.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, there are new faces in the Diamondbacks locker room clubhouse, according to Alex Weiner and others. Bryce Jarvis has a locker in the clubhouse. Kevin Ginkel has a locker in the clubhouse. Taylor Scott has a locker.
The
in
Gink
the
is
clubhouse.
back.
Apparently, the Gink is back. Although, if you
Anyways,
look at the
Gink
Gink's
is
numbers
back.
in Reno,
Oh, they weren't
they
good?
weren't that good. They weren't that good. But the Gink is back. Bryce Jarvis, Kevin Ginkel, and Taylor Scott.
But, you know, what are you going to do? You got no players.
Yeah, I know. What are
What are
what
you
are
gonna
you
do?
what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Kyler Murray today on the first day of mandatory minicamp, 3 days of practice for the Cardinals, and then they are done for the rest of the summer until training camp. Was asked about Marvin Harrison Jr.'s new physique. He thought it was computer generated at first.
Thought it was AI. The pictures were fake. No, Marv's been in there every single day since the season ended. So I don't, it doesn't surprise me. And he loves the game. So yeah, the issue might be getting too damn big. So.
Which as a forever Cardinals guy, you know what I think of when I think of that, right?
David Boston?
Yes.
See, I see how I immediately knew that.
It's the first.
Immediately?
It's the first place my brain went to. David Boston got too big.
He got too big.
He did. He got way too big.
I don't think Marvin Harrison looks way too big. I think he looks very muscular.
Oh no! I'm not.
Very
I'm
strong.
I'm just saying when I hear too big, that's the
Yeah.
first place my mind goes to. I don't think Marvin Harrison Jr. does either, but that was the first thing I thought of.
Right. I think it's good. Because I think he realizes I'm not going to get a lot of separation. I got to win, hard contested throws with my physicality. I've got to be able to outmuscle some of these cornerbacks or safeties that are guarding me. I need to be able to outmuscle these guys. I need to use my size, my strength, a little bit like Larry Fitzgerald used to do, because he's not a burner. He's not going to have all this space between him and the guy covering him. So he's got to figure out a way to catch more balls using a physicality.
Kyler also spoke about the offense not making hardly any additions at all in the offseason.
I mean, I think that, we were able to put up points last year. I think that there was a lot of things left out there that, we as an offense and guys in that room understand that, we could be 10 times better, which is very, it's irritating. But at the same time, as a whole, looking at the whole team, I think, they did the right thing. But as far as going to attack what they felt, necessary and, making the team better.
And he's talking about all the additions they made defensively, how just about every single offseason move was for the defense and not for the offense.
Right. So now it's up to you. Like, you've got talent there. You've got a top wide receiver in the first round. You've got one of the best tight ends. You've got one of the best running backs. Go make it work. And Christian Montez Diaca just told was going on the 15-day IL.
Okay, so he's on the 15-day IL.
Justin Martinez on the 15-day IL. Christian Montez Diaca on the 15-day. Dioka on the 15-day IL. We've got Corbin Burns on the IL. We got A.J. Puck on the IL.
Brigham was sent down. So there were three pitching moves that were made. Two guys on the IL, one guy sent down, three guys who have been called up, and those are the changes for the Arizona Diamondbacks. When we come back, the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns, Jordan Ott, his introductory press conference is right here, and it's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lavello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Brutal summer heat, it's here. And when you need a repair, I want you to think about Christian Brothers AC, plumbing, and electric. Look, hot temperatures are going to bring many AC units to a halt. If you've got an old AC unit, it may stop running on you. When that happens, it's panic time. It really is. You've got maybe young kids in the house. You've got animals in the house. You can't afford, when it's 112 degrees outside, to not have your AC unit working. And there are some companies that say, I'll get to you tomorrow, or I'll get to you in 2 days or 3 days. Christian Brothers takes a lot of pride in saying, okay, we'll be out there today. We'll get you taken care of. They understand the importance of getting your AC unit running and running efficiently, so that way you don't have to go spend all this money getting hotels, getting everybody out, worrying about all that stuff. So all you need to do is call Christian Brothers. They've been servicing the Valley for 49 years. 49 years, family-owned company. They take a lot of pride in getting to you quickly to fix your AC unit at a fair price. Give them a call at 602-222-3535 if you need to get your AC unit looked at. That's 602-222-3535.
Moving Team 6 proudly supports and hires veterans.
Entrepreneurship, that was always the dream, right? The American dream. I guess I instilled that in my boys.
My name is Gary Lee. I'm one of the owners at Moving Team 6. I would say my dad taught us dedication and discipline. If you have these attributes, you're going to be successful at no matter what you do.
I'm JT Lee. I'm owner of Moving Team 6 too. We want to make you successful. I heard this ad about Moving Team 6. They take care of our vets. That's what we want.
MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Ferrell, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Happening right now at the Phoenix Suns Training Center, the introduction of the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns, Jordan Ott. If you're hoping to hear what he has to say, well, good news. Stay right here, and you'll hear every word of Jordan Ott's introductory presser coming up next. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Whether you need adjustments to an existing estate plan or just need to get one started, the attorneys at Morris Hall are ready to help. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Arizona Sports.
Devin Booker, the Suns franchise cornerstone, was involved late in this process for the hire, and I'm told Jordan Ott was his top choice.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
The Jordan Ott introductory press conference is just about to begin. You want to hear from the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns? We take you live to the Phoenix Suns training headquarters for the introduction of Jordan Ott as their new head coach.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks for coming in today. I'm excited about this day and about introducing Jordan Ott as our new head basketball coach. I'm going to start off with a little bit of how we got here and why we got here. We completed an extensive head coaching search with diverse, highly talented group of candidates. We met at different stages in different ways, but we were able to dig down on those candidates in terms of who they were as people, who they were as coaches, who they were as leaders. We were able to talk about and discuss and watch film and go over basketball stuff in terms of system, style of play, their vision for our organization, their vision for our team. We were able to cover a lot of different things during that time. Their philosophies and where they saw us moving on to. So it was a great process. We also looked deeply into how each candidate fit into our community. We got a passionate fan base, and them fitting in with the Phoenix community was very, very important. Our fans deserve the very best, and that's what's sitting in front of you today. At the end of it, no question, clear choice, Jordan Ott stood out in every single stage of that process. What we're bringing in today is a hungry assistant coach that is now the head coach that has spent 12 years in the NBA prepping for this day. His work ethic is beyond reproach. His basketball knowledge, his forward thinking in terms of offensive schemes and systems, the blueprint for an aggressive defensive style of play fit in perfectly with everything that we've been talking about for the last 5 weeks. His leadership, his ability to develop players, his ability to develop deep relationships with players constantly stood out. In every phase of this, he was clearly the one standing out and making the most impact on myself, on Matt, and on Josh during this process. All these things were only confirmed by the players that he coached during these 12 years, as we called various players around the NBA, and the coaches that he worked with and worked for. So at this time, I'd like to have everybody give a warm welcome to the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns, Jordan Ott.
Yeah. Whoa. What a day, you know. It's been really what a week, if I'm honest. Like, just what a whirlwind, just and how truly special this is for me and my family. You know, I'm honored to be the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns. But when you get the call and you go through your emotions, you're like, man, you've been around and been lucky to be around a lot of good people. And, you know, it starts with the different places I've been to, and then all the different coaches and the support staff that I've been around. And I know a lot of you have reached out, and I'm truly thankful for helping me along this journey. And you know, part of that is the highs and part of that's the lows. And when you sit back and you realize, man, you know, it's a pretty cool thing to be involved in basketball. And the most important piece, you know, over now it's 19 going on 20 years, my 7 years in college and 12 in the NBA is the players. You know, it's incredibly tough what you guys do. And to be an NBA player, to maintain yourself in the league, to grow, to be resilient, you're in the toughest environment in the world in the sport that you play. And for those guys that have allowed me to coach them, you've definitely helped coach me and get me better. I can still hear Pat Bev barking in my ear. I hope I've made you better because I know that you've made me better. And without you guys, everyone that I've been around, all the players, without that, I wouldn't be sitting here. Then a special thanks to Matt Ishbia, Brian Gregory, and Josh Bartlestein for giving me this opportunity to be the head coach of this great organization in this community. The tradition of winning, you know, the Suns basically changed the way the game has been played. And we're so excited to be here in this community. And then quickly my mind goes from that to what's next. And that's how my mind has been all weekend into this week since we've got here. What's next? And the next challenge, the next hurdle, and that's an important piece to all this, how excited I am to be going forward with you all. Thank you.
We'll open up for some questions now.
Gerald Bourget, PHNX Sports. Jordan, congratulations. Brian, good to see you as well.
Great seeing you.
Jordan, for you, you mentioned the various stops that you've been through out your career. Obviously, you've carved out an identity as an assistant coach. Now taking that next step as a head coach, what kind of head coach do you want to be, and how do you want your players to see you as a coach?
Yeah, thanks, Gerald. I think, you know, moving that 12 inches over is different. But I'm always going to bank on who I am as a person. That hasn't changed. I think if you ask around the people that I've been around, we're going to demand that you work. That's where it's going to start. I want them to know and believe that I'm going to help them. We, this place, we're going to help them. We're going to help them at every phase of their game. We're going to help develop them, get to a new level that they didn't think they could get to. And it's going to take all of us. And then it's tough. It's tough to play in the NBA. And I want them to know when they're out there playing that we're together. Not only your teammates, but us as coaches, all the support staff, we're all here to find solutions. And then after the game, we'll talk about it, evaluate it, get to the next.
And congratulations on the NFL grad with the Phoenix Suns. Just looking at your journey as a whole, you started off as a video coordinator. How do you think just the years that you've spent in the league leading up to this point will better serve you even with the players and just building those relationships?
Yeah, again, I think I've thought about that over time, and then the last week it really hit you. But you know, it's just so many different situations that you're put into when you're in sports in a competitive environment. You know, I've been on teams that, you know, when we first got to Brooklyn, it was 20 wins. We were 20, 28 to then try to make the playoffs. And then, you know, the last 5 years has been interesting. You know, we had a great team with multiple superstars in Brooklyn, and those arenas and those environments change you, change the players. That's the highest level of pressure and how you maintain yourself, grow, and move it forward. Those 2 years in Brooklyn, my 2 years in LA, and then of course this last season in Cleveland have definitely put me in the fire. And I'm excited to now go forward and show all that I've learned.
Hi, Jordan. Doug Haller with The Athletic. Welcome to the Valley.
Thanks, Doug.
Just throughout your experience, when did you first start seeing that this might be possible in your career, that one day, and instead of being an assistant or whatever, that you might be sitting in the lead chair for an NBA franchise?
Yeah, Doug, I think I have too much appreciation for the profession to believe that, guaranteed it's going to happen. You hope to put yourself around enough great coaches, great organizations, and then the players that really force you to think outside the box, be creative. I think those last 5 years, and especially, in the last 12 months, really then taking action on what I've learned, specifically over those, the 2 in LA, 2 in Brooklyn, to then put it to action. And then the way we played, the way the Cleveland Cavaliers played last year, that's how everyone wants to play. And that's the exciting piece, being there at the ground level to build that, and then take that to a new place where we can build it here.
Jordan, back here in the back right. Kellen Olson, Arizona Sports. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the Valley.
Thank you.
With what Brian was mentioning about offensive and defensive philosophies, I'm sure you're chomping at the bit to craft your own style of play. What comes to mind for you when Brian mentions those philosophies and sort of the key bullet points for you with the forward thinking that he was mentioning?
Yeah, everyone's going to say pace, right? So offensively playing faster, I think a way to look at it is playing earlier in the clock. We know the efficiency of offensive possessions, start high and they drop. So how often can we get a good look early in the possession? So we're going to play fast. We're going to move. And, the cutting piece is important. And we saw that this past season. Teams started to pick up on it. But we're going to cut, we're going to move bodies, and then we're going to find ways to get extra possessions. So we're going to crash, find ways to get extra possessions, because, again, we know how important it is to win the possession game. Not only do you got to get high-quality shots, you got to be there in the possession game. And then defensively, like BG mentioned, I want to play aggressive. We see it in the playoffs. We see exactly two teams that are at the end of the day in the finals, what aggressive defensive mentality does to the offense and how it impacts the offense. And then we're going to communicate. Defensively, it's so random. Offenses are becoming more conceptual. How we communicate, and then at the end of the day, defense needs effort. All-out effort all the time. And then we're going to have to be connected. Through the 48 minutes, there's going to be some type of adversity. Can we stay connected to move past that and be more connected for a longer period of time than the other team? And the last piece, and I've already hit on it a little bit, is we're going to do it collaboratively. And again, I think I've seen the change in the last handful of years in the NBA is we need everyone to help and find solutions. That's all departments, all of us, to help these guys not only get better, but then find solutions before the game, in game, and then post game. So that's going to be our playing style. Again, I am chomping at the bit to try to get this thing, get on the court, but to the guys' credit, they've been in here working, so that it's definitely an exciting part.
You're listening to live coverage of the Jordan Knott introductory press conference here on Arizona Sports, courtesy of the Suns YouTube channel.
What does it mean for you to have Devin's support throughout this whole process, and what has stuck out to you about him throughout his career?
So, yeah, I'll tell you a little story about Devin. 1-on-0 workout in a draft workout. Again, it was just coach, player, rebounder. And I can remember how he communicated and competed with himself in a 1-on-0 workout. And we left that workout knowing that he was different. And then to see how early he had success in his career, of course from afar, but bubble to 2021 season to take this team to the finals, and all the great things that he's accomplished so early in his career, being a all-time leading scorer. And he's in his prime, ready to rock. And again, we need to help him. And that's my job as the coach, to help him in multiple areas, help him find solutions, so he knows that he has us behind him. Make or miss, end the game on the line, make or miss, we're behind him.
Hey, Coach. Dwayne Rankin, Arizona Republic. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Welcome to Phoenix. I got actually a question for you and a question for Brian. First with you, when I look at just following up what has happened here as far as guys getting 1 year with Frank and then you have Budenholzer, was there any trepidation at all with you? I understand it's the first opportunity that you could have to be a head coach, but did you have any thought of, I'm getting ready to fall into something where the last couple of coaches haven't got but just 1 year?
No, I mean, I think we're all aware of what we sign up for when we're an NBA basketball coach. And again, I'm not here to look back what has happened. I'm here right now and focused to move this thing forward. That's my sole energy. You know, it's been a busy couple days, a lot going on, but that's exciting. And I'm focused on moving this group forward from here on out.
Okay. And then Brian, the same, just tips around along the same lines, but for you, as far as the process and talking with the coaches, how important is it to say, okay, look, this is a process and it's not going to be a 1 year deal, or is it, hey, look, we're trying to get it done in 1 year, and if it's not, we might look to move forward?
No, I think, as Jordan said, anybody in this profession, the coaching profession, as Jordan said, knows that the challenges that come with it. But during the process, we understood that we wanted to find the right coach that fit a lot of the stuff that I talked about a few weeks ago, that Matt talked about a couple weeks previous, in terms of building that identity, building a team that this great community can be proud of. He described how we're going to play. That was the buzzword. The alignment was there in terms of that, you know. And now, as I said a few weeks ago, now we got to go execute. And if we execute, then we're going to be in a great place. And that's what we're excited about.
Coach, Richard Sines, Fox 10, congratulations. Welcome to the Valley. It was mentioned, you know, you got the support of Devin Booker. Other people have also come out and kind of backed you. Draymond Green, for one, a guy that seems not easy to impress. You know, Darvin Ham, you know, one of your colleagues, you know, you got players here supporting you. How exciting would it be for you to prove these people, including Mr. Gregory, right with this decision?
Yeah, I'm not into proving people right, you know, changing the doubter's mind. I just don't think like that, to be honest with you. It's what I do on a day-to-day basis, who I want to help. That's important to me. And you do have to be process-oriented. In this business, you have to be process-oriented. There's so many highs and lows to it. Are we getting better? That's what I'm concerned about.
Elliot Polikoff, Arizona's Family, 3TV, CBS 5. Congratulations. Welcome to the Valley.
Thanks.
You've obviously been hoping to make this next step in your career and become a head coach probably for, a while. And, what excited you specifically about this Suns opportunity and the chance to be a part of this organization?
Again, I think, you know, a lot of things that BG has already stated, and this is an exciting opportunity because first off, the players, you know, it's always the players, and it's the actual organization. And I know that I have the support from above me, that we can do this step by step, to do it the right way, to build this thing out. I think as you look across the NBA, there's so much parity around the league. And even where Indiana was a couple years ago to where they are now, You know, the team in Cleveland, 16-win jump. We can make that jump, but we're going to do it in a systematic way. And I know BG, Matt, Josh, we all share the same thinking that we can do this in a systematic way, step by step, to build this thing out right.
Hey, Jordan. Brendan Clean, Locked on Suns podcast. We've seen a lot of first-time head coaches recently talk about the value of experienced assistants, JJ in LA or Joe Mazzulla, people like that. How are you thinking about building out a staff, surrounding yourself with people you could trust and maybe who have that experience?
Yeah, I think even in the process, you know, this comes up, and you know, you want your staff to be high character and high care. So who they are as people, loyal, trustworthy, and then do they do the work? And if we can consistently find that in our staff, we're in good shape. And I'll also say I have so much respect for the coaching profession that we know how hard it is to rise in this profession and how hard it is when some type of change like this occurs. So we're going to take our time. We're going to fill this thing out right, again, to help our group, help our players, make sure we're all on the same page. But yes, we will be building our staff out throughout the month.
Hey, Jordan, over here. David Brandt with the Associated Press. Congratulations on the job. Excuse me, there's been some jokes that they might rename the franchise the Phoenix Spartans with all the Michigan State ties. I was just wondering from your perspective how much that connection meant with Brian, with Matt, and what you think that brings to the table.
So I'll say it like this. Like, I've earned the right to be here. I've spent 20 years of working as hard as I possibly can to be here in this spot. I've been around great people, great coaches, great players to allow me to grow, put me in tough spots to see if I can get better. So I know I've earned this opportunity. I'm going to work as hard as I can from here on out to prove that I am here for the right reasons and I've earned this opportunity. So that excites me. That excites me going forward.
Jordan, Craig Fouey, ABC 15 Sports right here. How excited are you just to step into that head coaching role for the first time? And you've been down the road as an assistant, and I know you've coached Summer League, but what is this like for you, for your family, just to be the head coach of the Phoenix Suns?
Yeah, I mean, incredible. It's, like I said earlier, it's just the whole week in general, just incredibly thankful for the journey and the people that you've been with. And then it quickly shifts to what's next and how can I help. You know, we have the draft coming, we have Summer League coming, so that's where my mind is. I'll enjoy the evening with my family. They leave tomorrow, and we'll get back to work.
Gerald Bourguet, PHNX Sports again. This is a question for the both of you. In the past, we've seen and heard that the head coaches are involved with the front office in terms of personnel decisions and talking that through. Jordan, you went through a list of philosophies that you want the Suns to play with. How does that conversation look in terms of moving forward and what the roster might look like, roster moves, that sort of thing?
Want me to go? You know, a lot of that goes back to the piece of us working together on a daily basis. The communication piece of where the roster is, what it looks like. This is our style of play. Is there someone out there that fits great for our style of play that's available? As Jordan mentioned, the draft coming up. We've had a couple draft workouts this week that Jordan's been able to be at. He sits in on the debrief meeting afterwards. So again, one of the best parts of this is the relationship and partnership that we're going to have on a daily basis. And with that comes personnel questions and team makeup and different things like that. And when you have a common goal and a shared vision, that makes it a lot easier.
Coach, I'm sorry, Brian over here. Just to piggyback off what Gerald said, obviously, Jordan, you have a relationship with Kevin Durant, but then obviously trying to move forward. What's the process in terms of tying the two, that you may move forward without Kevin, and yet he's trying to build a team?
Well, again, we look at all our players, and Jordan and I have talked, and as you mentioned, Jordan has obviously thought the world of Kevin, has a great relationship, coached him the whole bit. But as you know, I appreciate you asking the question. I know you have to ask it. But as you know, when it comes to contract negotiations, player contracts and so forth, we don't discuss those. But it's something that, in terms of our team and so forth, we're always talking about building our team.
Hey, Jordan, just from your time around the league, what are the most important steps to building trust and the relationships with your players?
Yeah, great question. I think that is the most important piece to coaching. And to be in the NBA, you obviously have to be talented. I think right now in the NBA, you not only have to be talented, but you have to have high character. So initially, everyone, will be respectful of the position, but it quickly turns to, can I help them? And once they know you can help them, that helps the relationship. That helps you coach them once that relationship is formed. So when I prove and when our staff proves that we can help them, that's when you got a good thing going. And that's where we're going to be building to.
All right, you've been listening to live coverage of the Jordan Ott introductory press conference here on the flagship home of the Suns, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and on the Burns and Gambo show. Scheduled to have Jordan Ott on the show one-on-one about an hour from right now, so we'll get into more specifics with him. But we want to build in a little bit of time. We've been sitting here listening in the studio, paying attention, jotting down some notes. There are things to react to. There are things to be said about it. So that's what we're going to do when we come back. We'll react to the words and the thoughts of the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns, what stood out to us here. So stay tuned for that as we're reacting to Jordan Ott and day one as the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns right here on the Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The ability to rush four with the likes of a Josh Sweat and a Dalvin Tomlinson and a Calais Campbell and a Walter Nolan. It's in Darius Robinson. And, B.J. Ojolari. I'm going to throw him in there. I'm going to throw him in there because I think a healthy B.J. Ojolari could be impactful. I think the Cardinals are going to have the ability to rush four and drop seven and get pressure on the opposing quarterback.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Lund Mortgage team has helped so many people. This is a great time. A lot of the renters out there are now looking at the rent prices just keep going up and up and up, higher and higher and higher. And, you don't have any equity in anything when you're renting. So people now are looking at the market. The house prices have dropped quite a bit. It's a buyer's market. There's a lot of inventory out there. And a lot of people are jumping in with the Lund Mortgage team, getting pre-approved for a mortgage for free. It's one of the first things that you want to do is get pre-approved for a mortgage for free through the Lund Mortgage team. Over 30 years of experience right here in Arizona, and they will help you get qualified so that way you can look for a house with confidence. And it's a good opportunity right now. It is definitely a buyer's market. So you've got some great avenues to be able to get that home right now with the home prices dropping, but you want to find out what type of house you can afford. So that way you're only looking for things that are in your price range. Call the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family.
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community.
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Oh, it's heating up, Basinonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn bedding summer sale. Now through June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Watching Clorox cleanup spray dissolve tough grime in the shower feels like...
Wait, this really just happened? Oh, I'm shocked. Underwear and everything?
It feels like being able to zip up your overpacked suitcase on the first try.
Smooth.
With Clorox, clean feels satisfying. Clean feels good. Use as directed.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks ready to carry the momentum from last night's win into tonight. They host the Mariners in Game 2 of their series. Prior to tonight's game, a slew of roster moves announced by the team. First and foremost, Justin Martinez headed to the injured list. 15-day stint for J-Mart due to a sprained right ulnar collateral ligament. Ooh, that's not good. Also going to the injured list, Christian Montes de Oca due to right elbow inflammation. That's a 15-day stint as well. Jeff Brigham has also been sent down to AAA Reno. So 3 new faces up on the Diamondbacks roster. Some familiar names. Kevin Ginkel is back. Bryce Jarvis is back. And then a new face for the Diamondbacks, Taylor Scott. He's a right-hander joining the Diamondbacks tonight. Merrill Kelly, or not Merrill Kelly, he started yesterday. It's Brandon Pfaadt's turn on the mound. He'll go against the young right-hander Logan Evans. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. We just carried a big chunk of Jordan Ott's introductory press conference with the Phoenix Suns, but in case you missed it, don't worry, because Jordan Ott is going to be joining Burns and Gamble today at 4:30. Share more on his plans in taking over the Valley's basketball team. And then some Cardinals news. First-round pick Walter Nolan III signed his rookie deal today. That leaves just Will Johnson as the only draft pick yet to sign their rookie deal. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports.
Devin Booker, the Suns franchise cornerstone, was involved late in this process for the hire, and I'm told Jordan Ott was his top choice.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All
right, welcome back on this Tuesday. You just heard the live press conference with Jordan Otts and Brian Gregory, the Suns general manager. And that press conference is, I believe, still going on, but probably just about to raise. It's over now. Okay, just ended. We brought you the bulk of it here. As Mitch just mentioned in What's Trending Now, we are going to have Jordan Ott on the show coming up about an hour from right now. So we'll have a more specific kind of detailed get-to-know-you conversation with him. But in the meantime, Gambo, we were sitting here in the studio. We were listening along with every word that we carried. Initial reactions to what the Suns and who the Suns have hired to be their next head coach. What comes to mind?
What came to mind to me was, I'm my own guy. I deserve this opportunity. You know, when the Michigan State thing was brought up, and we knew eventually somebody was going to bring it up, like, I deserve this opportunity. And he talked about, 7 years in college, 12 years in the NBA, that he earned this right to get this job. And he was very, very forceful with that, and I liked that. Because there's going to be some pushback and blowback, on the certain tie with Michigan State. Even though him and Matt Ishby had never met, had never talked, they never discussed anything. They didn't have each other's phone numbers. They weren't in the same circles. They didn't know each other. He, pushed back. I'm my own guy. I deserve this opportunity, and I'm not out to prove anybody else wrong. I'm out to do it my way.
Sure. Do you have it? Will you play it for me, please, Mitch? Thank you.
So I'll say it like this: I've earned the right to be here. I've spent 20 years of working as hard as I possibly can to be here in this spot. I've been around great people, great coaches, great players to allow me to grow, put me in tough spots to see if I can get better. So I know I've earned this opportunity. I'm going to work as hard as I can from here on out to prove that I am here for the right reasons and I've earned this opportunity. So that excites me. That excites me going forward.
I like that answer. I deserve this opportunity.
Yeah.
Because it's almost like, screw you people. How hard I've spent 20 years trying to get to this spot, and you're going to say I got the job because I had a Michigan State tie? Now, I've been interviewed for head coaching jobs before. It's not like, I came out of nowhere to get this job. So I liked the way he answered that.
I did too. And this is going to sound like I didn't, but it did sound very, and I swear I don't mean it the way this is going to sound. It sounded very rehearsed. It sounded very like, I know I'm going to get this question. How do I want to answer it? I know.
I'm sure he thought about it.
Of course. And again, I don't mean that in the negative connotation in which it comes across. I know he did. He knew he was going to get that question, and it sounded like, I want to prepare the most thoughtful yet forceful answer I can come up with. And I thought in that regard, he nailed it. Because I tell you, in the aftermath of all the Michigan State response and everything that we kind of felt a week ago when this went down, I think most reasonable people kind of came to the conclusion, hey, look, the Michigan State thing is only part of Jordan Ott, right? It was 20 years ago. He was a video assistant there. He's made multiple stops in the NBA. He's been in the league for over a decade. It's not fair to hold the Michigan State thing against him. If you want to hold it against them as an organization, knock yourself out. That, I think, is very fair and will continue to be fair until they prove that this works or this doesn't. But holding it against him, I don't think it's fair. And I was glad to see him respond with a little bit of intention and just a teeniest bit of force on that, right? You could hear there was a little bit of oomph in his answer
really
to
think
that,
I got this job because of that? Because I was a video coordinator 20 years ago? Come on.
I like that.
What else? What stood out to you?
I really want more specifics on his interaction with Devin Booker current now. When he was asked about Devin Booker, what we got was a story about when he was an Atlanta assistant under Mike Budenholzer and how when they worked him out, they're like, oh, yeah, that dude's different. He's a different guy. I want to know about their interaction. And that's one thing when he comes on with us in an hour that I want to ask him about. I want to find out a little bit more about. Tell me about those conversations that you had with him during this process. How extensive were they? How interactive were they? How much did you guys discuss? Because I don't know about you. I got zero sense of that from today. And I think that's an essential element to how this is going to work. How do those two work together? And how much buy-in does Devin Booker have on this? That wasn't addressed to my level of satisfaction with this press conference today.
A year ago, we sat here with Mike Budenholzer and Al McCoy and heard about the growing up in Holbrook and being a Suns fan and all those ties and everything like that. And then it all went to hell in a handbasket because Budenholzer was a fraud. This guy comes in, Ott, and says, look, the Suns changed the way the game was played. And that's a tie to Nash. That's a tie to Steve Nash. 7 seconds or less. We was with Nash, coached under him. Nash gave him a rave review, as I reported during this process, gave him a rave review. And his tie to the Phoenix Suns is Nash. His tie to Phoenix Suns is they changed the way the game is played. There is no other ties to the Phoenix Suns, unlike Budenholzer a year ago, who had 1 million ties. He doesn't have any ties, but he did talk about how that team changed the way the game was played.
Yeah, no doubt. He also talked about, what style he wants to play with, kind of his philosophy, and it's a long cut here, but he talked about, honestly, a lot of things that you'd expect to hear from a modern NBA coach, and I don't mean to be dismissive of it, but in some ways it was, we want to play with pace. We want to play faster. We want to play earlier in the clock. We want to play with an aggressive defensive effort, pace and movement on offense and things like that. Yeah, that's what you would expect to hear. I thought it was very interesting to say Cleveland is the model. What Cleveland did last year, and of course he was an assistant with the Cavs.
12-game improvement.
At 64-win season, yeah, they flamed out in the playoffs a little bit, but like holding them specifically as that's how we want to be, that's what we want to do. So now immediately the real good Suns, people who cover the Suns will go back and look at the Cleveland Cavaliers and try to figure out what they did and what is repeatable from what they did, because he specifically cited them as kind of the example that he wants to be.
Yeah, it's a talent thing, right? I mean, you do have the same talent to compete the way the Cavs did with all the size that they had in their front line and the way they played defense. They had a bunch of, Mobley and Allen. God, they were so good defensively. And he's an offensive guy, so it's going to be interesting to see what type of hire he has. I've mentioned that I believe that they want to hire a former head coach to be an assistant, that they looked at that they're looking at Steven Silas as a possibility, but they would like to hire a former head coach to be the top assistant. I reported just a short time ago and earlier today as well that David Fizdale will not be retained by Jordan Ott.
Okay.
So David Fizdale will not be retained by Jordan Ott. So I am looking forward to seeing what kind of coaching staff he has. And I want to ask him, how much say do you have in the coaching staff?
Yes.
1 through 6. What do you get? Do you get 3 and they get 3? How does that work?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think having a former head coach sitting by his side will frankly do him a lot of good. Kind of the J.J. Redick thing, right? Like you're taking a first-time NBA head coach. You want to pair him somebody who's got that experience sitting next to him. I wouldn't have wanted it to be David Fizdale, and I'm glad to hear that it's not going to be David Fizdale. It's nothing against him. I just think that would have been too weird. I think that would have been too uncommon for a coach to survive 3 different regimes like that. It's just not new enough for me. I need new. So I'm glad to hear that it's not going to be him, but I agree that should be the priority, and I'll be curious to see how he answers that question. The big heavy lifting for the Suns offseason is about to commence with the Kevin Durant stuff. So that's kind of, and you heard Brian Gregory, if you listen to the press conference, he didn't want to touch that question with a 10-foot pole. He wanted, nope, we're not talking about that.
No.
We don't do that here in public, but obviously that is going to be what's next for this team and trying to figure out what you're going to do with Kevin.
Yeah, and that's just a wasted question. Hey, what are you going to like? They're not going to tell you what they're doing with Kevin Durant. They're trading him, but they're not going to discuss it in an open forum like that.
No. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Merrill Kelly. Boy, that's there's a lot of things that are unfortunate about last night's Diamondbacks game. The Justin Martinez injury certainly is one of them. Merrill Kelly not getting rewarded with a win is another. We'll talk about that next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store.
Global Credit Union, because you just never know when you're going to have a question about your money. It could be at 5 o'clock in the morning. It could be at 9 o'clock at night. You could be going over some bills or whatever, looking at some stuff, and you go, you know what? I got to know. I have a question about that, and I need to know right now. One of the many, many, many benefits that come with banking with Global Credit Union is you can always talk to a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, no matter what, to answer any questions that you've got. A real person with real answers about your financial goals, always available to talk to you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's a better way of banking at Global Credit Union. It's a more personalized way of banking. Banks are about shareholders and stockholders. Global Credit Union is about you. The strength is in their membership. Find out for yourself. Explore all the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what estate is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they can give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morristrust.com. That's morristrust.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes. You both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and sat me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit PioneerCo.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
We got some really groovy tunes coming through for you and your lady on Burns and Gambo's Spot Rock.
Swing and a miss. Oh, what a great sweeper from Fott. He gets his 8th strikeout. 1-2. Swing and a foul tip struck him out. That's a dozen strikeouts for Brandon Fott.
This might be the quintessential yacht rock song. It might be. Like what defines yacht rock. Such a fun song. Just a fun song.
It is a fun song. I'm looking up.
Who doesn't have
this
song in their Spotify? Everybody does. Paul, you do, right? Mitch, you got Lido Shuffle by Boz Skaggs in there. Everybody has this song in the Spotify.
I think Ride Like the Wind is the essential yacht rock song.
Okay.
That to me is the essential yacht rock song.
I'm going Boz Skaggs, Lido.
It's fine.
That should be our poll question one day. Which is the more quintessential yacht rock song?
Look, at this point,
Lido or Ride Like the Wind?
I'll give you Lido. I'll concede it to you if you just tell me Brandon Pfaadt gives me a quality start tonight. Goes 6 or 7 and gives me 3 runs or less, because it's been a little rough for Brandon Pfaadt lately. It's a big start for him tonight. Big start for him. Not so much them. They won the opener last night. I mean, we know the state of the Diamondbacks right now, and we'll get into the bullpen in a second. It's a big start individually for Brandon Pfaadt tonight, because this thing has been going south on him for the last 4 or 5
Got to
starts.
get it turned around. Listen, the only way. Now, you mentioned they got to score a lot of runs to win baseball games.
I think so.
I don't disagree with that, because this bullpen is a mess right now, and I've never seen anything like it. I mean, the amount of injuries to this bullpen is incredible. Incredible, the amount of 2 guys that got MRIs today. 2 guys after losing Burns, who's not a closer but a reliever, but AJ Puck is. They've had so many problems. Ginkel's struggling. Mantiply struggling. It's been so bad to see. They're going to have to score a lot of runs. But they also need Brandon Pfaadt to pitch a lot better. Okay, he can't be pitching the way he has, because that burns out a bad bullpen. And his last 2 outings have been really, really difficult to watch. So all eyes on Brandon Pfaadt tonight to see if he can get it turned around.
Well, all eyes were on Merrill Kelly last night, and he was, like it's in some ways. I don't want to sit here and say woe was me for Merrill. It was rough that he didn't get a loss. That there were far worse things that happened last night. The injury to Justin Martinez.
Like he
should have.
Should have got a win.
I'm just saying it's not the real shame of last night. The real shame of last night is Justin Martinez is on the IL and his season could be over.
Yeah.
I want to keep this in perspective and go, hey, that's a bummer that Merrill Kelly didn't get a win. Now, you know what the bummer is? The bummer is that Justin Martinez's season might be done. That's the real bummer for last night. But it was. He deserved a win. He's pitching great. And I think, again, folded in with the news about Corbin Burns being out for God only knows when. Sign this man now.
They don't do contracts in the middle of the year.
Well, let's change that.
They should change it.
Let's change that, boys.
They should
and
change
girls,
it.
Let's do something different.
You got to keep this guy. You have to keep Merrill Kelly. What do you want? Name your price. 2 years. What do you want to get paid? This shouldn't be a very difficult decision. He is still so good as a pitcher. And he was getting screwed by the ump all night last night. I mean, there were so many pitches that were right on the corner, and they didn't call him a strike. He's looking at the ump like, really?
He had a couple of long look-ins last night, didn't he?
What are you looking? What are you guys looking at? The umpiring was atrocious last night. It really was. Even 2 pickoffs at first base. I thought they were both out. They called one of them. They reversed one of them, and then the other one they stuck with the call. But back to Merrill Kelly. The guy's just rock solid. The guy just takes the ball every 5th day. His ERA's down to around 3. He's pitching great. There's no sign of him slowing down. You don't have to worry about him throwing 100 miles an hour or 98 or 97 because he doesn't. He paints the corners. The only thing we've had with him is cramping in the legs, but I think he's a guy that can pitch deeper into his career. I think he could pitch 3 more years at a high level because he's such a master at painting corners and moving the ball in and out and where he wants to, changing speeds.
And I think, look, if Corbin Burns had not suffered the injury, I think I'd still want him back, but I wouldn't be as gung-ho about giving him a multi-year deal because of his age. I think at this point, knowing that it might, best case scenario, be until the All-Star break next year that you see Corbin Burns back, you need some stability in this rotation. Who knows where Zach Gallen's going to be a year from now? Who knows where Zach Gallen's going to be a month and a half from now, depending on where this thing goes. I mean, we were even, spitballing last night in the press box about if you really wanted to, you could even trade Merrill Kelly at the deadline and then re-sign him at the end of the season if he really wanted to come back. I mean, if you wanted to play with fire a little bit, it could be done. Okay, we're going to trade you, but we want you back. We're going to trade you so you can go pitch for a contender. You'll go somewhere else for a couple of months, and then when you're a free agent, we're going to bring you right back here and sign you to a 2-year deal. And that way you have your cake and eat it too, right?
Yankees did that with Chicago and Aroldis Chapman.
That's right.
They traded Chapman to Chicago and then re-signed him
and brought him back.
Brought him back.
Sure. It can be done.
It's happened.
I saw the look on your face. Like, what?
I remember. Yeah, it's happened a few times.
You could do that if you wanted to. It's essential now to have some stability in that rotation, and it just feels like if he walks, if Gallen walks, and if Burns doesn't pitch till God only knows when, that it's going to be unstable and it's going to be unpredictable and it's going to be too hard to control. So look, again, at the game last night, I told this story earlier in the show. Somebody in the press box said, "Who is your opening day starter next year?"
And you pointed
and
to
I
Merrill
pointed
Kelly.
to Merrill Kelly on the mound, and I said, "I hope like hell it's that guy right there." You know, I'm not saying that means I wish that Zach Gallen is gone. I just think in the realm of what's realistic, I hope it's Merrill Kelly. I hope they bring him back.
This is not a knock on Zach Gallen, but if you had a one-game situation right now to win, I think 90% of audience taking Merrill Kelly.
Absolutely. And it's not meant to be a knock on Zach Gallen. It's going to come. It's just reality.
It's just how good Merrill Kelly is
right now. Yeah,
he's just so good, so consistent. Baffles batters. He's throwing 80, 85, 90, 92, back to 87, down to 8. Like, it's just his arsenal of pitches is just, he's got so many things that he can throw at all these different speeds, and guys just can't hit him.
And he's just a baller out there, man. He's
a bulldog. He's a bulldog.
He really is. The Diamondbacks, as Mitch mentioned a bit ago in what's trending now, 6 roster moves today. Jeff Brigham, and a lot of these Gambo had reported throughout the course of the day. Jeff Brigham optioned down to AAA Reno after last night's game. Christian Montez de Oca put on the 15-day injured list with right elbow inflammation. Right-handed pitcher Justin Martinez put on the 15-day injured list with a sprained right ulnar collateral ligament. Kevin Ginkel recalled from AAA. Bryce Jarvis recalled from AAA. Taylor Scott selected from AAA. Justin Martinez will get a second opinion on his elbow injury, according to Tory Lavello. Didn't say with whom. The Dr. Neil Elatrosh, who is the L.A. doctor who's doing the surgery on Corbin Burns, maybe they go to him for a second opinion, but he is getting a second opinion on that elbow. You reported he was on the 15-day IL. That seems like a very temporary thing. That's just hey, we know he's not going to pitch for 2 weeks. Let's put him there right now so we can get a guy.
That's where they put Corbin Burns. You just immediately put the guy in a 15-day IL. You could always transfer him to the 60 or, even more. But that's just to be able to get some guys up. It is, I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. The amount of injuries to this baseball team, I don't know how you overcome it. It's sickening. It really is. It's sickening to think about how many guys have been injured, how many guys have been hurt. And we're not even talking about, even the nagging. Right? Corbin Carroll had to miss 2 games because of a hamstring injury. Gabby Moreno's got a hand injury.
Ketel Marte missed a month.
Ketel Marte missed a month, right?
Yeah.
It's just, it's mind-boggling how many injuries this team has had to suffer this year.
Join us for another Arizona Sports Half-Day Club. It is coming up tomorrow. Diamondbacks taking on the Mariners. Text the word half to 620-620. We're going to send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87.
For the tomorrow?
For tomorrow.
$9.87. You can see the Diamondbacks and the Mariners tomorrow.
That's what I said. Text half to 620-620. Time to get your reset. Top stories of the day with Lauren next on Burns and Gambo.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Mariners, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, a.k.a. only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shaneco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com. whyrefi.com.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS Store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS Store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
When emergencies like wildfires, hurricanes, or severe storms strike, reliable communication can save lives. Still, many families don't have a plan. Craig Martinez, National Public Safety Strategist at T-Mobile, has more.
First responders handle more than 200 million emergencies every year. They depend on strong networks, but in a crisis, those systems can fail when we need them most.
In 2024, there were 27 U.S. weather and climate disasters with losses exceeding $1 billion each. Despite this, a new T-Mobile survey shows 34% of adults don't have a clear communications plan, even though most say reliable mobile communication is as essential as food and water in a disaster.
Preparedness isn't just about supplies, it's about staying connected. Many first responders say unreliable networks are still their biggest concern during emergencies.
With T-Priority, T-Mobile is providing first responders with a dedicated slice of its 5G network to give them more capacity, faster 5G speeds, and the highest priority. To learn more, visit tpriority.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A slew of roster moves announced by the Diamondbacks today. Feels like more bad news keeps coming. Justin Martinez is on the 15-day injured list due to a sprained right UCL. According to manager Tory Lavello, he's set to get a second opinion on that injury as well. Christian Montes de Oca on the 15-day IL with him with right elbow inflammation. And then Jeff Brigham was sent down to AAA Reno. In their places, some familiar faces. Kevin Ginkel is back. Bryce Jarvis is back. And then a new Diamondback, right-hander Taylor Scott. On the mound tonight against the Mariners, it's Brandon Pfaadt's turn. He'll go against another young right-hander in Logan Evans. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Jordan Ott, the new Phoenix Suns head coach, was introduced to the Valley about an hour ago. In case you missed that opening presser, never fear. Jordan Ott, the new head coach of the Suns, is set to join Burns and Gambo today at 4:30, so make sure you tune in for that. And then Cardinals first-round pick Walter Nolan III signed his rookie deal today. That leaves just Will Johnson as the last of the draft picks to have signed their rookie deal. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Then along comes a woman. There's a change in the way that you're feeling tonight.
I wasn't looking up at first, and I was like, did I forget to turn somebody's mic on?
I gave Gambo the.
know that it's right.
Give Gambo the cue.
Octave change there.
Yeah,
for
I know,
Gambo.
right? Ooh, key
Ooh.
change. Whoa. You don't try that at home.
Hit that deep note.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't hit the
Great
high.
song. Don't
hit the high note.
Try to get that to be part of the everyday routine here.
If not, you're just going to sing it until
I
we
will
give
you
in.
do it. You're gonna have no choice.
That really is how Gambo operates, honestly. Whether it's with Lauren or me or
information,
his wife or sources, I'm just gonna badger you until you quit. I'm just gonna badger you and beat you up until you just kind of give in and say, okay, fine, we'll do it your way.
Yeah.
That's kind of the secret to Gambo's success. Really, he just.
You kind of summarized it perfectly.
I know, right? He just badgers you until you quit.
What do you think I got Chelsea to marry me?
Yeah, really. Please.
She's like, you know what?
No.
This isn't
Go
worth
out
it.
with me.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Please, pretty please. I'll call you every day. So eventually we're going to introduce this song into Burns and Gambo because he just won't stop until we do. Lauren, what's going on in sports?
Well, quite a lot is going on in sports today.
We got a lot to talk
It is such a busy day. I have news overload. I said that to Burnsy. I have news overload. You know, I've been, like, if you follow me on Twitter, I've been at the forefront and putting a lot of this news out there, but it's been I have.
A not so humble brag.
I've been at the forefront of everything
not everything,
today.
but most of it. And it's been a lot of information. I've got information overload in my head.
Well, all right,
This is not the segment for you, then.
Okay, so
go ahead.
Rapid fire fashion.
You take over.
While Gambo comes down off the mountain.
All right, we'll start with D-backs roster moves today.
I'm a big deal.
Hey, I don't know, some YouTube guy, you know, I was on some
special
YouTube thing last night.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
You showed it to all of us when you walked in the door. We know.
I made the big time.
We know.
Right now, I'm picturing like the mountain man in the Price is Right game who like climbs the mountain to the top.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah. All right, Lauren, go ahead.
All right, well, D-backs roster moves today. Christian Montez de Oca is going to the 15-day IL with right elbow inflammation. J. Mart's going to the 15-day IL with a sprained right ulnar collateral ligament. Our very own Alex Weiner is reporting that J. Mart will get a second opinion on that MRI result. Kevin Ginkel, Bryce Jarvis, and Taylor Scott all have lockers up in the D-backs locker room right now. And Jeff Brigham has been optioned to AAA Reno following last night's game. Anything else for you guys?
And a partridge in a pear tree.
You said Ginkel was not pitching well in Reno?
Ginkel was not pitching well in Reno. I think he had an ERA of over 6.5.
Well, you've run out of options.
And Reno's hard. It's hard on pitchers. The PCL is hard on pitchers. But look, tough times right now at the Hotel Diamondbacks. It's and the Justin Martinez thing. 15-day DL, IL for now, but I think we're all kind of like we were with Corbin Burns, waiting. We're waiting for that shoe to dredge, like we were with AJ Puck. We're just waiting for more information, waiting for another opinion, and I don't think anyone's particularly optimistic about things right now.
No, Lavello didn't sound optimistic. I mean, Hazen doesn't sound optimistic. It's this team. This has been a dreadful year when it comes to just keeping guys healthy. I've never seen anything like it. I really haven't. Out of all the years I've done this is crazy. I mean, I feel like the MRI machine has been the most, like, you know, when they vote most valuable player for the Diamondbacks, it's the MRI machine. Corbin Carroll lost to who? The MRI machine. It was much more valuable.
The Baseball Writers Association of America presents the annual award to the MRI machine of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Thank you for everything you've done this year.
It was very Corbin Carroll missed a couple of games. The MRI machine doesn't miss any days. It's always active.
All you have to do is plug it in and charge it up. It's good to go.
The busiest member of the D-backs is the MRI machine. And pivoting over to some Cardinals news, first-round draft pick Walter Nolan III has signed his rookie contract. It's a 4-year deal for a team option in the 29 season. The deal is worth a reported $19.3 million with a signing bonus of $10.7.
I can't wait to see him play. I really can't wait to see him play. because I think he has a chance to be pretty special. And, you get excited about first-round picks a lot, but, they really like this guy. They really like this guy.
Look, you used to get wound up about guys getting signed, and it's just a totally different era now. It is, I don't even know if it's interesting. It's noteworthy that Will Johnson technically is still unsigned. Everybody else from the draft class has been. I'm sure they'll get it done and sometime soon, but it hasn't happened yet.
Well, speaking of that,
yes,
the Bengals, they have their hands full in that category because Trey Hendrickson is still a no-show at minicamp today. And Shamar Stewart showed up but did not practice on the field and was not with the team. And this is what he had to say when they asked him.
We all agree Trey will be right? But technically he's still 1% wrong for being under contract. So in my case, I'm 100% right, so it should be a no-brainer. And in Trey's case, I think it should be a no-brainer too. I mean, he led 17.5 sacks for 2 years back-to-back. If I was the GM or I was the owner, take all my money. But I guess they don't operate like that.
Whoa!
That was Shamar Stewart.
That was Shamar Stewart.
A rookie who's never played a snap for
Telling
you.
the GM of the Cincinnati Bengals how to do his job?
Wow. Thought I'd be on the field by now.
Wow. You know what?
I was the 17th pick in the draft. Wow.
We'll talk, young man.
He wants his contract language to mirror that of the last 2 first-round picks. But he has yet to receive that, which was Amarius Mims and Miles Murphy. So he wants something similar to that, which is, listen, I mean, that's why, you get into these. A lot of teams like to be very consistent with their contracts. So that way they could say, I didn't do that for that guy. I'm not going to do this for you. So you got to be very careful with that when you're a GM. Yeah. I know the D-backs are very much like that. Like, hey, I could always say I didn't do it for Ketel Marte. I didn't do it for Corbin Carroll. I'm not going to do it for you.
Yeah, and our favorite member of the NFL, Aaron Rodgers, showed up to Steelers minicamp today.
I owe you lunch.
Wearing a wedding ring and announced he got married a few months ago. Married?
Jeez. Yeah, like 2 months ago, right? In secret?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sorry to her.
That's a good one.
Did they meet in the cave of darkness?
In the darkness retreat, he just felt around for another human.
He did. In the darkness retreat, he felt around. He goes, "Oh, hi, you must be a female. I'm Aaron. Mary." Is that how that worked? I don't know.
Think about this, though. She could buy whatever she wants. She can go wherever she wants to go. Why do you feel sorry for her?
Because she's still married to Aaron Rodgers.
I know,
Still married to Aaron Rodgers. I know you like to say money buys you happiness, but God, there's a limit to that. You're married to Aaron Rodgers.
Also, for what it's worth, Jeremy Fowler's reporting that Rodgers wanted to play for the Minnesota Vikings before he signed with the Steelers, but the Vikings had no interest in bringing him in.
There's a lot of reports that he was the Steelers' third choice.
Yeah,
that Fields was 1.
Fields was 2.
He was 2. 1 was
Matthew Stafford. They thought they could get Stafford out of the Rams.
Stafford 1,
yeah.
Fields 2, and then Fields got 2 years and $40 million. Rodgers was like their third choice.
So he really just wanted the whole Brett Favre experience then, huh?
Yes.
Leave the Packers, go to the Jets, go to the Vikings to get revenge on said Packers. He just wanted the full ride.
Next up, he's going to do a welfare scam.
I'm sure.
We'll see how it goes.
I'm sure the woman that married him, I'm sure Aaron Rodgers was her third choice too. She probably had other options. You're my third choice.
Camo's on a roll today, man. He's cooking. He's cooking with gas.
Good night,
today.
everybody.
No. Not when you're on a roll.
Yeah, and keep going, man. You're the shooter. Shoot. Keep shooting, baby.
And you guys are going to have to channel that energy because in just about 25 minutes from now, Jordan Ott is joining us, the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns. What were your guys' biggest takeaway from his introductory presser today?
I thought he was. I thought he came out with a lot of confidence. I thought he did a really good job of telling everybody what he expects and how he's going to do things. I loved his answer to, "I deserve this opportunity." I thought he was very forceful. I didn't come away from that, like the Gregory press conference. I was a little hesitant as to his level of confidence that he exuded. I don't feel that way about Ott at all. I felt like he gave us a level of confidence that was good.
He was very prepared to be asked about Michigan State, and I liked the forcefulness of his answer without being too jerky about it. You know what I mean? I want more information about his interactions with Devin Booker, and not 10 years ago Devin Booker, when Devin Booker was coming out of college, but like now Devin Booker. How did that go during
when you sat down with him, you did 30 minutes of film with him in the interview? I'll leave that question for you. You want that so bad.
I was going to say, well,
it.
then, Bernsey, I've got some good news for you, because you can ask Jordan Ott in just a few minutes from now. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. We appreciate it. And along goes a woman. She's not leaving. She's still there. But when the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. So please text the word water to 620-620. Help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or by donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive. It benefits Phoenix Rescue Mission. Are the Diamondbacks in danger of losing yet another key piece to the puzzle this season? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Buda Baker. It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Secret Clinical Dominating Extra Stinky Stress Sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave.
Oh, what a beautiful day.
This is regular deodorant.
Ugh, I can't.
Secret Clinical with workout sweat.
Let's run another marathon.
And regular deodorant.
How much more?
Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better.
Stay fresher under pressure.
Summer is a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, Corolla, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Do you have some back issues? If you do, you need to go to DISC. I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give him my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known that on a worldwide basis. Enjoy life again or get back to living. DISC website is www.sciatica.com. Diamondbacks.com or pick up the phone and give them a call at 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Join the D-backs for Father's Day on Sunday, June 15th. Purchase a special event ticket pack to play catch on the field before the D-backs versus Padres game. Visit dbacks.com/dad for tickets.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Justin Martinez lands on 15-day IL, and the Diamondbacks call up 3 right-handed pitchers. Charles Barkley says the Suns' only decision this offseason is whether to keep Devin Booker or start a rebuild. And the Cardinals signed first-round pick Walter Nolan III. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Time to make it 1-1, and Martinez calls, I believe, for the trainer. Just immediately pointed to the dugout and called for the trainer. Something is not right with Justin Martinez. That came out at 97 as well, a significant decrease in velocity. It's just been one after another for the Diamondbacks. Injury after injury, blow to blow.
Yeah, it was Chris Garagiola with a call last night here on Arizona Sports for the second straight game at Chase Field. A key member of the Diamondbacks pitching staff walked off the field with a trainer. Last Sunday, it was Corbin Burnes against the Nationals. Last night, it was Justin Martinez against the Seattle Mariners. And with it, Gambo, and I gotta hate to be that guy because, we just don't want it to be all bad news all the time. It just feels like the Diamondbacks season is walking right off that field with those guys. It's just like there it goes. There goes Corbin Burnes. There goes Justin Martinez. There goes the season.
A season with such high hopes, maybe more hopes than the Suns had in the beginning of the season. Maybe more hopes. When the Phoenix Suns started the season, I think the Diamondbacks' hopes were higher. With adding Corbin Burnes to a rotation with Gallen and Kelly and Ed Rodriguez and Ryan Nelson and Brandon Pfaadt, you just felt like this was going to be a great year for the Diamondbacks. Now, to their credit, they've kind of hung around. As bad as things have been, they've kind of hung around. But at some point, I just don't know if they can hang on anymore. I mean, I just don't know if they can continue to stay within 5 games or so of a wild card spot because it's too many injuries. At some point, there's too many holes to plug. You can't do it. And that's how I feel right now.
You can't, especially when J-Mark came back, this feeling of relief for the bullpen. And Tory Lavello talked about it like a very almost emotional, visceral response the room had. Hey, J-Mark's back. Everything's going to be okay. We're going to figure this out. We're going to figure out this bullpen. We're going to figure it out because our back end is back. And it's not just Justin Martinez. I mean, it's Christian Montes de Oca. It's Kendall Graveman from a couple of days ago. You're still waiting on A.J. Puck. It's the subpar performances of Ryan Thompson and Kevin Ginkel. I mean, the whole thing has just been Joe Mantiply. It's just been a mess, an absolute decimated mess from top to bottom.
And it really started with that middle relief not being able to get Joe Mantiply to get anybody out or Ginkel to get anybody out or Thompson to get anybody out. And you're like, from there, it was a mess because you would have loved to have just Shelby Miller pitch. And then, Puck goes down, and then J Mart's down. It's just, I don't know how you overcome this. I really don't. I mean, look what you're patching holes with. I mean, look at what you're using.
Taylor Scott, Jarvis, Kevin. I mean, nothing against Kevin Ginkel. He's a trusted guy. He didn't fix anything down at Reno.
No.
His numbers aren't very good down there.
Boone's Farm comes up, and
Kyle Boone's Farm.
Kyle Boone's Farm Bacchus. Guy's sitting on the river drinking a bottle of Boone's Farm wine, and the Diamondbacks call him, "Hey, you didn't get drafted. What are you doing?" "I'm sitting on the river drinking some
Boone's
Strawberry
Farm
Hill."
That's what we're going to call him now.
That's his nickname. I'm actually going to buy a bottle of Boone's Farm and leave it in his locker.
Are you? The next time you go to a game?
I got to see if I can sneak a bottle of Boone's Farm into the
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Tory Lavello last night said it's painful. It's just painful. Today, all the moves were made. Gembo's reporting on them most of the day. Christian Montes de Oca on the IL. Brigham's been sent down. The big one is Justin Martinez. For now, just on the 15-day IL, Tory Lavello pregame says he's obviously a second opinion on the elbow is coming.
We also put Justin Martinez on the IL with a UCL sprain, and We are gathering information and getting a second opinion on that, so there's no timeline. There's no determination if it's going to be conservative or if it's going to be surgical. So I'll get you guys that information as soon as we get that second opinion.
You're shaking your head. We didn't even get through that answer. You're shaking your head over there.
Almost can't believe it. Puck's down, J Mart's down, Christian Menya's down.
They just transferred him to the 60-day IL.
60-day IL for him. Yeah. It's just, you don't want to have to bring Ginkel back until he gets right, but you got no choice.
Got no choice.
Hey, how's Kevin Ginkel doing in the minors? Not good. I don't care. We need him. You don't have anybody else. I was looking at a guy today, Taylor Reshi. I was looking at his numbers. Taylor, was that his name, Reshi, in the minors for Reno? He's got pretty good numbers. I checked with the Diamondbacks. He's hurt too. But really? I'm trying to guess who may come up. So I'm looking at this guy in a minors.
Taylor Rashi.
Yeah. I'm looking, okay, numbers are pretty good. Okay. Hey, how about no, he's hurt too.
Yeah.
Even the minor league guys are hurt.
So Tory, today on how they're going to handle the loss of Justin Martinez.
It's tough to come to grips with. I just had a meeting with him in my office for a couple minutes, and he's trying to remain as positive as possible. So first of all, you have to digest what happened, understand that it's not your fault. He felt great. He went out there, and he was competing and got clipped and got hurt. So dealing with those are the early stages of trying to figure out, why, how, and what does it look like long term. Once you come to grips with that and things settle down, you can start to push forward and get some of your own thoughts. And that's kind of the space I'm living in right now.
As far as an explanation as to all of the injuries, A.J. Puck, Justin Martinez, Corbin Burns, just right on down the list, this is what Tory had to say.
I can't explain why this is happening. I don't know what's going on here. We've taken on a large number of injuries, specifically elbow injuries, and we have to do a good job of understanding why it happened and how to not allow it to happen in the future. So it's not one person. It's all of us. It's an entire organization that needs to figure out how to make sure that these athletes are preserved, go out there and pitch an entire season. It's frustrating.
Can we just sign a whole bunch of guys like Merrill Kelly to throw 85 to 91 and don't throw that hard?
It's funny that you phrase it like that, because something tells me we'll end up talking more about this either tomorrow or later today. There have been a slew of pitching injuries across Major League Baseball. I know it just feels like the Diamondbacks, and maybe the Diamondbacks have had more than their share. Guys, now look at Justin Martinez. Guys are throwing the ball harder than they ever have before. They're throwing their breaking stuff harder than they ever have before. Pitching injuries are on the rise. And I know there is worthy self-examination that needs to go on by the Diamondbacks organization to figure out what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong. Are they babying guys too much? Are they not babying guys enough? Is there something about the way they're being trained or coached?
You're going to have to get to the end of the season and do an evaluation.
You're going to have to do a complete audit of your entire organization to figure out why this is happening. Right. Or this is just what's happening to all of Major League Baseball because pitchers are just in a different space right now in terms of how they throw and how hard they throw.
I think that's the answer. I think that's more like, I don't think that, listen, the Diamondbacks are a first-class organization with great trainers and they're very good in taking care of their players. And so I don't think it's anything the Diamondbacks are doing. I just think this is a baseball problem. I mean, all around baseball, there's how many pitchers did the Dodgers have on the injured list?
Yeah.
15?
It's a ton. Yeah.
It's a ton. Everybody's dealing with this right now.
He is the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns. What are his plans for year one in the Valley? Jordan Ott joins us next exclusively here on Arizona Sports. Stay with us.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. There's still no live contact, but minicamp is more intense.
More intensity.
With longer practices, and it's mandatory.
Be there or be square.
Players get fined for missing minicamp, so everyone is expected in Tempe this week.
Hey, I'm here so I won't get fined, boss.
Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches and bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. We are wherever you are. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
There's just a different level of seriousness when it comes to Berg Simpson and what they have to offer to you. If you're in need of hiring an injury attorney, there are tons and tons and tons of choices out there, right? And if you're trying to figure out where to start, do your homework, do your research, and you'll find out that Berg Simpson is just at a different level, and they're just, well, different. That's the word I keep coming back to. More than 24 of their lawyers have been named the best lawyers in America by a Best Lawyers in America publication. 14 lawyers named super lawyers by the Super Lawyers publication. Over 40 years of trusted, exceptional service. They're just in a different level in terms of what they can provide. I know this. I know that if I were in an accident, I'm calling Berg Simpson. I was in an accident many years ago, and I didn't call anybody, and that was a major mistake, and one that I will not make again. I hope you're not in a position where you have to call them, but if you are, there really is only one company for you to call, one law firm for you to call, and that is Berg Simpson. 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Game 2 against the Mariners tonight for the Diamondbacks. We got Brandon Pfaadt on the mound making the start against the young right-hander Logan Evans. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And right now, the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns, Jordan Ott, joining Burns and Gambo exclusively to talk about his first year in the Valley and what to expect from Phoenix Suns basketball this season. Again, head coach Jordan Ott joining Burns and Gambo next. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. You have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports.
Devin Booker, the Suns franchise cornerstone, was involved late in this process for the hire, and I'm told Jordan Ott was his top choice.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
We carried his press conference live earlier today here on the flagship home of the Phoenix Suns, and joining us right now, and we're very grateful to have him on the phone for a few minutes, the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns, Jordan Ott, who joins us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Jordan, welcome to the Valley. Congratulations. I'm Dave. This is Gambo. We appreciate your time, man. Welcome to town.
Thank you. Thank you. Super excited to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, Coach, listen, I loved your answer when you were asked about the ties going back to Michigan State. You earned this opportunity. 20 years coaching between college and the NBA. You've been interviewed for head coaching jobs before. I love how firm you were with that answer about, hey, listen, I earned this opportunity to be a head coach in this league. Tell me a little bit about that, the 20-year journey to get to this spot.
Yeah, I think it's been a lot of reflection, over the last week, especially after the initial call and knowing that you were named the head coach of an NBA franchise, and just the journey itself. There's just so many people that you've been in touch with, that you've been around, that have impacted your life. Obviously the family piece to it, the people that have sacrificed the most, and then the players. I don't think any coach can be successful without incredible players, and just all different types of players that have played well, that have then in return helped me advance and learn and be here today.
You've been through the process of interviewing for a head coaching job before. This was a thorough process. I think Brian Gregory did a terrific job, starting with about 15 to 20 different candidates. And then it came down to two, you and Johnny Bryant. How odd was it being a finalist with a guy that you were on a coaching staff with in Cleveland?
Yeah, I actually have so much respect for Johnny. I did not know him before this year, so just met him, and just the way he goes about his business on a day-to-day as a coach and as a person. Very, very humble, no ego. When you're working on staffs and you're putting staffs together, you just never know. And he has an incredible relationship with Donovan, but he's an incredible relationship with everyone. So when we get down to it and there's two guys announced, throughout the entire process, him and I were texting and communicating about it all, and kind of just helping each other get through it. But thankfully it was him and I have such respect for who he is as a man and as a coach. So his day will be coming soon.
Jordan Ott is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns. Ever since we carried your press conference, I've been dying to ask you the question about the interactions that you had with Devin Booker during this process. You spoke a little bit about when you first scouted him years ago, but specific to this job and you getting this job, what were those conversations like, and what were your interactions like with Devin, and how do you think that helped you to put your best foot forward and get this gig?
Yeah, it all comes back to basketball, right? The starting piece was definitely basketball. We had some shared acquaintances along the way, but did not know him prior to this. And it started with basketball, and then it goes to the end where we know he's an incredible player. That's what makes this job unique, having him with us. And it's my job to help him and showing him some of those ways that I plan to help him and help us move forward, put him in a position to succeed on a night-to-night basis. That's my job as the head coach.
You want buy-in from every guy on the roster, obviously, but how important is it to maintain that buy-in from him, given who he is as a leader on this team and kind of what he represents to the organization? How much of a priority is that for you when you embark on this journey with him?
Extremely, extremely high priority to connect, spend time, to meet him where he is, to listen to how he sees the game, who he is as a man. And that's going to come through this summer. And we're going to build this thing out together every step of the way. But that's the exciting piece. He has seen success, so he has a vision for what it looks like. I have seen, other ways to do it, and collaborating at each step of the way and building it out is very, very, very unique and very exciting.
Coach, I spoke with some players that actually played under you over the years. I said, give me something. Tell me about his offense. And they said, you're going to absolutely love it. Creativity, fast pace, driving, cutting, spacing, tempo, multiple options, multiple ball handlers. The people that I spoke with that know you well were just raved about your offensive mind. Tell me a little bit about what type of offense you want to run here in Phoenix.
It's going to lean into the concepts of basketball and how everyone's playing now, or how the high-level team. So we're going to play a conceptual style offense that will involve body movement through our cutting principles. We'll clearly have a way of playing our principles of play. Of course, you need your set actions and your counters to those set actions, especially as the game slows down. But we're going to play a certain style offensively that plays fast, gets to action quickly, and then we're going to move. We're going to move, and then as we get the ball downhill into the paint, we're going to make the right play. Sometimes that may be a shot or a finish. It may be a kick out and turn it into closeout. So all of it together will create a joy and a spirit that we all, grew up playing basketball a certain way, and that just carries over and permeates through the entire game and leads into your defense. So we all know how players think. It's a lot of them are offensive minded, just like we were when we were kids. Can you put the ball in the basket? So getting that piece right will in return help our defense.
Yeah, let's talk about identity. I know Matt and Josh and Brian have talked about just trying to make a team that the fans are proud of. Look, to be honest with you, these last couple of teams, the fans hated the Phoenix Suns team. They were soft. When things got tough, they wilted. A 10-point lead would turn into 20, 25, 30, and they'd be out of it. You wouldn't see guys diving for loose balls, taking charges. And so when I ask you the identity you want, hardworking team that the Valley can be proud of, what do you expect?
Definitely want a team that plays hard, but we also want to do it together. So you want to play hard, you want to play together, you want a team that plays the right way. And then again, it's that joy, it's that spirit of collectively going out there, especially on the road, when there's only your travel party and, a handful of fans on the road with you. We need each other. So we need to be a collective unit that is connected, and then just having the ability to do it longer than the opponent. And in return, the fans will see what we're talking about. They're going to want to see that team. We want to perform like that for our fans. We know what they want. Now it's our job to build this thing out day by day to get there.
Jordan Ott is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns. I wanted to ask you, in all of your travels and everywhere you've been, one guy that you spent some time with is near and dear to our hearts here in Phoenix, and that's Steve Nash when he was the head coach in Brooklyn. Gambo had reported throughout this process that Steve put in some good words to you, to the Phoenix Suns, about your work there. Tell our audience about your time spent with Steve, your interactions with him, and the role he might have played in helping you get this gig.
So, I met Steve when he became the head coach in Brooklyn. And everyone knows Steve Nash, the player, but the human is even better. There's not a more humble person that I've ever been around. Talks to everyone in the room, makes everyone feel that they have value. He spends time with everyone, and that's something that I will forever have with me, the way he was just able to make everyone feel a certain way. And he talked a lot about spirit and the spirit of the game and how it should be played and what it should feel like and how everyone that's watching it should see it and again, be able to communicate, wow, that team plays a certain way. He is such a mentor, a great mentor to have. Just happens that I get this job in Phoenix. So, yeah, excited to connect with him again.
Yeah, everybody, there was so many people in the organization back then that wanted the Suns to draft Walter McCarty, but Ainge was here, and Danny was like, no, we got to draft Steve Nash, so they ended up drafting Steve Nash. I want to ask you about your coaches, 1 through 6. How much say will you have in it? I understand you may have to hire somebody who's had head coaching experience, maybe a Steven Silas or somebody like that. I know you know Jared Dudley very well. Damari Carroll, I believe, is coming on board. Where are you as far as hiring your coaches? How much say will you have in hiring your coaches?
I think that it's a continual process. We want to get it done as fast as possible, but most importantly, we want to get it right. So they've given me every opportunity, every resource possible to build it out the right way. And I know since I haven't been a head coach and BG has been a head coach. He's built staffs before. Josh has been around this thing his entire life. And Matt's built an entire company from the ground up. So we're all going to be on the same page of who we bring in here that will ultimately have a huge impact on our group. So we'll build this out, hopefully within the next couple of weeks so we can get some things rolling, get some things finalized for our group to be here in Phoenix.
Jordan, congratulations again on the job and welcome to the Valley. We appreciate the conversation and we look forward to having many more with you in the future. Thank you.
Yep, can't wait. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jordan.
Jordan Ott, head coach of the Phoenix Suns, joining us here on Burns and Gambo. Lots to react to there. We're going to do exactly that. We'll react to some of what Coach Ott told us, and we'll tell you some of what Gambo is hearing about his coaching staff. That is coming up next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
The Suns have to be aware of the gravity of the situation that they're in. All they got to do is find a franchise-changing player at number 29 and average like 25 points a game.
But it's laughable, but it does happen every now and again. What this franchise needs is a break of great luck in the form of picking a player who comes to the NBA and is just one of those dudes who's built for this.
Come on, basketball gods.
What have we ever done to anchor you to this level?
What have we?
What have we done to deserve this?
Bickley and Marana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about a local company named Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, because I think that everyone out there should be getting the financial advice that can help them get to where they want to get to. Now, I'm going to be honest, when you're in your 20s and you're just starting out, you don't think about it a whole lot. And you're in your 30s and you're starting to have kids and family and soccer practice and baseball practice and dance recitals, and you're not thinking about it as much as you should be. As you hit your 40s, you're like, I got to have an eye on it. As you're in your 50s, you're like, did I do everything the right way? Did I do everything I was supposed to so I could retire on my terms? That's why I want to tell you about a local company, Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart Willis is a fiduciary, and it doesn't matter what stage of life you're in. There's never a bad time to call them right now and set up a free portfolio review. Obviously, the earlier you start, the better. Having a financial advisor that can help you with your plan, understand tax consequences, putting money away tax deferred compared to paying taxes on it now. Somebody that can help you, because it's really not about how much you make, it's about how much you keep, which is why I want you to call 602-877-PLAN and get a free portfolio review from Asset Preservation. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats. plus fast, dependable delivery. So he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lawrence here with a quick update on our Twitter poll question of the day. We're going to get right back into Diamondbacks talk at the top of the hour and what everything that's transpired over the last week means for the trade deadline. But first, this question about the Diamondbacks and an update on the poll question. Lauren, what do you got for us?
Well, today's poll question is, who will lead the Diamondbacks in save come this season's end? Is it Justin Martinez? Is it AJ Puck? Is it Shelby Miller? Or is it someone else?
I think it's going to be Shelby.
I'm going to go with somebody else. Make a trade at the... But then,
just
listen,
I know where you're going.
If they're out of it, they're not going to trade for a closer.
Exactly.
They're not going to trade for a closer.
But then that's where my Shelby Miller pick falls apart.
Yeah.
Because
they might trade him.
And so it might be AJ Puck that you're left with, but I think they're going to have to be careful with AJ Puck.
If I go other, I get Ginkel.
Oh, yeah. If you go other,
I get Ginkel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Other it is.
Other.
Shelby Miller.
And Shelby Miller is still leading the way with 63% of the vote, 21% going with someone else, and 8% going with both Justin Martinez and AJ Puck.
Yeah, deadline decisions for the Diamondbacks, even though it's still a month and a half away, is something we're going to talk about in the next segment because it looms.
I want to say, I hate the video thing. You know how many messages I get a day about me, how I bounce?
Oh, yeah, we...
Just going again, but my wife and I were debating why you bounce up and down a lot while broadcasting. Do you have an under-desk treadmill? Like, I swear, every day I get, like, messages about, like, is there something wrong with you?
Yeah, when you've been working from home the last few days, like, a bunch of YouTubers noticed that you were just kind of rocking and moving.
Yeah,
and, I don't even notice it.
I've got some wires that are not connected the right way.
Yeah.
And so that but because of the video now,
everyone's watching.
Everybody sees me, and I can't sit still.
No, you can't. I don't even notice it anymore, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so a part of my routine that I don't even notice you doing it anymore. So, okay, so second time now we're in a position to react to what Jordan Ott had to say. The first time was when we carried the press conference live. The second time was when we had our conversation with him. And you know, I'm going to start this because your last question to him was about the coaches, and I know you've got some news about that. So let's start there and then kind of talk about our reactions. What have you learned about the assistant coaches that he's going to be hiring?
I first and foremost, David Fizdale will not be retained by Jordan Ott. Now, he hasn't said anything to that point about in his press conference today or anywhere else, but my understanding is that David Fizdale will not be retained on the coaching staff of Jordan Ott. My understanding also, I'm reporting that Damari Carroll will come in as the number 3 assistant. He was a player when Ott was a coach, and he's also coached with Ott in 2 spots. So he's been with him in 3 different spots. I believe he'll come in as the number 3 assistant. I believe they're looking at Steven Silas. I believe that they would like to get a top-notch guy who's been a head coach before to sit in either the number 1 or number 2 seat, probably number 1, somebody that's been a head coach before. So I think Steven Silas, the former Rockets coach, the son of Paul Silas, The late Paul Silas is a guy I believe that they've spoken to. I do believe he'll have some say in the coaches, but not full say to make all the changes he wants.
Yeah, it's funny that was one of the questions you asked him, and that was actually one of my takeaways from our individual conversation with him. Was I got the impression it's not going to be entirely up to him who's on his staff. Like he didn't come right out and say it, but the way he just, Brian Gregory's been a head coach before, and Matt Ishbia built a company out of nothing, and Josh Bartelstein's been like he was, in answering the question, he sort of flashed the credentials of the people around him as if to, validate why they might be helping him with this decision, which I kind of thought was a little bit of a tell. I kind of thought that was it's not going to be up to me because look at who's around me. I've got guys who have built companies and guys who have been coaches and guys who have been around this league for years and years. So I don't think he's going to have full, I'm guessing I don't think he's going to have full autonomy when it comes to building a staff. That was one. I still, I want to hear from Devin Booker on this. I heard Ron talking about this earlier today, and I agree wholeheartedly with Wolf. The way Devin Booker has been touted as giving his, through third parties, given his selection of Jordan Ott as the head coach, I really want to hear what Devin Booker has to say about what it was about Jordan Ott that lent him to give him that validation. You know what I mean? Like we've heard from Devin Booker, but not from him specifically.
Yeah.
We've heard from him through other people and other channels. I want to hear from Devin Booker about what he thinks about Jordan Ott, if he really was that essential to this process.
Book got to sit with the 5 finalists for about 30 minutes. My understanding is about 30 minutes just going over film, talking shop, the offenses, then what do you see, that type of thing. And I think everybody liked it. I think all the coaches kind of enjoyed sitting down and just talking basketball with Book. My understanding, like we've talked about, Steve Nash raved about Jordan Ott, and that Devin Booker was very much on board with them hiring Jordan Ott. So, you've got one of the former great Suns raving about him in Steve Nash. You've got a current great Sun saying this is the right guy for the job. So I think that there was just a different level of sophistication that he showed in the interviews that the other guys didn't, and that's why they hired him.
Yeah, I'm not trying to suggest I don't trust it necessarily. I just would feel better if I hear it from Book. Because that's part of what's been touted about this hire. This is the guy Devin Booker wanted. Okay, I want to hear Devin Booker say that. Just to give it that kind of gravity. The Steve Nash question, I thought was in the role that Steve might have had in this. Steve Nash, and I'm looking through, this is from Gerald Bourget over at PHNX Sports. Brian Gregory, and you had reported this, said he consulted with players and coaches around the league to get a profile of Jordan Ott. And it was Steve Nash who said of Jordan Ott, quote, "Substance commands the room now," close quote. Other words, Jordan Ott has a substance to him, a foundation to him that is now running the room, that is in charge of the room, that maybe wasn't there before, that you didn't have before. Substance now commands the room. You have a guy who's your head coach who has substance behind him. And that was the encouraging thing that was said about him.
I mean, some of the other guys had ego behind them. I mean, Budenholzer, again, his ego was too big. His ego was just too big to listen to anybody, to work with anybody. Total disaster of a hire. Monty was great when he started, but then his ego got so big. I don't think that Vogel had a big ego. I think that Vogel was a good coach. I think they made a mistake in firing Vogel. He should still be the head coach of the Phoenix Suns, but they made a decision to go in a different direction. Hopefully, we ran out of time, but I wanted to ask Odd about just that. Like, how is your relationship with players going to be? Because we've gone through some disasters lately with coaches not being able to get along with DeAndre Ayton, with Jay Crowder, with Yusuf Nurkic, with other players. It's been, that trend has to stop.
He did mention that his relationship with Devin Booker, I mean, they're all important, but that his relationship with Devin Booker is going to be essential and of a high priority this summer for him as he acclimates to the job. Coming up on Burns and Gambo, the Diamondbacks now have no choice but on how to win games. Can they do it if they're without yet another foundational piece? And what do they do around the deadline if they can't? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz. You know the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. You watch the D-backs game and you see, hey, right behind home plate, there it is, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. J. Schwartz has been a team eye doctor for the Suns and the D-backs for many, many, many years, over 20 years. And he's also my family's eye doctor. I went there for LASIK surgery. My son's going to be going pretty soon for an eye exam. My daughter, Gabriella, who's a doctor herself, she goes there for her glasses and contact lenses. We all use the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Why? Because there's nobody better than Dr. J. Schwartz. One of the best things I've ever done for myself was getting LASIK surgery done. I'm 58 and a half. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. I don't need glasses. I don't need contact lenses. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center and that LASIK surgery was terrific for me. I highly recommend it. Locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. He's performed over 60,000 LASIK procedures. The most experienced eye doctor in town. Call him at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT because nothing fights sweat better.
Stay fresher under pressure.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what a state is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents, so they could give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morristrust.com. That's morristrust.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Slew of roster moves announced by the Diamondbacks today. Justin Martinez lands on the 15-day injured list due to a sprained right UCL. Manager Tory Lavello told reporters before the game that they are awaiting a second opinion on Martinez's injury. Christian Montes de Oca also lands on the 15-day IL due to right elbow inflammation, and then Jeff Brigham has been sent down to AAA Reno. In their places, the return of Kevin Ginkel and Bryce Jarvis, and a new face on the Major League level for the Diamondbacks, right-hander Taylor Scott. As far as on the mound tonight against the Mariners, it's Brandon Pfaadt's turn. He'll go against the young right-hander Logan Evans. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then some Cardinals news from today. First-round pick Walter Nolan III signed his rookie deal. That leaves just Will Johnson as the only remaining draft pick of the Cardinals yet to sign their rookie contract. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
We got some really groovy tunes coming through for you and your lady on Burns and Gambo's Spot Rock.
Swing and a miss. 3 fastballs, another strikeout, his 10th. A 1-2-3 inning for Pfaadt. It took all of 6 pitches.
Sorry, Mitch.
Don't ever do that again, please.
I can't hit those low notes. All the way.
Yeah, Pfaadt rock. Pfaadt has been rocked the last few starts.
Oh, man.
It's not even, I said this earlier, and I believe this, it's not even really a big game for them tonight. I mean, they won the opener of the series. Every game's big, but you know what I mean. It's a huge start for Brandon Pfaadt tonight.
He's had two disastrous starts. His ERA has gone from 3.9 to 5.51. One of those starts, he couldn't even get it out. And the second one, he lasted only 3 innings. He gave up 6 runs. It's been the first one, he allowed 8 runs without getting it out. It's been really, really bad for Brandon Pfaadt. So got to turn it around. They got to turn this thing around. He's got to turn it around. He's got all the talent in the world. We all know that. We all know the kid's got great stuff. It's just a matter of up here. He's got to figure out how to pitch a little bit better.
So, I mean, look, it goes without saying the Diamondbacks are in a real precarious position right now. Corbin Burns is out for the season. Justin Martinez is on his way to a second MRI. I don't think anybody's going to be surprised at all if the news comes down that he needs Tommy John surgery. And I in no means want to suggest that I have knowledge of that or you have knowledge of that. It's just sort of this feeling, you know, a guy injures his elbow as a strained ulnar collateral ligament and has to go for a second opinion. Feels like that almost always is Tommy John, but we'll see. The season feels like it's rapidly sliding out of view. The bullpen is just a mess in terms of who do you trust, who do you believe in, who's high leverage, who's not, et cetera, et cetera. And all the while, the trade deadline looms in about a month and a half, and the Diamondbacks have about 3 to 4 weeks to figure out whether they can make a last stand and show their general manager that they deserve to forget being a buyer, not being a seller, right? Like, I mean, forget about buying right now. Let's just talk about not taking the things that are nailed down to the floor and trading them all at the deadline, because you've got some pieces you could move if you wanted to. A lot of pieces you could move.
Yeah, I think I don't want to stand pat. I either want to be buyers or sellers, so I don't want to stand pat. I either want to add to the team and go for it if I'm within a certain distance, or I want to sell because I'd rather get pieces for the future.
Yeah.
Especially for guys that may not even be here next year. If I could sell and, you know, then I'm going to sell because if I could add some prospects or get some pieces back for the future, then I'm going to do that.
The names, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Eugenio Suarez, Josh Naylor, Shelby Miller, Randall Grichuk. Those are the ones, when I say not nailed to the floor, those are the ones who are all free agents at the end of the season.
Gallen said something along those lines, right? Like, hey, if we don't get this figured out, we're going to have different faces here in August.
When we kind of met as a team a couple weeks ago, just putting this perspective that, like, we keep not playing well and up to our standards, a lot of this clubhouse could not be here come August.
Mike Hazen did a sit-down with Nick Picoro of AZ Central and Steve Gilbert of MLB.com, and the quotes that, on both of their stories this morning were the same, so it came from the same session. Quote, "It happens when you play this way, when you're sitting in the standings the way you are. It's inevitable. You're going to start receiving phone calls about your players," close quote. I'm hopeful this is going to turn around and we put ourselves in the conversation to be buying. I hope the players put us in a conversation to be buying a month from now, a month and a half from now, but we got to get going. There's a lot of conversation around, hey, we're just starting to get a sense of where everybody's at. If we were 15 games over 500, they wouldn't be making the same phone call, close quote. So he's saying we're already starting to get the calls.
Yeah.
People are already starting to check in and see where we're at right now.
I've read teams like even Seattle, like, hey, we need some pitching. They got pitching. Go call them. You've had a good relationship with Jerry Dipoto and the Diamondbacks organization over the years. They've made several trades. They know each other. Go make a call. Go do So I do think that everybody's eyeing because the Diamondbacks have a lot of front-end talent.
Yes, they do.
They have a lot of front-end talent. You need a starting pitcher? They've got two that could be on the market. You need a power hitter? They've got one that could be a power hitter.
Two.
Suarez.
Naylor and Suarez.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
You got two guys.
Corner infielders who provide pop and drive-in runs. Hell yeah.
You need middle relief. Shelby Miller could be a good middle reliever. Like, you're in a good spot right now. You need a center fielder. I mean, you could trade Alec Thomas or Jake McCarthy if you wanted to.
The Diamondbacks are like Costco, man. You want a flat screen TV? Got it. You want chicken breasts? They're in the back. You want berries? Okay, they're over there. What about jeans? Yeah, they're right there.
You want a hot dog for $1.50?
We got that too.
They got that too.
Everything you need to live on is with the Arizona Diamondbacks or a Costco right now. Everything. And so, yeah, it's going to, and we're not rooting for this. We don't want this. I want to see them turn it around too. But nights like last night, I know they won, and I know we want to celebrate the win, but damn, they make it so hard, right? Like, it's just, you watched the game last night. I was at the game last night. There was nothing about that felt celebratory at all. Nothing. It felt like
just relief, almost like relief.
Thank God. Oh, thank God they won that game. It would have been one of the biggest disasters of the season in a season that's been filled with disastrous moments in the late innings.
Never
Thank
seen
God
anything
they
like
avoided that.
I don't know what the stat is. The amount of times that they have given up runs in the 8th and 9th inning to blow leads is remarkable. I've never seen anything like it. Never seen anything like it. You know, it used to be you 4-0 lead with 1 out to go. Like, how do you not win that game? How many times the win probability was 99.9%?
Whoa, you don't like that.
I hate win probability.
Well, then why are you bringing it up?
Because it's always wrong. That's like people like that.
Then why are you bringing it up? I wasn't going to bring it up.
I hate win probability.
Well, then quit talking about it.
All right, I will. I'll never bring it up again.
Like a little kid. Fine, I will.
I'll never bring up win probability ever again.
I didn't know we had beef.
The win probability was 99.5. I hate that.
Okay, well then, first of all, you don't sound like that when you say it like that. It's hard to. I hope they can get back in this. We all do. Nobody wants this. You're down your closer. You're down your ace starter. Your secondary closer, if that's what you want to call AJ Puck, is still a few weeks away from being back. I think, and I said this earlier, and I'm going to triple down on this. All right, I know starting pitching is important, and I know the bullpen is. These things matter. Man, the Diamondbacks just need to score runs in bunches. It's the only way they're going to win. It really is. It's the only way they're going to win these games.
I felt like we said the same thing about the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
The only way you're going to win is to score 130 every night because you can't stop anybody.
Yeah. You're exactly right. That is exactly what we said about the Suns.
You're going to have to just score a lot of points.
You have to.
Diamondbacks are going to have to score a lot of runs and win a lot of 10-8 baseball games.
Yep.
Because now your starting pitching, is going to be fine. It's just like, can you get 9 outs without giving up 5 runs?
Yeah.
At the end of the game?
Yeah.
Hey, go get me 9 outs. I mean, it's a chore.
And if you can't, you need as much runway as you can, as much margin for error as you can, and as many runs as you possibly can if you're going to avoid that. We'll brace for the news of Justin Martinez. Multiple roster moves made today. We'll cover them all in D-Backs on Deck. Gambo's been reporting most of them throughout the course of the day. 2 pitchers injured, 1 pitcher down, 3 new pitchers called up, basically hitting reset on half the bullpen down there, it felt like. A lot of changes going into Brandon Pfaadt's start tonight in Game 2. The good news, Gabriel Moreno's back in the lineup tonight and catching. So at least there's that.
He was like the one player that was available last night at the end of the game that they had.
Yeah,
I don't think they had anybody else.
And I don't really even know if he was that available. There were a couple of moments they could have used him earlier,
and they
didn't. I don't know if he was even really available or not. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, who is better suited to trade for Kevin Durant?
Who?
And are the suitors beginning to line up? We'll tell you about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Base is still loaded. A run wins it for the D-backs. Swing, high fly ball, deep right field, can zone back. This is gone! Walk it off! A grand slam for Naylor, a game saver, and the Diamondbacks prevail, and they win it 8-4.
D-backs versus Mariners at Chase Field. Game 2 of 3 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The summer's here. The heat is here. The monsoons. I mean, it's the damage that this time of the year does on roofs is remarkable. Yeah, it's not November and December anymore. It's tough on roofs. That heat, really tough on the underlayment. If you've got a roof and you don't know if it needs a repair or not because you don't see what's up there, it's time to get a free estimate from JLC Roofing. Now, what I like about JLC Roofing is who wouldn't want to give their business to a local company that's generations, family generations, from the grandfather to the father to the son, that didn't sell out to the big corporations because it's in their blood and that's what they do. They have been around for 3 generations, 8 employees that have been with them for 20 plus years. I know it's a dying art in the industry, but they take a lot of pride and care in doing roofing the right way. So if you need a new roof, they give $1,500 off to our listeners. Just by mentioning the show, you get $1,500 off. But they also want you to know that you can get a free estimate. Because what instead of a new roof, maybe somebody just needs a repair. Maybe you got an overgrown tree that's peeling back some tiles. You need to get it fixed. Call them out and have them come out to you and get a free estimate. Call them at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave.
Oh, what a beautiful day.
This is regular deodorant.
Ugh, I can't.
Secret Clinical with workout sweat.
Let's run another marathon.
And regular deodorant.
How much more?
Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better.
Stay fresher under pressure.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Linux dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again. For those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures, they can't smile, they can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Arizona sports.
Conversations will now begin to pick up on potential trade of Kevin Durant out of Phoenix.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
Charles Barkley was a guest on the Bickley and Mariners show today and said, forget about what KD wants, man. You go get the best deal you can possibly get.
Well, they're screwed right now. So you make the best deal for Kevin. That's the first thing. You make the best deal. I hear they're like working with him and whatever. I'm like, no, you don't work with him. You make the best deal for the team. So you make the best deal for the team because you got to start your rebuild. You make the best deal for KD. No matter, don't worry about his feelings. You make the best deal for yourself because, some people going to take a chance with him, some people not. 'Cause he only got 1 year left on his deal, and he's 37 years old. Probably not going to get a lot, but somebody might be stupid and give you a lot. Mm-hmm. So you make the best deal for the Phoenix Suns.
You're not going to get a lot, but somebody might get stupid and give you a lot. I love Chuckster. Today,
he still plays the game at such a high level. I think they'll make a good trade. I think they'll get back pieces. Kevin Durant is still playing a game at one of the highest levels out there in the league.
I hope you're right, man. I hope
I don't think
right.
it's going to be anything near what they gave up for him, but I still think they're going to get back a good package.
That ship sailed a long time ago for me. That's not my expectation for them to get back what they gave up. It's just a good deal where you get some usable parts out of it. The two teams, and this can change. We're still 2 weeks away from this probably happening. The NBA draft is crazy enough. It's 2 weeks from tomorrow. That's when you expect this deal to go down, is the week of the draft or maybe even the day of the draft.
Yes, I do.
But the two teams that have come into focus today are the San Antonio Spurs, which we talked about way at the beginning of the show, and we're going to bring it up here again. So if you missed it, don't worry. The other team that is getting a little bit of attention right now is the New York Knicks, because Brian Windhorst went on ESPN today and said this about the New York Knicks and Kevin Durant.
The Knicks are definitely a team that is going to have some interest in Kevin Durant. There are going to be a handful of them. He is still, even at age 37, an incredibly valuable player. But I'm just going to be straight with you, okay? The way the Knicks get this done is Karl Anthony Towns. And it has to do with the trade rules. It has to do with stuff like that. And the Knicks will have to trade 3 rotation players otherwise. Just keep that in mind when you dream of your Knicks trades.
I do think that the Knicks will have interest. I do not believe that the Suns would have interest in Karl Anthony Towns.
That's why I laughed.
I do believe that the Suns would have interest in OG Anunoby or Mikal Bridges.
Okay.
So I do think if you're talking with the Knicks, I think OG Anunoby or Mikal Bridges are the starting point, not Karl Anthony Towns.
There's an old phrase, and not that old in sports, but start 'em, bench 'em, cut 'em, right? When it comes to the
Bickley and Mariners play that on Wednesday.
Bickley and Mariners play start 'em, bench 'em, cut 'em every single Wednesday. On what you could get from the New York Knicks for Kevin Durant, I'm gonna start Mikal Bridges, I'm gonna bench OG Anunoby, and I'm gonna cut Karl Anthony Towns.
Okay,
that's my start 'em, bench 'em, cut 'em for what I want from the Knicks.
Who would you start?
I would start Mikal Bridges
over OG Anunoby.
I would want Mikal Bridges over OG Anunoby. Yes.
There's a streak of games that Mikal is still playing while OG really dealt with injuries this past year.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind too.
I love OG Anunoby though. He's so good.
He's good, but we just went through a whole season where injuries were a big problem for the Suns.
And
I'd
Mikal
rather have
never
someone who
misses
play.
a game.
Look,
Mikal never misses a game.
But that's not the only. Him not missing games is not the only. It's not the only reason to want him. You know what I mean? Like, it shouldn't. If that's it, if that's all you've got, then maybe you shouldn't want Mikal Bridges.
No, it's because he can poke fun at Cam Johnson's lemonade stand and all that.
I don't think you can make that trade just on sentimental reasons.
That was.
I mean, I don't think you go, we loved Mikal, so let's
You're saying it better than I did. You're right. You can't just acquire Mikal Bridges out of sentimentality. I still would want him first over OG Anunoby. First for durability and for sentimental reasons. And I think he's here. He would not have the pressure of having to play like the guy you gave up 5 first-round draft picks for. You know?
Okay.
Which might lead to an even better version of Mikal Bridges and the one who, quite frankly, is under a lot of pressure to perform in a place where maybe the pressure is at its very highest in New York and for the Knicks. You're the dude they gave up 5 first-round picks for. You know, you got to be special to survive that in New York City. And I don't think Mikal Bridges is special enough to survive that in New York City long term.
Mikal Bridges or OG Anunoby? I think I'd lean OG.
Okay. So you would start OG.
I'd start OG.
You would bench Mikal, and you would cut Karl Anthony Towns?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know it might not be the popular thing.
No,
I
it's
mean,
fine.
I love Mikal Bridges,
When
too.
have you ever done the popular thing? You defy popular opinion.
I mean, they're both like the same age, I think. I think they're very similar in age, Mikal and OG.
Right. Yeah, I think you're
Where
right.
do you guys put Landry Shamet in this conversation?
Let's add him in. He had a good year for them. He played well for
Cameron
them.
Payne, can we get that cat back too? I mean, why
Yeah.
not? They got half our damn roster over there.
Can we
Let's
get
just,
that
let's
Ty
go.
Jerome back, too, by the way?
What about Tumani Kamara? Can we get him
Tamani
back?
Kamara.
Did previous management save receipts on all these guys they traded? Is it still eligible for exchange? Has the window closed on the exchange program
If
yet?
you use your American Express Platinum card, you can always call and they'll refund you the money.
There's definitely a rack up of points saved for the Suns. Maybe they could use like a loyalty program or something.
Can I take Kevin Durant back to Kohl's and like exchange him back for at Amazon
credit?
Like an Amazon drop off location?
Well, maybe we take him to the Pawn Stars and they say best we can do is this bag of nickels. Sorry.
The other team that we're talking about today is the San Antonio Spurs.
Yes. Yeah.
And everyone's running with this one now. San Antonio newspapers are speculating on what it might take.
Yeah, San Antonio Express News.
Websites are running trade ideas through the trade machine to see what it spits out. Kevin Durant and he still continues to not say boo about it on social media, denying it or saying it doesn't exist or calling people crazy for suggesting it. This one feels like it's got some legs to it, Gambo.
I think so. I think that, outside of the fact that we're going to have a hard time pronouncing some of the names of the players.
What's this we stuff, Kemosabe? I don't know where we is coming from on this one.
Okay, go ahead.
Devin Vassell.
Vassell. Very easy. Vassell.
Not Vassell.
Jeremy
Sohan.
You don't pronounce the C.
No, not Socon.
You don't pronounce the
or
C.
Sochan or however it is you've been saying it for the last 3 years. Sohan and Vassell.
Yeah.
You got it.
Those are the guys.
Actually,
Sohan
it's
and
Sohan,
Vassell.
but it's
Sohan. Okay.
Sohan. Oh, so you got it wrong.
I got
Okay.
it wrong. Look at that.
Yeah, I think that San Antonio is a team that, listen, I said that I've heard that Kevin Durant wants to go to the Spurs. I also said that, that went out there, aggregated 100 million times, and Kevin Durant never responded and said, I'm losing my mind, that I'm a terrible reporter, and I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm an idiot, and all of that stuff. He didn't say any of that. So he hasn't denied it. He's active on social media, hasn't said anything to the contrary. I truly believe that Kevin Durant prefers to go to the San Antonio. Now, I don't know if that's the only team he'd go to. I think his preference is to go to San Antonio.
I do want to play one more from Barkley today on Bickley and Murata and I know we're a little late on a break, but I think this is worth it. On the tough conversation the Phoenix Suns need to have with Devin Booker.
Because you only got one. Listen, let's be honest. If you know what you're doing, you only got one decision, the Devin Booker decision. You got to go to Devin Booker and says, we're going to suck for the next couple of years. You can stay here because we love you, but can we make a deal to start our rebuild and make you happy? And if I'm Devin Booker, I say, you know what? Let's do this. That's really the only decision. Okay, Devin, you're still a hell of a player. We're not going to be any good for the next 2 to 3 years. We need to start our rebuild. What situation can we put you in where you can compete for a championship in your prime and we start our rebuild? I would feel bad for him if he stayed in Phoenix. I think they got to make the trade because that's the only way they can start the rebuild.
I have a hard time disagreeing with him. They're not going to do it.
Yeah.
But I have a hard time disagreeing with him. The guy you could get the most for is not Durant. The guy you could get the most for, we all know, is Devin Booker. But he's also the face of the franchise. You need to sell tickets. You want to be competitive. They want to do a reset, not a rebuild. Now, my point would be this. If you're going to go into this right now, you're going to try. If you get your brains beat in next year, your absolute brains beat in, I wouldn't be shocked if they revisited it. Okay, listen, I know we wanted to keep Book, but man, we just won 23 games.
Yeah.
And we don't even have our draft pick. So, like, what, should we revisit this? And then Book, too.
Will he revisit it?
Well, I mean, it's hard. It's hard to lose. It's hard. And Book hasn't lost in 4 years a lot. I mean, this year more than any of the others. But, if you go back to winning 22, 23 games, that's very difficult.
I'm glad you said it because, honestly, I feel exactly the same way. I think this conversation about Book, while it's clearly not going to happen now, is something that needs to be revisited a year from now to see how much the landscape has changed, both in terms of them and him. This Father's Day, hit it out of the park by heading to the contest page right now at arizonasports.com. It's your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the D-backs and the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball and gear and great memories. Kyler Murray's first reaction to Marvin Harrison Jr.'s offseason bulk up, he thought it was fake. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Cardinals center Yelda Froholt. This is Michael Wilson. It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and arizonasports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GREEN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot, but you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive.
Message and data rates may apply. This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger, Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A slew of roster moves announced by the Diamondbacks today. Justin Martinez lands on the 15-day injured list due to a sprained right UCL. Manager Tory Lavello says that they are awaiting a second opinion on that result. Christian Montes de Oca also on the 15-day injured list, this due to right elbow inflammation. And then Jeff Brigham was sent down to AAA Reno. In their places, we have the return of Kevin Ginkel as well as Bryce Jarvis, and then a new Diamondback, not new to the major leagues though. Right-hander Taylor Scott joins the ball club tonight. Brandon Pfaadt against the Mariners. He hopes to get back on track. Holy smokes, don't get trapped into that one. Brandon Pfaadt, he's going against the young right-hander for Seattle, Logan Evans. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then Cardinals news, first-round pick Walter Nolan III put pen to paper on his rookie deal today. That leaves just Will Johnson as the only draft pick of the Cardinals yet to sign their rookie contract. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What is on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks baseball is on tonight. They're taking on the Mariners. Game 2 of this 3-game series starts at 6:40. We'll preview that game exclusively coming up for you in about 10 minutes or so. NBA Finals Game 3 is tomorrow. So another off night in the NBA. Series is tied 1 game apiece. Crucial Game 3 tomorrow that I believe will reveal to us the tone of the rest of the series.
A lot of off nights in the NBA Finals.
Drag it out as long as they can.
I saw something about like the rate. I don't know if the ratings were good, but they spun it a certain way.
I saw that was in your email. I saw that. You sent that in your email earlier today. Let's see if I can pull it up here real quick.
I think I have it here. They were like games 1 and 2 of the NBA Finals are the 2 most watched programs across all of television since the first week of May. I mean, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Nearly half of all 18 to 34-year-olds watching TV were tuned into the NBA Finals.
Notice how they're not comparing the ratings of the finals to previous finals ratings.
Right, they're not. That's what I noticed.
This is all it's like a magic show. Exactly. It's like, hey, don't look at the distraction. Yeah. Or don't look at what's going on. Here's the distraction for you.
The NBA Finals have generated more than 1 billion views and counting across social media, record through 2 games.
That's where they're going to win. There's no way they're going to win on over-the-air. They're going to win on social, but that's about it.
Yeah, and they're certainly not going to win when comparing it to previous years because you just can't do that when you have Oklahoma City versus Indiana. But yeah, it's a little spread out. Game 3 is tomorrow. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals was last night. There's baseball on tonight. But what's on tonight? Diamondbacks baseball. We'll preview that game coming up. So, yeah, Kyler Murray on Marvin Harrison Jr.'s new visit. Today was day 1 of mandatory minicamp, 3 days of practices that, quite frankly, weren't that different from the voluntary stuff last week, but it's the last thing the Cardinals will do before training camp. And then the next time we'll hear from Kyler and Jonathan Gannon and the crew will be out at State Farm Stadium in late July as they open up training camp.
Wow.
I know, right? It's going so quick.
I know. I said to you earlier, I'm going on my vacation in 3.5 weeks. And when I come back, it's going to be start a Cardinal camp. We're going to be like, okay, next week we're at Cardinal camp.
No doubt. Kyler Murray on Marvin Harrison Jr.'s new physique. He thought it was fake.
I thought it was AI. The pictures were fake. No, Marv's been in there every single day since the season ended. So I don't, it doesn't surprise me. And he loves the game. So yeah, the issue might be getting too damn big. So.
He's huge. They yesterday was their media day, and I saw the pictures on social media. And Marvin Harrison Jr. has spent some time in the weight room this offseason.
Good. I know you're worried about David Boston, but I think for a guy that doesn't create separation because he's not a burner and not speed, he realized that, look, for me to get better, to me, this is a guy that wants to be great. I think it's a good sign that the guy wants to be great. He got through last year and he said, it's not good enough. It's not, I got to be better. I have to be better. Yeah. And he went in the weight room and he hit the weight room because if he gets bigger and stronger, then he's going to be able to win a lot of those balls that are contested by cornerbacks and safeties.
I wouldn't even say I'm worried about David Boston. It's just kind of what came to mind. When someone says, yeah, it's almost like he got too big, I hear that, and I just think about David Boston because I'm not trying to make a David Boston comp other than to say that's what that reminds me of. I'm not worried about Marvin Harrison Jr. that yet. Kyler Murray, on the other hand, while he might not have the massive biceps that Marvin Harrison Jr. does, says that this is the best that he's ever felt mentally and physically.
Both. I think just, what they say, hitting your prime around what I'm about to be 28 years old. I feel good. I think we got a great young core of guys. On the offensive side of the ball, obviously the defense, we hit the defense pretty hard this offseason, so I'm super excited to see what those guys are able to do this season. But as far as offense goes, I believe we got the guys in there to go do what we think we're capable of doing.
It is crazy to think he's entering the prime of his career. These are the best years of Kyler Murray's professional quarterbacking life right here. I don't know what that means in the big picture of things, but just from an age standpoint, we are entering the prime of Kyler Murray's career.
Okay, this should be where he takes the...
Should be.
Most guys that are great have taken that leap by now.
They have.
Most of the great ones don't take this long to figure it out.
You're reading my mind, Gambo. You're reading my mind on this one. Yes, listen, it's usually happened by now.
I didn't want Kyler Murray cut up until now. And I want to give Kyler Murray every opportunity to be a great quarterback. He's extremely talented. Jonathan Gadden said it when he was with us. He's got to be more consistent. If he can get that level of consistency down, I think they've talked a lot about, the improvising. We've got to get more on those plays where, in the pocket, we think we're fine. We have to do better when the play breaks down of extending plays and being better at that. That was fascinating to me.
Yeah, the always off, improving the off-schedule work, being better off-schedule. Drew Petzing was on Wolf and Luke today and kind of spoke about the next step for Kyler Murray.
That's a great question. I think like a lot of those guys, the consistency piece is going to be really key. There were times on offense where we felt unstoppable, felt like he was playing at an extremely high level and everything was happening almost in rhythm on time and really, not perfection, but, felt like we were really humming. And then there were other times where it just felt hard. And some of that's him, some of that's me, some of that's the guys around him. But I think that's really, for a guy of his caliber, it's like, all right, you did it for 8 games last year or 10 games or whatever we want to say it was. Can you up that to 15? You're not going to walk out of a season and say, hey, I had 17 great games very often.
Yes.
But can we push that number closer? I think that's going to be really important.
Yeah, that's what everybody always talks about with Kyler. That, and specifically within those games, when things break down. One of his best games last year was against the LA Rams early in the season. 2 of the great plays he made in that great performance were off schedule. Everything's gone to hell. Everything's broken down. Here's Marvin Harrison Jr. touchdown in the back of the end zone. Here's an Elijah Jones touchdown, or not Elijah Jones. Who was it? The other. I'll have to go back and look. There was another off-schedule touchdown in that game where it was things broke down.
Was it Michael Wilson?
No, it wasn't. It was. I can't remember who it was. You're going to look it up right now.
I'm going to look it up now.
You're going to beat my memory because I can't remember.
This is what game?
The Rams game early, week 2, week 3.
Elijah Higgins?
Elijah Higgins.
There you go, Mitch.
Where he avoided Jared Verse and then he avoided another guy.
Mitch. Good job.
Mitch from the top rope. Yeah, way to go. Jonathan Gannon was
Mitch is young. He doesn't have the cognitive decline that we have.
Just impressed that you use the words cognitive decline in a sentence. You're rolling today, man. You're just roping balls into the gaps today. You really are. Just
100-mile-an-hour heaters, bam, bam,
That's
bam.
it. Yeah.
Gambo's exit velocity today is
Pretty good, huh?
money.
It's pretty good.
It's like 108.
It's really helping out the win probability for what it's worth.
108 off the bat into the gap.
Man.
So the win probability of the Burns and Gambo show right now is like 97.9%.
It's a good show.
Just don't put Jeff Brigham on the mound to keep it that way.
No, he got sent down to the minors.
Yeah.
Don't have to worry about that.
Speaking, we'll have more Cardinals talk tomorrow because like I have to say, after the end of this week, it'll get real quiet from the Cardinals for the next few weeks before training camp starts. When we come back, Jeff Brigham, Justin Martinez, Christian Montes, DeOka, the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Who's it going to be tonight?
Yeah, don't phrase it like that. The D-backs and the Mariners, game 2 of the 3-game series. We'll preview it with all the limitations and everything next on Burns and Gambo.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Watching Clorox cleanup spray dissolve tough grime in the shower feels like...
Wait, this really just happened? I'm shocked. Underwear and everything?
It feels like being able to zip up your overpacked suitcase on the first try.
Smooth.
With Clorox, clean feels satisfying. Clean feels good. Use as directed.
Morris Hall Estate Planning presents Young Minds, Big Questions.
You think you're a lot smarter than I am?
Do you know how to multiply?
Yes.
Then you're smarter than me.
No, you know what I know about? Estate planning.
I know what estate is. Delaware, where my grandma lives. Estate planning is like preparing for the future. It's like making a promise with your family members.
Yeah, it is. So do you know what we call it when we do estate planning for somebody? It's called a trust.
They're like documents so they can give their assets to their kids.
You have your home, you have your money, you have other things. You don't want all that gone.
It's a lot of stuff.
So what do you think about estate planning?
I think it's pretty cool. If you want to preserve your legacy, come visit our friends at Morris Hall. I'm proud to be part of the Morris Hall family.
Bring us your big questions. For a complimentary consultation, please visit us at morristrust.com. That's morristrust.com.
Before the D-backs versus Padres matchup on Saturday, June 13th, pick up a Ketel Marte Silver Slugger cap. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Sonic Radio. CIO coming to you live from the red carpet, and here comes the star of the summer, Sweet Top Lemonade from Sonic. Wow, looking delicious as always. Tell us, what are you wearing?
Oh, this? Just a little blueberry lavender number. I was going for something tart and sweet.
Incredible. And is that cold foam on top? So chic. I wouldn't mind taking a sip of that.
Dude.
Wait, that came out wrong.
Try Sweet Top Lemonades from Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, your service department moves fast.
What's up, Dave? We get it. Life moves fast. That's why our service department stays open late.
Drop off by 8 p.m. and we'll have it for you ready for the next day. Plus, only at Liberty GMC all year round, buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
What?
Now that's service you can count on. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-Backs on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Game 2 between the Diamondbacks and the Mariners, and it is coming up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, as we look at tonight's game. D-Backs on Deck. Today's pitching matchup between the Diamondbacks and the Mariners is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the Arizona Diamondbacks tonight, it's going to be Brandon Pfaadt, the right-hander who's got 7 wins on the season against 4 losses and a 5.51 ERA. He gets the start tonight for the Diamondbacks. Logan Evans, the righty, gets the start for the Seattle Mariners. He's 3-1 with a 2.83 ERA.
Yeah, Evans, 24 years old. He really impressed the Mariners early. He was 3-1 with a 2.83 ERA over 35 innings in 6 starts. They sent him down after his best big league outing. He gave a 1 run on 4 hits in 8 innings against Washington. They sent him down. He's a top 10 prospect on the organization. He's with the team now. He's going to pitch. The guy's quality guy. Now, he doesn't miss a lot of bats, so he doesn't strike out a lot of guys, but he also doesn't walk many guys either. So keep your eye on that. Doesn't strike out a lot, but doesn't walk a lot.
Brandon Pfaadt, meanwhile, has given up 23 earned runs in his last 5 outings.
Raro.
Yeah, 4 against the Giants, 3 against the Dodgers, 3 against St. Louis, 8 against the Nationals, 5 against the Atlanta Braves. If you want to narrow it down more specifically, 13 earned runs in his last 2. It has seen his ERA balloon. It has seen his efficiency just get way down. Brandon Pfaadt, forget about the team for a second. Brandon Pfaadt needs to have a good outing tonight for his own confidence and get right back on the
there's a lot of
track.
things he's going to have to do, but there's no question about it. They got to rely on this kid. We've all thought that he was going to make this incredible jump this year, and it looked like it was going that way. It really did. But the recent struggles, look, it could be just part of the season. You got to figure some things out. You got to adjust. You know, the more you go, the more teams are looking at you. They understand what you're throwing, how you're throwing it. The scouting reports get better and better. He's got to make the adjustments and be better because he's really struggled these last couple outings. And it's hurt the Diamondbacks because what you can't have, especially with this bullpen, he went 3 innings against Atlanta. He didn't get an out against Washington.
Yeah.
Like, that's not a recipe for success for the Diamondbacks.
We don't want more bullpen. We need less bullpen.
Right.
We need starting pitchers going deeper into games is absolutely what's totally preferred and has to happen. The injury report for today's game is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. I'm giving ourselves a little extra time for this one because there are quite a few names that we're going to have to go through on this one. Starting with the kind of essential roster moves that came down today. Buckle up. Here we go. Placed on the 15-day injured list, right-handed pitcher Justin Martinez with a sprained ulnar collateral ligament. Right-handed pitcher Christian Montes de Oca put on the 15-day IL with right elbow inflammation. Christian Mena was transferred to the 60-day injured list with a strained right shoulder. Jeff Brigham was optioned to Reno after last night's game. 3 pitchers down. The 3 pitchers that have been called up. Taylor Scott, the right-handed pitcher, has been selected from Reno. Recalled from Reno, right-handed pitchers Kevin Ginkel and Bryce Jarvis making their return to the Diamondbacks. So Ginkel, Jarvis, Scott are back. Brigham, Montes de Oca, and Martinez are out.
And Ginkel struggled in Reno. He did not pitch that well. But listen, you're out of guys. I mean, you got to he's got to pitch better. I mean, there's just not that many options right now. They're so depleted in the bullpen. They have to rely on so many different guys. So Ginkel comes back. Hopefully he can get the job done. He's a quality pitcher. He's just had his struggles this year.
Yeah, one other note for the Diamondbacks as well. Actually, a couple of other notes for what it's worth. Andrew Saalfrank, the reliever who was suspended a year for gambling, he's already been promoted to AAA Reno for what it's worth. I don't know if they're fast-tracking him or not. And on a good note, just something to kind of keep an eye on. Like, he's already at AAA, and he just got back a week ago. In the Diamondbacks lineup tonight, it's good to see Gabby Moreno back in there handling the catching duties. He's batting second, or he's batting eighth, pardon me, and handling the catching duties. As far as Tory Lavello trying to explain the injuries, trying to figure out why they keep happening, he's having a hard time with that.
I'm working through the same things that Justin is, trying to figure this out, figure out this portion of it. At 6:40, I'll compartmentalize it, go out there and do my best to help this team win a baseball game. And then after that, I'll probably go back to doing some of my own personal soul searching. But it's hard. It's very hard when players as impactful and as meaningful as some of the ones that are entering into a different level of injury and stepping away for an unexpected period of time. It's hard to work through that. So I don't know how I feel, but when I do, I'll let you know. How does that sound?
Justin Martinez going for a second opinion on the elbow. We're all gritting our teeth and bracing and waiting for bad news on that.
He's already
one.
had Tommy John surgery.
And he's already had it once back in 2021, and this on the heels of Corbin Burns and his Tommy John surgery. The standings for tonight's going into the game, the MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. The Diamondbacks start the day 32-34, 7.5 games out of first. The Seattle Mariners 33-32, 3 games out of first in the American League West. Gambo's got a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. Gluten-free, protein-packed, and ridiculously good. G2G Protein Bars are grab-and-go goodness.
This really comes down to strikeouts for Brandon Pfaadt. I was looking at it's incredible. Failed to record a single whiff in a quality start against the Dodgers on May 19th. Since then, the lack of whiffs have been a huge characteristic in his struggles. His strikeout rate